Chapter 1. Lord of the Azure Clouds, Summoning the Great Emperor. With fury that could ignite a crown, I stand by the railing. The gentle rain has ceased. I raise my gaze to the heavens and let out a long, resounding howl. In the eastern domain lies Lingzhou, the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, home to the Azure Cloud Sect. A youth clad in white, with flowing long hair and a visage etched with sorrow and indignation, faces the sky, attempting to vent his frustrations. Am I, Feng Qingyang, a dignified transmigrator destined to bow for mere grains of rice? 3 days prior, he had experienced an extraordinary event that brought him to this realm, initially filled with excitement. As a transmigrator, should he not conquer the heavens? With celestial maidens and empresses by his side, yet reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. On the very day of his arrival, he stumbled upon a sect master's token. Through inquiries, he discovered it was the token of the Azure Cloud Sect's leader, and under the astonished gaze of others, he found himself begging for alms. Gazing upon the dilapidated ruins of the palace, Feng Qingyang felt tears welling in his eyes. Clad in rags, with a single bowl, he had made his way to Azure Cloud Mountain through begging. "Where's everyone? Where's my sect? Come forth. Your master has come to bring warmth." Yet, the only response he received was a resounding crash. Turning his gaze to the distance, he witnessed a partially collapsed palace succumbing to the sound of his raised voice. This misfortune only added to the sect's already dire state. What to do? What to do? This is truly cursed. It seems misfortune seeks out those already burdened with hardship. His thoughts drifted back to the plump and prosperous ant he encountered yesterday. "You handsome young man, how could you be reduced to begging? If you're in any trouble, don't hesitate to find me." With a steely resolve, he acted. A man is like iron, a meal is like steel, one cannot survive without sustenance. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the Sect Master Token, becoming the leader of the Azure Cloud Sect. The Celestial Sect System has been successfully activated. Just as Feng Qingyang prepared to descend the mountain, a voice echoed in his mind. "System, is it you? My dear friend?" Feng Qingyang exclaimed with excitement. "Oh, if only you had come a bit later. You would have missed me." "Host, do not be overly excited. The system may arrive late, but it will never be absent. This system is the Celestial Sect System, here to assist the host in creating the foremost sect across the heavens. The Novice Gift Pack has been dispatched. The system will periodically issue tasks, and completing them will yield substantial rewards naturally. Failure incurs no penalties. The foremost sect across the heavens? I have struck gold. System, activate the Novice Gift Pack." Ding! The Novice Gift Pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 golden summoning card. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 random realm enhancement card. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 sect level construction card. Accompanying these rewards were instructions for their use. Golden summoning card, capable of randomly summoning powerful beings from the Great Sage to the Great Emperor realms. Realm enhancement card, allows for unrestricted random enhancement of one's realm, entirely dependent on one's fortune. Sect construction card, an indispensable treasure for the construction and development of a sect. My goodness, this Novice Gift Pack is truly generous. This is simply too powerful. Is it possible to randomly attain a higher realm with mere luck? And what of that summoning card that elevates a being from the Great Sage realm to the Emperor realm? Do you think you are penning a novel? Even fiction would hesitate to present such absurdity. Feng Qingyang gazed in astonishment at the several cards in his mind, exclaiming in awe, "Incredible. There is nothing the system cannot accomplish, only limitations imposed by the host's imagination. Then what are we waiting for? Let's use them at once." Feng Qingyang exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Random realm elevation card extraction in progress. Dinging sound. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Void Realm. To his eager anticipation, the realm elevation card landed on the Void Realm and remained still. What is this nonsense? Has my luck truly diminished to such a degree? Once I was known as the Prince of Fortune. Before Feng Qingyang could utter another word, a powerful surge of spiritual energy rushed towards his dantian, coursing through his meridians, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, leaving him immensely invigorated. Refining chi, establishing foundation, golden core, nascent soul. Peak of the Void Realm. In an instant, Feng Qingyang transformed from an ordinary individual, powerless and unassuming, to someone who had ascended to the 5th level of cultivation. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength, capable of moving mountains and cleaving through stone with ease. Ah, the Void Realm is quite commendable, especially considering I was merely a commoner just a breath ago. From his recent inquiries and begging, he had gathered knowledge about the hierarchy of realms in this world. Refining Qi, establishing foundation, golden core, nascent soul, void, transformation, true person, shattering void, entering sanctity, manifesting sanctity, great sage, saint king, supreme, and emperor. In this era where the saint kings remain hidden and the supremes and emperors do not reveal themselves, one could say that the great sage is the apparent authority. Feng Qingyang gazed at the golden summoning card, silently praying, Emperor, Emperor. Even if an emperor does not manifest, a great sage would suffice. Come forth. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully using the summoning card. Summoning in progress, dinging sound. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning the Emperor Realm Powerhouse, Ancestor Li Qingyun of the Qingyun Sect. Wow, a legendary figure. My luck as the Prince of Fortune has returned. In the distance, the fabric of space was torn asunder, heralding an overwhelming imperial presence. Those of lower realms would perish instantly beneath such imperial might, however. As the summoner, Feng Qingyang found that any attack against him was rendered ineffective. In an instant, the powerful beings across the continent took notice. This is imperial might. Another emperor has emerged. To the east quickly, the various factions stirred with hidden currents, dispatching their kin towards the east, eager to forge alliances, seek refuge, or even serve as mere hounds. Such is the allure of the mightiest emperor. As the imperial aura dissipated, an elderly man with a youthful visage stood in the void nearby, slowly opening his eyes. Ha! I, the great Emperor Qingyun, have returned. Li Qingyun laughed heartily. Then, he looked down and sensed an incomprehensible terror locking onto him, an instinct urging him that defiance would lead to his untimely demise. Could this individual be above the emperor? Li Qingyun dared not ponder further and clasped his hands in respect, saying, Li Qingyun pays his respects to the sect master. Thank you for resurrecting me. Indeed, you shall remain at the helm of the sect. The Emperor Realm should suffice for now. Feng Qingyang remarked, casting a glance at the Emperor Realm Elder. In an instant, a surge of ambition ignited within him. This was merely the beginning, and all would eventually fall into place. Thank you, Sect Leader. Qingyun. Qingyun Sect? Li Qingyun hastily surveyed the surrounding geography, finding it increasingly familiar. Was this not his own Qingyun Sect? Yet, how had it come to such a state? Apart from this enigmatic and formidable sect leader, all that remained was a desolate wasteland. What troubles you? Is there an issue with the Qingyun Sect? Feng Qingyang inquired, noting the old man's peculiar demeanor. I dare not conceal the truth, Sect Leader. I am Li Qingyun, the founding ancestor of the Qingyun Sect. Yet now, it has been reduced to ruins. Time truly is the greatest weapon of destruction. Even he had succumbed to the relentless flow of time. Had he not? What? The ancestor of Qingyun Sect? Feng Qingyang had not scrutinized the system's interface closely before. He had only noticed a formidable being at the level of an emperor. Upon closer inspection, it indeed was the venerable ancestor of Qingyun. I am now the sect leader of Qingyun, which means this old man is my ancestor. As far as he knew, the Qingyun Sect had been called the Qingyun Emperor Sect millions of years ago, with its founding ancestor being a being of emperor level. However, after a series of fierce battles, it had fallen into decline, becoming an insignificant force. This explained why passers-by regarded him with disdain and astonishment. He had not pondered deeply on the matter. He simply yearned for a hearty meal. Chapter 2. The Elder of Qingyun, a Twist of Fate? Do not speak of the past, esteemed leader. Under your guidance, I firmly believe that the Qingyun Sect shall once again bask in the glory of its former days. No, it shall surpass those bygone times. In the realm of cultivation, the worthy hold dominion. Though the enigmatic leader exudes merely the aura of the void realm, the profound terror I perceive in my mind is unmistakable. Esteemed leader, I shall take my leave for now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. With that, Li Qingyun willed his thoughts, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind Feng Qingyang and the remnants of the desolate landscape. To summon an ancestor of the Emperor's realm at the outset? Then to be invincible? Enough, enough, I shall not dwell on it. With such a powerful ancestor within our ranks, does it not mean the Qingyun Sect will ascend to greatness? In the wilderness martial continent, myriad forces vie for supremacy, divided into 5 domains, each containing 13 states. Among them, the central domain stands as the mightiest, home to imperial clans and numerous transcendent sacred lands, where powerful beings abound like fish crossing a river. In contrast, the strongest force in the eastern domain to which I belong comprises but 5 sacred lands, a situation that can be described as unrestrained. Now, the only task left is to rebuild the sect. Otherwise, how would it not be a source of ridicule to have an imperial sect in such disarray? Of course, they must possess the audacity to dare challenge us. Just as Feng Qingyang prepared to utilize the sect construction card, a notification chimed. Ding. As the future foremost divine sect of the realms, how could we exist without disciples? A mission has been issued. Recruit a disciple. Completion of this task will yield rewards. Detection indicates a disciple with commendable talent and immense perseverance is available. Host, please proceed to recruit them promptly. Feng Qingyang halted his actions, surprised. A disciple has arrived? How fortuitous. It seems I must wait a moment before employing the construction card. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun mountain range, at the sect's entrance, 5 robed figures in black were fleeing at breakneck speed, casting terrified glances behind them. Pursuing them closely was a blood-soaked youth, his demeanor feral and wild. His eyes glinted with intensity as he gripped his sword, an overwhelming aura resonating through the heavens and the earth. Good heavens! How is his vitality so resilient? The supreme sacred body has been stripped away. He bears 108 wounds yet remains so vigorous. Curse it! What hidden cards has the Elder bestowed upon him? Help! The 5 black-clad individuals shouted in a frenzy, their panic palpable. As they continued their flight, the bloodied youth let out a cold snort, and a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted anew. In an instant, he appeared before the 5 fleeing figures, gazing at them with chilling indifference. His body was marred by countless sword-inflicted injuries, yet he seemed impervious to the pain, as if such minor wounds held no consequence for him. Will you not continue to run? Were you not so adept at fleeing? He inquired, his voice calm. The black-clad figures halted, trembling as they faced the deranged youth. Spare us, young master. We acted under orders. We are to blame. We deserve our fate. Without hesitation, the 5 black-clad individuals prostrated themselves, pleading for forgiveness. It is finished. All is lost. In this remote wilderness, there is likely no one to come to their aid. Cursed fate. Why did they provoke this calamity? Alas, they are bound by orders and possess no remedy for regret. Sure how, at the nascent stage of Qi refining, was a prodigious talent with the supreme sacred body, which had been stripped away. The Sure family, a paramount force in the wasteland, was blessed by the heavens with 2 extraordinary physiques, the supreme sacred body and the chaos eye. Recently, he had been deceived by his uncle and cousin, resulting in the loss of his sacred physique. Indeed, the first disciple was a natural supreme. Although his supreme sacred body had been taken, it could still be restored with proper nurturing, potentially elevating him to the status of the Eastern Factory. Oh no, I mean the Qingyun Sect's prominence. Yet, what is this situation? Your sacred body has been stripped, and instead of being pursued, you are the one pursuing? From a distance, Feng Qingyang watched in bewilderment, questioning whether he need not intervene further. This was not the expected course of events. Meanwhile, the bloodied youth, shrouded in dark intent, cast a cold glance at the cloaked figures and solemnly declared, "In your next life, remember to open your eyes. Even in my crippled state, I am not to be trifled with by mere ants." With that, he surged forward with ferocious determination. A torrent of spiritual energy erupted forth, and his fist intent surged toward the 5 black-clad assailants. Damn it, we fight to the death. The 5 figures, realizing escape was futile, bellowed in defiance and charged forth. Gritting their teeth, a resounding clash echoed as their formidable energies collided. The 5 assailants immediately spewed blood, hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground. They were no match for him. Alas, it seemed their demise was imminent. If only a powerful ally would come to their aid. But this was merely a fleeting fantasy in their final moments. The bloodied youth staggered back a step. He had intended to deliver the finishing blow, but his aura visibly waned. Oh no, his last trump card had been exhausted. Panic surged through him. Coughing violently, he was struck by excruciating pain and spat out blood, collapsing to the ground in a lethargic state. The 5 black-clad figures, witnessing this, exchanged glances of delight, helping each other to stand. Heaven above, he has finally succumbed. I could weep. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a prodigious talent, Master Shihao. Continue to revel in your arrogance. This is what is called the wheel of fortune turning. Haha. I wonder what it feels like to slay a genius. Today, you are fortunate enough to be the first prodigy to perish beneath my blade, Lin Bai proclaimed, stepping forward and mockingly licking the edge of his weapon. Wait, I almost forgot to inform you, Master Shihao. Following the acquisition of your supreme sacred body, the young master has ascended to the transcendent Holy Land in Zhangzhou, where he is said to be receiving full cultivation support, crowned as a holy son. Should all proceed as expected, he will be the next holy lord. Haha. Tell me, Master Shihao, can you die with your eyes closed now? The 5 black-clad figures erupted in raucous laughter, reveling in their apparent triumph. Just then, a figure descended from the heavens, none other than the arriving Feng Qingyang. He donned a flowing white robe, his ink-black hair dancing in the breeze. Just a moment ago, he believed he had made an error, yet it appeared that foes awaited him from behind. A transformation was imminent. Lin the old ghost, act swiftly. Now was the time to take action, but it was too late. Villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. The figure in black, Lin the old ghost, hastily raised his blade. Bang! With a mere casual strike, Feng Qingyang sent Lin the old ghost hurtling through the air, rescuing Shihao, who was poised for slaughter. He then turned to the young man clad in black on the ground and spoke with calm assurance. Young man, I perceive exceptional potential in you. You are destined to join my sect. I shall ensure your safety. Covered in blood, Shihao lifted his gaze. There stood a young man in white beside him, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an enigmatic aura. Hope flickered anew in his despairing eyes. Senior, I wish to join your sect, but I fear I am now a cripple. Fear not. In my sect, we recognize you as a genius, regardless of your current state, even if you are deemed useless. Qingyun Sect can cultivate you into a prodigy. Meanwhile, the recently thrown Lin the old ghost regained his footing, astonished. Peak Dongshu Realm. Among the 5 of us, only 3 are in the initial stages of Dongshu Realm. The others have attained the pinnacle of the Yuaning stage. How infuriating. Why did you not reveal yourself while we were being pursued? Now you choose to appear. Peak Dongshu. This is quite troublesome. However, one must acknowledge the importance of background in such matters. We hail from the Shi family of Huangzhou. This is our family affair. If you wish to protect this young man, can you withstand the wrath of the Shi family? The leader of the black-clad figures spoke with evident menace. A Peak Dongshu is not enough to intimidate us. Our Qingyun Sect boasts a plethora of formidable experts. Do not presume that your Shi family, however prominent, can stand against us. Even those from the Holy Lands must bow before the might of Qingyun Sect. Feng Qingyang replied earnestly. Coupled with his immaculate white robes and disdainful demeanor toward the Holy Lands, he indeed emanated the aura of an extraordinary powerhouse. Yet, he did not entirely speak untruths. Although only 2 individuals, including himself, currently resided within Qingyun Sect, they were blessed with an ancestral being of the Emperor realm, which Holy Land would not be dazed in their presence. Shihao felt a surge of joy. He had worried about dragging this esteemed senior's sect into trouble. Yet now it seemed he was on the cusp of a fortunate turn of events. The sect I am about to join does not even regard the Holy Lands with reverence. Humph. My dear brother, even if you become a holy son, you must await my arrival. Chapter 3. Rebuilding Qingyun, a first-rate sect boasting, are we? Youngster, though your years are few, your bravado is quite grand. You dismiss the Holy Lands? Do not underestimate the Shi family. While they are the pinnacle of power in Huangzhou, they remain overshadowed by the transcendent Holy Lands that Shi Tian has yet to join. The Holy Lands loom as an insurmountable mountain above them, a formidable existence beyond reach. Of course, even the average Holy Lands would still pose a significant challenge. However, one must recognize the weight of background. The Shi family now possess considerable standing. Indeed, I may be young, yet my cultivation surpasses yours. You have clearly wasted your efforts on futile endeavors, Feng Qingyang remarked disdainfully. Have you ever experienced the sensation of leaping directly into the Dongshu realm in a single breath? The figure in black spoke, Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect? I've heard of this sect before. It was once an imperial-level sect during the Middle Ages, but after enduring several catastrophic calamities, it fell into decline, and its members scattered, gradually becoming a second-rate force. I never expected their sect leader to still be at the void-penetrating realm. Could they still possess a considerable legacy? One of the figures in black gazed greedily at Feng Qingyang, surveying him from head to toe. An Imperial-level sect? How terrifying. He laughed. I thought I had stumbled upon something formidable. You dare to intimidate me, a top-tier power of this age, with the remnants of a bygone era? Are you so pleased with yourself? Soon, you will have no cause for laughter. Feng Qingyang's calm words left the black-clad figures momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. It was then that they realized, regardless of the Qingyun Sect status, this young man was genuinely at the pinnacle of the void-penetrating realm, a being capable of effortlessly crushing them. This fellow doesn't understand the rules of the martial world. He has revealed his identity and still dares to make a move. In an instant, Feng Qingyang was beside them, transforming his palm into a fist, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. With a single sweeping motion, he obliterated the black-clad figures, silencing their screams before they could even utter a cry. With a sigh, Feng Qingyang calmly dusted off his hands, extinguishing their lives as effortlessly as one would squash a few ants, his heart devoid of any tumult. This was the sheer power of mastery. Without relying on techniques, his robust spiritual energy alone could vanquish them. Let us proceed. I shall escort you to Qingyun. Feng Qingyang turned and spoke. Thank you, Sect Leader, for saving my life. Sure how managed to stand, bowing respectfully despite his injuries. Not at all. From this day forth, you shall be my chief disciple, Feng Qingyang replied with a nod. The sudden turn of fate left Sure how somewhat bewildered. He had thought that, given his current condition, merely becoming an outer sect disciple would suffice. He never anticipated being directly promoted to an inner disciple. Disciple pays respects to master. He quickly recovered, expressing his reverence. However, do not expect too many privileges. You will need to undergo trials and training like the other disciples. For now, just serve as the senior disciple in the outer sect. Come, let us return to the sect. Before departing, Feng Qingyang glanced back, pondering the fate of the deceased. Observing the charred remains of the black-clad figures, Sure how was at a loss for words. Master, can I say they met their end without incident? Ding. Congratulations to the host for recruiting the first talented disciple. The task rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host for receiving a bronze summoning card. Can summon beings from the Golden Core realm to the transformation stage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9-tripod Great Dao Bell, an ancient treasure of the human king that suppresses fate and tests talent. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the celestial body of all heavens. No explanation needed for the foremost divine physique of the heavens. There are no invincible physiques, only invincible individuals. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme reincarnation method. Tailored for the supreme holy body, a bronze summoning card. The system didn't provide gold. The 9-tripod Great Dao Bell. The celestial body of all heavens. What splendid treasures. As for the supreme reincarnation method, it is perfectly suited for Sure how's cultivation. As Feng Qingyang walked, he examined the rewards in his mind. On Qingyun Mountain, at the Qingyun Sect, Sure how quietly asked, Master, have we taken a wrong turn? As I gazed upon the desolation before me, the ruins lay scattered. And outside the mountain gate stood a solitary stone inscribed with the words Qingyun Sect. One must not be deceived by appearances. There are deeper truths beneath the surface. Feng Qingyang spoke with unshakable confidence, his demeanor calm. In secret, he hastily contacted the system. System, swiftly deploy the level 1 construction card. He almost forgot. Having been preoccupied with accepting disciples, the sect's construction card had yet to be utilized. Beep, level 1 construction card successfully activated, materializing now. The system's notification echoed. In an instant, a surge of purple energy swept in, and spiritual essence erupted forth as palatial structures sprang up like bamboo shoots after a rain. The Alchemy Hall, Cultivation Pavilion, Techniques Hall, and Sect Grand Hall manifested in succession, each arranged in harmonious beauty, resembling a celestial paradise. Even more astonishing was the emergence of a heavenly staircase. Stretching 100 miles from the mountainside to the sect, its steps adorned with ever-changing, wondrous scenes. In the shadows, the venerable ancestor Li Qingyun was also stirred. Even he, a mighty emperor, felt a profound shock at the spectacle unfolding within the Qingyun sect. Truly, the sect master possesses the power to defy the heavens. Sure how was left agape, astonished. Had he truly arrived in a realm of immortals? In comparison, the top-tier Sure family he had previously belonged to felt like a mere slum. This was the profound foundation possessed by a great power? Feng Qingyang, having prepared himself, was not overly surprised. He merely pondered how a level 1 sect could be so extravagant. What of a level 2 or 3? The anticipation was palpable. Before the imposing grand hall of the sect, he addressed his disciple, All the powerful members of the sect are currently in seclusion or traveling. You must diligently cultivate and strive to surpass our outer disciples. The disciples of the sect had been dispatched for training and would return soon after the mountain was opened. As for your inability to cultivate, I shall resolve that in an instant, Feng Qingyang proclaimed. Thank you, Master. Sure Hao initially rejoiced, realizing that his enigmatic master possessed a method to restore his cultivation. However, he soon felt a shock to surpass the outer disciples. It appeared that they were all extraordinary individuals. Beep, the Grand Hall serves as a powerful facade for the sect. Please name the hall. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. The Grand Hall? Let it be named Qingyun Hall. In the name of Qingyun, may our sect ascend to the heavens. As he spoke, an ornate plaque materialized above the hall, inscribed with the powerful, flowing characters, Qingyun Hall, the calligraphy exuding a profound aura. Within the grand expanse of Qingyun Hall, Feng Qingyang took his seat at the head. My disciple, you are the supreme sacred body, correct? Indeed, Master. However, I was ambushed by my uncle. Stripped of my supreme sacred body, and my cultivation was rendered null. I managed to escape with the help of some allies from my clan. But I discovered I was being followed by several cloaked figures. I unleashed all my hidden cards and pursued them here, Sure Hao replied through gritted teeth. Before his cultivation was incapacitated, he had reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, merely a step away from the pinnacle. This is no challenge. I have a technique to impart to you. Open your mind, Feng Qingyang instructed. Obeying, Sure Hao did as told. A beam of purple light shot from Feng Qingyang's hand, entering Sure Hao's mind. The supreme reincarnation technique. Sure Hao exclaimed in astonishment after a cursory review of the technique. Subsequently, I scrutinized the martial arts techniques meticulously. Specifically crafted for the supreme sacred body, these methods possess the extraordinary capability of mending even the gravest of injuries. Upon mastering the first tier, one can rejuvenate their meridians and restore the supreme body. My heartfelt gratitude to my esteemed master. Today marks the moment of my rebirth. Akin to the phoenix rising from its ashes, I am aware of your circumstances. Do you require my assistance? After a moment of contemplation, Feng Qingyang spoke. The transcendent sacred land? A mere flick of the wrist for the ancestor. No, my master has already saved my life and bestowed upon me such divine techniques. I cannot be overly demanding. I wish to avenge myself through my own efforts. What of the Holy Son and the Holy Master? With 3 years of dedication to the supreme law, I dare to unseat the great sage. Chapter 4. Guardian Wangjian, Ascending Realms. Indeed, the heart of invincibility is beginning to take shape. Very well, you may descend and commence your cultivation. Feel free to choose any palace outside for your residence. After Sure Hao departed, Feng Qingyang once again accessed the system interface. System, utilize the summoning card. The sect is currently too desolate. It would be beneficial to have more members. Ding, the bronze summoning card has been successfully utilized. Extraction in progress. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a guardian of the transformation realm, currently being inscribed. Ding, inscription successful and has materialized. The transformation realm, quite commendable. A bronze card has indeed summoned the pinnacle of realms. Within the Qingyun Sect, as Sure Hao walked while familiarizing himself with the techniques, he sensed an overwhelming aura and furrowed his brow. Do not be alarmed. You are also a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, are you not? A man clad in black robes approached him. Indeed, may I inquire about your esteemed identity? Sure Hao asked, puzzled by the sudden appearance of the silent figure. I am a guardian of the sect. On my way to pay respects to the sect master, I shall not intrude further. The man, having spoken, proceeded towards the main hall. A sect guardian? This aura is reminiscent of the head of the Sure family. Sure Hao's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he murmured, the pinnacle of the transformation realm. A mere guardian possesses strength comparable to that of the leader of a top-tier force. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Qingyun Sect, Wang Jian was presenting his respects to the sect master. Standing humbly in his black robes, he gazed reverently upward. Wang Jian. Realm. Pinnacle of the transformation realm. Identity. Sect guardian. Technique. Heavenly rank technique. Heavenly sword art. Pinnacle of the transformation realm. Feng Qingyang accessed Wang Jian's information through the system. System. Do all summoned characters correspond to the pinnacle of their respective realms? Correct. Host. Products of the system are assuredly of the highest quality. Excellent. Thus, the ancestor must be at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, utterly formidable. Suddenly, in the heavens, Li Qingyun sneezed thunderously. How curious. Who is incessantly speaking of me? Well, You may withdraw for now and safeguard the sect diligently. After Wang Jian took his leave, Feng Qingyang once again invoked the system. First, I shall utilize all the disciple recruitment rewards, for enhancing my own strength cannot be delayed. System, materialize the 9-tripod Great Dao Bell. Oh. And let us not forget the fusion of the divine body. Strengthening oneself is imperative. As the future leader of the foremost divine sect across the realms, my cultivation must not be lacking. The remaining 2 rewards are undeniably tempting. In the realm of ancient legends, the 9-tripod Great Bell served as a treasure of fate, wielding the power to test one's innate talents. When united, the tripods possessed immense might, shrouded in mystery. The manifestation of the 9-tripod Great Bell was a momentous event. As the ethereal energy surged through the skies above the Qingyun Sect, stirring a tempest of spiritual essence. From the east, a resplendent purple aura spread for 30,000 miles, accompanied by celestial melodies that enveloped the Qingyun Sect. A sage, riding a bovine, emerged from the east, and the images of deities flickered into existence. A great bell, radiating the essence of the Tao, appeared from thin air and settled upon the back mountain of the sect. The instant the bell touched the ground, the spiritual energy of the entire Qingyun Sect was instantly consumed. Subsequently, the bell began to exhale the rhythms of the Tao, resonating with ethereal sounds from within. As the celestial phenomena subsided, they were succeeded by bolts of purplish-golden calamity thunder. Heavens! Look, the world-destroying thunder. Could it be that an unparalleled prodigy has emerged? The onlookers gasped, astonished by the extraordinary spectacle. The ancient calamity thunder, once recorded by mighty beings of yore, was now witnessed by the elder generation. A powerful figure, sensing the probing thoughts intruding upon the Qingyun Sect, reacted with a grunt. The esteemed ancestor, Li Qingyun, unleashed his formidable imperial consciousness, severing the intrusive thoughts that spanned millions of miles. The probing entities were obliterated, their powers diminished, and their lifespans halved, warning their kin of the great terror to the east. It must not be spoken of. It is beyond comprehension. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the central domain, prompting various factions to retract their spies to avoid attracting calamity. Such phenomena were undoubtedly orchestrated by the sect leader. After vanquishing the probing consciousness, Li Qingyun gazed skyward, his astonishment mirroring that of the masses. The aura emanating from the great bell left even him, an emperor, feeling unsettled, not to mention the impending world-destroying thunder. Could it be a treasure from the celestial realm? Feng Qingyang stared incredulously at the purplish-golden calamity thunder, his brow furrowed. This is escalating beyond expectations. System, is it truly necessary for such a formidable thunder to descend merely for the fusion of a divine body? Host, perhaps you should reconsider your words, the system responded. Merely? That is the foremost divine body of the heavens. As the system spoke, the divine thunder above reached its zenith. With a resounding boom, a thick and long bolt of calamity thunder struck down with catastrophic force. Feng Qingyang, realizing there was no escape, braced himself to endure it. Dodge? How could I? It's clearly aimed at me. The thunder descended with the power to obliterate worlds, striking Feng Qingyang directly. Moments later, he surveyed his surroundings, astonished to find that the overwhelming thunder had left no trace upon him. Congratulations, host, on being tempered by the divine thunder. The fusion of the foremost divine body of the heavens is successful. Do not be overly surprised, host. Absorbing a bolt of divine thunder is hardly excessive for one embodying the foremost divine body. A gentle reminder, absorbing divine thunder also enhances your realm. Indeed, Feng Qingyang felt the pinnacle of his recently attained Dongshu realm begin to shift once more. Having tasted the sweetness of power, Feng Qingyang boldly provoked the divine thunder in the heavens. The cataclysmic lightning struck for a full 2.5 hours before finally ceasing, trembling as it vanished between the realms of heaven and earth. Witnessing this spectacle, the venerable ancestor Li Qingyun widened his eyes in astonishment. The apocalyptic divine thunder that instilled fear even in him had assailed the sect master for a staggering 2.5 hours, yet the sect master emerged unscathed. Indeed, the sect master surpassed me 1,000-fold. Below, having absorbed the divine thunder, Feng Qingyang let out a long sigh of relief, with a sudden opening of his eyes. His purple pupils were mesmerizing, swirling with violet currents of lightning. This must be the legendary gaze akin to lightning itself. He had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Noticing the immense spiritual power coursing through his body, Feng Qingyang felt a sense of astonishment. This is not how one typically experiences a breakthrough. Achieving a major realm in a single day? It was akin to a young calf taking flight, utterly astounding, before merging with the divine body. I was merely a genius with swift cultivation. But now, having unified with the divine body, I have transformed into an unparalleled prodigy capable of battling across great realms. Feng Qingyang pondered to himself. This remarkable physique not only manifested in crossing realms, but also in the enhancement of comprehension and innate talent, obliterating barriers to advancement. Now, my rate of absorbing spiritual energy is 100 times greater than before. Incredible! System notification. Ding. As a future disciple of the Supreme Divine Sect. How can one be complacent? Mission issued. Recruit a second genius disciple. Completion will yield rewards. The genius disciple will arrive at the Disciple Recruitment Conference in Qingyun City, Lingzhou in 3 days. Host is advised to prepare early. Another genius disciple? The system's efficiency is indeed remarkable. A recruitment conference? Chapter 5. The Recruitment Conference, Women of the Central Domain the following day. The Eastern Domain STNG Pavilion announced that the Triennial Disciple Recruitment Conference would be held in 3 days at Qingyun City, Lingzhou. Upon the release of this news, Lingzhou erupted in excitement. After 10 years of arduous cultivation, the chance for fame had finally arrived. Hey, did you hear? This recruitment conference is taking place in Qingyun City. Yes, I must take my chances this time. I've heard that there will be Overlord-level forces and sacred lands observing. If I could enter an Overlord-level force, it would be a direct ascent. As for the sacred lands, he could hardly dare to dream. Those who could enter were extraordinary individuals, rare as phoenix feathers. He was well aware of his own limitations. Overlord-level forces and sacred lands. Are you certain about this news, brother? Absolutely. The son of my cousin's neighbor is begging in Qingyun City. And he told me himself. Then what are we waiting for? We must depart without delay. This scene unfolded in every corner of the Eastern Domain. After all, there were only 5 sacred lands in the vast expanse of the Eastern Domain. To witness the Disciple Recruitment Conference, and, with a stroke of luck, be favored by a sacred land would be akin to soaring to the heavens. Even being noticed by an Overlord-level force would be a tremendous stroke of fortune. Aside from the 5 sacred lands, one could dominate in the Eastern Domain. Countless prodigies flocked towards Qingyun City, the air buzzing with excitement and hidden currents of ambition. Meanwhile, within Qingyun City, 2 striking figures strolled along the bustling streets, capturing the attention of many serious cultivators. Sister, this Qingyun City is surprisingly prosperous. My constant pleas to master have finally borne fruit, allowing me to come out and enjoy myself. Long Bingning gazed at her quirky little junior sister, bemused. Qingyun City is undoubtedly one of the most renowned cities in the Eastern Domain. Its prosperity is beyond question. However, compared to the larger cities in other domains, it does seem somewhat lacking. Little junior sister, you must not be preoccupied with amusement. You need to focus on your cultivation. Do you understand? The people of the Eastern Domain are not necessarily inferior in talent to us, once they reach the Central Domain and have access to ample resources for cultivation. Their brilliance will surely shine forth. Long Bingning earnestly advised, her demeanor as the icy beauty of Yuqing Palace softened only in the presence of her junior sister. Understood, sister. Your tone is so reminiscent of Masteress, the little junior sister replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun Sect, Shihao emerged from the cultivation chamber. Feeling invigorated, he had successfully cultivated the first layer of the Supreme Reincarnation Technique. My Supreme Body has returned, and my meridians have been successfully reshaped. Truly, it is a divine-level technique. The deeper I delve into my practice, the more I can appreciate its formidable nature. Stretching his limbs, Shihao was delighted to discover that his realm had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Indeed, a meteoric rise. I wonder, who else can match such a pace of cultivation? If these words were to reach Feng Qingyang's ears, he would surely retort, my disciple, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. In less than half a day, I ascended from 0 cultivation to the transformation realm. What can you possibly compare with me? Why has the spiritual energy of the sect become so much richer? At that moment, Shihao sensed something amiss, murmuring to himself. Engrossed in his arduous cultivation, he was entirely unaware of the celestial phenomena and the terrifying tribulation lightning that had recently occurred. All he knew was that the spiritual energy in the sect was at least tenfold more abundant than when he first joined. This is quite alarming. It must be understood that the spiritual energy upon his entry was already exceedingly dense, and now it has multiplied tenfold. To put it bluntly, even a pig could cultivate to the saint level in such conditions. Truly frightening. It must be the work of master. Subsequently, Shihao dismissed any further thoughts and, seizing the opportunity presented by the rich spiritual energy, re-entered the cultivation chamber to continue his practice, a veritable cultivation enthusiast. 3 days later, Qingyun City was now teeming with various factions, both large and small. Naturally, the prime locations were dominated by the major powers, while the smaller factions were left to fend for themselves on the streets. The prodigies attending the Disciple Recruitment Conference had already made their arrangements outside the city. On this day, Feng Qingyang and his 2 companions arrived at the gates of Qingyun City, accompanied by the sect's guardian, Wang Jian. Master, are we also attending the Disciple Recruitment Conference? Of course. Why else would I have brought you here? Sure, how? Bewildered, was caught off guard. He had been fervently cultivating in the chamber when he was unceremoniously summoned by Master. With that, Feng Qingyang strode toward the city gates. However, as he approached, he was halted by the guard stationed there, the lead guard raising a hand and declaring, "Halt. Which sect do you belong to? Do you have an invitation?" Feng Qingyang was momentarily taken aback. Was an invitation really required to attend the Disciple Recruitment Conference? Was there no notification sent to our sect? Nonsense. If you are here to recruit disciples, a formal invitation from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion is indeed required. However, if you are merely attending the recruitment conference, you need not present an invitation, simply await outside the city. This recruitment conference, under the auspices of the Sacred Land, is not an event in which just any minor sect can participate. Only those of second-rate power and above are permitted entry. The city gate guards, upon noticing that the highest among them had only attained the late stage of the Golden Core realm, presumed that yet another obscure sect had come to muddle the waters. Among the trio, they could only discern the cultivation level of Sure Hao, while the other 2 exhibited no discernible fluctuations in power. Such inconspicuous individuals were likely not formidable at all. To this, Feng Qingyang merely smiled faintly. "Ah, I see. Your stipulation makes matters rather difficult for us. Must only second-tier powers and above be allowed to participate? Then, what of my esteemed Qingyun Emperor sect, which boasts a peak emperor overseeing it? How do we classify our standing?" "You." Before the leading guard could retort, Wang Jian stepped forward, exclaiming, "Where did the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion spring from? I have never even heard of it. It is unworthy to even serve as a shoeshiner for my Qingyun sect. Does my sect require an invitation from them?" Simultaneously, he unleashed his peak transformation realm aura. Boom. A vast pressure emanated from his transformation realm, descending upon them. The city gate guards were immediately shaken, trembling beneath the weight of such formidable energy. They thought to themselves, "Oh no, we have stumbled upon a hard case." Yet, the Qingyun sect? They had never heard of it. Could it be an elusive sect? With this thought, they quickly bowed respectfully, saying, I dare not. Please, enter." Following this brief episode, the recruitment conference was about to commence. Outside Qingyun City, colossal arenas rose majestically, spanning thousands of miles. Surrounding them were pavilions and towers, constructed for spectators. A grand formation enveloped the area, rich in spiritual energy, capable of sustaining battles among transformation realm experts. Ladies and gentlemen, the recruitment conference officially begins today. The first round of selection consists of a talent test, open to those below the age of 25 and above the Golden Core stage. Countless black stone pillars surround the area. The higher the talent, the more brilliant the lights that illuminate. A minimum talent level of 3 stars is required. Otherwise, one shall not pass. Those who successfully pass the talent test will enter the second round, which assesses mental state and practical combat skills, with rankings determined by overall performance across 3 rounds. The top contender will gain entry to the Sacred Land. The top 5 will enter hegemonic forces, and the rest may be chosen freely by the remaining sections. This regulation was established after discussions between the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and various major powers. As for those eliminated, any sect that desires them may take them. They are of little interest to the others. Now, as names are called, please step forward for testing. Zhao Bing, 23 years old, mid-golden core, talent 3 stars, qualified. Next, Passerby A, 25 years old, mid-golden core, talent 2 stars, not qualified. Next, thousands of blackstone pillars began their assessment simultaneously. In a corner of the arena, as the competition commenced, sister, yay. I've been utterly bored these past few days. The last time I sneaked out, Master found out and grounded me for a full 3 months. Sister, do you think there are many talents in the eastern region? Lung Bingning, somewhat distracted, replied hastily to the sudden question. Do not underestimate the world. There are always those beyond the ordinary, and heavens beyond the heavens. Oh, I see. Cold and detached. Long Bingning felt an acute sensation, as though a piercing gaze was scrutinizing her. evoking a sense of being seen through. Indeed. As she turned her gaze toward a nearby pavilion, she beheld a picturesque youth smiling at her, his features strikingly ethereal, sword-like brows and starry eyes, with deep, enigmatic pupils shimmering with an alluring purple light, reminiscent of a celestial being. Hastily, Lung Bingning averted her eyes, and the young man shifted his attention elsewhere, causing the feeling of being observed to dissipate, almost like an illusion. She surmised that this youth was extraordinary. Truly, the eastern region was a land of hidden talents. Shaking her head, she dismissed further thoughts. How intriguing. Even individuals from the central region have arrived. Feng Qingyang examined his system panel. Lung Bingning, senior sister of Yuqing Palace. Central region, cultivation level, initial stage of transformation. Just then, a notification chimed. Ding, the second child of destiny has been detected. Please recruit them in a timely manner. They have arrived. The system displayed the panel of the child of destiny. Lin Bai, eldest young master of the Lin family in the Great Zhou dynasty. Physique, Green Lotus Sword Body, inactive. Chapter 6, The Useless Lin Bai, the Arrogant Wang Tian. The Disciple Recruitment Conference was in full swing, with eliminated participants leaving in dejection. Some even lamented aloud. It hurts. It hurts so much. How could I, a future emperor of great stature, falter in this trivial recruitment meeting? I refuse to accept this. This man had lost his mind. Indeed, at the age of 25, he was merely at the mid-level of Qi refinement. He boasted of being the strongest in the Qi refinement stage and a future emperor. What a farce. After his outburst, he kicked the ground in frustration, exclaiming how insufferable this young man was. Even I, the king of Versailles, could no longer bear to watch. Meanwhile, on the other side, a dejected youth in white attire spoke. Lin Bai, do not be disheartened. Where you are not welcomed, there will be a place for you elsewhere. I believe in you. Lin Bai, one day you will soar to great heights. Alas, was it still not possible? The speaker was a youthful woman, her demeanor brightening the atmosphere. Yet Lin Bai bore the weight of disappointment. He was Lin Bai, the eldest young master of the Lin family in the Great Zhou dynasty, and nominally the future head of the family, a position of great prominence. At the age of 8, he had cultivated to the initial stage of Qi refinement, gaining renown throughout the city. Yet fate had other plans, as he remained stagnant at this level for a decade, becoming the subject of mockery. For 10 years, his cultivation had shown no sign of progress, trapped in the early stage of Qi refinement. This time, he sought a stroke of luck, hoping to discover a path to advancement. Thank you, Qing'er, it is fortunate to have you by my side. The young woman accompanying him was his fiancée, Nian Qing. Their engagement had been arranged when they were both 8 years old. Lin Bai, I passed the first test. I must prepare for the second, Nian Qing said hurriedly before departing. Be safe, Qing'er. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Bai slowly concealed the glimmer of envy in his eyes. Why? Why was this happening? He too had witnessed the earlier spectacle of the man shouting skyward. The moment he was brutally kicked over until the very end pierced his heart deeply. He could no longer hold back. That man was at the mid-stage of the 25th level of Qi refinement, while he himself had not even broken through to the initial stage for 10 years. With no method to advance, he remained at the initial stage at 25. Worse off than that man. Lin Bai walked along, consumed by despair and frustration. He had come this time both to seek fortune and to accompany Nian Qing. It was no surprise that Nian Qing passed the first test. She was the renowned genius girl of their city, having reached the initial stage of Qi refinement at the tender age of 10, and now, at 18, had attained the golden core stage. They were originally a pair destined for each other, but he had gradually become a laughingstock. Surely, with her 18 years of golden core initial stage cultivation, she would stand out. While he pondered with his head down, a voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Do you have any troubles, young man? Our sect takes great pleasure in helping others. Why not share your thoughts with us? Lin Bai paused, halting his steps as he assessed the 3 individuals before him. The trio claimed to represent their sect, with a black-robed youth whose long, flowing hair resembled a waterfall and whose peculiar purple eyes were strikingly enigmatic. Beside him stood a young man exuding an overwhelming presence, towering at 8 feet tall, accompanied by an inscrutable middle-aged man. May I inquire who you are? Lin Bai asked. Perplexed. Surely this young man had not come specifically to mock him for being the infamous Lin the Useless. We are from the Qingyun Sect, the youth replied. I, Qingyun, feel a connection with you and see your exceptional talent. Thus, I offer you an opportunity to ascend to greatness by joining our Qingyun Sect. Lin Bai felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue upon hearing these words from Feng Qingyang. Tears welled up in his eyes. For 10 long years, A full decade spent waiting for a chance. For a mentor. However, Qingyun Sect? He had never heard of it. But what did it matter? It was a sect. After all these years, no sect had ever extended an invitation to him. Me? Surely, you have not mistaken me for someone else, Lin Bai cautiously inquired, not wanting to embarrass himself if he were indeed the wrong person. He was even more baffled that the reputation of Lin the Useless had spread throughout Lingzhou. Yet someone had sought him out. Are you questioning our sect? Feng Qingyang raised an eyebrow. Once assured of his identity, Lin Bai quickly clasped his hands together and said, No, I dare not. I wish to join the Qingyun Sect. Excellent. You will come to cherish the decision you have made today. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting your second genius disciple. Task completed. Task rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, on receiving 1 silver summoning card. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Myriad Sword Tomb, now manifested in the back mountain of Qingyun Sect. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Qingyun Sword technique. The usual notes regarding their uses followed. Silver summoning card can summon beings from the divine transformation to the manifestation stage. Myriad Sword Tomb, buried with countless swords from the heavens, available to the fated. Qingyun Sword technique, a celestial technique tailored for the Qingyun Sword Body. With the sound of rewards being credited, Feng Qingyang also accessed Lin Bai's panel. Lin Bai, initial stage of Qi refinement physique, Azure Lotus Sword Body inactive, identity, the eldest son of the Lin family of the Great Zhou dynasty. It is no wonder this lad is at the initial stage of Qi refinement. It seems that his dormant physique has absorbed his spiritual energy, preventing him from advancing without an appropriate cultivation method. There is no need to linger at this disciple recruitment event. In due time, when the Qingyun Sect's reputation resonates throughout the Eastern Domain, countless prodigies will surely come seeking to join. Let us depart and return to the sect. Alas, Sect Master, Lin Bai had intended to speak, wishing to wait a while longer to share the delightful news of his acceptance into the sect with Nian Qing. However, a few individuals approached and interrupted him. Oh, is that not the esteemed young master of the Lin family? What is the matter? Is the great Lin genius not participating in the second round of tests? Surely not. It cannot be that a pig cannot even pass the first round. Haha, young master, why insult pigs when speaking? You are too amusing. This lad is even inferior to a pig. Those who had failed the first round also seethed in silence. For the newcomers were none other than the young master of the Wang family, one of the top families in the Great Zhou. Chapter 7. A dominant annihilation at the exchange conference Wang Tian. Upon seeing him, Lin Bai gritted his teeth in anger. This scoundrel truly would not relent. Haha. Indeed it is I. I have come to pay a visit to you. This good for nothing. Wang Tian was Lin Bai's nemesis, as their families were both top-tier forces in the Great Zhou, perpetually engaged in rivalry. One day, while Lin Bai was out shopping with Nian Qing, Wang Tian became infatuated with her beauty and began to frequently humiliate Lin Bai, seeking to embarrass him further. Oh, and might I inquire if these three are friends of young Master Lin? A pleasure to meet you. Wang Tian, lacking the cultivation to discern the prowess of Feng Qingyang and his companions, assumed that anyone associated with Lin Bai must be of common standing. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. It is no surprise that those who associate with young Master Lin are all inept. Wang Tian pointed arrogantly at Feng Qingyang and the others. Silence. Lin Bai, witnessing Wang Tian's insults towards his sect master, rushed forward. Young master, I believe I overheard that they are from the Qingyun Sect. Lin Bai has also joined the Qingyun Sect. Oh, the Qingyun Sect? Which sect is that? Wang Tian pondered why a sect would take in someone like Lin Bai. Haha, you are unaware, young master. I chanced upon some information before. It is said that the Qingyun Sect is a second-rate force and that its members have all fled. Haha, indeed. It seems fitting that a sect for the worthless would harbor only the worthless. How tiresome. Wang Jin, the bodyguard behind Feng Qingyang, swiftly struck with a casual slap. Without the need for spiritual energy, his sheer physical strength instantly transformed the still-laughing Wang Tian into a fine mist of blood. Throughout, Feng Qingyang and his companions merely observed the scene as if watching a spectacle. With the cacophony silenced, Feng Qingyang symbolically scratched his ear. These clowns must truly seek to hasten their demise. Why provoke someone like him? My word, how powerful! Lin Bai exclaimed in awe. Among the trio, the least conspicuous guard, Wang Jin, unleashed a formidable surge of power that left Lin Bai utterly astonished. Is this the essence of true strength? The power to bestow life or death? To sever any displeasure with a mere stroke of a sword? I, Lin Bai, solemnly vow to become such a formidable being. Lin Bai resolutely affirmed within himself. You. Wang Tian's sycophant was still reeling from the shock. All he perceived was a tremendous wave of energy before darkness enveloped him, propelling him away. Only to witness his young master disintegrate into a cloud of blood mist, evaporating before his very eyes. You have slain my master. You shall pay for this. You will face the wrath of the Wang family. The sycophant, trembling with fear, struggled to articulate his threats, yet mustered the courage to speak boldly. The Wang family is no longer necessary. With a nonchalant remark, Feng Qingyang turned to depart. When my mood permits, I shall pay a visit to the Wang family. In the next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open. The guard, Wang Jian, uttered indifferently, and with a mere thought, he too turned to leave. In an instant, all of Wang Tian's subordinates were reduced to blood mist at his command. The commotion drew the attention of many, particularly those who had failed the first round of tests. They, who dared not voice their anger at Wang Tian's words, erupted in applause, exclaiming their satisfaction. What a relief! This brother is truly fierce. Indeed. The young master of a prestigious family can kill at will and declares the Wang family obsolete. It's truly exhilarating to witness. Wang Tian has truly provoked forces beyond his reckoning. Had I the strength, I would have beaten him thrice a day for 8 hours each time. Just as Feng Qingyang and his companions were about to leave, a figure obstructed their path. Wait, is it appropriate for you to depart so casually? Again, how much longer will this continue? What business do you have with us? Does the Qingyun Sect require your guidance? Allow me to introduce myself. I am an elder of the Tianji Pavilion and also the overseer of this disciple recruitment event. Are you here to stand up for that young man? No, you misunderstand. Such a minor faction is not worthy of the Tianji Pavilion's intervention. I merely wish to extend an invitation for your sect to participate in the forthcoming symposium. He found it perplexing that the once great Qingyun Sect, now relegated to a lesser status, still possessed mysterious strength. Could it be that a descendant of the Qingyun Sect had acquired the legacy of the great emperor? The mere thought of the great emperor's legacy held immense allure. Gazing at the elderly man before him, whose hair was white, yet bore the visage of youth, Feng Qingyang hesitated. Beep, as the future paramount figure of the multiverse. How can one lack renown? Mission issued. Resound in the Eastern Domain, with no time limit. Rewards will be based on the level of task completion. Resound in the Eastern Domain? Very well, let our Qingyun Sect's first step into the world commence with this symposium. After all, I am rather bored. I shall indulge you in this endeavor. Thus, Feng Qingyang and his 3 companions were escorted to the central pavilion to await their turn. On the way, Feng Qingyang took the opportunity to introduce his newly accepted disciples Lin Bai, Wang Jian, and Shi Hao. Lin Bai, this is your senior brother Shi Hao. And this is our guard, Wang Jian. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai humbly greeted, I have met the senior brother and the esteemed Wang Jian. He was taken aback to realize that the formidable Wang Jian, who appeared so impressive in his eyes, was merely a guardian within the sect. Moreover, this senior brother exuded an aura of exceptional talent, perhaps even surpassing that of Qing'er. Truly, he had secured a significant ally. Who would dare to look down upon him now? Amused by his fanciful thoughts, Lin Bai chuckled, only to quickly feign seriousness upon realizing his lapse. This scene elicited laughter from Feng Qingyang and the others. Haha, dear junior brother, do share your joy with us. Don't keep it to yourself, teased Shi Hao. Finding this new junior brother quite intriguing, Lin Bai soon shed the initial restraint of joining the group, revealing his inherently humorous and optimistic nature. The burdens of cultivation and the incessant mockery from others had merely compelled him to adopt a different facade. In this moment, I feel inspired to compose a poem. In the realm of the great Zhou, Lin Bai stands as a waste. To the disciple gathering, he came seeking fame. Upon entering the Qingyun, with aspirations soaring high, in the joys of life, he revels, his heart free of blame. Chapter 8. Elder Sui Kong in the battle at the martial arts stage. Junior brother, are you searching for someone? After a brief moment, within the attic, Lin Bai looked left and right, alternating between surprise and disappointment. Hearing his senior brother's inquiry, he chuckled, Senior brother, I am in search of my fiancée. She has passed the first round of tests and is currently engaged in the second. Shi Hao patted the junior brother's shoulder, laughing, Who would have thought that while you struggle with cultivation, you thrive in matters of the heart? How enviable. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang remained quiet, meditating in repose. System. Utilize the silver summoning card. It is prudent to have a trump card at hand. Although he did not necessarily need one, with an Imperial level ancestor by his side, He could summon them with a mere thought, rendering a backup unnecessary. Yet, such resources would inevitably come in handy, after all. No one could ever have too many powerful allies. The remaining Qingyun sword art would be better conveyed to Lin Bai upon returning to the sect. Ding. Silver summoning card successfully used. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning a peak-level Suikong expert, currently being inscribed. Just a peak-level Suikong? It would suffice, albeit barely, Feng Qingyang mused with disappointment. It is worth noting that the silver summoning card is capable of summoning beings of the highest caliber. Nevertheless, he counted his blessings. Surely, the goddess of fortune could not favor him eternally. The previous gold and bronze summoning cards had already brought forth the highest tier available within their limits. Master, a middle-aged man appeared silently beside Feng Qingyang, devoid of any discernible aura, resembling an ordinary person. Had he not voluntarily revealed his presence, who could have guessed that such a formidable Suikong expert, second only to those of the sacred lands and a true power in the eastern domain, would be here, respectfully greeting others? With just this one individual, he could rival the might of a sovereign-level force. Sure Hao and the others also took notice of the situation surrounding Feng Qingyang. Has someone new arrived at the sect? I wonder which esteemed elder it might be. Lin Bai, still unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Qingyun Sect, reflected on Feng Qingyang's prior explanation that the sect's powerful figures either slumbered or roamed the world. Junior brother, this is a senior of our Qingyun Sect. Let us approach and pay our respects. Feng Qingyang noticed that Sure Hao and Lin Bai had just arrived, so he spoke up. You have come at the perfect moment. Allow me to introduce you to Elder Yi Bai, our esteemed Outer Sect Elder of Qingyun Sect. The revelation that he was an Outer Sect Elder startled both Sure Hao and Lin Bai simultaneously. Given the formidable prowess of their protector, Senior Wang Jian, the strength of an elder could only be imagined to be even more profound. Sure Hao and Lin Bai, we pay our respects to the elder. They both uttered in unison. There's no need for excessive formalities. Elder Yi Bai nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Feng Qingyang appeared contemplative. The number of sect members was steadily increasing, yet Qingyun Sect lacked its own distinctive attire. One should not underestimate the significance of sect garments. They are far more than mere clothing. Uniform attire can significantly bolster the disciple's sense of belonging and honor and play a pivotal role in enhancing the sect's reputation. Ding. As the future pinnacle of divine sects, how can we lack our own garments? Wouldn't that become a source of ridicule? Task issued. Shine brilliantly at this exchange conference. Reward. Exclusive sect attire. Just then, as if fate had intervened, Feng Qingyang felt a spark of inspiration. The system always appeared at the most opportune moments. Ahem. Enough of the trivialities. It is time for us to take the stage. Meanwhile, the Disciple Recruitment Conference was nearing its conclusion. Disciples from various sects had nearly completed their selections. Among those accepted by the Holy Land was an 18-year-old youth at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. A remarkable achievement that certainly drew attention. The remaining candidates were divided among the dominant and lesser factions, all of whom were brimming with enthusiasm. Haha. I have joined the prestigious Yin-Yang sect, which I have long coveted. Congratulations. Brother Bai has fulfilled his aspirations as well. At the competition venue, the atmosphere was charged. Sister, the recruitment conference has concluded. Shall we depart? Hearing her junior sister's words, Lang Bingning casually replied, let us wait a moment. I've received word that there will be an exchange conference among the sects shortly. Let us observe a bit longer. Ah, among them. The most gifted is undoubtedly that 18-year-old at the early nascent soul stage. I might not even stand a chance against him. And I am already at the mid-nascent soul stage, she lamented. Just observing, is it? Are you disregarding your sister's advice? On the grand competition platform, the host announced, esteemed guests, this recruitment conference has been a resounding success. We now transition to the exchange conference among the various sections. The invited sects were ushered to the center of the assembly, a privilege reserved for those above first-rate status. Lesser sects could pursue their own activities as they pleased. Feng Qingyang and his companions were also invited, as per the special instructions from the elder of the Tiangong Pavilion. Why is there still no sign of Qing'er? Sure Hao guessed the worry in his heart and offered comfort. Junior brother, your sister was undoubtedly chosen by a major power and had to leave without bidding farewell. Yes, I understand, senior brother. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today to commence the exchange conference. Each sect may send forth their most accomplished disciples for a friendly competition, ensuring that the ages are comparable to prevent any unfair matchups. The eyes of the gathered sects lit up, This was an excellent opportunity to showcase their talents. Such a grand recruitment conference had certainly captured the attention of the entire eastern region. Even though it has come to an end, the residual warmth lingers, and a mere display of prowess can be boasted about for a lifetime. Clearly, the disciples of various sects comprehend this truth. In light of this, I shall not be modest, esteemed colleagues. I, Xiahua of the Qingyun Sect, have come to offer guidance. Who among you dares to engage in battle? I, Jiang Kuei of the Black Mountain Sect, have come to learn. With that, the two engaged in a fierce duel, exchanging blows with relentless fervor. On the martial arts stage, spiritual energy surged. After a quarter of an hour, Jiang Kuei was struck off the platform, having fought valiantly for that brief duration, yet ultimately succumbing to Xiahua of the Qingyun Sect. The Holy Land did not partake in the recruitment of disciples and had departed early, for winning would bring them no glory, and losing would be a tremendous humiliation. Various dominant and top-tier forces dispatched their disciples to the stage, igniting fervent battles. Master, I too wish to stretch my limbs. Upon witnessing this scene, Hao could not contain himself, since recovering from his injuries. He had yet to engage in a proper battle. Has he reached the nascent soul stage? Feng Qingyang gazed at Hao, who was poised for action. This young man had arrived in Xianyu City at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage and had quietly achieved a breakthrough. Indeed, Master. It took merely a few steps for me to reach this stage. What? My senior brother has attained the nascent soul stage? Lin Bai stared in astonishment at his senior brother, who was of similar age. How can one compare to another in such a manner? Moments later, below, Hao soared onto the martial arts stage, declaring with a clear voice, I am Hao from the outer sect of the Qingyun Sect, here to seek guidance. Clad in a black robe and standing at 8 feet tall, his imposing presence was complemented by a chiseled face radiating intense battle intent. Qingyun Sect? I have not heard of this sect before. Yet, it cannot be, as those who participate in this exchange should not be insignificant sects. Now I recall. It is the sect that has fallen from grace, once an imperial sect now reduced to mediocrity. The various sects below began to converse in hushed tones. They were all prominent figures from the eastern region. Not just anyone could challenge them. Elder, why does this Qingyun Sect, a minor power, have the privilege of being here to spar with us? The elder of the Tianji Pavilion, sensing the commotion, emerged to clarify. Is there a problem? This Qingyun Sect was specifically invited by me. Anyone who doubts this can come and seek my counsel. He intended to test the Qingyun Sect during the sect conference to ascertain whether they had discovered a legacy of the Emperor realm, so he could partake in the spoils. Chapter 9. Those present are worthless Qingyun Sect? Long Bingning gazed at the stage, where stood the young man beside the mysterious figure. Are they all from the Qingyun Sect? Upon hearing that it was the elder of the Tianji Pavilion who had extended the invitation, the crowd fell silent, eager to observe the capabilities of this Qingyun Sect that had seemingly taken a shortcut. Just then, someone from the elite Shi family outside exclaimed, Hao, you are alive. One of the Shi family recognized Hao and shouted in astonishment. Hao's ruthless uncle had explained to outsiders that Hao had colluded with other families to seize the Shi family's wealth and had been stripped of his cultivation. To their surprise, he had escaped and the family had dispatched guards to pursue him. Your cultivation has been restored? The disciple from the Shi family stared blankly at Hao, bewildered, as the family head had stated that he had been rendered incapable of cultivation. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Hao was merely at the early nascent soul stage. Fortunately, he has not fully recovered. I am at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. If I capture this Hao and present him to the master, he would surely bestow generous rewards upon me. Hao, you traitor, prepare to meet your demise. The surrounding sects observed, recognizing their bitter rival's arrival, and adopted a spectator's demeanor. As for their initial claim of not bullying the weak, they feigned ignorance entirely. In the pavilion, Lin Bai anxiously inquired, Master, is the senior brother unscathed? Do not fret, simply observe, Feng Qingyang reassured, confident in Hao's prowess. As the supreme sacred body, if Hao were incapable of battling across realms, he might as well seek employment at a factory. Meanwhile, Hao also recognized the approaching figure. It was Jian, the foremost lackey of his uncle, who had previously groveled at his feet. It would be unwise to underestimate his ruthlessness. He would commence his assault on Jian first. Supreme reincarnation technique. Hao unleashed his full potential, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to boil and an overwhelming aura to erupt forth, causing his long hair to whip around dramatically. Astonishing. At merely 18 years of age, he exuded such a formidable presence, rivaling even the champion of the recent assembly. Nevertheless, despite their astonishment, they remained skeptical as his opponent was 2 minor realms above him. What a pity for such a promising talent. Just then, Shi Jian charged forward, and the two clashed with a resounding boom. The two forces collided, sending waves of spiritual energy sweeping across the competition stage. To everyone's astonishment, the late-stage nascent soul Shi Jian was sent flying, while Shi Hao remained firmly grounded. This is impossible. A disheveled Shi Jian struggled to rise, feeling his internal organs misaligned. Utterly incredulous. How could his late-stage nascent soul cultivation fail to budge Shi Hao in the slightest? Yet there are many impossibilities in this world. I shall send you on your way. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Shi Hao clenched his fist, channeling spiritual energy fervently into his hands. This technique, derived from the Supreme Reincarnation method, was immensely powerful, certainly surpassing Imperial-level martial arts. No, you cannot kill me. Elder, save me. As Shi Hao surged forward, Shi Jian, realizing he could not withstand the blow, desperately called for aid from his clan. An elder from the Shi family soared to his rescue, but was intercepted by the guard, Wang Jian. Are you attempting to bully the weak, believing my Qingyun Sect has no one to defend it? With that he struck, sending the elder hurtling away. Transformation Realm. The elder, while tumbling through the air, was filled with dread. On the arena, in that fleeting moment, Shi Hao attacked fiercely, his colossal fist magnifying in Shi Jian's vision. Then he struck him off the platform, leaving him lifeless. Wow, so powerful. Senior sister, how can this person, clearly at the early stage of the nascent soul, effortlessly defeat someone at the late stage? This is true genius. I have long warned you not to underestimate others, Lang Bingning explained from the side. An elder from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion looked on with envious eyes. Such a potent technique and martial skill. It was evident they had acquired the legacy of an emperor. Consequently, he signaled to the allied forces in secret. Disciples from their factions began to leap onto the arena. Those who were unaware of the situation were left astonished. Goodness. Are they preparing for a group assault? Haha. Are you all coming at once? It is rather convenient to avoid seeking advice from each individual. This is indeed refreshing. In a battle fervor, Shi Hao erupted into laughter. You are overly arrogant. Zhao Sheng from the Fuyang Sect has come to seek guidance. Mo Tian from the Mo Hai Sect is here to inquire. Chi Kuei from the Chi Fa Sect has also arrived to learn. One by one, they announced their names. With more than a dozen individuals present. Garbage. Shi Hao replied disdainfully. What? Do you dare to call me garbage? The foremost individual assumed Shi Hao was addressing him. No. You misunderstand. I meant that all those standing here are garbage. Come and fight. Haha. I didn't expect this lad Shi Hao to possess such sharp wit. Feng Qingyang below was also amused by Shi Hao's humor. Lin Bai stole a glance at the sect leader, contemplating whether to reveal that he had taught his senior brother those words. On the arena, spiritual energy surged as a myriad of flamboyant martial techniques filled the air. Shi Hao remained composed, striking east and west with relentless punches, unleashing the Supreme Reincarnation Fist with full force. He had yet to exert his utmost strength. The Supreme Sacred Body was his greatest trump card, and these mere contenders were unworthy of him revealing it. In mere moments, the more than 10 individuals on the stage were sent flying one after another, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered powerless to continue the fight. What the hell? Is Shi Hao from the Qingyun Sect on some forbidden substance? Indeed, more than 10 individuals could do nothing against him. And among them were 4 or 5 mid-stage nascent soul geniuses. The spectators from various sects gazed at Shi Hao as if he were a monster, particularly those who had sent out disciples. Aside from their astonishment, they exchanged glances of disbelief. This is abnormal. Could it truly be as the elders said, that they have received the legacy of the great emperor? At that moment, the elder from the Shi family, who had been sent flying by Wang Jian, had also regained his composure. Shi Hao, you traitor. You actually killed Shi Jian. Once I report this to the Elder Council, you shall be captured. He was perplexed. How could Shi Hao still possess such strength after being rendered powerless by the family head? And how had he come to associate with the Qingyun Sect? Just now, any random individual sent by the Qingyun Sect was a peak transformation god powerhouse. It seemed this old man had yet to grasp the current situation. Feng Qingyang remarked coldly. Of course, the elder from the Shi family was not foolish to make idle threats here. He was quite confident. He clasped his hands in salute towards all directions and declared, Esteemed colleagues, this Shi Hao is a traitor of my Shi family. I implore you all to assist my Shi family in apprehending him. You should also be aware that my family's young master has already ventured to the Central Domain's sacred land, where he has reportedly been conferred the title of Holy Son. When our young master returns to the Eastern Domain, there will surely be substantial rewards. The elder's words carried a semblance of sincerity, but the underlying threat was unmistakable. The Central Domain's sacred land. The Sure family has connections with the Central Domain's sacred land. The sects below, unaware of this matter, were taken aback. It is known that the Central Domain is the revered sanctuary for all cultivators. The spiritual energy there is several times more abundant than in the Eastern Domain. A realm where danger and opportunity coexist, dominated by the Supreme and Great Emperor realms. One could say that the sects of the Eastern Domain are unworthy even to carry their shoes. Certainly, if this statement were to reach Feng Qingyang, he would undoubtedly deliver 2 resounding slaps. Is my Qingyun Sect something you can manipulate? How dare you even suggest such a thing? Not far away. An elder from the Tianji Pavilion observed the scene with keen interest. After all, the path to opportunity is often fraught with challenges, yet here it presented itself effortlessly. He scrutinized the 5 individuals from the Qingyun Sect, noting that the man who had just made a move was at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. The others included an ordinary man clad in black and an inscrutable youth, both of whom appeared too young. He could very well be their grandfather, suggesting their cultivation levels were likely not formidable. As for Sure Hao and the so-called waste of the initial Qi refinement stage, he dismissed them entirely. Sure Lin Bai, are you even being polite? Thus, he once again conveyed his thoughts to the other factions, urging them to spearhead an assault on the Qingyun Sect. The elder assured, rest easy, our Mo-Hai Sect shall lend its support, and we from the Fuyang Sect shall stand with you, under the bright sun. How could such traitors exist? Regardless of their affiliations, my Qi-Fa Sect must intervene. The earlier humiliation inflicted upon the Qingyun Sect by Sure Hao had provided a perfect opportunity for retribution. Not only could they vent their frustrations, but they could also follow the Tianji Pavilion to partake in a share of the Emperor's legacy and additionally, curry favor with the Sure family. A trifecta of benefits. With their leadership, numerous opportunistic factions clamored to join the fray, creating a formidable momentum. Providing a favor to the Sure family was simply too advantageous. The powerful from each participating faction soared into the sky, their overwhelming presence scattering the clouds above. Together, they would capture their quarry. The arena was alive with spiritual energy, and a grand battle was imminent. This was a far cry from the trivial competitions witnessed during the disciple recruitment and exchange gatherings, in their eyes. Those were mere childish play. 6 true realms and over 20 in the transformation realm. On the periphery, a voice rang out, "Sister, we should leave quickly before we get caught in the crossfire." Those factions that chose not to participate had long retreated, fearful of being ensnared in the chaos. This was no trifling matter. Lung Bingming pondered briefly. "You go ahead, junior sister." Without waiting for her companion to respond, she turned and soared towards the center of the arena. "Sister, what are you doing?" Meanwhile, just as the crowd was poised to engage, a woman descended from the sky. Her flowing black hair danced in the wind, her white garments glistening like fresh snow, resembling a celestial being. How enchanting! After her arrival, Lang Bingning surveyed the entire scene with an air of indifference, declaring, "I, of the Yuqing Palace, shall protect the people of the Qingyun Sect." The various factions were instantly taken aback. From whence did the Yuqing Palace emerge? Who is this audacious girl? A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. My Yuqing Palace is a transcendent holy ground in the Central Domain. You ought to think carefully before taking action, Lung Bingning remarked coldly, as she unleashed her own formidable aura. Transformation realm. A transcendent holy ground. Good heavens. Such a young figure at the transformation realm. This girl must surely be a prodigy from the Central Domain. How peculiar that the Sure family has fortuitously allied with a power from the Central Domain. How on earth did this insignificant Qingyun Sect connect with such a grand influence? A collection of useless fools. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Originally lurking in the shadows, awaiting the opportunity to reap the benefits, Elder Zhang of the Tianji Pavilion grew restless upon noticing their hesitation. While they may fear the Yuqing Palace, I am not intimidated. The Tianji Pavilion is equally a sacred ground in the Central Domain, should you strike. I assure you that my pavilion will safeguard you. The elders of the Tianji Pavilion soared into the sky, revealing their peak cultivation at the True Person realm. Cold Bingning furrowed her brows at this sight. Was this the eastern branch of the Tianji Pavilion? It seemed they were prepared to unveil their hidden cards. At that moment, a resonant voice broke through the air. "Ah, what a delightful gathering. Today, my sect finds itself rather bored, and I shall gladly entertain you." At this, Feng Qingyang and his companion strolled leisurely towards the center of the arena. Master, Sure Hao exclaimed upon seeing Feng Qingyang's arrival, as if he had spotted a pillar of support. With such a formidable sect behind him, what was there to fear? Master, I have brought trouble upon the sect. This matter was instigated by him. Had it not been for his actions, the Shi family would not have summoned Shi Tian to confront them. No matter. It is but a trifling matter. Thank you for your kindness, miss, Feng Qingyang acknowledged with a wave of his hand before turning to Cold Bingning. Though he was uncertain why this woman from the central domain chose to assist their Qingyun Sect, it was essential to uphold the proper etiquette for her timely support. Enhancing the already splendid is far less valuable than providing aid in times of need, though he did not require it. The various forces observed the calm demeanor of the leading youth, perplexed by his intentions. Did the Qingyun Sect possess other hidden cards? This thought lingered in the minds of Cold Bingning and the other factions. Such pretense. The elder of the Tianji Pavilion declared before launching the first assault. Knight White and Wang Jian, standing beside Feng Qingyang, took to the skies as well. Cold Bingning temporarily set aside her hidden cards, eager to witness what this youth, whom she had met only once, would reveal next. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she would be prepared to eliminate the threats immediately. Those who offend the Qingyun Sect shall face execution without mercy. Knight White unleashed his peak cultivation at the fragmented void realm. A tempestuous surge of spiritual energy enveloped the heavens and earth, reverberating with immense waves of power. A powerhouse of the fragmented void realm. Knight White summoned his energy and struck with a swift motion. A colossal hand materialized in the sky, obscuring the sun as it descended upon the various factions. The surrounding space crackled ominously, the sound of spiritual energy colliding with the fabric of reality. At the moment the giant hand descended, the very space around it shattered, as if the heavens were collapsing. No. Spare my life. I am the sect master. After a cacophony of screams, silence ensued. There was nothing more to it, pure and brutal domination through cultivation. Oh, there seems to be a little mouse that slipped through the cracks. You cannot kill me. I am an elder of the Tianji Pavilion. The voice belonged to the elder of the Tianji Pavilion, who had narrowly escaped disaster. However, he was now in a pitiful state, gravely injured. When Knight White revealed his cultivation earlier, he sensed something amiss and retreated behind the crowd, relying on his life-saving trump card to survive. He still could not comprehend how such a minor sect as the Qingyun Sect could harbor such formidable power. Even with the inheritance of an emperor, it seemed improbable. Have you finished your last words? The knight was still. The elder of the Tianji Pavilion silenced beneath a single step, crushed into the mud. The battlefield lay in disarray, marred by an imprint of immense depth. Feng Qingyang approached the edge of the arena, peering downwards. I shall not make things difficult for you. You have 3 days to send representatives from your respective sects to the Qingyun Sect to offer apologies. Let this matter be resolved. Otherwise, not a trace shall remain. His words sent shivers through the remaining members of the sections. Chapter 11. Sect Attire, the Mighty Qingyun Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of shining brilliantly at this exchange meeting. Sect Attire has been distributed. Please check your inventory. Ding. Task completion at full score. Sect Attire is available for unlimited wholesale. To shine brilliantly? Annihilating all the strong ones certainly qualifies as such. The name of our Qingyun Sect should create quite a stir now, and the task of becoming renowned in the Eastern Domain is nearing completion. The Sect Attire has arrived. I wonder what it looks like. Does it possess any additional effects? As the future foremost divine sect of the Myriad realms, how could the system's rewards for the Sect Attire be anything less than extraordinary? What would fellow practitioners think if they saw it, assuming I couldn't afford such gifts? Ding. Not only is the Sect Attire provided in unlimited quantities, but it also boasts exceptional aesthetics. Wearing it renders one untainted and impervious to fire and water. With the essence of Tao accompanying the wearer, it appears that your sect possesses such formidable figures. It seems I have misjudged the situation. Even at the peak of the fragmentation realm, such power would stand as a pillar in their transcendent holy land. The Qingyun Sect is increasingly shrouded in mystery in her eyes. In this chance encounter, the lady's willingness to step forward displays immense sincerity. However, with an elder from the Qingyun Sect present, these inconsequential clowns pose little threat. Feng Qingyang smiled lightly. An outer sect elder. Such formidable cultivation from an outer sect elder. She had presumed that this peak fragmentation realm expert was one of the top-tier cultivators of the Qingyun Sect, only to discover that he was merely an outer sect elder. The usually composed and icy beauty, Lung Bingning, found herself unsettled. The Qingyun Sect was truly enigmatic and powerful, Perhaps an illustrious hidden sect. Senior sister, are you all right? A worried young girl rushed over, calling out. Shuer, did I not instruct you to leave first? Why have you returned? The newcomer was Lu Shui, Long Bingning's little junior sister. If my senior sister remains, then I shall not depart. She had been alarmed when she saw her senior sister soaring to the center of the arena, facing so many powerful beings, and had nearly drawn the life-preserving talisman given by their master. Just then, a formidable middle-aged man from the Qingyun Sect had emerged, swiftly extinguishing all opposition, prompting her to rush over in haste. Long Bingning felt a surge of gratitude. Despite her unilateral decision, her little junior sister remained steadfastly by her side. Very well. The matter here is concluded. Let us return to the sect. Upon Feng Qingyang's words, Long Bingning stepped forward, clasping her hands sincerely. Sect Master of Qingyun, may I inquire if I might accompany you to your esteemed sect? Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to witness the grandeur of your sect. Feng Qingyang assessed Lang Bingning and thought to himself, these individuals hail from significant powers in the central domain. It would be advantageous for them to witness the prestige of Qingyun and subsequently spread its renown throughout the central domain. With this in mind, Feng Qingyang spoke with indifference. Our sect permits you to accompany us. Soon, they traversed 1,000 miles and arrived at the foot of Qingyun Sect's mountain. Along the journey, Lin Bai could not contain his admiration for his senior brother, Shihao. Senior brother, you were truly magnificent just now. You single-handedly faced more than 10 opponents and triumphed without a scratch. How long have you been cultivating to attain such prowess? Observing the curious expression of his junior brother, Shihao pondered for a moment. It had been merely 2.5 days since his cultivation was restored. Lin Bai was astounded. 2.5 days. After 10 years of diligent practice, I remain at the initial stage of qi refinement. Have I been cultivating to no avail? Upon entering the Qingyun mountain range, both Long Bingning and Lu Shui sensed an extraordinary atmosphere. The spiritual energy here was several times denser than that of the outside world. As they ventured deeper, the energy only grew more potent. By the time they reached the mountain gate, the spiritual energy rivaled that of the central domain. Indeed, it was a hidden great sect. Selected for its extraordinary location, Long Bingning narrowed her beautiful eyes, realizing the truth of the matter. With a wave of his hand, Feng Qingyang summoned a staircase that extended 100 miles down the mountain, shrouded in mist, creating an ethereal scene reminiscent of a pathway to the celestial realm. Let us proceed, he beckoned, leading them up the staircase into the Qingyun Sect. Upon entering, they were greeted by a breathtaking vista. Various pavilions and towers were artfully arranged, with the profound flow of spiritual energy swirling around, transforming the surroundings into a veritable paradise. Senior sister, have we arrived in a realm of immortals? Exclaimed the newly arrived Lin Bai and his companions, much like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, utterly bewildered. Shihao chuckled to himself at their astonished expressions. Haha, this sensation is delightful. I recall wearing a similar expression upon my arrival. In the Qingyun Hall, Feng Qingyang gestured for them to take a seat and instructed Shi how to serve tea. The tea was of no exceptional quality, merely the Dao tea obtained from the system a couple of days prior. Long Bingning and Lu Shui sat down with a sense of restraint, lifting their cups and drinking heartily. The refreshing tea flowed down their throats, transforming into a resonance of the Dao throughout their bodies. This is Dao tea, Long Bingning exclaimed in surprise, recognizing it as a rarity even in their Yuqing palace, having only seen it during grand banquets hosted by their sect master for esteemed guests. It's nothing special. Make do with it, Feng Qingyang said earnestly, contemplating what excuse he could concoct to procure better tea from the system. The tea elicited no remarkable response within him. The system retorted, you fool. Dao tea is a precious treasure of the sect, a rarity that even sages may not have the fortune to taste. For an ordinary person to drink, it is already an immense stroke of luck. How many times have you flaunted this? Don't you have any self-awareness? Drinking so much without a reaction is absurd. Observing Long Bingning's astonishment, Lin Bai pondered that those from the central domain were indeed taken aback. This tea was undoubtedly extraordinary, and he too drank it in one gulp. Feeling the flow of the Dao within his body, it surged and impacted him continuously. So, junior brother, have you felt any changes? Shihao inquired with curiosity, observing Lin Bai, who had consumed ample amounts of the tea, already aware of its profound nature. Burp. Senior brother. Alas, I remain at the initial stage of qi refinement. Lin Bai sighed, the bitterness evident in his tone. Aside from sensing the fullness of his initial stage, his realm had not altered. Senior sister, I believe I have seen this tea before at our esteemed master's place. He treasures it dearly, remarked Lu Shui, referring to the master of Yuqing Palace. After finishing the tea and engaging in light conversation, Long Bingning rose solemnly and stated, Master Feng, your sect has offended the transcendent Holy Land in the central region, as well as the Tianji Pavilion. It would be prudent to prepare for what lies ahead. Caution is the mother of safety. If any trouble arises, Yuqing Palace can provide some support. As the senior sister of Yuqing Palace and a direct disciple of the palace leader, she wielded considerable influence. Her status akin to that of a holy son from a sacred land. Yuqing Palace itself was a transcendent power, well aware of many secrets. None of the transcendent powers were simple entities. I appreciate your kind intentions, Miss Lang, but my Qingyun Sect possesses numerous formidable experts in the presence of Qingyun Sect. These two forces are but ephemeral insects, easily swept away, Feng Qingyang replied, nonchalantly. With an emperor-ranked ancestor guarding Qingyun Sect, what were transcendent holy lands? Even if imperial-level forces were to arrive, they would harbor no fear. Upon witnessing Feng Qingyang's indifference, Long Bingning refrained from further discussion. There was no need for Feng Qingyang to elaborate. When Qingyun Sect contended for supremacy in the central region, the world would come to recognize its might. He then began to examine the system interface. The system rewards from Lin Bai had been nearly exhausted. The silver summoning card had been utilized, summoning an external elder at the peak of the broken sky, while the 10,000 sword tomb now lay within the back mountains of Qingyun Sect. He sensed an increase in the presence of a potent sword intent emanating from the mountains, albeit subdued by the pressure of the 9 tripod. It would serve as an excellent training ground for disciples, and which disciple might acquire a divine sword would depend entirely on their own fortunes. Presently, he only needed to tailor a cultivation method for his disciples. Lin Bai, come here, he called out. Master. Lin Bai, still engulfed in sorrow, hurried forward upon hearing the call. I have discerned the reasons behind your prolonged inability to break through. I possess an item that, when bestowed upon you, will resolve your predicament. From now on, you shall be a direct disciple of this sect, just like Sure Hao. Initially elated at the prospect of resolving his cultivation issues, Lin Bai was taken aback upon learning he would be accepted as a direct disciple. Thank you, Master, he exclaimed, regaining his composure. Cole Bingning and Lu Shui, seated nearby, were equally curious, pondering why the powerful and enigmatic Master Feng would take on a seemingly inept disciple. This youth must harbor a significant secret. Open your consciousness, Lin Bai was instructed, and he complied obediently. System, we may commence. A beam of violet light soared from Feng Qingyang's hand into Lin Bai's sea of consciousness. Your physique is the legendary Azure Lotus Sword Body, and the reason you have been unable to break through lies in the absence of a corresponding cultivation technique to refine the spiritual energy. Thus, all the energy you have cultivated has been absorbed by the sword body. With the acquisition of this Azure Lotus Sword scripture, your sword body will be activated, and your cultivation will advance at an astonishing pace. The Azure Lotus Sword Body, a fabled physique, born for the sword, destined to shatter the heavens with a single strike upon achieving mastery. Long Bingning was once again astounded. The number of shocks she experienced today could suffice for a decade. She had heard her master mention a fully realized Azure Lotus Sword Body from the Middle Ages, who had defied the heavens and slain an emperor during the peak of the Holy King era, later revered as the Sword God. She never anticipated that such a divine physique would manifest in the eastern region today. Moments later, outside the Grand Hall, after an hour had passed, Lin Bai, seated in meditation, joyfully opened his eyes. Master, I have broken through. Upon mastering the first layer of the Azure Lotus Sword Scripture, the stagnant energy within him surged forth like a torrent, violently shattering the barriers of his cultivation. Initial stage of Qi refinement, mid-stage, late stage, peak. Initial stage of foundation establishment, mid-stage, late stage, peak. He halted only upon reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended 7 realms. As Lin Bai spoke, a celestial phenomenon unfolded. Azure lotuses erupted from the ground, coalescing around Lin Bai's feet, continuously cleansing his body. The extraordinary spectacle and the azure lotuses soon dissipated, and Lin Bai felt as though he had been reborn. At that moment, he felt inclined to compose a poem. 10 years of hardship, lost in delay, endured disdain and scornful dismay. At last, the divine body awakens, the Azure Lotus breaks through. My essence taken. Indeed, the sword body had been activated, and his realms had continuously advanced. No wonder he was the disciple chosen by the system. Breaking through was as effortless as drinking water, though he still fell short compared to me. Just as Lin Bai was about to utter something, a powerful sword intent emanated from the back mountain. Master, could it be that some renowned sword practitioner from the sect is training back there? He exclaimed. What a formidable sword intent! The senior brother, Shi Hao, speculated that it might be a wandering sword master returning. Feng Qingyang, sensing with his divine awareness, discovered that the disturbance came from the sword mound. Upon glancing at the awakened sword body of Lin Bai, he understood and smiled silently. While Shi Hao and the others were still marveling at the overwhelming sword intent, a 3-foot azure peak sword broke through the air. Its chilling sword intent spiraling around Lin Bai before steadily landing in his grasp. Master, so the powerful sword intent emanates from this sword. The Azure Lotus Divine Sword, exclaimed Lung Bingning, who was well versed in such matters. She had seen this sword depicted in a sword manual. It was indeed the sword of the previously mentioned sword god. However, she thought that this sword had disappeared along with the sword god during the Middle Ages. Why would it appear here? Oh, Miss Lang, you recognize this sword? Feng Qingyang inquired upon hearing her speak its name. He himself did not recognize the sword, only knowing from the system that the sword mound housed countless divine swords. Yes, I once chanced upon this sword in a manual. It is called the Azure Lotus Divine Sword, the sword of the sword god from the Middle Ages. The sword, wielded by the sword deity, vanquished the Holy Emperor, securing its place at the pinnacle of the sword compendium. Coincidentally, this sword deity also possessed the Azure Lotus Sword Body, leading to the sword being aptly named the Azure Lotus Sword. Indeed, this sword was fortuitously acquired by our Qingyun Sect during the Middle Ages, and it seems to have a connection with my disciple, as it flew to him of its own accord, remarked Feng Qingyang, his face betraying no sign of embarrassment. The Middle Ages, tens of millions of years ago. It is evident that the Qingyun Sect is an esteemed and secluded sect with a legacy spanning eons. It is no wonder that the sect boasts such profound heritage. In truth, Feng Qingyang's words were a blend of truth and embellishment. While the Qingyun Sect has indeed endured for tens of millions of years, it has merely survived, and the bitterness of its history remains unspoken. Disciple, you have heard, right? Since this divine sword is fated to be yours, I bestow it upon you as a gift for your entry into the sect, he proclaimed. Thank you, Master. Rest assured, I shall not tarnish the reputation of this sword or the sword deity, responded Lin Bai, his hands caressing the sword's body. The Azure Lotus Sword shall henceforth be our shared guardian of the sect and our loved ones. From this moment, the tale of Lin Bai began. The divine sword resonated, its spirit awakening as if in reply to Lin Bai. Meanwhile, ancestor Li Qingyun felt a twinge of frustration. He had grown accustomed to the celestial phenomena that emerged from the sect every few days, to the point of numbness. In his own days of cultivation, he had not possessed such innate talent, relying instead on relentless trials and fortuitous encounters to ascend to the realm of the Emperor. Upon arriving at the sword mound in the back mountains, he sensed something unusual at once. Initially uncertain of its nature, he assumed it was a scheme devised by the sect leader. However, as the powerful sword intent surged forth, he found himself irresistibly drawn to it, gazing longingly at the myriad of swords buried within, yet unable to approach. Witnessing the new disciple of the sect leader conjuring such a spectacle, he could no longer restrain himself. Was it ultimately that I, at the emperor level, am unworthy? Chapter 13, Talent Assessment, The Gift of an Emperor. You all come along with our sect, ordered Feng Qingyang. Shortly thereafter, he led several individuals through a winding path to a location on the back mountain of Qingyun Sect. Upon arrival, they beheld a colossal bell, the 9-tripod Great Bell, exuding an aura of profound destiny. This is our Qingyun Sect's treasure, the 9-tripod Great Bell. Although a treasure, it serves merely as a tool for testing talent. The bell emanated an aura surpassing that of imperial artifacts. Could it be a celestial artifact? Lang Bingning found herself increasingly perplexed by the Qingyun Sect. Goodness, a celestial artifact has surfaced? Is it possible that the Qingyun Sect is merely a minor branch of an upper realm celestial sect? You utilize celestial artifacts for talent assessment. This bell also possesses the ability to gauge talent. It is quite suitable for your evaluation. You may go first, Shi Hao. Strike it with your spiritual energy. 3 bell tolls signify a genius. 5 tolls denote a prodigy. 6 tolls indicate monstrous talent. 7 tolls reveal an unparalleled prodigy, 1 in a billion. 8 tolls guarantee ascendance to emperor, and 9 tolls herald a being above the emperor, a favored child of heaven, graced by fortune. Feng Qingyang instructed Shihao while introducing the bell to the others. Very well, master. Shihao stretched his limbs and then summoned his spiritual energy, striking the 9 tripod with great force. Lin Bai and Lang Bingning, along with others, eagerly observed the scene. After hearing Feng Qingyang's clear and articulate words, they were also tempted to give it a try. Bang! A resounding collision echoed through the air. Dong, dong, dong. The bell tolled 9 times before it finally ceased. 9 chimes of the bell signified the presence of an emperor, a child of destiny, endowed with auspicious fortune. The group recalled Feng Qingyang's words and simultaneously turned their astonished gazes towards Shihao. Master, the bell has tolled 9 times. Lin Bai exclaimed. Indeed, as expected. Your senior brother possesses the supreme sacred body, a natural-born sovereign, so it is only natural for him to achieve 9 chimes. Lin Bai, you should also give it a try. Yes, master. Without hesitation, Lin Bai stepped forward. In the past, he would not have had the courage to stand before the 9 cauldrons. 10 years ago, at the initial stage of qi refinement, he wouldn't have even dared to attempt such a test. But today was different. Lin Bai similarly channeled his spiritual energy and struck the 9 cauldrons. Dong, dong, dong. The bell resonated 9 times before finally coming to a halt. Feng Qingyang nodded in satisfaction. Lady Long, would you like to try as well? Sister, go ahead and give it a shot. Sister, you possess the Jade Bone Ice Body. You will surely elicit a great number of chimes. Lu Shui urged from the side. Very well, I shall give it a try. Long Bingning, curious about her own potential, approached. Her physique, the Jade Bone Ice Body, ranked among the finest, naturally endowing her with exceptional talent. She began to circulate her spiritual energy, her hair moving as if caught in an unseen wind. With her peach blossom-like eyes focused on the 9 cauldrons, she struck with force. Dong, 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 dong. As the 7th chime approached its conclusion, a faint 8th chime rang out. 8 chimes of the bell foretold her destiny as a future emperor. Delighted with the result, Long Bingning felt content, even though it paled in comparison to Feng Qingyang's 2 disciples. What could she possibly compare? Though her current cultivation level surpassed theirs in the realm of geniuses, was it truly measured by mere levels? Did they not witness one break through the 7th realm in an instant, and another reach the nascent soul stage in merely 2.5 days, cultivating at a pace akin to flying? Sister, you possess the potential of an emperor, Lu Shui remarked, filled with admiration for her elder sister, a being of the emperor realm. Such strength surpassed even that of their master, a formidable force on the continent, immeasurable and unassailable, with imperial might that made all races bow in submission, ruling the world. The ancestor also took note. Although the 9 cauldrons were extraordinarily powerful, he harbored serious doubts regarding the accuracy of the test. Here he stood, a true emperor realm cultivator, yet the bell had only tolled 6 times. Simply outrageous. Was it possible that his emperor status was a mere stroke of luck? Junior sister, why not give it a try? Perhaps your talent surpasses that of elder sister. Lung Bingning suggested with a smile to Lu Shui. All right, sister. Lu Shui eagerly approached the 9 cauldrons, channeling her spiritual energy to strike. This time, the bell tolled 7 times before falling silent. A prodigy of unparalleled caliber, 1 in a billion. It was evident that each direct disciple of such a transcendent power was anything but ordinary. Sister, it tolled 7 times. Haha, my talent is also commendable.
Once they had all completed their tests, they turned their attention to Feng Qingyang, who stood nearby with his hands clasped behind his back. At the same time,
a thought crossed his mind. I wonder how remarkable Master and the Wind Sect Leader's talents are. Master, I am curious to know how many times you can strike the chime. Shihao could not contain his curiosity as he inquired. Among them, only Shihao had not witnessed Feng Qingyang's prowess, yet none could overlook his enigmatic strength. The intimidating aura, viewing the sacred land as mere ants, strategizing with disdainful composure. It was hardly a question. Master must surely strike 9 times. Lin Bai articulated what they all unanimously believed. The talent of our sect speaks for itself. Seeing that the others had completed their tests, Feng Qingyang decided to give it a try himself. He harbored a hint of curiosity, yet was undeniably confident that 9 strikes were inevitable. My unparalleled divine body, the supreme body of the heavens, is not to be trifled with. With a casual punch, he struck the 9 ding. The entire chime resonated, emanating a dazzling light, a beam shooting into the heavens, stirring the very fabric of the universe. Dong, dong, dong. The chime resonated 10 times. What was initially a casual test unexpectedly shattered the limits of the chime. 10 signifies perfection, indicating that his talent had reached its zenith, leaving no room for further enhancement. Should he feel elated or sorrowful? It posed a perplexing dilemma. Alas, Master indeed possesses astonishing talent. I cannot compare. The previously self-satisfied Shi Hao and Lin Bai were instantaneously awestruck by their master's capabilities. What significance do 9 strikes hold when one's own master has transcended the limits, achieving the status of limitless? The sisters Lung Bingning and Lung Yining spent some time at Qingyun Sect before bidding farewell to Feng Qingyang. They had already been away for a considerable duration. If they did not return soon, Master would surely chide them. Sect Leader Feng, until we meet again. You must visit my Yuqing Palace when you come to the central domain. Farewell, ladies. I shall make a visit when the opportunity arises. In this lonely journey through the cold river, old acquaintances in the martial world meet. What need is there for prior familiarity? Lung Bingning was among the first in this extraordinary realm willing to extend a helping hand to him, aside from the previously promised wealthy benefactor. For the Lung sisters returning to the central domain, this journey to the eastern domain was indeed worthwhile, filled with unforgettable experiences from Qingyun Sect. After the sisters departed, Shi Hao and Lin Bai entered the training hall to cultivate fervently, leaving Feng Qingyang in solitude. Master, Feng Qingyang, cultivation level, peak transformation realm, disciples, Shi Hao, Lin Bai. Physique, Supreme Divine Body, Sect, level 1, 510,000. Oh, why has the sect value risen? He had not noticed it before. Recruiting disciples, summoning strong individuals. The number of sect experts, the number of sect disciples, sect influence, and the completeness of the sect all contribute to increasing sect points. Please continue your efforts, Master. Establishing the foremost divine sect is of utmost urgency, so this can lead to an increase, Feng Qingyang pondered. Perhaps I should directly go outside to recruit or seize strong individuals, enticing them with benefits or coercion to join the sect for ease. Indeed, the Qingyun Sect is currently understaffed and lacks completeness. Several tasks like the alchemy hall are left unattended. Perhaps one day, when time permits, I shall seek out some alchemists to join us. Chapter 14, Journey to the Wilderness. The Wang family strikes the following day. Shi Hao and Lin Bai emerged from the training hall. Haha, senior brother, I have made significant progress with my Azure Lotus Sword technique. Lin Bai exclaimed joyfully. Is that so? Congratulations, junior brother. I too have advanced further with my Supreme Reincarnation technique. Shi Hao replied with a satisfied nod. After sensing the spiritual energy within him once more, Lin Bai suggested, endless solitary cultivation is not sufficient. How about we spar, senior brother? Certainly. I was just lamenting the lack of opportunity to showcase my skills. I will suppress my realm, and we shall have a friendly match. Elated by his junior's proposal, Shi Hao, a fervent combat enthusiast and dedicated practitioner, readily agreed. Our master has always said that cultivation is like rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. Practical combat is the swiftest path to improvement. Hold on, I never said that. You two shouldn't overexert yourselves. If you push yourselves too hard, I may just take it easy. Wen Qingyang interjected. The two promptly made their way to the martial arts hall of the sect. Hee, senior brother. I shall not hold back. Do be careful, Lin Bai warned, drawing his sword. Aware of his senior's formidable prowess, having witnessed him single-handedly challenge numerous talented disciples, he initiated the duel with fervor. Bring it on. Shi Hao responded enthusiastically, unleashing his Supreme Reincarnation technique. Their fists and swords collided fiercely. Spiritual energy and sword chi intertwining chaotically. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Shi Hao executed his most powerful martial technique, each strike creating sonic booms in the air. Excellent technique. Lin Bai countered with the first form of the Azure Lotus Sword technique. Azure Lotus guides the way. The sword danced in his hands with exquisite precision, countering Shi Hao's attacks while conjuring countless Azure Lotuses from the ground, the sharp sword chi surging towards Shi Hao. Sword intent. Shi Hao was taken aback by his junior's rapid comprehension of sword intent. However, Lin Bai lacked practical combat experience and was soon outmatched. It was understandable. He had only recently entered the chi refinement stage. Who could he possibly practice with? It felt as though he were bullying a child. Yet even children had higher cultivation levels than him. Senior brother, you are truly remarkable. I concede defeat, Lin Bai said calmly, accepting his loss with grace. Not at all. Junior brother, you merely lack practical experience. Engage in more battles, and you will catch up. Shi Hao recalled their master's words. Practical combat is the fastest method of progress. Lin Bai suddenly remembered something. By the way, senior brother, I must leave the sect for a few days. I hastily arrived the other day without informing my family. I should share the good news about my cultivation and joining the sect. Upon hearing this, Sure Hao replied, Then, junior brother, I wish you a safe journey. Thank you. Senior brother, I shall inform our master now. Moments later, in the Qingyun Hall, Feng Qingyang inquired, You plan to leave the sect for a few days? I see you are missing your fiancée. He smiled knowingly, having overheard Lin Bai's earlier words during the disciple recruitment event. Very well. I shall accompany you on your journey. Since there are no pressing tasks at the moment, it would be far more enjoyable to explore the world together rather than remain idly in the sect. He had just traversed into this realm and had yet to experience its wonders. The only adventure he had known was begging his way to Qingyun. That would be splendid. Thank you, master. Lin Bai responded, overwhelmed with gratitude. Wilderness. Great Zhou Dynasty. Tianwu City. The two, Feng Qingyang and Lin Bai, arrived at Tianwu City after a swift journey. To be cautious, Elder Yi Bai accompanied them, but Feng Qingyang instructed him to remain concealed in the shadows. At last, we have arrived. Ahead lies Tianwu City. Lin Bai exclaimed joyfully, feeling an unprecedented thrill coursing through him. In just a few days, he had undergone a remarkable transformation that would undoubtedly astonish outsiders. Once again, the youth drew his bow, unafraid of the passage of time or the gusts of wind. I, Lin Bai, am no longer a mere jest. Come, master. I shall take you to the finest establishment in town to enjoy some music. Having once struggled in his cultivation, Lin Bai had become quite adept at indulging in the pleasures of life. Ahem. Apprentice, your words excite me. Feng Qingyang responded. Is that establishment truly respectable? Upon entering the city, Lin Bai sensed a rather solemn atmosphere. His reputation had grown immensely, and he was quickly recognized. Look. Isn't that the young master of the Lin family, Lin Bai? Huh. Why has he returned so suddenly? The Wang family is currently embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with the Lin family. Does he intend to share in his family's fate? Though he may be somewhat useless, he still possesses a modicum of spirit. I heard that his childhood sweetheart has joined a dominant force. Could that be true? Indeed, it is true. I have reliable information. A beautiful flower has been planted in a pile of dung. Before long, Lin Bai and Feng Qingyang arrived at the Lin family estate. The guards, armed with swords at the entrance, hurried to report his return. The young master has returned. The young master has returned. Lin Bai furrowed his brow at the sight of the guards, which had multiplied several folds since his absence, all standing at the ready. Something felt amiss. Had there been an upheaval in the Lin family during his brief absence? He promptly entered the family compound, making his way to the Great Hall. Wonderful news. Brother Lin has returned. He is safe. The Lin family members he encountered along the way greeted him with joy at his safe return, further reassuring him. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Lin Bai was taken aback to find all the elders gathered, seemingly engaged in serious discussion. Buyer, you're safe. That is splendid. Lin Zhan exclaimed, visibly relieved at his son's return. The elders within the hall expressed their concern for him. What has happened, father? Lin Bai inquired. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the despicable Wang family, in alliance with the Bai family, launched a surprise attack against us, catching us off guard and inflicting considerable damage on our clan, Lin Zhan replied angrily. They demand your surrender for the murder of their young master. Coupled with your days of silence, we feared you had fallen victim to them. Thankfully, you have returned unharmed. Feng Qingyang entered the hall, having overheard their conversation, and recalled the clown who had been effortlessly turned to mist. Father, it is my fault. I killed Wang Tian, Lin Bai confessed. Do not blame yourself, buyer. I have long held disdain for the Wang family. A confrontation was inevitable, Lin Zhan reassured him. Indeed, the Wang family has persistently opposed our Lin family. They shall be extinguished in due time. The elders chimed in. Well done, young master. Wang Zhan and the other elders remarked as another figure entered from outside. A young man, clad in white, appeared as pure as snow, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. By air, who is this? Allow me to introduce my esteemed master, who also serves as the leader of the Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect? That name sounds familiar, yet I cannot recall why. Those forces that suffered at the hands of the Qingyun Sect have kept the news under wraps, deliberating on countermeasures, which is why the information has yet to surface. By air, you have joined a sect. Lin Zhan exclaimed with delight. After 10 long years, a sect was finally willing to accept him. Yes, father. Moreover, with my master's assistance, I have awakened my physique and transcended my cultivation level. Please, feel it. With that, Lin Bai emanated his own aura. Peak Foundation Establishment. This display left the Lin family utterly astonished for a millennium. In just a few days, he had shattered multiple realms. The once fallen prodigy had returned as a king. The Lin family was on the verge of rising. Many elders were moved to tears. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Lin Zhan, overwhelmed with excitement, could scarcely find words. So it turns out, this is Bai Er's master. Master, please have a seat. Someone, bring the finest tea. Lin Zhan hastily urged, regaining his composure. Chapter 15. Annihilating enemies with a snap of the fingers. The Lin family's allegiance. There is no need for formality. Family head Lin. Lin Bai is my disciple of the Qingyun Sect, and my direct apprentice. Thus, we are all family here. By the way, regarding the Wang family, we have already declared that Wang Tian's demise signifies their end. They have had their time to frolic. It is now time to fulfill our promise. Feng Qingyang's words stunned the Lin family. The esteemed Wang family, a top-tier power, could be condemned to death by a mere flick of a young man's words? What kind of force was the Qingyun Sect? Could it be a hegemonic power? Master Feng, the Wang family has allied with the Bai family, and they possess 4 grandmasters. Their strategy must be calculated. Our Lin family has only 2 grandmasters, while both the Wang and Bai families also possess 2 each. The 3 great families jointly controlled Tianwu City, maintaining a balance of power. It is unclear how the Wang family has secured the Bai family's allegiance. Indeed, Master Feng, the Wang family is exceedingly cunning. We have suffered losses at their hands. Father, there is no need for concern. Our Qingyun Sect is replete with experts. A mere Wang family dares not challenge us. Lin Bai, seasoned by the world, remained remarkably composed. My disciple speaks the truth. The insignificant Wang family can be extinguished with a mere snap of the fingers. Seeing the confidence of this enigmatic master, family head Lin Zhan stood resolutely. In that case, I hereby declare, as the head of the Lin family, that we are willing to follow Master Feng's command. Willing to follow Master Feng's command, Lin Zhan declared. With the elders echoing their agreement, there is no need for anyone to act. Yi Bai, pay a visit to the Wang family. Feng Qingyang snapped his fingers casually, then instructed those above. Yes, master. A middle-aged man's voice responded from above, without a hint of aura leaking. Lin Zhan gazed in shock at Feng Qingyang, who sat below, calmly sipping tea, his heart filled with awe. What kind of formidable being was Bai Er's master? His cultivation was evidently at the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm. Yet he had perceived nothing of the hidden presence, indicating that the individual's power far surpassed his own. Could it be the realm of void shattering? The formidable cultivators must heed the commands of their counterpart, revealing the sheer terror they embody. Moments later, the grand hall of the Wang family was filled with people. The patriarch of the Wang family declared, "It is settled. We shall annihilate the Lin family, and all their resources will rightfully belong to the Bai family." Indeed, responded the head of the Bai family, "As long as we can eradicate the Lin family, everything they possess shall be yours." The audacious Lin family dared to slay Tian'er. I could scarcely contain my desire to consume your flesh and wear your skin. Wang Tian is their only son, endowed with exceptional talent among his peers. He has boasted that my son Wang Tian possesses the potential to become an emperor. Last time, our attack inflicted severe losses on the Lin family. If we join forces this time, they are surely doomed, the patriarch of the Wang family said. Unbeknownst to them, their demise was imminent. All members of the Wang family, come forth and face your doom. A thunderous voice resounded from above. Who dares to be so audacious? The Wang family retorted, furious that someone would dare to wreak havoc in their domain. The disciples of the Wang family were incensed. They had always been the bullies. And now someone dared to challenge them? In the past, any insurmountable issue in the city was resolved with but a single utterance. My father, Wang Er. The patriarch and the elders of the Wang family, filled with rage, rushed out to confront the audacious intruder. Upon exiting, they beheld the solitary figure of Yi Bai in the sky. Which nameless fool seeks death? The patriarch, already brimming with ire, was further incensed by the audacity of this lone individual daring to disrupt the Wang family, seeing that his opponent not only refused to surrender, but also dared to retaliate. Yi Bai acted without hesitation. The terrifying prowess at the pinnacle of the broken sky realm stirred the very heavens and earth. Those of lesser cultivation within the Wang family were instantly crushed by this overwhelming force. The patriarch and the elders were equally afflicted, paralyzed by the oppressive aura. Patriarch, when did you offend such a formidable being? If you wish to die, do not drag the Bai family down with you, exclaimed a terrified member of the Bai family. Esteemed sir, I believe I have not wronged you. Why do you assail the Wang family? Stammered the pale-faced patriarch of the Wang family. You have offended someone beyond your means to confront, Ye Bai replied coldly, believing it prudent for them to understand their folly. Upon hearing this, the Bai family members hastily interjected, "Wait, esteemed elder. It is the accursed Wang family that has wronged you. We are of the Bai family. Could you spare us? I am willing to offer all my assets to you." "Oh, of the Bai family? How splendid. A twofold gain. It saves me another trip," Ye Bai replied. With that, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, its overwhelming pressure crashing down upon them. With a thunderous roar, the Wang family was reduced to rubble. Soon, the news of the Wang family's annihilation spread throughout the city. "Have you heard? The prestigious Wang family has been obliterated. I just learned of it. It is said that they offended a mysterious powerhouse, and the Bai family was also implicated. The patriarch and elders of the Bai family have all been eradicated, leaving the Bai family in name only." All the tea houses and taverns in Tianwu City buzzed with discussion about this event. Speculation arose regarding whether the mysterious powerhouse had been summoned by the Lin family in response to the Wang and Bai family's joint assault. Before long, the Lin family. In the grand hall of the Lin family, Feng Qingyang was invited to take the esteemed seat. The news of the Wang family's annihilation arrived swiftly, leaving everyone astounded by the terror of the Qingyun Sect, capable of extinguishing the Wang family with but a snap of the fingers. "Master Feng, here lies the entirety of the resources from the Wang and Bai families. I humbly present them to you," Lin Zhan stated, handing over a spatial ring. With the Wang and Bai families decimated, the Lin family now stood unrivaled in Tianwu City. Feng Qingyang graciously accepted, for no sect could ever have too many resources. "By the way, Master Feng, we have another request. Our Lin family wishes to become an affiliated force of the Qingyun Sect, and we hope for your approval." Lin Zhan and all the elders of the Lin family bowed respectfully. Feng Qingyang acquiesced. The Lin family did not engage in the treachery common among other clans. Standing united in purpose, as a top-tier force, they did not diminish the stature of the Qingyun Sect, and in time, with Lin Bai's growth, the Lin family might very well ascend to imperial status. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task and acquiring an affiliated force. Sect value increases by 1,000. Ah, a delightful surprise. Feng Qingyang mused. Does the system grant sect value for acquiring any force? Indeed. The system will assess the level of the affiliated force and allocate corresponding sect value. However, to prevent the host from being trapped, forces that are coerced into joining will not count. The system interrupted his thoughts. What nonsense. As the esteemed sect master, would I ever resort to coercion? My approach is one of inducement. Master, visitors from the Nian family have arrived. Chapter 16. The Ruthless Sword Manual, Severing Old Affections. Visitors from the Nian family? The Nian family is a premier force in Tianwu City and is on amicable terms with the Lin family. Lin Bai's childhood sweetheart, Nian Qing, is the daughter of the Nian family as master. "Haha, my good brother Lin, how have you fared?" A hearty voice rang out first. Three figures then entered the hall. The master of the Nian family clad in splendid garments, Nian Qing, who occupied Lin Bai's thoughts, and an unfamiliar middle-aged woman. "Qinga," Lin Bai greeted with joy, but he noticed that she seemed to shy away from him, unable to meet his gaze. Feng Qingyang, with keen perception, noted this exchange, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Here it comes, the anticipated annulment of the engagement. He thought, initially astonished that Lin Bai, having been a wastrel for a decade, had not yet faced the customary procedure of annulment. The delay suggested a blessing was forthcoming, but it turned out that the timing simply had not arrived. "Brother Nian, did you come for a particular matter?" Lin Zhan inquired from below. The master of the Nian family, momentarily taken aback, glanced at the mysterious young man seated in the main position, pondering who he was and why he occupied such a seat. He quickly dismissed the thought and spoke. "Brother Lin, I have come today with a request." Hearing this, Lin Zhan chuckled. "Haha, Brother Nian, please feel free to speak." Lin Zhan was in high spirits today. Buoyed by joyous events, his son's successful cultivation, the downfall of their adversary, the Wang family, and their affiliation with the mighty Qingyun Sect. The master of the Nian family, surprised, wondered what joyous occasion had transpired. Could it be that Lin Zhan had fathered another child in his later years? He soon relaxed, saying, "I have come to discuss the annulment of Qing'er's engagement." "Very well, I accept," Lin Zhan replied. Lin Zhan blurted out, but once he realized the implications, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. "I can't believe it. Qing'er, is this true?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bai sprang to his feet, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. "Nian Yang, what do you mean by that?" Once he regained his composure, Lin Zhan's expression darkened. directly uttering the name of the head of the Yin family. It's quite literal. By the way, I've heard that your Lin family suffered heavy losses from an attack by the Wang and Bai families. My Yin family is not one to forget old ties. If you agree, we can resolve your troubles in exchange for some resources. Of course, we would also require the assistance of an elder. Qingyun turned to the middle-aged woman with deference. The Lin family, facing a life-and-death crisis, would surely acquiesce. In doing so, Qing'er's engagement could be annulled, and they might even profit from the situation, garnering a favorable reputation, truly a trifecta of benefits. Qingyun was certain that Lin Zhan would comply and was already scheming in his mind. The insignificant Wang family would be no challenge, a warning would suffice, and he could swiftly resolve Qing'er's predicament. The middle-aged woman remarked impatiently, Fine. The Lin family is quite capable on its own. We don't require your intervention. Your information is outdated. Are you unaware that both the Wang and Bai families have been eradicated? The Yin family's plight upon arriving in Tianwu City was dire. Without the Lin family's support, they would not have achieved their current status as a first-rate family, thriving over the past decade thanks to the Lin family's resources and prestige. Today, the true nature of the Yin family has been laid bare. The Wang and Bai families have been destroyed. Qingyun was equally stunned. The three of them had just returned from outside the city and had rushed directly to the Lin family, thus missing this explosive news. Could it be that they had offended some formidable figure? He had not considered that it might be the Lin family responsible for such devastation. They were barely managing to protect themselves, let alone extinguish their adversaries. Qing'er, is this truly the case? Why? Lin Bai's face was a mask of disbelief, his heart aching like a knife wound. What more is there to question? You, a mere waste, think you deserve my disciple? The middle-aged woman barked. Brother Lin Bai, I have joined the Overlord-level force, Ruoshui Sect. My master is right. We are no longer of the same ilk. Qing's words left Lin Bai in utter disbelief. The vows they once shared had become a mere jest. In any case, you will agree today, whether you wish to or not. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. The middle-aged woman's declaration sent a wave of tension through the room. I am keen to see how you intend to be ungracious. Feng Qingyang had somehow positioned himself next to Lin Bai. Lin Bai cast a grateful glance at Feng Qingyang. What of the Overlord-level forces? He too had his master and sect. Could they dismiss him simply because he was deemed a waste due to his lack of talent? Have you ever heard the saying? 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not despise the youth for their poverty. Feng Qingyang was speechless, even at this moment. The young man sought to show off. And then what? Do not belittle the middle-aged for their poverty. Do not scorn the elderly for their poverty. The dead hold the greatest weight? The middle-aged woman cast a proud glance at Lin Bai and coldly remarked, Let it not be said that I am bullying you. Here is the deal. If you are dissatisfied, I will personally arrange a century-long pact for you and Qing'er. Should you manage to defeat her, I will offer my sincere apologies to you and the Lin family. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang's gaze turned icy. A century? Who has time to indulge in such games? 100 years is far too long. We strive to seize the day. Let us compete today. If she triumphs over Lin Bai, I shall take responsibility for the marriage's annulment. However, if she fails, she will be dismissed and compelled to leave Tianwu City. Feng Qingyang pointed towards Qing and declared, What need have we for a century-long agreement? That tactic will not suffice. At this, Qingyang and the middle-aged woman exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with excitement. It was a golden opportunity. Qing, in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, would undoubtedly prevail over a mere qi refining period waste. Lin Zhan, witnessing the sect leader's direct involvement, dared not voice his objections, though he harbored doubts. While Bai Er's talent was remarkable, her realm was a significant hindrance. Soon, they arrived at the Lin family's martial arts arena. Qingyang specifically instructed Qing to show no mercy, emphasizing that this was for the latter's own good, to make the disparity between them abundantly clear. Disciple, today I shall impart to you a powerful sword technique. Listen closely. With a heart devoid of women, the sword shall naturally embody divinity. The first stance of the sword manual, forget your beloved. The second stance, sever the ties of infatuation. The third stance, raise your hand to extinguish the mundane. The fourth stance, angrily slay the former lover. The fifth stance, with a swing of the sword, cut oneself. The sixth stance, a single leaf opens the heavenly gate. There are a total of 6 stances. When you comprehend them fully, your state of mind and swordsmanship will ascend to new heights. Yes, I have memorized them, master. Feng Qingyang observed the earnest expression on his disciple's face and thought to himself, I merely spoke whimsically. This sword manual consists solely of words, relying entirely on personal interpretation. Meanwhile, upon reaching the martial arena, Lin Bai continued to mutter about the sword technique. With a heart devoid of women, the sword shall naturally embody divinity. Go. Brother Lin Bai, you can do it. Go, Brother Lin Bai. Give it your all. The arena was filled with the cheers and encouragement of Lin family disciples and relatives. Yang sneered at this, knowing that mere noise does not equate to true strength. Actions must speak for themselves. Remember my words. Go forth. In the martial arena, Lin Bai and Qing faced each other. Qing initially appeared conflicted, but her expression gradually hardened. In contrast, Lin Bai kept his head lowered. Murmuring to himself, Lin Bai conceded, I will not show mercy. Seeing Lin Bai ignore her, Qing gathered her spiritual energy and lunged at him with all her might. At that moment, when Lin Bai perceived his former beloved aiming to end his life, a sudden clarity enveloped him, plunging him into a profound state of enlightenment. This is enlightenment. Do not hold back. Otherwise, defeat is certain. The middle-aged woman instantly recognized Lin Bai's state and urgently cautioned Qing. Upon hearing this, Qing pushed her inner energy to its limits. With a heart devoid of women, the sword shall naturally embody divinity. Just as Qing's sword was about to pierce him, Lin Bai suddenly opened his eyes. Qingyun sword. In an instant, the Qingyun sword materialized in his hand. Radiating a dazzling brilliance, Lin Bai swiftly drew the sword and advanced to confront his opponent. Chapter 17. Those who defy the Master will shall be punished. The overwhelming force sent Qing flying. You have reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment? Qing asked incredulously. No one remains in despair forever. As long as the heart endures and the ambition persists, even an ant can transform into a dragon, Lin Bai replied, slowly approaching his former beloved with the sword in hand. Come again. What if you have reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment? I am already in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. No matter what, today I cannot lose. He invoked the first sword technique, forget the beloved. Sever the ties of infatuation. Raising his hand, he aimed to obliterate the mundane world. 3 sword moves: thrust, parry, stab. The martial arena resonated with spiritual energy as sword chi danced through the air. With his 3 sword moves, Lin Bai effortlessly disarmed Qing, sending her sword flying. Despair enveloped Qing as she sat on the ground, staring blankly into Lin Bai's eyes, which were filled with a coldness she had never witnessed before. 4th sword technique, FreelyThe slash at the former lover. Just as the Qingyun sword was about to pierce Qing, Lin Bai's demeanor was 9 parts frigid, with a single part of veiled reluctance. Stop. A middle-aged woman soared onto the martial arena, positioning herself before Qing. Qingyun sword technique. Qingyun asks the immortal. Lin Bai abruptly altered his sword style, unleashing the most formidable technique he had comprehended thus far. The sky was filled with Qingyun, transforming into a colossal sword. Advancing towards Lin Bai. In that moment of collision, he was violently repelled. The disparity in realms was insurmountable, a gap that mere talent could not bridge. White. Brother Lin Bai. Lin Bai was thrust from the martial arena, staggering 10 steps before regaining his balance. This transpired in a mere heartbeat, leaving the Lin family in stunned silence. How dare you? Lin Zhan and the other Lin family disciples erupted in fury, on the brink of defeat. You dare to bully the weak with your superior strength, thinking there is no one left in the Lin family? This youth possesses astounding talent, daring to confront me even at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. He cannot be allowed to remain. Otherwise, he will become a grave threat. The middle-aged woman gazed solemnly at Lin Bai below, her heart racing with a fleeting sense of regret. Such formidable talent was indeed worthy of Qing'er, with a little nurturing. He could become a powerful figure. Yet, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. Do you wish to bully the young with your might? Feng Qingyang approached Lin Bai, assessing him with his spiritual sense. He found Lin Bai uninjured, merely depleted from excessive use of spiritual energy, and coldly addressed the middle-aged woman. What of it? In our Water Sect, we fear no one aside from the sacred grounds. The middle-aged woman resorted to intimidation, attempting to exert her influence. Indeed, with a high-ranking elder present, you must retract this marriage. The initially stupefied head of the Yin family suddenly regained composure. What of it if Qing'er loses? The Water Sect is a hegemonic force. Why should I be afraid? Those who rely on others' power. Do you care to guess how the Wang and Bai families met their demise? Feng Qingyang responded coldly to Yang. Yang stood momentarily dumbfounded, realizing that from the moment he entered, something felt amiss. A stranger sat at the head of the Lin family, able to bypass Lin Zhan's authority. Could it be that the Lin family had allied with a powerful entity? What is the Water-If sect, after all? Just like the Wang and Bai families. Extinguishing your existence is as effortless as a mere flick. Pitiful reptiles, destined to be trampled upon throughout their lives. How dare you insult me, Ruoxue? Before the middle-aged woman could finish her words, a colossal visage appeared in the sky. The atmosphere darkened, and thunder crackled. Those who defy the will of the sect master shall be executed. A gigantic hand descended, instantly reducing the middle-aged woman to mere dust. The head of the Yin family was so terrified by this spectacle that he lost control of himself. You see, the power you rely upon is no more than ants before my Qingyun Sect. The talent of your daughter is unworthy even to carry my disciples' shoes. The sect master is mighty. The Qingyun Sect is formidable. As the vassals of the Qingyun Sect, the members of the Lin family took great pride in witnessing this scene. Their hearts swelling with vindication. Discard their cultivation and cast them out. Let them roll out of Tianwu City. After Feng Qingyang uttered these words, he turned and departed, leaving the rest to the Lin family. As for why they were not killed, well, sometimes living can be more tormenting than death. Thus, the Nian father and daughter, stripped of their powers, were thrown out, and the Nian family retreated in disgrace. On this day, the inhabitants of Tianwu City felt as if they were in a dream, overwhelmed by a series of astonishing revelations. First, the Wang and Bai families, two of the three great clans, were completely eradicated. Next, the Lin family, now the undisputed dominant force, declared itself a vassal of the Qingyun Sect. Subsequently, the first-rate power, the Nian family, which had allied with the Lin family, was expelled, with rumors circulating that the Nian family head's cultivation had been abolished, although the Lin family did not explicitly state it. Everyone understood that the Wang and Bai families were undoubtedly annihilated by the Qingyun Sect, to which the Lin family had submitted. Lin Bai and Feng Qingyang, after enjoying some music at the tavern, set off on their journey back to the sect. However, they were in no hurry, walking leisurely, as it was a rare opportunity to explore the scenic landscapes. Ahead lay the border of the Great Zhou. The ancient road was sparsely populated, and the verdant trees provided a refreshing shade, while the wildflowers blooming in the grass added vibrant colors. Once they crossed the border, they would quicken their pace back to the sect. Feng Qingyang recalled the 3-day deadline he had set for those sects, soon approaching. Should they fail to arrive and offer their apologies within this time, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. Chapter 18. The Empress of Great Zhou obtains the key master. It seems there are people fighting ahead. Lin Bai, using his spiritual sense, detected a commotion up ahead with numerous individuals engaged in combat. It does not concern us. They do not offend us, and we shall not offend them. Let us proceed. Yet, the ancient road was a single path, and they continued forward. Haha, Qin Ruoxue, you have nowhere to escape now. Hand over the key obediently, and perhaps I may consider leaving you with a complete corpse. Of course, if I get to play with you a bit longer, that would be even better. My Empress. The general leered at one of the women. General, someone is approaching. A soldier reported urgently to the leading general after spotting their arrival. How disappointing. Go see who it is. On the ancient road, over 50 mounted soldiers were besieging 2 women. You treacherous rebels, do not even think of obtaining the key. I, Qin Ruoxue, will not let you have it, even if it costs me my life. Your Majesty, I will cover for you. You must escape. At this moment, Feng Qingyang and his companion approached. You may continue. We are merely passing through. Halt. Did you hear something? The leading general called out to Feng Qingyang, who was about to depart. The ancient sacred realm is on the verge of opening, and possessing the key grants one a share of its treasures. At such a critical juncture, it is better to err on the side of caution than to let a single individual slip by. My master has stated that we are just passing through. You must have misheard, he replied. How audacious to speak to a general in such a manner. The 2 women, realizing they had captured the attention of the newcomers, sensed an opportunity. Your Majesty, you must flee, one woman urged, forcefully pushing Qin Ruoxue away. Then, with a deafening explosion, she self-destructed, the shockwave toppling the encircling soldiers, resulting in mutual destruction. Frost. Without time for sorrow, Qin Ruoxue turned to escape. Damn it! The general, disregarding Feng Qingyang and his companion, pivoted to pursue Qin Ruoxue. These people are deranged. We have stated that this is none of our concern. Yet they insist on seeking death. Let us depart. Feng Qingyang and Lin Bai continued on their way, nearing the borders of the Great Zhou. Unexpectedly, The pursued woman circled back. Aware that she could not run far due to her injuries, Qin Ruoxue returned and caught up with the two men. Young master, please save me, she implored. Feng Qingyang assessed the approaching woman, having seen her from a distance earlier. He now perceived her beauty up close. She was indeed a vision that could rival the likes of legendary beauties, with an air of heroism in her demeanor. However, the days of relentless pursuit had left her disheveled, tarnishing her allure, and her tattered clothing revealed much of her fair skin beneath. A mere beauty with a fragile existence. Feng Qingyang thought, feeling no emotional stir. Why should I save you? What reason do I have to do so? Merely because you possess a pleasing appearance? Feng Qingyang glanced through the system and discovered that the woman's identity was rather intriguing. Empress of the Great Zhou, Qin Ruoxue, realm, peak of transformation. False news spread by treacherous ministers. The Empress executed loyal officials for a decade, resulting in chaos as rebels usurped her throne and declared themselves emperors. Young master, this is the key to the ancient sacred realm. Now that I am alone, it is of no use to me. I entrust it to you. Qin Ruoxue produced an object from her bosom and handed it to Feng Qingyang. He accepted the key, idly toying with it. Oh, the ancient sacred realm? Indeed, young master. With this key, one can enter the ancient sacred realm, where abundant resources, fortuitous encounters, and inheritances await. In 3 days, the ancient sacred realm will open in the Qingyun dynasty, and with this key in hand, access will be granted. I have no interest whatsoever. What allure could the legacy left by sages hold? Within 3 years, every disciple of the Qingyun Sect will ascend to the rank of emperor. However, the resources therein could be worth considering. No, rather, a fair competition for them. Ding. As the future foremost divine sect of the realms, the disciples are insufficient. A task to recruit a genius disciple has been issued. Completion will yield substantial rewards. A genius disciple is projected to appear in the Qingyun dynasty in 3 days. The host is advised to proceed promptly. Feng Qingyang's eyes brightened at last. He had been yearning for a task from the system for several days. Not out of any misunderstanding, but merely for the rewards it offered. Was this in the Qingyun dynasty? Was he to enter a secret realm? It seemed like fate had smiled upon him as he had just obtained a key to the secret realm himself. However, Qin Ruoxue, upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, exhibited no interest at all. She was already in despair, as the dignified empress found herself at a dead end. Observing the sincerity in her plea for help, Feng Qingyang noted that she was almost on her knees offering treasures to him. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. A woman can both open and close her heart, and this empress has the potential for greatness. Yet, given her earnestness, he found it no trouble to extend her life. However, before he could finish his thought, Qin Ruoxue eagerly interjected, "No need to deliberate. I am willing, my lord. As long as there is life, there is hope. It matters not what one must do to survive, be it serving tea or warming the bed. Nothing is too demeaning in the face of death." In her dire straits, Qin Ruoxue clung desperately to this solitary glimmer of hope. Very well, then, follow me back to my sect. He could have chosen not to assist and walked away with the key, but that would be akin to abandoning a debt after the game was played. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Lin Bai remained silent, his gaze unwavering, having achieved a state of mind unclouded by thoughts of women. His sword drawn with divine purpose. Yet, he yearned to compose a verse. Surprising news awaited at home, a calamity to behold. With a single hand, I vanquished the Wang Bai family. A disdainful engagement annulled. I shall first unsheathe my sword against the one I hold dear. My gratitude for your life-saving grace, my lord. I am Qin Ruoxue. You may call me Ruoxue. She refrained from disclosing her identity as the Empress of the Great Zhou, for the Great Zhou no longer existed. She would wait for a time to rise again. At that moment, the sound of synchronized horse hooves approached from behind. Qin Ruoxue, where do you think you're going? These individuals were indeed in league. No mercy shall be granted. The leading general, upon seeing Qin Ruoxue with the two men, erupted with fury. They first sent someone to divert his attention, only to execute a classic tiger leaves the mountain tactic. This empress possesses a shrewd mind. Xingdaring, the foremost general of the Great Zhou, nearly fell for it. Chapter 19. United in Dominance. The clans conspire, my lord. They are pursuing us. Qin Ruoxue exclaimed anxiously. Utterly depleted of spiritual energy and unable to fight or even flee. Fear not. I have promised to protect you within the Qingyun Sect. Why are you so timid? With our sect by your side, what is there to fear? Yes, Sect Master. Yi Bai, escort them to meet the King of Hell. Feng Qingyang remarked nonchalantly. In the ruthless realm of cultivation, the strong dictate life and death with a single word. He continued on his path without a backward glance. Qin Ruoxue speculated that there must be powerful figures from the Qingyun Sect following them. But who was this king of hell, and why was he to be met? Moments later, the great Zhou Xing Daoring arrived on horseback, but upon finding no sign of the three, he encountered a man in black blocking his way. Hey, why do you impede the path of this general? Step aside at once, or I shall slay you as well. Xing Daorong bellowed, his spiritual energy surging forth. His abilities may have been limited, but his voice was anything but. Today, I have dispatched numerous arrogant fools like you. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai scoffed and cast a curious glance at the group of clowns. Haha, what empty boasts. With the Pear Blossom Mountain splitting axe in my grasp. 1,000 foes would meet their demise without exception, let alone you alone. Charge forth and capture the Empress alive. With a thunderous shout, Xing Daoring led his soldiers into battle. The resounding hooves of spiritual steeds reverberated across the land. Annihilate. With that, Ye Bai channeled the spiritual energy within him, unleashing an immense pressure that shattered the air. Ah, no. A multitude of piercing screams echoed through the skies ahead. In the blink of an eye, Xing Daoring and his companions were crushed into a crimson mist by the overwhelming force. Ye Bai let out a cold chuckle and turned to flee. Such trifling gestures did not require his intervention. A mere hint of his power was sufficient to obliterate them. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang and the others had returned to Qingyun Sect. In an instant, they traversed 1,000 miles. Within the sect, Shi Hao engaged in a game of chess with an elder. Sensed the arrival of his companions and hurried over to investigate. Upon glancing at Lin Bai, Shi Hao felt an inexplicable change in his younger brother. Though his appearance remained the same, his aura had transformed, exuding a sharper intensity. Elder brother. Simultaneously, Shi Hao noticed the enchanting woman beside Feng Qingyang. At first glance, she was strikingly stunning. Truly, the master had an exceptional charm with women. Just days before, he had sent away two, and now he had brought another. What a master indeed! Qin Ruoxue was even more astonished. She had assumed that Qingyun Sect was merely a dominant force. But was it possible that it was a sacred ground? Yet, that didn't seem right. Did sacred lands possess such splendor? As the Empress of the Great Zhou, Qin Ruoxue was well aware that the sacred lands of the eastern region did not compare to this ethereal paradise. As she surveyed her surroundings, the pavilions and towers seemed to float amidst a mist of spiritual essence, each scene shattering her previous worldview. Who is this young lady, master? Surely, she cannot be the one you have chosen as our matriarch. Observing the disheveled Qin Ruoxue, Shi Hao's imagination ran wild, conjuring a tale of a damsel in distress rescued by his master's heroism. Are you feeling a bit too playful, young man? Feng Qingyang felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. She's merely a maidservant, is she not, Great Zhou Empress? How could he have known? Sectmaster, I did not intend to conceal anything. The Great Zhou has undergone a change of dynasty, and I have become a relic of the past. The Empress, serving tea and water. Truly, the master is formidable. It matters not. I simply dislike being kept in the dark. At that moment, the elder who had been playing chess with Shi Hao approached. Sectmaster. Shi Hao's countenance brightened upon seeing him. Senior, you two have arrived. I must say, your chess skills are unparalleled, surpassing my own by countless measures. Li Qingyun merely smiled and stroked his beard. As an emperor, he regarded this realm as his chessboard and all beings as mere pawns. Allow me to introduce you. This is our Qingyun Sect's ancestor. Ancestor. Shi Hao realized that the elder he had been playing chess with was a revered elder of the sect, utterly astonished to discover that he was the ancestor. His cultivation must be beyond the heavens. Indeed, you both should devote yourselves to training in the coming days, for in 3 days, the ancient sacred secret realm shall open. Within, numerous resources and fortuitous encounters await, serving as an excellent trial. Train diligently, and do not tarnish the name of my Qingyun Sect. Yes, master. Upon hearing their master speak of serious matters, Shi Hao and Lin Bai immediately adopted a solemn demeanor. Old ancestor, you may continue to wander elsewhere for now. Your intervention is not yet required. Just as Feng Qingyang was about to turn away, a thought struck him. The sect's robes had yet to be distributed to them. Although there were currently few disciples, he had intended to wait until the grand opening of the sect to unveil them. However, given their imminent journey to the ancient sacred secret realm, it was essential to make a splendid impression. Wait a moment. It has been several days since you joined the sect, and the sect robes have not yet been given to you. Allow me to present them to you today. He activated the system to claim 2 sets of sect attire. The garments, predominantly white with accents of azure, featured an intricate depiction of a great rock soaring amidst the clouds on the back, symbolizing aspirations of soaring to great heights, while the left chest bore the embroidered words Qingyun Sect in golden thread. Wow, Master, our Qingyun Sect robes are incredibly stylish. Sure, Hao and Lin Bai held the robes with great admiration. Do not merely admire their appearance. These robes are imbued with purity, impervious to fire and water, and resonate with the essence of Tao. All right, though I must admit they are indeed quite beautiful, it seems that aesthetics equate to righteousness. He mused, contemplating customizing a set of robes for the sect leader. In Batian City, a sudden influx of powerful cultivators had arrived. Nevertheless, the residents remained unperturbed, for the Tianji Pavilion was stationed there, ensuring that none dared to act recklessly. Inside the Tianji Pavilion's Grand Assembly Hall, the deadline of 3 days was rapidly approaching. Have you all decided how to proceed? What can be done? Are we truly expected to visit them and offer apologies? Where did this Qingyun sect emerge from? Was it not said to be in decline? How can they still possess such formidable talents? Surely, they have the backing of a sacred place. Despite being the dominant power in Lingzhou, they were but insignificant compared to the holy grounds. The powerful cultivators from various sects who had participated that day were ruthlessly slain, leaving only a few to return with news. If we do not visit them to apologize within 3 days, not a single one shall remain. But to apologize is akin to submitting to them, is it not? Fortunately, today the Tianji Pavilion had issued an invitation specifically to discuss this matter. The pavilion master addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, the Qingyun sect has slain our Tianji Pavilion elder and massacred the strong members of your sects. Yet they demand we apologize? We must unite to eradicate the Qingyun sect. I concur. Several sects began to voice their support for the pavilion master's proclamation. Submitting to them would jeopardize their standing in the eastern region. However, they possessed peak-level cultivators of the broken void realm. What if even stronger beings lurked among them? Surely, they had the support of a sacred ground. Furthermore, the mysterious woman who appeared that day claimed to be from the transcendent force, Yuling Palace in the central region, which is said to protect the Qingyun sect. We cannot afford to provoke them. Some sects, wishing to avoid conflict, express their thoughts. Let us apologize. It is better than losing our lives, and indeed, they were at fault initially. Incited by the elders of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and the promises from the Sure family, the consequences have unfolded. What are the sacred grounds behind them? I have already reported to our headquarters in the central domain, and the main pavilion has dispatched formidable warriors. Upon hearing the words of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's leader, everyone felt reassured. With the might of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion leading the charge, what is there to fear? Chapter 20. The Approaching War, Visitors from the Central Domain. This significant move has set the entire Lingzhou ablaze with fervor. The 3 dominant powers of Lingzhou, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the 10 premier forces, and over 20 first-rate factions, have all taken action. Virtually every major force in Lingzhou has joined the campaign to eradicate the Qingyun sect. The previously obscure Qingyun sect has suddenly gained notoriety. The events of the recent exchange conference have also come to light, where a disciple of the Qingyun sect overwhelmed over 10 prodigies in cross-border combat, while peak experts from the Qingyun sect wreaked havoc among the strong of various factions. The transcendent force of the central domain, the Yuqing Palace, has pledged to protect the Qingyun sect, even as they slaughtered the elders of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. These staggering revelations have thrust the Qingyun sect into the spotlight. In Xianyu City, the audacity of the Qingyun sect in challenging all the major powers of Lingzhou is remarkable. However, it appears they may have bitten off more than they can chew. One wonders what hidden strategies the Qingyun sect possesses. Having peak experts from the fragmented void realm is almost a direct challenge to the sacred grounds. It seems only the intervention of the sacred grounds could quell such a multitude of great forces. Not necessarily, as the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is indeed the most formidable. There are rumors that the main pavilion from the central domain has dispatched their own experts. In the bustling taverns, patrons fervently discuss the impending conflict. At the gambling house, bets are being placed. The odds for the various forces against the Qingyun sect currently stand at 110. I place my wager. I bet on the various forces to win, 10,000 spirit stones. I'll risk it all for a chance at a grand reward. The left side is fully stacked. And tomorrow night, revelry awaits. Goodness, my friend, you are a regular here. Have you lost your mind? You dare to bet on the Qingyun sect's victory? I am in awe. Come tomorrow night. You may find yourself without your precious spirit stones and sleeping on the streets. In Tianwu City, the Lin family has become the target of public ridicule, eagerly awaiting the downfall of the Lin family. Why? Because the Lin family declared itself a subordinate force to the Qingyun Sect, and now this heavy news has thrust them into the limelight. They once believed they had secured a powerful ally, but now that ally is crumbling, and the Lin family is bound to suffer collateral damage. Indeed, what misfortune! Just as they ascended to become the foremost family in the city, their luck has turned sour. Alas, in the grand games of powerful factions, it is often the smaller forces that suffer the most grievous fates. It would be wise for us to prepare early, lest we be caught in the crossfire. In the Lin family, the family head is urged to give orders. All disciples above the Golden Core stage must be prepared. With the elder's words, the family head, Lin Zhan, steps forward. Everyone, our main sect is about to engage in battle with the major forces. As a subordinate faction, we cannot stand idly by. Moreover, my son Lin Bai is the sect leader's direct disciple, and the Qingyun Sect has saved our Lin family in our time of need. In this battle, even if it leads to mutual destruction, our Lin family will not retreat a single step. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Not afraid. Not afraid. The flames of determination ignite. We shall march towards the Qingyun Sect. The esteemed Lin family has announced their commitment to the Qingyun Sect, vowing to protect their main sect at all costs. This is the first force to stand with the Qingyun Sect, and likely the only one. Qingyun Sect. Feng Qingyang is leisurely fishing. He has specially excavated a fish pond in a clearing on the back mountain. The scenery is exquisite, with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant aroma of flowers. Qin Ruoxue stands nearby, serving tea and water. After changing into clean clothes, Qin Ruoxue appears even more enchanting, her skin smooth and fair, radiating a rosy glow under the sunlight. A fish. Haha. Tonight, we shall feast on roasted fish. After patiently waiting for half a day, Feng Qingyang finally catches the first fish of the day. After placing the fish into a bucket, he resumes casting his line. Feeling bored, Feng Qingyang checks the system. Master, Feng Qingyang, Realm, Initial Stage of True Person, Disciples, Sure How, Lin Bai, Constitution, Celestial Body. Strong Figures of the Sect, Ancestor Li Qingyun, Pinnacle of Emperor Realm. Guardian Wang Jian, Initial Stage of True Person, Outer Elder Yi Bai, Pinnacle of Void Fragmentation Realm. Sect, Qingyun Sect, Level 3500100000. The sect value has increased by 2,000? If he remembers correctly, the last time he received the Lin family, it only added 1,000, totaling 1,005. So where did this 2,000 sect value come from? Master, Sure How, clad in sect attire, rushed over in a flurry. Calm down. What have I taught you? In times of trouble, one must remain composed. Do you understand? Look, you frightened away all my fish. That's not it, Master. The entire Lingzhou is about to be turned upside down. All the major forces, led by the Tianji Pavilion, are clamoring to attack our Qingyun Sect. I also heard that powerful figures from the Tianji Pavilion in the central region have been dispatched. Sure How hastily conveyed in one breath. I thought the sky was falling. Turns out it is just this trivial matter. Feng Qingyang responded nonchalantly, turning back to his fishing, seemingly finding this major event less significant than the catch of the day. However, he realized the reason for the increase in sect value. It was due to Qingyun Sect's reputation being established, thus the sect value surged. Why should he care about such unruly mobs? They could be easily dispatched. He might as well ponder what seasonings to use for the fish he would have for dinner. Do you still have matters to attend to? Feng Qingyang asked, noticing Sure How lingering. Master, but I have nothing else to do. If there is nothing else, why not practice? The ancient holy secret realm is of utmost importance. Understood, Master. Finally, undisturbed in his fishing, Feng Qingyang dismissed the thought of the joint assault from various sects and the arrival of the Tianji Pavilion from the central region. Dispatching powerful ancestors at the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm would be easily crushed. Did they truly believe that an ancestor at the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm was merely a decorative piece within the sect? Upon hearing the conversation between Feng Qingyang and Sure How, Qin Ruoxue diligently intensified her service. Simultaneously, she was astonished by the Master's aura. Her eyes filled with admiration and curiosity about the enigmatic Qingyun Sect and its mysterious leader. Could he possibly hail from a prestigious sect in the central region? However, with this extraordinary master who regards the world with disdain, her hopes for a resurgence seem promising. In Batian City, the elders and the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion respectfully lined up as if to welcome someone. A massive warship traversed the domains, halting outside Batian City. An imposing elder descended from the vessel. At last, esteemed guest, you have arrived. The master of the heavenly secret pavilion hastened forward to greet you. Are you the branch master here? Pray, elaborate on the situation. He had already been apprised of the general circumstances prior to your arrival. A certain faction has slain their branch elder and audaciously declared an intention to annihilate the branch. Unable to resolve the matter, they sent word to the main pavilion. Enraged, the main pavilion dispatched him to your aid. Esteemed guest, this faction is known as the Qingyun Sect, an imperial-level force from a distant past. I suspect they have acquired the legacy of the great emperor. And they are also connected to the transcendent force, the Yuqing Palace, in the central domain. The branch master recounted these details in meticulous fashion. The legacy of the great emperor. The elder's spirit was instantly invigorated. However, this could potentially involve another transcendent force, which complicates matters. Let us proceed in this manner. I shall utilize a sound transmission talisman to inquire with the Yuqing Palace. Chapter 21. Inquiries at Yuqing. The oncoming storm's central domain. Divine Continent. The transcendent force, Yuqing Palace. The Yuqing Palace is nestled within a self-created small world, where the spiritual energy is rich and abundant, far exceeding that of the other 4 domains. Sister, what occupies your thoughts? Lu Shui inquired as she noticed her sister gazing vacantly into the distance. Ever since her return from the eastern domain, her sister had appeared distracted. Allow me to guess. Sister, you must be pondering the Lord of Qingyun, am I right? Lu Shui asked with a mischievous grin. What nonsense! Long Bingning snapped back to reality. Sister, individuals from the heavenly secret pavilion have arrived. Lu Shui observed several figures entering the grand hall and recognized their identities by their attire. What business do they have here? It seems like our Yuqing Palace has no connections with the heavenly secret pavilion. Lung Bingning furrowed her brow. Sister, have you forgotten? That day, you mentioned wanting to protect the Qingyun Sect. The elder from the heavenly secret pavilion was killed by the Qingyun Sect. Could this not be the reason for their visit? What? No, I must see the master. Lung Bingning hurriedly rose and dashed towards the grand hall. Haha, sister, you still claim you are not thinking of the Lord of Qingyun. Lu Shui laughed and quickly followed suit. In the grand hall, Your Highness, we shall take our leave now. Apologies for the disturbance, farewell. Just as Lang Bingning and Lu Shui arrived, the members of the heavenly secret pavilion had already departed. Master, Binger Shui, you have come. The master of the Yuqing Palace, a middle-aged woman, still possessed an air of grace, her skin well preserved as if she were still a maiden, with time leaving no trace upon her visage. Master, what business did the heavenly secret pavilion have with us? Lung Bingning inquired, striding forward with her long legs. Filled with curiosity, strangely enough, the elder from the heavenly secret pavilion inquired about any ties we might have with the Qingyun Sect from the eastern domain. These people are truly perplexing. How could our esteemed Yuqing Palace, a prominent transcendent force, possibly be linked to a small sect from the eastern domain? The master of the Yuqing Palace expressed a hint of disdain, asserting their status as a transcendent force in the central domain, far removed from any insignificant sect. This Qingyun Sect has some relation to Binger. Upon hearing this, Lung Bingning hesitated before speaking. The master of the Yuqing Palace furrowed her brow. What? Binger, do you know this Qingyun Sect? Upon hearing this, Lung Bingning and Lu Shui recounted their experiences traveling through the eastern region and their observations of the Qingyun Sect in meticulous detail to the palace master. Thus, it appears that the Qingyun Sect is indeed capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the transcendent forces of our central domain. I never anticipated that such an extraordinary sect could exist in the humble eastern region. The master of Yuqing Palace expressed her astonishment, her brows furrowing even deeper. Indeed, master. When my sister and I first visited the Qingyun Sect, we were astounded at every turn. If the sect is truly as you say, there is no cause for concern. Such a transcendent sect would naturally not fear the Tianji Pavilion. However, before Lung Bingning could elaborate, she was interrupted by the palace master. There are no buts. If they wish to gain the favor of our Yuqing Palace, they must demonstrate commensurate strength. A weak sect has no diplomatic leverage. The goodwill between two forces is founded upon equal power and the exchange of benefits. Meanwhile, in the eastern region, at Badian City, within the grand hall of the Tianji Pavilion, an elder chuckled heartily. The Qingyun Sect is merely posturing. They have deceived you all. I have long asserted that how could an obscure sect from the eastern region possibly be linked to the transcendent forces of the central domain? Upon receiving news, the elder continued with a laugh. The main pavilion has already sent word. They inquired at Yuqing Palace and found that the Qingyun Sect is unknown to them. The woman who stood forth that day was merely a pawn employed by the Qingyun Sect. That's splendid. My lord, when shall we take action? They are eager for revenge. The excitement among them was palpable, envisioning the possibility of seizing the imperial legacy of the Qingyun Sect. Today, the elder declared, my time is precious. And this eastern region is far too lacking in spiritual energy. I cannot cough without the energy from the central domain. Yes, yes. The representatives of various sects could only smile in acquiescence, coughing without the energy from the central domain, were it not for your formidable cultivation. I would ensure you experienced the pain of being slapped in the eastern region just as you would in the central domain. Shortly thereafter, the major forces began to mobilize. The three hegemonic powers Luoyang Pavilion, Liehua Sect, and Tianjin Sect, alongside the top 10 elite sects Fuyang Sect, Chifa Sect, Mahai Sect, Tianzhou Sect, Liehua Sect, Daojian Sect, Tiandi Society, Yusho Sect, Qiang Sect, and the Sun Moon Divine Cult, along with over 20 first-rate forces. Under the leadership of the Tianji Pavilion, these factions surged toward the Qingyun Sect like a tidal wave. Massive warships blotted out the sky as they barreled through, leaving throngs of people in their wake. Everyone yearned to witness this epic battle firsthand. The arrived. The various forces are on the move, exclaimed a man, his voice filled with awe. The citizens of the city were taken aback by the multitude of warships filling the sky. The entire Lingzhou was abuzz with excitement. The last time so many powerful forces converged upon a single sect was ages ago. It seemed the Qingyun Sect was doomed, with so many major powers involved. Indeed. Even the second-rate sects in our city wished to participate, hoping to glean some scraps from the powerful. Can you believe it? They were outright rejected and told to stay away. Simultaneously, within the Qingyun Sect, the sect master, the venerable ancestor Li Qingyun, stood respectfully behind Feng Qingyang. His imperial consciousness enveloped the entire eastern domain, and he was already aware of every subtle movement among the various powers. It is time to stretch our legs. Since they wish to engage, let my Qingyun Sect join in their amusement. Outside the Qingyun mountain range, after traversing hundreds of thousands of miles, the various factions arrived. My lord, according to the reports, the Qingyun Sect is nestled within this mountain range. The elder at the bow of the warship took a deep breath. What a truly auspicious location. The spiritual energy here is so dense that it has alleviated my coughing affliction. The others quickly attuned themselves to the surroundings. The concentration of spiritual energy here exceeded that of the outside world by several folds. Each individual harbored different thoughts, contemplating whether to relocate their sects here once they vanquished the Qingyun Sect. To assault the Qingyun Sect, they must first step over the corpses of my Lin family. Just then, a booming voice echoed from the east, and a warship approached. It was the esteemed Lin family, hastily arriving. Who is this? Do they wish for death? Indeed. With so many major powers present, they were courting disaster. This scene left distant onlookers bewildered. Could it be that the Qingyun Sect had summoned reinforcements? Judging by the insignia on the warship, it appeared to belong to the Lin family of Tianwu City. The Lin family? Why would they aid the Qingyun Sect? It was rumored that the Lin family was a subordinate faction of the Qingyun Sect. Lin Zhan led the charge, standing at the forefront. The Lin family boasted 2 realms of truth, 10 transformations of spirit, and 50 each of nascent soul and void-level cultivators. It could be said that all the formidable talents above the Golden Core stage had been dispatched. Everyone understood that compared to the major factions, these individuals were but eggs striking against stones futile. However, should the Qingyun Sect prevail, the Lin family would ascend to greatness. Chapter 22, Lin Family's Bloodshed. A scene of carnage. Who are these oblivious fools? The various factions looked disdainfully at the obstruction ahead. Lin family disciples, follow me to slay the enemies. The Lin family members directed their warship to collide with the major factions. Who would indulge these insects? On the immense warship, an elder from the Tiangong Pavilion scoffed, regarding such insignificant beings as beneath his notice. I, from the Tianjin Sect, shall take the lead. An elder from the Tianjin Sect stepped forward to challenge. Let us toy with them, to torment them bit by bit. After all, we have ample time, and there is no rush. The Qingyun Sect may escape the monk, but they cannot flee the temple. The outsiders must witness the consequences of offending our mighty factions. Look, the strong from the Tianjin Sect have emerged. The Tianjin Sect, a dominant force in Lingzhou, notorious yet immensely powerful. Those from the Tianjin Sect were known to practice the lower forms of swordplay rather than the upper, wielding silver swords instead of golden ones. In all of Lingzhou, apart from the Tiangong Pavilion, none dared to provoke them. The leading elder of the Qingyun Sect charged forth, followed by dozens of sword-wielding warriors. The moment the two sides clashed, a brutal melee ensued. The sounds of clashing blades, roaring spiritual energy, and anguished cries echoed relentlessly. Spiritual energy surged, and sword chi swept across the heavens and the earth. Ah, truly, when heaven offers a path, you refuse to walk it. When hell presents no door, you come uninvited. Enough talk, bring it on. 3 battlefronts have been established, the realms of the true person, the transformation of the divine, and the void. However, due to the Lin family's significantly inferior numbers, they are being relentlessly pushed back. What a tragedy! The Lin family is on the brink of defeat. Indeed, aligning with the Qingyun Sect has led to a dire outcome. Head of the family, you must lead our people to retreat to the main sect. We cannot withstand any longer. Lin Zhan and another true person from the family are engaged in combat against 4 opponents of the same rank. Thinking of fleeing? We have yet to fully enjoy ourselves. An elder from the Sword of Heaven sect licked the blood from his blade. The members of the Lin family are being driven back, huddling together in desperation, ensnared like fish in a barrel, unable to escape. Who dares to harm the disciples of the Qingyun Sect? A resounding voice echoed, accompanied by a formidable aura that sent the Sword of Heaven sect members flying. They soared for a full 2.5 minutes before coming to a halt. Apart from 4 injured true persons, the rest were struck dead by the shockwave. Incredible! Has a powerful figure from the Qingyun Sect arrived? Their sudden appearance has certainly made an imposing statement. Indeed, to obliterate so many formidable opponents with mere presence. The Qingyun Sect is no trifling matter. The elder from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion narrowed his eyes. The main figure has finally arrived. He was eager to see what tricks the Qingyun Sect would unveil. In the distance, 6 figures approached. It was Feng Qingyang, Shihao Lin Bai, along with the ancestor Li Qingyun, Outer Sect Elder Yi Bai, and the guard Wang Jian. Their sect robes, a blend of azure and white, shimmered under the sunlight, exuding an enigmatic aura. What is this? The Qingyun Sect has dispatched 6 individuals, including 3 youths? Indeed, could the rumors be unfounded? Nonetheless, their sect attire is quite impressive. The onlookers pointed at Feng Qingyang and his companions, speculating whether they intended to confront the major factions with just these 6. Father, are you all right? Lin Bai rushed over to assess Lin Zhan and the others' injuries. We are fine, thanks to the timely arrival of the sect master. As long as you are safe, Father. Please retreat for now, leave it to us. I know you are all anxious, but do not rush. Soon, we will send you below to reunite. Feng Qingyang cast a derisive glance at the major factions, perceiving them as a disorganized rabble. How arrogant! Who is this youth? I have seen arrogance, but never to this extent. Today truly opens my eyes. Oh, 2 true persons, and 1 at the pinnacle of the void-shattering realm. This is the foundation of the Qingyun Sect? The 2 others possess such low cultivation that they can be disregarded, yet there remains an enigmatic elder. The elder from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion contemplated silently. Enough chatter. Crush them directly, he bellowed. A fleet of enormous warships commenced a barrage. The strong from various sects poured out from the ships, charging toward Feng Qingyang. Yi Bai. You entertain them for a while. Upon hearing this, Outer Sect Elder Yi Bai soared into the sky, unleashing his full power at the pinnacle of the void-shattering realm. Such terrifying prowess. This must be the powerful figure from the Qingyun Sect. Indeed, with such strength present, it is no wonder the Qingyun Sect dares to challenge the major factions. Do you think you, a bunch of insignificant fish, can assault my Qingyun Sect? With that, Yi Bai plunged into the throng, striking down a multitude with a single blow. Suddenly, the sky was engulfed in a vast expanse of crimson mist, obscuring the sun. Blood flowed like a river, staining the sunlight a deep scarlet. In the year 10086 of the new era, posterity would recount this day as the tragic bloodshed of Lingzhou, a day marked by the gruesome might of the Qingyun Sect. Ah, this man is a devil. Help. Master, save me. Within less than a minute of engagement, the situation escalated to a fever pitch. The formidable warriors of various factions were being driven back relentlessly. The might of this Qingyun Sect cultivator was terrifying, devoid of any extravagant martial techniques. With a mere slap, he could clear a wide swath of adversaries. The pervasive blood mist lingered, refusing to dissipate. Ha! A ragtag group like you dares to assault my Qingyun Sect with such meager prowess? The elder is ferocious. Shihao and Lin Bai watched in stunned silence. Though both possessed unparalleled talent, neither had experienced such a fierce battle. Lin Bai, in particular, had scant practical experience. Gazing at the elder in the sky, who resembled a war god, They were filled with admiration. How do you find it? Observe closely and learn well. If you too exert yourselves in your training, one day you too may become such formidable warriors, Wen Qingyang said, patting their shoulders. As for me, I am different. I am empowered. What skill is it to bully the young? We shall play with you. The three dominant factions dispatched 3 ancestors of the Broken Void Realm, along with the master of the Eastern Domain's Tianji Pavilion, totaling 4 formidable beings. An overwhelming aura radiated outward. This is dire. Facing 4 opponents alone offers slim chances of victory. If the Qingyun Sect lacks a backup plan, it may well face annihilation. The elder of Tianji Pavilion smirked. The advantage of 4 against 1 lies with us. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, allow me to escort you there. Arrogance. The 5 Broken Void Realm powerhouses clashed together. Elder Yi Bai stood his ground against 4 adversaries without faltering. The battle raged, shaking heaven and earth. Incredible. Is this the terrifying combat prowess of a Broken Void Realm adept? Indeed, the very fabric of space was shattered. The Eastern Domain is divided into 13 continents. And while Lingo lacks a sacred ground, it is home to transcendent forces such as Tianji Pavilion, rendering it unafraid of sanctuaries. Thus, the Broken Void Realm represents the pinnacle of combat strength in Lingzhou. Even so, many may never encounter such a figure in their lifetimes. If all goes as expected, the Broken Void Adept present today will be the strongest they have ever witnessed. One among the 4 revealed a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Bai unleashed his full power. Die for me. With Yi Bai's thunderous roar, the exposed Broken Void ancestor was obliterated. Ancestor. Chapter 23. The Emperor strikes, crushing the half-saint. At the Qingyun Sect. What did they just witness? Their own ancestor was annihilated. The elder ascended to the heavens. It is over. All is lost. With the death of the Broken Void ancestor, the sect's strength was drastically diminished. They could no longer afford to swagger about with their swordplay. There was also the looming threat of being devoured by rival factions. Such thoughts coursed through their minds as they fixated intently on the remaining 3 Broken Void beings with their shrewd little eyes. Death. Death. Should they perish? The sect's strength would once again stabilize. From a distance, the gathered cultivators gasped in shock. No way. The elder of Qingyun Sect was obliterated. A man exclaimed, dropping the chicken leg from his hand onto the ground. The formidable warriors of the Qingyun Sect not only managed to fend off 4 adversaries without faltering but grew increasingly ferocious, ultimately reducing the patriarch of the Qingyun Sect to a mere mist of blood. Such a sight is indeed a delight for the heart. The Qingyun Sect, infamous for its malevolence, deserves nothing less than extermination. Had it not been for their overwhelming prowess, they would have already tasted the might of my iron staff. Yet their swordsmanship is simply too formidable. The remaining 3 patriarchs of the great powers were equally astounded. Particularly vexed was the master of the Tianji Pavilion from the eastern region. Why is it that, despite being at the peak of the void-shattering realm, this individual possesses such unparalleled strength? His internal organs trembled under the sheer force of the man before him. Huh, is this all you can muster? It seems even the most insignificant of beings dare to challenge my Qingyun Sect. Nightwhite laughed heartily as he observed the 3 opponents growing increasingly beleaguered, retreating as they fought. Young man, do not be so arrogant. The elder of my Tianji Pavilion has yet to strike. The pavilion master exclaimed, realizing that even their combined efforts could not subdue this man. Continuing to fight might lead them to meet the same grim fate as the patriarch of the Qingyun Sect. He turned and shouted towards the warship, what a useless bunch. It seems I must intervene. From the largest warship of the various factions emerged an elderly man with a youthful visage, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the members of the Qingyun Sect with an air of haughty superiority. Who is this man? Why does even the pavilion master refer to him as my lord? Uninformed, are you? This is an elder from the Tianji Pavilion of the central region. Our Tianji Pavilion here is merely an insignificant branch of theirs. The crowd widened their eyes in astonishment at the arrival of such a powerful figure from the central region. The 3 remaining patriarchs, upon witnessing the elder's intervention, hastily retreated. This man was simply too terrifying. Old man, have you come to meet your demise as well? Nightwhite remarked, realizing he could not discern the elder's cultivation level. His expression grew serious, yet he would not yield in verbal sparring. You ignorant youth, while I traversed the central region, you were still playing in the mud. Today, I shall show you all what true power looks like. With that, the elder unleashed his formidable prowess, a terrifying aura overwhelming the battlefield. The immense shockwave sent the warships of the various factions reeling backward, while the onlookers in the distance were rendered immobile by the oppressive force. Only Feng Qingyang and his companions remained unaffected, maintaining their composure. Master, this old man is incredibly strong. The elder was undoubtedly the mightiest individual that Shi Hao and Lin Bai had encountered to date. Yet, they were unaware that the patriarch standing beside them was an existence of the Emperor realm. With a single palm strike, the elder would not know how many times he would perish. Merely an ant, Feng Qingyang scoffed. He glanced at the elder's data through the system. Half a step into the Saint realm, a state known as Half-Saint. The next level beyond the peak of the void-shattering realm is the Saint realm. However, these two realms are worlds apart, representing a transcendence in the hierarchy of life, where countless talents have faltered throughout history. One must convert all spiritual energy into Saint source to break through. Those who have not completed this transformation are termed half-saints. Even a demigod cannot compare with the pinnacle of the void-shattering realm. Dozens combined would still be no match for a demigod. A saying circulates within the cultivation world. Break the void, draw upon the holy source, and become a saint in an instant. Who are you trying to intimidate, old man? Do you think you possess true strength? I am merely an insignificant outer elder of the Qingyun Sect, and there are many who surpass me. Just wait and see. As the elder exuded the aura of the saintly realm, the aware Yi Bai retreated, realizing he could not contend with him. An outer elder, you say? How could one such figure dominate the various powers of Lingzhou? The Qingyun Sect must be extraordinarily powerful. Is it possible that the Qingyun Sect is an ancient sect hidden from the world, a transcendent force that can rival the central region? Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, the crowd began to speculate wildly. I do not relish being looked down upon by others, so you may as well perish. The elder of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion was still lost in Yi Bai's words when he heard the young man in the realization realm tell him to die. Huh. Truly a bunch of ignorant fools, all bluster and no substance. Telling me to die. Do you even know who I am? Before he could finish speaking, the ancestor Li Qingyun seized him, crushing him effortlessly. A rain of blood fell, nourishing the earth. Holy blood from the saintly realm is indeed a precious substance. The aura of the saintly realm dissipated into the cosmos, and the oppressive atmosphere surrounding the crowd vanished without a trace. You speak too much. What just transpired? This scene unfolded in an instant. The once arrogant elder of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion had been crushed. The onlookers were dumbfounded. After all, he was a mighty figure from the central region, transcending the void-shattering realm. You could at least have put up a fight. Yet, this fellow handled him as one would a fragile chick, lifting him and crushing him instantly. My lord. The members of various factions were so terrified that their legs turned to jelly. The timid among them were so frightened that they soiled themselves, creating a foul stench in the air. What kind of sect had they provoked? Even a powerful figure from the central region was crushed. Had they known this would happen, they would have humbly gone to apologize. But alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. None shall escape. He is no saintly figure. When they come to annihilate you, you do not let them go, for to spare the tiger is to invite disaster. Yes, Sect Master. Upon receiving the command, Li Qingyun began his slaughter. No, we shall not dare again. Spare us, esteemed sect. We are willing to submit to the sect and surrender all our resources. In response, Feng Qingyang shrugged, exclaiming in exasperation, how foolish. Killing you all is merely reclaiming what is mine. As for submitting to the Qingyun Sect, I'm afraid that is unnecessary. The ancestor of the Emperor realm waved his sleeve, unleashing a terrifying aura capable of tearing the heavens and earth, sweeping over various factions. A mighty Imperial might surged forth, momentarily dimming the very skies. In their expressions of sheer terror, they were torn to shreds, dissipating into the air, leaving only a multitude of onlookers outside. Feng Qingyang strolled forward leisurely, uttering a few words with an air of nonchalance. I shall say but this. Henceforth, Lingzhou shall revere the Qingyun Sect. Who is in favor? And who is against? Chapter 24. The Co-Domination of Lingzhou. The establishment of Qingyun City. Initially, the gathering fell into a profound silence, soon followed by a chorus of submission. Everyone present was acutely aware that following this battle, the Qingyun Sect would ascend to supremacy over Lingzhou, becoming the inaugural sect to dominate the region. As the news spread, it stirred a tempest of reactions. The formidable forces of Lingzhou suffered catastrophic losses, with many of their elite warriors nearly annihilated. The three dominant powers swiftly proclaimed the expulsion of all participants from the conflict. Although this action was largely symbolic, given that many had perished, it still involved the scattering of their ashes. Subsequently, they allocated 80% of their resources to the Qingyun Sect, acknowledging its supremacy and declaring it the sovereign ruler of Lingzhou. This was a testament to the substantial influence of certain factions. Upon receiving the news of their defeat, some top-tier powers, fearing retribution from the Qingyun Sect, hastily vacated their premises, losing both wealth and assets. The landscape of power was dramatically reshuffled, with those who remained swiftly absorbing weaker factions and surrendering the acquired resources to the Qingyun Sect in hopes of protection. New sects sprouted like mushrooms after rain. In Qingyun City, one lamented, "My 10,000 spirit stones. Curse be the major powers. You truly deserve your fate. I placed my utmost trust in you." At the entrance of the gambling den, many wept bitterly, their cries echoing their despair. The cause of their anguish was clear. They had placed their bets on the major powers, only to suffer devastating losses. Their calls for assistance from the heavens were met with silence, and their pleas to the earth went unanswered. Amidst the chaos, one person laughed heartily, an individual who had profited immensely from the situation. "What a splendid opportunity! Tonight, I shall revel in luxury." As the tale spread like a butterfly with outstretched wings, it reached the eastern regions. In Batian City, the Tianji Pavilion was in uproar. "What are you doing? Have you lost your senses? Do you realize where you are? This is the Tianji Pavilion, a branch of the transcendent power in the central domain. Do you seek death?" A robust man charged forth, delivering a kick that sent the speaker flying. "What is the Tianji Pavilion to us? Lingzhou now belongs to the Qingyun Sect. We shall deliver these resources to our sovereign sect, perhaps even earning the chance to become a disciple." In Tianwu City, the lamentation continued. "Alas, how rumors have misled me. Which fool proclaimed that the Lin family and the Qingyun Sect would be annihilated? Step forward." The Lin family had, against all odds, risen to prominence. Although their overall strength was lacking as a subordinate force of the Qingyun Sect, they were now positioned above countless sects in Lingzhou. "Rumors have misled my Li family. Had I aligned with the Qingyun Sect, we would have soared to great heights. Enough of your bluster. You truly believe your words? The Lin family is a top-tier power, capable of enduring. Your Li family is merely a second-rate clan. What do you think you would achieve? You would only meet your demise. Once, the slightest sneeze from the major powers could lead to the downfall of the Li family. In Qingyun Sect, congratulations, host, for completing the phase task, achieving fame across Lingzhou. Would you like to claim your reward? The primary task of shaking the eastern domain has been completed with a score of 210. Please continue your efforts, host. Substantial rewards will be granted upon task completion. Is this task segmented into phases? System, I wish to claim my rewards. In the Qingyun Palace, Feng Qingyang sat in the main seat, diligently examining the system interface. Reward successfully claimed. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 silver summoning cards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Qingyun battleship. Silver summoning cards, capable of summoning beings of the transformation realm and manifestation realm. Qingyun battleship, an exclusive vessel of the Qingyun Sect, swift as the wind, capable of withstanding attacks from the manifestation realm. After charging, it can unleash a laser cannon, charged with spirit stones, with power equivalent to a full-force strike from a sage. What splendid treasures! Feng Qingyang was pleasantly surprised by the system's rewards. The summoning cards speak for themselves, yet the Qingyun battleship is truly remarkable. Envision commanding such a formidable vessel in battle, obliterating foes with a single shot. What a breathtaking spectacle. As for the need for spirit stone charging, no worries. The Qingyun Sect is currently abundant in spirit stones. Master, the newly organized storage room is already overflowing. Sure how lamented, as within mere minutes, various factions arrived with several cartloads of goods. It was a deluge of resources, an overwhelming influx. Just today, the storage room had to be reconstructed 5 times due to the excessive resources. I never imagined I would one day fret over an overabundance of resources. Let us accept the spirit stones and return the rest. Any martial techniques or cultivation methods shall be sent back as well. If not, I might as well discard them. For the Qingyun Sect has no shortage of such items. Understood, Master. Sure how begrudgingly set off to gather resources once more. Feng Qingyang then turned his attention to the Lin family present in the hall. Despite the disparity in strength, the Lin family steadfastly stood by the Qingyun Sect during this conflict. Commendable. One must ponder how many factions in this survival of the fittest cultivation world would demonstrate such loyalty. To refrain from stabbing one in the back or adding insult to injury is already a significant gesture. Sect Master, this is simply our duty as a subordinate faction. When the main sect faces adversity, even if separated by tens of thousands of miles, the Lin family will not retreat a single step, even at the cost of our lives. Are you not afraid of death? Feng Qingyang fixed his gaze upon the Lin family members. It is vital to remember the circumstances at that time. The Lin family was like an egg against a rock. Yet, I shall march forth regardless of the multitude. Excellent. Very well. As long as the Qingyun Sect endures, the Lin family shall thrive for eternity. Lin Zhan was unaware of the weight of his words. A millennium later, he would reflect on this moment with deep gratitude. However, that is a tale for another time. Lin Bai, take your father to the Hall of Techniques to select a few techniques and martial skills. Then seek out your senior brother for additional resources. Go forth. The Lin family's strength remains insufficient. They must bolster their capabilities to keep pace with the Qingyun Sect. When asked how to rapidly enhance strength, the answer is simple. Invest money and resources, and perhaps a little luck. Yes, Master. Sure Hao nodded respectfully. Thank you, Sect Master. By the way, Sect Master, I have one more request. Lin Zhan, having just turned to leave, pivoted back. May we establish a city at a distance of 100 miles from the Qingyun Sect's mountain? A city? This idea is splendid. How could he not have thought of it? Great powers possess their own exclusive strongholds, each renowned throughout the land, firmly established and drawing resources from all directions. Countless talented individuals flock here, eager to lay a solid foundation for their future disciples. Yes, your concept is commendable. Let us name it Qingyun City, a place where any lacking resources can be procured from the sect. I shall instruct the elders to coordinate with you on this matter. If we are to construct it, we shall do so to the highest standards. Moreover, given the abundant spiritual energy in this locale, far surpassing that of the outside world, in time, Qingyun City is destined to become the foremost metropolis in the eastern region and indeed across the entire continent. Chapter 25, Guardian Elder. Hall of Techniques. After Lin Bai and the others departed, Feng Qingyang opened the system interface. He decided to utilize all his summoning cards, rubbing his hands together in excitement. 5 summoning cards. Surely one must yield a golden result. While the highest level, the manifestation realm, eluded him. Was it too much to hope for a result from the entrance realm? Summoning card successfully used. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a peak level guardian of the real person realm. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a peak level guardian of the real person realm. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a peak level guardian of the real person realm. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a peak level guardian of the real person realm. Drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a peak level guardian elder of the fragmentation realm. Manifestation in progress. What on earth? System, are you jesting with me? 5 cards, and not a single golden result. Had it not been for the final peak level guardian elder of the fragmentation realm, I would have overturned the table in frustration. Tell me truthfully. Have you secretly altered the odds? Please refrain from defaming me. This system is committed to authenticity. What you draw is entirely dependent on your personal luck. This is quite difficult for me to manage. Difficult? I say. If it is so challenging, then do not bother. After a brief moment, he relented. Very well. I shall not quibble further. At this juncture, 5 men clad in black robes entered the Grand Qingyun Hall. Wang Xian, Wang Yu, Wang Peng, Wang Lai, and Wang Ji. We pay our respects to the sect master, they intoned in unison, their voices reverberating with respect. Wang Xian, is it? You shall henceforth serve as the guardian elder of Qingyun Sect, overseeing all guardians, Feng Qingyang stated, surveying the one with the highest cultivation level. You may proceed. Ensure the protection of our sect. Understood, Sect Master. We take our leave, they replied, bowing deeply. Wait a moment, Feng Qingyang called out, noticing the discordance in their attire compared to his own. You shall all go to the outer sect elder to receive your sect uniforms. After issuing the command, he turned to the system in his mind. Next time, please have the summoned individuals wear the sect uniforms directly. Must you always don those black robes? It is a waste of my breath. Received. Meanwhile, within Qingyun Sect, Shi Hao, weary from his labors, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. At last, it is done. Battling against more than 10 prodigies had not exhausted him as much as this. The spiritual stones truly demand physical exertion. Hey, junior brother, where are you headed? Shi Hao called out as he spotted Lin Bai approaching, accompanied by his father, and quickly greeted them. Senior brother, I was just about to seek you out. I did not expect to find you here. My esteemed master has instructed me to accompany my father to the Hall of Techniques to select several methods and then to retrieve resources from you, my senior brother. Shi Hao's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a beacon of hope, and he hastily exclaimed, quickly, send someone to fetch them, or we shall soon be overwhelmed. Please take them away. There are far too many. I have never encountered such an abundance of spirit stones, and I have little interest in them. The newly established 6th storage hall became filled in no time. These people are indeed too fervent. Even though the master declared that the primary acquisition would be spirit stones. Upon hearing that the Qingyun Sect had an interest in them, various factions rushed back to exchange all their resources for spirit stones. They even unearthed the spirit stones they had hidden underground. One cart after another of spatial rings was dispatched to the Qingyun Sect. The 6th storage hall was entirely piled high with spirit stones, resembling a small mountain, which was quite daunting. While the Qingyun Sect boasts numerous pavilions and towers, one cannot simply place them indoors, can one? Shihao pondered the feasibility of this notion, but ultimately dismissed it. What if guests were to visit the Qingyun Sect? And upon opening the door, they were greeted by a sight of spirit stones? It would surely dazzle their eyes. To the Hall of Techniques. Let us go together. Since arriving at the sect, he and Lin Bai had never ventured into the Hall of Techniques. Their master had directly assigned them bespoke methods. They had each grasped unique martial skills from these techniques, thus they had never visited the Hall of Techniques. It was a perfect opportunity to see what kinds of techniques and martial arts their master and sect had collected. Standing before the grand entrance of the Hall of Techniques, the trio admired its imposing stature. Even before entering, they were already awestruck. The entrance was adorned with carvings of 2 magnificent sacred beasts, the Azure Dragon on the left and the White Tiger on the right. The sculptures appeared so lifelike, as if they were about to spring to life. At the pinnacle, a plaque bore the 3 characters Hall of Techniques, each character exuding an ethereal aura and an invisible momentum. Flanking the sides were 2 striking couplets that read, "Concealing all celestial methods of the heavens." Witnessing the vast universe in its entirety. "Wow, senior brother, these couplets are truly magnificent," exclaimed Shihao. "Could it be that the interior is filled with celestial techniques?" "I don't know. We shall find out by stepping inside," replied Lin Zhan, equally astonished. Since entering the Qingyun Sect, he had begun to question the very fabric of his existence. A realm of immortals. It must be a realm of immortals. The Lin family has not only garnered the recognition and protection of the main sect, but my son is also a direct disciple of the sect leader. It would be hard for the Lin family not to soar to great heights. Pushing open the grand doors, the trio stepped inside. What greeted their eyes was an orderly array of techniques and martial arts. "Father, let us commence our selection," Shihao declared, as they were overwhelmed by the dazzling array of techniques and martial skills, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Shihao casually picked up a few tomes nearest to him and began to peruse. Holy Light Celestial Grief Technique, Celestial Method. A technique created by the Holy Light Celestial King, capable of cultivation up to the realm of Celestial Kings. When the grief technique is unleashed, who can rival it? Thousand Rain Breaking Dawn, Celestial Method. A renowned martial skill created by the Thousand Rain Celestial King. Upon reaching perfection, one can unleash thousands of piercing sword-like raindrops to shatter myriad foes. Junior brother, these are all celestial methods. Lin Bai and Lin Zhan had both come to realize the situation, their hearts pounding vigorously. Although Lin Bai and Shihao were taken aback, they remained somewhat composed, as their master had imparted to them techniques that were not inferior to the celestial arts. In contrast, Lin Zhan found himself in a different predicament. What had he been cultivating? When lined up, the techniques he practiced were merely of the earthly grade, a far cry from the celestial realm. He had never encountered such a spectacle before and felt immense gratitude toward the sect leader's generosity, which allowed the Lin family to select several volumes. The tomes available were either Royal Celestial Techniques or Imperial Celestial Martial Arts. Before long, the 3 emerged from the chamber. Lin Zhan chose 1 celestial technique and 2 celestial-level martial skills. These 3 texts would suffice, enough to ensure the Lin family's legacy for 1,000,000 years or even longer. He resolved to declare these volumes as the family's ancestral techniques upon his return. Beneath the Qingshan Mountains, a clearing had been established just 100 miles from the Qingyun Sect. The Lin family members were bustling with activity, each face radiating joy as they constructed a city for their main sect, which was also for their own benefit. Once Qingyun City was completed, the Lin family would relocate from Tianwu City to this new haven. The area was abundant in spiritual energy, and with the protection of their main sect, it was truly a paradise. Chapter 26, The Secrets of Heaven, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion at the Qingshan Hall. Master, Feng Qingyang, Realm, Initial Stage of the True Person Realm. Disciples, Lin Bai, Shihao, Physique, Celestial Body of All Heavens. Sect Elders, Ancestor Li Qingyun, Peak of the Emperor Realm, Elder Wang Xian. Peak of the Void Shattering Realm, Outer Sect Elder Yi Bai, Peak of the Void Shattering Realm, 5 guards. Sect, Qingyun Sect, Level 1, 8,510,000. The sect's worth had surged by 5,000. Feng Qingyang recalled that the sect had only recently been established. Was the Qingyun Sect about to break through to a Level 2 sect? Remarkable. If a Level 1 sect was already this formidable, how extraordinary would a Level 2 sect be? Upon closer inspection, the number of strong figures within the sect was not excessive, yet it was not insignificant either. However, there were merely 2 direct disciples. This was a concern. For a sect to flourish, it primarily depended on its disciples. There were various categories of disciples: auxiliary disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, direct disciples, holy sons, and even ranked divine sons. Additionally, there were outer elders, inner elders, law enforcement elders, technique elders, and peak masters. All these roles were indispensable. It seemed that upon returning from the ancient sacred secret realm, it was time to open the gates wide and recruit disciples. As for the elders, if they could not summon enough talent, they would have to seek help from outside. Meanwhile, in the central domain of Shenzhou, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. What? Elder Mo Chen's life token shattered. Quickly, they needed to review the images from before his demise. The life token was something every disciple needed to obtain upon entering the sect. A wisp of their soul was infused within, allowing for constant monitoring of the disciple's life and death. If they died, the token would naturally shatter. Moreover, these tokens were kept in a designated area, with powerful individuals guarding them day and night, and dedicated personnel checking them daily. The higher the rank within the sect, the more crucial the life token became, as it contained a fragment of the individual's own soul. Through the use of a specific crystal orb, one can capture the scenes preceding a death, facilitating the pursuit of the murderer for future vengeance. The elders of the Tianji Pavilion gathered around the shimmering purple crystal orb, their attention captivated. Under the spell of the Grand Elder, images began to materialize. The vision revealed an enigmatic old man, who seized Elder Machin with a grip akin to that of a chick being lifted. Helpless, Elder Machin was crushed effortlessly, before any of the elders could utter a word. The old man in the orb seemed to sense the intrusion upon his privacy, casting a penetrating gaze in their direction. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the crystal orb shattered. What? Elder Machin was said to be in the Eastern Domain, a place known for its scarcity of spiritual energy. How could such a formidable figure exist there? Which sect does this individual belong to, exhibiting such ferocity? The Eastern Domain, being spiritually barren, was believed to harbor no such power. The Grand Elder recalled the information from the Eastern Domain branch, stating that they were to confront the Qingyun Sect. This individual must be a powerhouse from the Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect? The Grand Elder pondered, recalling the last mention of them was some time ago, when he sent inquiries to the transcendent force of Yuking Palace. Ah, Yuking Palace. Could this person be sent by them? Yet, that cannot be. Yuking Palace is comprised entirely of women. Where could such an elder come from? Could it be that this individual truly is a stronghold of the Qingyun Sect? What is there to fear? Our Tianji Pavilion is equally filled with experts. And apart from the long-established imperial clans in this central region, we have yet to fear anyone. How dare the Qingyun Sect slaughter our elders and challenge the dignity of transcendent forces? Grand Elder, give the order. We must eradicate the Qingyun Sect. The Tianji Pavilion, the most profound transcendent force in the central region, was founded by the Tianji Emperor, who was reputed to effortlessly perceive the heavens and all things within. The legacy of the Tianji scripture is a treasure of the central region, passed down through generations. Let us not act recklessly. Do you recall the overwhelming aura we sensed a few days ago? The Grand Elder seemed to have an epiphany and quickly spoke up. Grand Elder, are you suggesting the other elders, enlightened by the Grand Elder's reminder, nodded in agreement? Indeed. The majestic imperial might that we felt a few days prior originated from the east. What a remarkable coincidence. However, it is better to be safe than sorry. This matter pertains to the very survival of our pavilion, and we must proceed with caution. Now, they were all visibly unsettled. An emperor. That is an emperor we are dealing with. To provoke such a being would lead to our annihilation, leaving us with no place to rest our bones. Even with our inherited foundation, we could only contend to a degree, but it would severely deplete our vitality, ultimately leading to our demise. Given that this situation potentially involved an emperor, they could not afford to be reckless. I will report this to the pavilion master and devise a strategy. The Grand Elder commanded, and the other elders dispersed. He proceeded alone to the Grand Hall where the Pavilion Master resided. In the Tianji Hall, Pavilion Master. This is the situation at hand. Oh, are you suggesting that the Qingyun Sect may be connected to a great emperor? The master of the Tiangui Pavilion. Initially filled with doubt, at his level of understanding is privy to more profound secrets. An emperor has not shown himself for millennia, reportedly preparing matters that could alter the entire continent. Not to mention, even the sovereigns have long ceased to concern themselves with worldly affairs. However, he did sense an imperial aura a few days prior. Very well. I shall delve into the mysteries of the heavens and discern what kind of entity this Qingyun Sect truly represents. As the words left the mouth of the Tiangui Pavilion Master, he devoted himself entirely to the operation of the Heavenly Secrets Codex. A beam of light shot into the sky, and soon his consciousness stepped into the river of time. I have found it. Just as he was about to investigate further, an unforeseen disturbance occurred. A piercing sword light struck, shattering his consciousness. Within the Tiangui Hall, the master of the Tiangui Pavilion spat out a mouthful of blood, subsequently falling into a state of weakness. His soul was injured, necessitating the use of sacred herbs for gradual recovery, and his cultivation would undoubtedly decline. Master. The Grand Elder rushed forward to support the nearly collapsed master, his heart filled with alarm. The master had reached the pinnacle of the Holy King realm. How could he sustain such injuries? Was it possible that his attempt to glimpse the heavenly secrets resulted in a backlash from the Tao? To probe into the heavenly secrets is to act against the heavens. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Even the formidable Tiangui Emperor, the founder of the pavilion, had once suffered from the backlash of the Tao. I am fine. The Qingyun Sect harbors great terror. We must not provoke them. The master of the Tiangui Pavilion spoke weakly before retreating into seclusion. The damage to his soul, far too severe. Reflecting on the scene he had just witnessed sent shivers down his spine. An imposing figure stood with their back to him, surrounded by a divine blue lotus that obscured the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, a sword aura capable of splitting the sky surged forth, and his soul was annihilated. Chapter 27. Measuring the Spirit State. The Eastern Xian Holy Land detected an attempt to probe the heavenly secrets of the Qingyun Sect. Automatic shielding activated. How dare they attempt to probe the heavenly secrets of my Qingyun Sect? Feng Qingyang lamented while fishing. Is there truly anyone who can scrutinize such mysteries? Do they not know that my Qingyun Sect is protected by a divine system? When the Qingyun Sect takes action, even the great Tao must take a step back. The heavenly Tao is but a lesser existence in comparison. Caught a fish. Tonight there will be grilled fish. Life as the sect master is indeed leisurely. Any matters are delegated to the elders and disciples below. After fishing, I shall take a stroll with my birds. As for cultivation, what a joke. I am simply enjoying life. It has not been long since my arrival in this realm, and I have ascended from zero cultivation to the realization realm, equivalent to the ancestors of top-tier factions. Have you ever seen such a young figure in the realization realm? Feng Qingyang is not boasting across the continent. Who can achieve such mastery at his tender age? Any so-called genius would be rendered insignificant in comparison. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to him, the entire Qingyun Sect was bustling with activity. The outer sect elder Yi Bai was diligently coordinating with Lin Zhan. Elder, here's the list of materials required for the construction of Qingyun City. Please take a look. Lin Zhan presented a comprehensive list of the necessary materials for the construction to Yi Bai. Upon reviewing the list, Yi Bai nodded in agreement, indicating that everything was in order. The resources are inexhaustible. Even as they seem to dwindle, a steady influx of replenishment emerges. Not long ago, the Qingyun Sect announced its intention to construct a dedicated city, Qingyun City. This news has reached the outside world, prompting contributions of both funds and materials. The influx of cultivators coming to aid in the construction is overwhelming. Even an elder from a royal dynasty has personally expressed the desire to collaborate with the sect in erecting this grand city, recognizing the immense potential of Lingzhou's resources. The sheer number of hands makes the task more manageable. The limited manpower of the Lin family alone would lead to an excessively slow progress. The initial form of the colossal city is already becoming apparent, spanning thousands of miles in length and width. This is merely the preliminary size of Qingyun City in the future. As expansion becomes necessary, it will serve as the inner city, with outward growth planned. Even in its current dimensions, it dwarfs Tinwu City, Shenyu City, and Batian City combined by several folds. In terms of size alone, it stands unrivaled among any city in the eastern region, earning its title as the first grand city of the East. Elder Wang Xian oversees the construction with 5 guardians, ensuring order and quelling any potential disturbances. This task has been entrusted personally by the sect master, Not a single mistake can be tolerated. Wang Lai, head east. Wang Ji, proceed north. Wang Peng, venture west. Wang Yu, go south. I will remain here with Wang Jian to maintain order. Should any issues arise, contact me immediately. Remember, any troublemakers are to be dealt with swiftly and without hesitation. Understood, Elder. The 4 guardians took flight in their respective directions. Have you heard? The Qingyun Sect is building a dedicated city. Your news is woefully outdated. I learned of it half a day ago and have already sent a significant portion of our family's resources to the Qingyun Sect. If luck is on our side, perhaps I can manage to become a servant disciple in the sect. Goodness, your family is remarkably swift. Of course, if we're not quick, how can we survive? This world demands competition. I will outpace you all. He mused internally. I just received this news. I must notify my family at once. With that, the man hurriedly made his way back home. If he could become a servant disciple in the Qingyun Sect, it would elevate his family's status and lead to rapid ascendance. Meanwhile, at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, the Lin family has temporarily established a base beneath the Qingyun Sect. Most of their formidable members are engaged in the construction of Qingyun City, leaving only a few younger generations behind. Uncle Lin, if I practice this technique, can I enter the sect like Brother Lin Bai? Certainly. As long as you diligently cultivate, you will naturally gain entry when the main sect opens its doors for disciples. This is a celestial technique bestowed by the sect master. Apply yourself. Lin Zhan patiently instructed the younger members of the Lin family, sharing the celestial technique with them. The youths, each drenched in sweat, fervently cultivated, dreaming of the day they could join the main sect like Brother Lin Bai. In the cultivation chamber of the Qingyun Sect, Lin Bai sat cross-legged, preparing for a breakthrough. Since the last awakening of the sword body, I have ascended through 7 minor realms in just a few days and am now poised for another breakthrough. The spiritual energy within me gradually flows into the Dantian. As a substantial amount of spiritual energy warms the Dantian, a golden elixir is steadily taking shape. I am on the verge of reaching a critical point. Break for me, Lin Bai shouted, and the barrier between the foundation establishment and golden elixir realms shattered in response. Haha. I've reached the golden elixir realm. I am about to catch up with my senior brother. What are you daydreaming about, junior brother? Sure, Hao replied, revealing his own cultivation aura. He chuckled, then displayed an innocuous smile. I'm not trying to discourage you, junior brother. If you put in the effort, you may still catch up to me. Goodness, senior brother. Your cultivation is as effortless as drinking water. Just a few days, and you've progressed from the early to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm? Truly impressive. As swift as your martial arts. Meanwhile, a storm brewed in the outside world. A piece of news spread across the various states. The ancient saint's secret realm would open in a day within the Qilin dynasty of the Wilderness State. Only those with the key could enter. As the host, the Qilin dynasty invited various powerful factions to the royal capital to discuss matters concerning the secret realm. All major forces holding the key were deliberating this event. Of course, without a key, any talk would be futile, though one could always attempt to seize it. The ancient saint keys are destined for the fortunate, whether by snatching or discovering, with a total of 100 keys available. The Eastern Xian Sacred Land is one of the 5 great sacred lands of the Eastern region, located in the Wilderness State. It has been deduced that the site of the ancient saint's secret realm's opening is indeed in the Wilderness State, granting them a considerable geographical advantage. The Eastern Xian Sacred Land boasts a legacy spanning several 100,000 years, rich in heritage. The term sacred land here does not refer merely to a place founded by saints and passed down through generations. Only forces with contemporary saints presiding over them can be termed sacred lands. Should a solitary saint like Ben Tian remain, such a sacred land would automatically descend into a hegemonic force. However, this type of fallen hegemonic force is still top tier, as they possess the sacred laws inherited from saints, significantly increasing their chances of reclaiming their status as a sacred land. At this moment, within the grand sacred hall, an elder stood respectfully, clasping his hands and addressing the Holy Master. Holy Master, the ancient saint's secret realm will open in one day. Shall it be led by the Holy Sun again? Yes. Let the Holy Sun lead this time, the Eastern Xian Holy Master decreed with an authoritative tone. Select 20 of the most talented inner disciples to accompany him. The ancient saint's secret realm not only harbors a plethora of resources and various inheritances and encounters, but is also an exceptional ground for honing one's skills. Even for the sacred land, this holds immense allure. The last time the secret realm opened, someone obtained the inheritance of a saint and soared to great heights thereafter. Chapter 28, Qilin Dynasty, Holy Sun Wangtung. The following day, in the Wilderness State, Qingyun Dynasty. The Qingyun Dynasty is a long-established hegemonic force in the wilderness state. It is said that the dynasty's founder possessed the cultivation of a half-saint, leaving behind a legacy, which places the Qingyun Dynasty among the top tier of hegemonic forces. In the royal capital, Qingyun City, today marks the opening of the ancient sanctuary, and the city of Qingyun is abuzz with excitement. To avert any potential mishaps, the ruler of the Qingyun Dynasty has dispatched a substantial contingent of imperial guards to protect the royal city, prepared to address any unforeseen troubles. Within the Qingyun Sect, Feng Qingyang summoned both Shi Hao and Lin Bai. Master, today is the day the ancient sacred realm is unveiled, a splendid arena for trials. Though both of you possess remarkable talents, your practical experience is lacking. The competition within this sanctuary will undoubtedly be fierce, and I trust that upon your return, your combat experience will have significantly improved. I shall not provide you with any safety nets. Your survival will depend solely on your individual prowess. He made it clear he would not enter the sanctuary himself, as it would be a source of ridicule for the sect if the leader of a province were to venture inside. His primary purpose for this journey was to recruit a third exceptional disciple. Understood, Master. Shi Hao and Lin Bai exchanged glances and responded respectfully. Without the protection of their master and the elders of their sect, they would have to rely on their own capabilities. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempest. Only those that grow independently can brave the storm with pride. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. Upon finishing his words, Feng Qingyang summoned the Qingyun worship from the system's space. After preparing an ample supply of spirit stones, the three of them boarded the vessel. The colossal warship, once charged with spirit stones, roared to life and soared into the distance. In an instant, they traversed vast distances. The city of Qingyun was alive with chatter as various factions from different provinces began to arrive. All were eager to explore the treasures of the sanctuary. If their sect's disciples could obtain the legacy of a sage, it would elevate their sect to new heights. The sanctuary imposed restrictions, allowing only those under the age of 22 to enter, thus ensuring that only the most gifted disciples from each sect could participate. Were it not for such limitations, the treasures within would have long been plundered by the powerful forces of the realm. A massive warship descended upon the city of Qingyun, inciting a stir among the crowd. Over 20 individuals, both men and women, emerged from the vessel. Leading the group was an imposing elder accompanied by a striking young man. This is outrageous. Is the royal capital not a no-fly zone? One onlooker exclaimed. Before he could finish, his companion swiftly covered his mouth and gestured for silence. Hush, lower your voice. Do you wish to draw attention to yourself? Do you not realize what day it is? The sanctuary opens today, and even the Holy Lands have come. They clearly disregard us. Do you know who those individuals were? They are from the Dongxian Holy Land. The Holy Land. The man whose mouth was covered felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, grateful for his friend's warning. Truly, they are remarkable. Just look at their talents. Many are already at the peak of the Golden Core stage, and the young leader has even reached the nascent soul stage. He lamented, with my talents. If I could serve as a mere disciple in the Holy Land, it would be a life well lived. As the Holy Sun enters the sanctuary, your guidance will be essential for the disciples within the sect, the elder leading the group remarked to the young man beside him. Indeed, the Holy Sun possesses extraordinary gifts. We shall rely entirely on his leadership within the sanctuary. The disciples of the Holy Land, regardless of gender, gazed upon the Holy Sun with admiration. The talents and prowess of the Holy Sun render others mere dust in his wake. This opportunity to accompany the Holy Sun on his journey of cultivation must be seized to forge a strong rapport. Indeed, those selected for this endeavor are not lacking in talent. Yet, when compared to the Holy Sun, the disparity is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Rest assured, Elder, I shall take good care of my junior brothers and sisters. The Holy Sun, Wang Ting, flashed a charming smile, relishing the effect he cultivated. As the Holy Sun, he particularly savored this elevated sense of superiority. Before long, a grand warship descended upon the skies above Qingyun City. Feng Qingyang and his companions emerged from within. Master, this royal city is bustling with activity. Upon exiting, Shi Hao immediately observed the throngs of people below, their clamorous voices filling the air. How could it not be lively? The powerful factions from various states have arrived. Come, let us head to the royal palace. After all the major factions arrive, discussions will take place there. Who are those individuals? One of the men queried, noting their arrogance. Surely, they are not from the sacred ground again. This time, the man had learned from experience. He waited until Feng Qingyang and the others had moved on before speaking. His companion did not dissuade him, but instead furrowed his brow in contemplation. Having noticed the emblem of the Qingyun Sect embroidered on the robes of those individuals. The Qingyun Sect, the dominant sect in Lingzhou. The news of the Qingyun Sect's supremacy in Lingzhou had gradually spread to the outer states over time. Though Lingzhou lacked a sacred ground, it was home to a branch of the transcendent power, the Tianji Pavilion. The Qingyun Sect had eradicated the branch of the Tianji Pavilion, leading the outside world to regard this sect with skepticism. While they were indeed astonished by the Qingyun Sect's ability to defeat the elders sent by the Tianji Pavilion from the central domain, they believed it to be a fleeting triumph. Once the Tianji Pavilion regrouped, they would undoubtedly dispatch formidable forces once more. Various factions continued to arrive. With only 3 of the 5 great sacred grounds present, the Dongxian Sacred Ground, the Lanwei Sacred Ground, and the Tianqing Sacred Ground. The Lanwei Sacred Ground, a venerable force with a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, hails from Tianjia. The current Holy Master is a revered sage in this time. The delegation includes the Sacred Maiden and several inner disciples. The Tianqing Sacred Ground, situated in Qingzhou, stands apart from these two, being a nascent sacred ground with limited heritage. The current Holy Master, the Tianqing Sage, is its founder, who, after thousands of years of obscurity and a serendipitous encounter, ascended from a semi-saint to a saint, soaring to great heights thereafter. The Tianqing Sect has risen from a dominant force to a sacred ground. Within the Qilin Palace, a young girl clad in a fiery red gown implored her father, "Father, please allow me to go. No, you err. The secret realm is far too perilous. It is safer for your elder brother to undertake this journey. Father, my Phoenix sacred body was activated a month ago. My strength is now on par with my brother's. Truly, the heavens bless our Qilin dynasty. Our dynasty is destined to rise." From a young age, Hua Qingyu possessed a unique constitution but had been unable to activate it. As she reached the foundation establishment stage, she faced limitations that left the monarch desperate for answers, yet none could be found. The Phoenix sacred body, an extraordinary constitution that, if unimpeded, would surely lead to becoming a sacred king. You err. How did you manage to activate it? The monarch was astonished, after numerous attempts yielding no results. His daughter had quietly succeeded. I had an unexpected encounter a month ago, father. Although the Kirin monarch remained perplexed, he refrained from further inquiries, acknowledging that everyone harbors their own secrets. Very well, you may accompany your elder brother. He consented. Thank you, father, replied Hua Qingyu, her heart soaring as she dashed outside. Chapter 29. The Phoenix Sacred Body. The Water Fairy Empress Senior, my father has permitted me to enter the secret realm. Now I can procure the sacred medicine for your healing, she communicated, her thoughts resonating with a cool, ethereal voice. Your dedication is appreciated, Yuer, the voice replied. Hua Qingyu reflected on her fortunate awakening of the Phoenix Sacred Body, attributing it to a serendipitous encounter. A month prior, during her travels, she stumbled upon a peculiar ring in a valley. Enchanted by its beauty, she brought it back home. Little did she know that it housed a lingering soul. The very senior she now spoke of. She had vowed to assist this entity in acquiring the sacred medicine necessary for nurturing her spirit and to safeguard the ring. The senior had expended considerable magical energy to facilitate her awakening. However, lacking the corresponding techniques, she was unable to unleash the full potential of her sacred body, a limitation the senior could not remedy. Their communication was primarily through mental exchanges. In the Kirin Palace, the hall was now filled with attendees. After deliberating over various matters concerning the secret realm, they dispersed, awaiting its opening. As always, the secret realm disregarded the might of factions. All unclaimed treasures were claimed by the capable, relying solely on individual strength. Should a disciple perish within the realm, no sect, including the sacred grounds, would seek retribution afterward. Otherwise, they would face collective retaliation, underscoring the realm's brutality. This was tacitly accepted by the powers that be. A place brimming with opportunities, those who emerged alive would naturally ascend to the core of their sect, while those who fell were deemed lacking in both strength and fortune. Thus, the sect had no need to expend effort on a deceased disciple of inferior capability. Very well, esteemed guests, let us conclude our discussions here. The secret realm shall soon be unveiled. I invite you all to rest briefly in my royal city, the Kirin monarch announced with a smile. Detected the third prodigious disciple. Host is urged to proceed promptly. Completion of the task will yield substantial rewards. So, she is the princess of the Kirin dynasty? What remarkable fortune does she possess? Feng Qingyang mused as he accessed her personal profile. Hua Qingyu, Princess of the Qingyun Dynasty, Realm, Late Golden Core Stage, Physique, Phoenix Sacred Body. Fortune, discovered a ring containing the lingering soul of the Water Fairy Empress, thereby activating the sacred body. Where did the Water Fairy Empress come from? A surprising twist indeed. Why don't you two find a place to rest? I must attend to some matters, Feng Qingyang instructed, turning away after sharing a few parting words with Shi Hao and Lin Bai. Alas, where could Master be heading? Lin Bai pondered aloud. Who knows? Could it be that Master has acquaintances here? Shi Hao replied. Come, let us explore the city. It's a rare outing. Last time, you and Master ventured out without me. As they strolled toward the city, Shi Hao inquired, by the way, how is your fiancée? I haven't heard you mention her since your last visit home. I imagine you surprised her greatly with your newfound ability. The situation is quite disheartening. Even the junior disciples have fiancés, while he, as the eldest disciple, has not even held a girl's hand in 18 years. It's disheartening, brother. I have reached a state of mind where I am indifferent to women, as if I am a sword drawn from its sheath. Although Shi Hao noted that his junior spoke lightly, there was still a hint of sorrow in his eyes. He realized he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject. Finally understanding why the junior's demeanor had changed so drastically upon his return that day. Women are truly formidable. Fortunately, he remains untouched by their influence, though he is unsure whether to feel relieved or fortunate. Outside the royal palace, Hua Qingyu, while walking, noticed a figure trailing behind her. Could it be a stalker? How dare they set their sights on a princess? Such audacity. Who goes there? Show yourself. Hua Qingyu shouted as she turned around. As her words fell, a striking young man clad in a robe of blue and white approached. Upon seeing him, Hua Qingyu relaxed her guard slightly. Such a handsome young man was unlikely to be the stalker she feared. Nevertheless, she cautiously inquired, Who are you, and why do you persistently follow me? Her hand rested on the sword she carried, ready to act at any moment. You are Hua Qingyu, correct? Feng Qingyang observed the young woman before him. How does he know my name? As the third princess of the Qingyun dynasty, she was supposed to be a renowned figure throughout the realm. Yet her unique constitution had never awakened, keeping her from public view. People only knew of the mysterious third princess, with little else known about her. How do you know my name? And what business do you have with me? Hua Qingyu asked, her brow furrowing in suspicion. I possess knowledge of the heavens above and the earth below. Knowing all that exists, he replied confidently. Knowing everything? Surely, you jest. Hua Qingyu scoffed, realizing he must have learned her name from some source. I have come to offer you an opportunity to alter your fate. It is up to you to seize it. Alter my fate? Pray tell, Hua Qingyu said, intrigued by the stranger's intentions. It is simple. Become my disciple and join my Qingyun Sect, and I shall ensure your ascent to greatness. Oh, so this is merely a recruitment for your sect, she remarked, feeling somewhat relieved. Why should I join your Qingyun Sect? How does it compare to my Qingyun dynasty? With a mere flick of my hand, I could obliterate it, Feng Qingyang replied with a light chuckle. Humph. And how does your Qingyun Sect fare against the Holy Land? The Holy Land? Just a collection of ants, unworthy of mention, he retorted with brazen confidence. Such arrogance. She vowed that these were the most brazen words she had ever heard in her life. A dominant force could be extinguished with a flick of the wrist? The Holy Land is fit only to be trampled underfoot? Meanwhile, the lingering soul within her ring agreed with Feng Qingyang's sentiments, recalling that in her prime, those entities were unworthy of even carrying her shoes. However, she found it perplexing that this young man, at the initial stage of the realization realm, would utter such audacious statements. Could he possibly be backed by a formidable force from the central domain? Am I not correct, Lady Water Fairy? Before Hua Qingyu could gather her thoughts, the young man uttered another perplexing statement. Lady Water Fairy? Who is that? Whom is he addressing? The lingering soul within the ring trembled with astonishment. How could he possibly know? Could it be that the dustless emperor sent him? No, that cannot be. They believed my spirit was utterly extinguished and could not have located me here. Then, who is this individual? Do not concern yourself with my identity. If you wish to learn more, join my Qingyun Sect. I have no obligation to engage in idle chatter here. A buy one, get one free offer. How advantageous. Though this female emperor exists as a remnant of her former self, she could still serve a purpose. I might as well appoint her as an inter-sect elder. Having a female elder would indeed be quite convenient. Yue agreed to his proposal. Elder Mu Shui's skin conveyed through her divine thoughts to Hua Qingyu, regardless of this man's demeanor. His knowledge of your identity surely signifies he is no ordinary being. Very well, I shall join the Qingyun Sect. Qingyu bowed before her master. The elder has shown her great kindness and will surely not harm me. Chapter 30. Recruiting Talents. The secret realm awaits. Mu Shuixian, lingering soul state, can exert the power of a saint from the imperial clan of the Mu family in the central domain. Schemed against by the dustless emperor 100,000 years ago, fortuitously escaped as a remnant soul into the Milong Ring, arriving in the eastern wilderness. The system also displayed Mu Shuixian's profile in detail. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of recruiting a talented disciple. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 silver summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a disciple trial tower, now manifested within the Qingyun Sect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a sect-exclusive secret realm, now manifested in the back mountain of the Qingyun Sect. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Phoenix Transformation Sacred Art. Additionally, for recruiting a powerful being above the Saint Realm. An extra lotus body sculpting lotus has been awarded. The Disciple Trial Tower, 100 stories high, filled with perilous traps on each level. Within, one cannot perish, but failure will result in being ejected. The sect-exclusive secret realm, accessible through sect contribution points, abundant with opportunities and countless demonic beasts, an essential choice for training disciples. Lotus body sculpting lotus, capable of containing lingering souls and reshaping bodies, naturally endowed with the lotus sacred body constitution. Another 5 summoning cards, along with the Disciple Trial Tower and the sect-exclusive secret realm. Splendid. Now, with an elder in place and a plethora of facilities, the sect is ready to open its doors for disciples. As for the lotus body sculpting lotus, it can be utilized by Mu Shuixian, since it was an extra gift. However, acquiring treasures from the Qingyun Sect is no simple task. A contract must be signed to work for the sect without compensation for 100,000 years. And should she still be present after that century, we shall renew the contract for another 100,000 years. The disciple recruitment is complete. Feng Qingyang led the still bewildered Hua Qingyu into the city. Just a stroll outside, and now she has a master? She has even joined a sect? The Ancient Saint Secret Realm is about to open. Master, is the Ancient Saint Secret Realm about to open? Have we dispatched disciples from the Qingyun Sect? Hua Qingyu inquired of her newfound master. If the Qingyun Sect had not sent any disciples, she could represent the sect herself. Only 2 have come, your senior brother and second senior brother. Once we enter the secret realm, the 3 of you shall act together. Oh. Hua Qingyu pondered whether she should inform her father first. Never mind, she would discuss it once the secret realm opened. Master, upon receiving the summons from Feng Qingyang, Sure Hao and Lin Bai hastened to arrive. Allow me to introduce you. This is your junior sister. Soon, the 3 of you will enter the secret realm together. Ah. Junior sister. They had been puzzled by their master's earlier remark about attending to business, but it turns out he was there to collect their junior sister. Greetings. Junior sister, I am your senior brother, Sure Hao, and I am Lin Bai. Rest assured, my second senior brother and I possess formidable strength, and we shall ensure your safety. Sure Hao was the first to extend a greeting. Watching you scrutinized her 2 senior brothers before her. One was robust and tall with a face as chiseled as a knife, while the other had striking sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an air of aloof elegance, resembling a protagonist from a novel. Well, they certainly look impressive. I wonder how their abilities measure up. Thank you, senior brothers. I appreciate your guidance. Hua Qingyu remarked haughtily in her crimson dress. He protect me? My Phoenix sacred body has already reached a minor completion, so it might be a surprise who ends up protecting whom. Your 2 senior brothers are quite remarkable. Once a great emperor, Mu Shuixian possessed a keen eye and immediately discerned the unique physiques of Sure Hao and Lin Bai. One possesses a supreme sacred body, the other a green lotus sword body. Quite extraordinary, not inferior to Qingyu's. A quarter of an hour later, outside Qilin City, a celestial phenomenon unfolded, with winds swirling and clouds gathering. A colossal purple vortex materialized out of thin air. To enter the Ancient Saint Secret Realm, one must possess a key, and each key permits a maximum of 22 individuals. Those exceeding the age limit will be reduced to blood mist on the spot. It's happening. The Ancient Saint Secret Realm has opened. What are you so excited about? You can't even enter. You know nothing. It's about participation. Isn't my shouting from outside the realm still considered involvement? Well said. The man gave a thumbs up. Various sects lined up orderly to enter the secret realm. The crown prince of the Qilin dynasty awaited with the disciples and the monarch. Father, where has my sister gone? Why hasn't she arrived yet? The secret realm has opened. How odd. You were just left the palace a quarter of an hour ago. Over there, father. I see my sister. The crown prince and the monarch approached, watching you. You are sister. You had us worried sick. Where have you been? Let us go. The secret realm has opened. The monarch and the crown prince rushed forward, pulling watching you along. Father, elder brother. I was just about to tell you that I wish to enter with my sect brothers and will not join you. A sect? When did you join a sect? Oh, don't worry about that. My master is right here. We should set off without delay. After Hua Qingyu pointed to Feng Qingyang, indicating that he was her master. Sure how, Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu flew into the secret realm with the key given by Feng Qingyang, leaving the monarch and crown prince in a state of confusion. Not only has my sister joined a sect, but she has also taken a master? What on earth is happening? My son, you lead the others inside first. Regardless, the ancient saint's secret realm is of great importance. We can discuss matters further once we are out. After the great prince led his entourage inside, the sovereign of the Qilin kingdom approached Feng Qingyang. You are indeed the esteemed master of Yuer, hailing from the esteemed Qingyun Sect of Lingzhou, the sect leader Feng Qingyang. Ah, I see. It is the sect leader himself. I offer my apologies and invite you to my royal palace for a discussion. I would be honored to extend my hospitality. Those who are worthy of being called a supreme sect possess immense power over an entire region. He had heard of the Qingyun Sect from Lingzhou, yet he scoffed at the rumors circulating outside. The elders of the heavenly secret pavilion were of no less than half-saint cultivation, yet the Qingyun Sect could annihilate them, reportedly with ease. What does this signify? It suggests that the Qingyun Sect must be under the protection of a saint. As for the retaliation from transcendent forces? Nonsense. They have already slain your elders. And you in the heavenly secret pavilion remain oblivious? Yet, you delay in sending aid. He suspected that the Qingyun Sect must harbor some astonishing secret. Or perhaps they had backing from the central region. It is indeed a fortuitous circumstance for Yuer to join such a formidable sect. Chapter 31. Ancient Ruins. Meeting the Holy Sun within the ancient sacred realm, as a blinding white light enveloped them, they closed their eyes. Upon reopening them, Sure Hao and his companions discovered they had entered the secret realm. The remnants of crimson clouds lingered in the sky, while the desolate ground was strewn with skeletal remains, intermittently pierced by eerie cries from afar. Gazing into the distance, the landscape appeared vast and boundless, an expanse of desolation. Brother, we must have arrived at an ancient battleground, exclaimed Lin Bai, overwhelmed by the bleakness. Memories of their master's admonitions resurfaced. Seize resources. Capture opportunities. Claim treasures. Ah, but the master had been more diplomatic, emphasizing sincerity. For instance, you have an abundance of resources. It must be quite burdensome. Yes? Your fortune is splendid. It now belongs to me. Rest assured. The Qingyun Sect shall not take a single thread from you. Feng Qingyang responded, Excellent. You have truly captured my sentiments. However, what treasures could possibly reside in such a desolate place? Perhaps we should gather some bones to brew a nourishing broth for our master. You ask me? I have no idea. Sure Hao frowned. We are all newcomers here. If you inquire of me, whom should I ask? The second brother remarked, Indeed. This is undeniably an ancient battleground. Oh, do you possess knowledge of this secret realm, junior sister? Please, enlighten us. Sure Hao and Lin Bai leaned in closer. To know oneself and one's enemy is the path to victory in every battle. I have heard tales from my father, she began. It is said that this secret realm emerged from a powerful holy site during the Middle Ages, when the demon race invaded. The various holy sites of the eastern region united to resist them, and this was the principal battleground. Watching you pointed to the barren ground beneath their feet and continued. The battle was cataclysmic, a tempest of blood and chaos, resulting in the fall of numerous saints, until it was finally quelled by the intervention of the emperor of the central region. It was this battle that left the eastern region in ruins, severing its lineage and leaving it riddled with scars. This is why, to this day, there are only 5 holy sites in the vast eastern region. Furthermore, this secret realm is the creation of that emperor who utilized a treasured artifact to transform the main battleground into a miniature world, allowing the forces that possess the keys to train their disciples and inherit the legacy of the saints. As Hua Qingyu spoke, her tone grew increasingly melancholic. When recalling this past, not a single soul from the eastern domain remains untouched by its profound impact. The holy warriors and the demonic forces united, as the prominent powers vied for dominance. It was a time of unparalleled unity in the eastern domain. Once, this land basked in glory, where prodigies competed fiercely, and formidable beings emerged. Even emperors graced its history. Yet, all were shattered in that singular battle. and the few saints who survived have faded into obscurity with the passage of time. Old acquaintances have gradually withered away, akin to leaves falling in the wind. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a rupture of the medieval era. Let us not dwell on that. Instead, let us discuss the matter of the secret realm. The sacred ground of the main battlefield lies deep within, where opportunities and legacies await. We must hasten our journey forward. Upon hearing Hua Qingyu's words, the two senior brothers remained unmoved, but she clenched her fists tightly. Damn it, the demonic race. One day, we shall eradicate them completely. Sure how gritted his teeth. They were all young, harboring a youthful dream of purging evil and upholding righteousness. Never fear, my Qingyun Sect will take action. Indeed. My brother speaks most wisely. The demonic race deserves to be vanquished. A resounding laugh echoed as a strikingly handsome youth, resembling a jade crown, approached, followed by 20 disciples. Brother, which sect do you belong to? We share a common goal. Why not journey together? Wang Ting stepped forward and noticed the sect insignia embroidered on Shi Hao and his companions' robes. Qingyun Sect. Shi Hao and his comrades eyed the approaching group warily. One should harbor no ill will, yet remain vigilant, especially in this treacherous secret realm that devours all. Brother, there is no need for alarm. I am Wang Ting from the Dongshin Sacred Land, and these are my fellow disciples. Your thoughts resonate with mine. My greatest aspiration is to cultivate strength and eradicate the demonic race, Wang Ting said, stepping closer and offering a respectful greeting. Sure how of the Qingyun Sect, he replied, reciprocating the courtesy. Ah, so you are from the illustrious Qingyun Sect, which has recently gained renown for dominating Lingzhou. No wonder each of you is extraordinary. Brother Sure. This secret realm is rife with peril. Shall we not travel together? In such a realm, it is best to unite forces. Especially since Shi Hao and he shared the same ideals. Shi Hao turned to seek the opinions of his junior brother Lin Bai and junior sister Hua Qingyu. Both agreed. Strength lies in numbers. Then let us proceed, Brother Wang. The group ventured deeper into the secret realm, where the remains of the fallen became increasingly prevalent. And the malevolent aura intensified. They encountered more disciples from other factions along the way, who frequently cast glances towards Shi Hao's team. With the addition of Shi Hao and his companions, Wang Ting's group had become the most formidable in the secret realm. However, one could not ascertain whether other factions had formed alliances. It could only be said that their quality was unmatched. Those must be from the Dongshin Sacred Land, right? How curious. Who are those three walking ahead? Why are they alongside the Dongshin people? Why concern yourself with them? They are forming a strong alliance, unlike us, who merely peck at each other like fledglings. Let us proceed eastward. My younger brother has relayed news that there may be something intriguing in that direction. Deep within a shadowy palace of a secret realm, a sinister creature, its body enveloped in an aura of dread and adorned with two horns, proclaimed with a chilling cackle. Ah, we have an abundance of fresh blood to feast upon. Its form flickered in and out of visibility. Indeed, my lord, replied another creature, salivating at the thought of the delectable offerings. These blood sources are simply irresistible. Originally vanquished, these creatures had begun to revive, nourished by the overwhelming malevolence of this battlefield, where the atmosphere was thick with ominous energy. Patience, for our powers are but a fraction of their former glory, the leader continued. We must bide our time for a while longer. Yet, I sense that these newcomers possess limited strength. We shall set a trap to ensnare them all. Soon, we shall feast on fresh blood. Ghostly demon, organize our forces, he commanded. Upon victory, I shall reward you with 20 fresh sources of blood. Thank you, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately. Beneath the depths of the palace, thousands of creatures lingered, steeped in the pervasive malevolence. Curse sacred land, curse people of the eastern domain. Once I emerge, I shall rend you asunder. Chapter 32, The Humble Saint's Son. Treasure hunting in the palace, Shi Hao and his companions halted before a dilapidated cluster of palaces, drawn by the sounds of combat emanating within. This was the site of the ancient Sacred Land's Technique Hall and Alchemy Hall, attracting a multitude of hopefuls eager to seize any fortuitous opportunities. Let us enter. This is the first sight we've encountered, one suggested. How amusing you are. Just because you saw it first, does it belong to you? Are you not aware that treasures favor the capable? Does that imply you are quite formidable? Upon entering, they beheld two factions locked in a tense standoff, both sides bearing wounds, indicative of a recent clash. The people from the eastern Xuanzhen Sacred Land have arrived, announced the saintess of the Lanyue Sacred Land, Jiamingxin, her brow furrowing at the newcomers. The balance of power tipped precariously, now threatened by this formidable adversary. With their recent skirmish, their strength had not yet fully recovered. Would they become the unwitting victims of a third party's advantage? The saint son of the Tianqing sacred land, Mu Fan, regarded the newcomers with caution. Feeling drained after expending considerable energy. Who could it be? Ah, it is Lady Jie and Brother Mo. It appears our timing is less than fortuitous. Perhaps we should allow you to continue? As members of the 5 great sacred lands of the Eastern Domain, they were familiar with one another. Though they shared no camaraderie, only the recognition of each other's names. No, your arrival is indeed timely. Brother Wang, why not join forces to eliminate this band from the Langyue sacred land and then divide the spoils? Mu Fan suggested, probing for an alliance. You shameless fiend. Jie Mingxin retorted, her voice raised in indignation, casting a worried glance toward Wang Ting and the others. In this precarious situation, should the 2 factions unite? Her disciples, and she would surely face annihilation within the secret realm, though she possessed a life-preserving trump card from the Sacred Lord. It was a last resort meant for dire circumstances. However, considering that the other party is equally a person of the sacred land, could they not possess a trump card for their survival? Ha ha ha, Brother Mu is jesting. Rest assured, Miss Jie, I, Wang Tong, have always conducted myself with integrity and would never take advantage of others in their time of peril. Upon hearing these words, Jie Mingxin felt reassured. As long as the 2 families did not join forces, their own family could certainly handle the situation amidst the 3 factions. After all, it is merely a matter of the order of entry. When the time comes, the worthy shall claim the spoils. How about this? I see that you all have yet to reach a consensus. Allow me, Wang Tong, to act as the peacemaker, and let the Eastern Xian sacred land take charge of this matter. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Langyue sacred land and the Tianqing sacred land were immediately on high alert, drawing their swords toward them. What? Such a splendid proposal. And you dare to reject it? Brother Shi, what do you suggest we do? Shi Hao and his companions laughed as they stepped forward. This Brother Wang is quite amusing. With remarkable acting skills. If you wish to drive them away, you ought to just say so. Brother Wang, I believe your proposal is most agreeable. We 3 wholeheartedly support it. What? Do they have allies? Seeing the trio approaching, Jie Mingxin and Mu Fan were taken aback. In this secret realm, those who could ally with the sacred lands, even if not of the sacred lands, were certainly individuals of exceptional talent. The secret realm is rife with resources and fortuitous encounters. There is no need to expend manpower unnecessarily, especially when the existence of valuable treasures within remains uncertain. With this in mind, they all decided to depart in search of other opportunities. We shall take our leave, Jie Mingxin declared before turning away with a flick of her sleeve. The disciples of the Langyue sacred land also breathed a sigh of relief. Having just endured a fierce battle, they were utterly drained and lacked the strength for another confrontation. Brother Wang, we shall leave this matter to you. The Tianqing sacred land voluntarily withdraws. Brother Wang, once we exit the secret realm, I must find an opportunity to share a drink and rejoice with you. Mu Fan said with a cheerful smile, beckoning the disciples inside to depart. This lad is destined for greatness. He understands the ways of the world. Well then, it is now peaceful. Let us go, Brother Shi, and explore what lies within. Pushing open the dilapidated inner door, Shi Hao and his companions ventured deeper. The way ahead was cloaked in darkness, illuminated only by faint glimmers, compelling everyone to navigate by touch. Ah, something bit my foot. Hearing the cry from the disciples behind them, those in the lead hurried back to investigate. You, lad, do you have such little courage? Just look at what you stepped on. Ah? The disciple lowered his gaze to inspect. He found his foot trapped in the jaws of a desiccated skeleton. Ah, my apologies. Senior brother, let us continue our journey. After the farce, they resumed their forward march, discovering that the surroundings were becoming increasingly spacious, with the gaping holes in the ceiling allowing more light to filter through. After traversing a few compartments, they finally halted. Brother Shi, it appears this is the Hall of Techniques and the Hall of Elixirs of the Sacred Land. Wang Ting examined the arrangements closely. However, this place had already been ravaged and lay in ruins, having been battered in previous conflicts and stripped bare by the disciples who entered the secret realm before them. It is likely that there are no remaining treasures of worth. However, no one can guarantee that nothing has been overlooked. This is undoubtedly the very first place that all have arrived at within the secret realm. When Shi Hao, Wang Tong, and their companions arrived, it was due to the fact that only 2 sacred lands remained, which temporarily joined forces to expel all others before engaging in their own contention. Thus, this place still holds significant allure. Everyone should explore the surroundings, but remember not to hoard anything privately. I, Wang Ting, am quite reasonable, should anyone choose to hoard. Do not blame me for imparting some wisdom. Yes, Holy Son. The 20 disciples of the Eastern Xian sacred land subsequently dispersed to search everywhere. Let us also take a look, Brother Shi. Shi Hao remarked, this place does not seem to harbor any treasures. Shi Hao and Lin Bai had intended to fill their bags with resources. Do not rush. Let us check over there. Shi Hao pointed towards a hidden chamber ahead. Sister, let us go. What are you pondering? Oh, let us proceed, brother. Hua Qingyu had just been communicating with Mu Shui Xian through her spiritual consciousness. Senior, this is the Alchemy Hall and the Martial Arts Hall of the Secret Realm, yet it appears devoid of any sacred medicines. Do not be hasty. My perception is infallible. The sacred medicine lies ahead. Continue forward. As a being of the Emperor Realm, Mu Shui Xian possessed an extraordinarily potent spiritual consciousness. And even in her current state as a remnant soul, she could distinctly sense something ahead that would bring her spirit solace. Chapter 33. The fragrance of sacred medicine in the bait of the demon clan. Shi Hao and the others began their search in the adjacent chamber. The martial arts techniques had been completely looted, leaving behind numerous torn remnants. It seemed that the prior disciples had engaged in a fierce scramble for them. Yuo, check the neighboring chamber. There may be something there. Mu Shui Xian communicated to Hua Qingyu through her spiritual consciousness. Brother, let us investigate the next room. Hua Qingyu informed Shi Hao and the others. Let us go. It appears there is nothing of value here. Hua Qingyu walked ahead, while Shi Hao called for Lin Bai and Wang Ting to follow. Brother Shi, it seems there are no valuable items here. Perhaps we should explore other areas of the secret realm, Wang Ting lamented, expressing regret for wasting time in this place. Let us hold on a moment and take another look. Upon entering the neighboring chamber, they found it even more desolate and empty. A place where even thieves would weep if they had to leave behind 2 spirit stones. Senior, there is nothing here. Do not be anxious. There is a formation. Open your sea of consciousness. I will temporarily control your body while I break this formation. Hua Qingyu obediently complied. Placing her trust in the senior within her ring, if the senior wished her harm, she would not be here today. Mu Shui Xian entered Hua Qingyu's body through her sea of consciousness, and upon opening her eyes, her entire demeanor transformed dramatically. As Shi Hao and the others entered, they witnessed this scene. Sister, are you breaking the formation? Is there a formation here? With their cultivation levels, they were entirely unaware of it. Her hands moved swiftly, executing hand seals. Break, Mu Shui Xian commanded. The formation dissipated, revealing the original appearance of the room. Jars of elixirs were neatly arranged on the shelves, exuding a fragrant aroma. What in the world? The elixirs were indeed concealed by the formation. It is no wonder that nothing was found. We are destined to prosper. Shi Hao and his companions gazed in astonishment at the scene before them, exclaiming their fortune. Upon hearing their words, Mu Shui Xian turned to cast a glance at them. The expression in her eyes was frightening, cold, and indifferent. Sister, are you all right? You seem like a completely different person, they remarked. Mu Shui Xian then retreated into her ring. I am fine, senior brother. Let us hasten to collect the elixirs, she stated. With that, Hua Qingyu began her search for the sacred medicine of soul repose. Shi Hao, Lin Bai, and Wang Ting also commenced their investigations. Is that truly the Linglong pill? And the Qiang pill as well? Wang Ting exclaimed. Holding several vials of elixirs to his nose, scrutinizing the pill patterns and recognizing them, his astonishment evident. Indeed, this is a powerful sacred ground from the Middle Ages. Such long-lost elixirs are present here. Senior brother, come over here. There are inscriptions, Shi Hao called out, prompting him and Wang Ting to rush over. They discovered Lin by intently studying a stone table, upon which several lines of text were carved. I am an elder of alchemy from the Tianquan sacred ground. In the first year of Tianqiu, the demon clan launched a large-scale invasion of our eastern region. Our Tianquan sacred ground united with various major forces to rise in resistance. Yet the disparity in strength was overwhelming. We do not know how much longer we can endure to prevent our sacred ground's alchemy hall from being destroyed by those demons. I have specially set up this formation. Should you unravel this formation, all the elixirs shall belong to you. The demons should have been repelled, right? Mo Feng Lu, elder of alchemy from Tianquan sacred ground. It was revealed that the formation had been laid down by the elder of alchemy from the sacred ground. Shi Hao and his companions finally comprehended its purpose. It was established to guard against the demons, indicating its considerable level of sophistication. However, they refrained from inquiring whether their junior sister could dismantle the formation. Each harbored their own secrets. Found it. Senior. On the other side, Hua Qingyun joyfully exclaimed, holding a vial of elixir. The sacred medicine, the Enhan sacred pill, possesses the remarkable ability to nurture and stabilize the soul, making it a rare treasure. Even the powerful Tianyan sacred ground possesses only this single vial. Inside the vial were merely 3 grains. Hua Qingyun placed the sacred medicine into the ring and handed it to Mu Shuixian. Using her magical power, Mu Shuixian transformed all 3 grains into medicinal essence, continuously nurturing her soul. Indeed, my soul has solidified somewhat. Now I can exert the strength of a saint. Although I could achieve this with all my might before, it would require a long period of slumber to recover afterward. Senior brother, how are things? Have you finished packing the elixirs? Let us depart. Having completed her task, Hua Qingyun approached Shi Hao and the others. Noticing they had divided the elixirs into 1 large portion and 3 smaller ones. Sister, you've arrived. We discussed it with Brother Wang. Since you dismantled the formation, you shall take the larger share, while the 3 of us will evenly divide the rest. Seeing that her attempts to argue were futile, Hua Qingyun silently accepted the elixirs. After all, she had already decided to turn them over to the sect. Shi Hao and Lin Bai shared her sentiments. Their master had bestowed great kindness upon them and taught them unparalleled techniques. They must contribute to the sect. Then there is nothing left here. Let us depart. The 4 of them tidied their belongings and proceeded outdoors. Wang Teng called back the disciples within the door. Senior brother, what did you find? Ahem.
I returned empty-handed this time. Here, this is for you. The senior brother from the sacred land handed a tome of techniques to his junior. Thank you, senior brother.
But if you give me this technique, what will you use? Oh, I'll manage just fine. The senior brother strode forward, inadvertently revealing 5 tomes of techniques tucked at his waist. Shi Hao and the others emerged from the palace. This time, not only did they return laden with treasures, but the disciples of the Eastern Xian sacred land also discovered numerous items. This is the reputed art of opportunism. Of course, the efficacy of this art relies on the location. If the place is inadequate, no amount of searching will yield results. In prime locations such as the Technique Hall or the Elixir Hall, even after being ravaged, one can still uncover some overlooked treasures. A saint's legacy has appeared to the east. What? Why are we hesitating? Let us hurry before someone else claims it first. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng seized a rushing man. Wait, you. The man was about to utter a curse, but upon recognizing the individual before him, he hastily swallowed his words. After a cordial inquiry, they learned the details. It appeared that a few individuals had been frantically relaying messages to everyone, claiming that there was a saint's legacy manifesting in a certain palace ruin to the east. Upon receiving this news, everyone rushed towards that direction. In that case, let us go take a look, Brother Shi, Wang Teng said, turning to Shi Hao and the others. Shi Hao keenly sensed something amiss. Who would announce the discovery of a saint's legacy, especially in this secret realm where everyone is a competitor? It felt as though someone was deliberately diverting everyone towards that location. This doesn't feel right, Brother Wang. This matter seems rather complex, he cautioned. Lin Bai and Hua Qingyun also sensed the underlying tension. They were all astute individuals who could see through the situation. As for those disciples hurrying to go, were they fools? Could they not perceive the oddity? It was not ignorance. It was simply that the allure of a saint's legacy was too enticing. Have you not heard? To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. Brother Shi, I understand your concerns. However, with so many of us and geniuses like you all, along with my fellow disciples from the sacred land, we should be able to handle any force within the secret realm. It is worth taking a chance. They had not considered any other possibilities. Even if someone was luring them, they assumed it was merely the machinations of certain factions that had entered the secret realm. Chapter 34. The emergence of the demon soul and ruthless slaughter to the east of the secret realm and a vast palace ruin. Hundreds of disciples from various sects had gathered. They were all discussing the matter at hand. Strangely, while some had entered, none had yet emerged. The interior of the ruins was eerily silent, sending chills down their spines. No one dared to act rashly. Our sect's senior brother has entered with the group, and there's still been no word. Even the communication tokens have ceased to function, one man said anxiously. Our senior brother as well mentioned that we should provide support for them outside, yet we are unable to contact them now. Shall we venture inside to take a look? He tentatively inquired of those beside him, for this place evidently harbored peculiarities, and he would never dare to enter alone. If you wish to go, then be my guest. Should anything untoward happen, we shall await you at the grave. Look over there. It seems the disciples from the sacred land have arrived. The crowd regarded the arrivals with the same reverence one might reserve for a lifeline, recognizing that such a perilous venture would require the leadership of the sacred land. When Sher Hao and his companions arrived, they discovered a throng gathered outside. Strange, why are they waiting here instead of entering? They were all so eager on the way here, yet now they seem hesitant. Who knows? Let us find someone amiable to inquire. With that, Wang Tung seized the nearest man and engaged him in cordial conversation. After a respectful exchange, the man, clearly intimidated, nervously recounted the events, revealing that once someone entered, they had never returned. Brother Wang, this place is truly ominous. Sher Hao remarked, his brow furrowing. I, Wang Tung, thrive on such exhilarating challenges. At that moment, Dream Interpretation Xin from Lanyue's Sacred Land and Mu Fan from Tianqing Sacred Land also arrived with their followers. Splendid. Now that all three sacred lands are gathered, we must brave this dragon's lair. They had little interest in the legacy of the saints. Even if it existed, it would not pertain to them. Their own brothers were inside, and they were determined to uncover the truth. Satisfying their curiosity was one thing. Perhaps they could even seize a stray opportunity. Miss Jie and Brother Mu are here as well? Perfect. Let us investigate this so-called legacy of the saints together. Mu Fan approached with a cheerful smile. Brother Wang, good to see you again. How have your endeavors fared? Not much, just 10 spatial rings filled to the brim. Truly not much at all. I must extend my gratitude to Miss Jie and Brother Mu for their generosity. Wang Tung's words bore a hint of malice. Haha, truly, that is not much at all. Mu Fan struggled to maintain a smile, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration, as those treasures had originally belonged to him. Enough with the chatter. Let us proceed inside. Thus, the disciples of various sects followed the trio from the three sacred lands into the depths. After walking for a while, a strong scent of blood wafted through the air. Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu instinctively placed their hands on their swords, while Sher Hao and Wang Tung remained vigilant, gazing ahead. Junior brother, come quickly. There is indeed a legacy of the saints ahead. Hurry, the resources are abundant, and we cannot carry them all alone. Junior sisters, where have you been? Come to your senior sister. There are numerous spiritual stones ahead. Suddenly, a large group surged forth, calling for their junior brothers and sisters. That's my senior brother. Wonderful. We've arrived, senior brother. My senior brother is here too. Don't worry, we're here to assist. The disciples of various sects rushed towards their senior brothers and sisters. Upon hearing about the resources and legacies from their senior brothers, they were invigorated as if fueled by elation. Beware, these people are demons. Retreat at once. Mu Shuixian, through her divine perception, observed that all individuals ahead were enveloped in demonic energy. As a formidable being of the Emperor realm, she had, of course, encountered the demonic race before. This aura was unmistakable. Upon hearing her words, Hua Qingyu was taken aback and hastily urged her fellow disciples to retreat. Simultaneously, she shouted, "Do not approach. They are demons." Yet, it was too late. Senior brother, what are you doing? Senior sister, no? Those who rushed forward were met with cold smiles from their senior brothers and sisters, who then commenced a brutal slaughter. The air was soon filled with piercing screams echoing throughout the ruins. Demons? Sister, you mean to say? Panic gripped their hearts as they wondered how demons could be present in the secret realm. The onlookers, witnessing the gruesome scene, fled in terror. No questions, just run. Sher Hao and the others followed the crowd, having prepared in advance, thus managing to keep towards the front. Just as they were nearing the exit, a horde of demons surged forth. Hee, my feast awaits you. Where do you think you are running to? The leading demon cackled ominously, and with a command, the demons began their indiscriminate slaughter. The demons from behind joined the fray. With ambush ahead and pursuers behind, there was nowhere left to retreat. Let us fight back. The disciples of various sects, realizing escape was futile, brandished their weapons and engaged in battle with the demons. Help! Don't kill me. The cries were deafening. As they fought, they soon discovered that these demons were not only powerful, but also fearless in death. The most terrifying aspect was that slain disciples would be possessed by the demons, rising again to slay their comrades. The situation appeared overwhelmingly dire. Ha, brother Sher. Our ambitions may yet be realized today. I shall revel in the slaughter, commanded a disciple of the Eastern Xin Holy Land. Kill. Ha. Let us see who can slay more demons. Sher Hao laughed as he felled a demon with a mighty punch. Who fears whom? Come on. 1, 2, 3. In the midst of his words, Wang Ting swiftly dispatched 3 demons. Junior brother, junior sister, be careful. After advising Lin Bai and the others, Sure Hao unleashed his full power and charged into the horde of demons. Supreme Reincarnation Technique. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Sure Hao, as if possessed by the spirit of a war god, struck down, causing a multitude of demons to perish. Witnessing their ferocity, the others gravitated towards the Holy Land. The massacre continued, with the demons driven into a frenzy by the scent of blood. Chapter 35. United Against Demons, the Emperor strikes. Damn it. My spirit sword is already dulled. What of your plight? My hoe is smoking from overuse. Your hoe is merely smoking? My blade has already been rendered useless twice. The disciples from various sects within the ruins were consumed by bloodlust, striking with relentless fervor, their eyes unblinking. However, the demons were numerous, seemingly endless, while their own ranks dwindled, with at least half of the disciples perishing. Moreover, these demons were exceedingly difficult to kill. Unless struck down mortally, they would quickly recover. Green Lotus Sword Technique. Green Lotus leads the way. Lin Bai wielded the Green Lotus Sword, ruthlessly slaughtering demons, the sweeping sword energy cutting through the air. Yet, as his spiritual energy waned, fatigue began to set in. This cannot continue, brother. The number of monsters is overwhelming. If this continues, disaster is inevitable. He aspires to be a man who surpasses the great emperors. Must he capsize in this mire? You protect our junior sister. I shall come at once. In the midst of slaughter, Sure Hao turned at the call of his junior brother and shouted back. After delivering a devastating punch that obliterated over 10 monsters before him, he rushed towards his junior brother and sister. Meanwhile, on another front, Wang Ting unleashed his sword, sweeping away the multitude of monsters before him, only to be met by an incessant tide of new foes. Jie-girl Mu brother. At this critical juncture, it is high time to reveal our life-saving trump cards. I am not adept at prolonged battles. His strength lies in swift, decisive strikes. He roared. Heaven did not give birth to me, Wang Tong. The 6 paths are as long as the eternal night. Upon finishing his exclamation, he retrieved a scroll from his spatial ring. The crimson scroll contained the full power of a semi-saint-esque strike, soaring into the air and unleashing its might, accompanied by a tremendous roar. Thousands of monsters were crushed instantly, creating a vast vacuum. Witnessing this, the Saintess Jiamingxin of the Storm Moon Sacred Land and Mu Fan of the Sky Blue Sacred Land also produced their life-saving cards. They understood that if this stalemate continued, their disciples would inevitably suffer casualties. Waiting any longer was not an option. Jiamingxin removed a jade token from around her neck, while Mu Fan, like Wang Ting, unveiled a scroll. These were all bestowed by the semi-saints of their sects, each containing the full force of a semi-saint-esque strike. As powerful spiritual energy surged forth, thousands of monsters, accompanied by their eerie cries, were entirely eradicated. The few remaining were swiftly dispatched by the combined efforts of the disciples. At last, they paused, breathing a sigh of relief, grateful to have survived. The brutal slaughter had claimed over half of their ranks. Phew, that nearly exhausted me. Those damn monsters have finally been cleared away. Indeed, it was thanks to the Sacred Land's full-on assault. Many collapsed on the ground, utterly fatigued in body and spirit. Sure Hao and the others also let out a long sigh of relief. This was their first direct experience of such a horrific battle, feeling both exhilarated and terrified. The ruins were littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing freely. The group proposed to bury the bodies of their fallen disciples on the spot, and everyone unanimously agreed. Many of the deceased were disciples from their own sects. Otherwise, they would not have cared in this savage realm that devours all. Are you all alright? I'm fine. Senior brother. Oh, the blood on me is from others splattering. I'm also unharmed, senior brother. Watching you said, catching her breath. She now understood what the elder meant when he said that her 2 senior brothers were extraordinary. They were formidable. One was like a war god, smashing through hordes of monsters, while the other resembled a sword deity, striking down foes with every swing. Only she, lacking the corresponding techniques, could not fully unleash the power of her sacred body. This illustrates why powerful factions, as long as they avoid calamities, continue to grow stronger. They possess deep foundations, countless techniques, an abundance of elixirs, and a complex network of connections. What does it matter if you possess great talent? Without techniques, without elixirs, and without a supportive foundation, you remain powerless. Do you think you can surpass others with just a decade of arduous training? Dream on. Except for those who are exceptionally gifted. Haha, brother Sure. This battle was truly exhilarating. Wang Ting clapped Sure Hao on the shoulder. The 2 youths, harboring the same ideals, realized their aspirations today, vanquishing demons and upholding righteousness. What a thrill. But I shan't compete with you, for you unleashed your trump cards to slay so many monsters. Sure, Hao recalled Wang Teng's earlier words, suggesting a contest to see who could defeat more demons. How could one compare? You unleashed your hidden strengths and must have slain at least 1,000. Yet those trump cards are merely a testament to one's prowess. Haha, I was just jesting. Just as they were about to depart, an unforeseen calamity arose. The blood-red remnants of clouds above were engulfed by darkness, plunging the entire secret realm into shadow. What is happening? Could there be more monsters? Damn, not again. After the previous battle, everyone was utterly exhausted. Hee. To think that you could annihilate my demonic army, this is quite intriguing. I do enjoy feasting on talents like you. A colossal monster with dual horns emerged on the horizon. What in the world is that creature? Damn it, it's the Demon King. We are doomed. Panic ensued as everyone sought to flee. They were utterly powerless against such a formidable foe. Yet, within the secret realm, where could they escape? Calculating the time. It would take at least another day for the exit of the secret realm to reopen. Lady Jie, Brother Mu, we must act swiftly, Wang Ting exclaimed. Hastily retrieving a scroll, the aura of this monster was overwhelming, far surpassing even the strongest of the previous relics by 100-fold. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, the three acted in unison. The Crimson Scroll, Jade Pendant, and a Cerulean Scroll surged toward the monstrous figure in the sky. Following a tremendous roar, the creature remained unscathed. Ha ha ha, are you merely tickling me? What the hell? Is that the Demon King of the Sacred Realm? This is the end. Wang Ting despaired, wondering why a Demon King of such caliber would exist in the secret realm. The monster's aura was unstable, indicating it had not fully recovered. Yet it was still far beyond what they could withstand. I shall first eliminate you, and then commence a massacre in the Eastern Domain. The Demon King began to strike. And even in its stillness, cries of agony erupted from below. Ah, my hand, my leg. Those of lesser strength found their bodies dissolving under the demonic energy. Qingyu, release your consciousness. Just as Hua Qingyu was flustered and unsure of what to do, the voice of a senior from within her ring spoke again. She promptly released her consciousness, allowing the remnants of Mu Shuixian to enter. This action would come at a cost, but thanks to the consumption of a sacred medicine earlier, it was still bearable. Seeing Hua Qingyu and the others on the brink of annihilation, she could no longer stand idly by. I shall borrow the Qingyun sword, Mu Shuixian stated with undeniable authority. Huh, junior sister, you intend to. Lin Bai wanted to say more, but upon meeting his junior sister's cold gaze, he quickly handed over the Qingyun sword. Subsequently, amid the astonished expressions of Shi Hao, Wang Ting, and others, she soared toward the Demon King above. Chapter 36. A sword to slay demons. Return to the sect. Where did this insect come from? Seeking death. The Demon King roared in fury upon witnessing someone daring to charge at him with a sword. Who is this woman? Such audacity. The onlookers were astounded as they beheld someone boldly attacking the celestial demon. Sister, be cautious. Lin Bai never anticipated that his sister would wield his sword with such ferocity. It was too late for him to intervene now. He could only hope for a miracle to unfold. With a thunderous roar, the Demon King unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, slamming his palm down with all his might. He aimed to reduce this audacious insect to mere muck. Yet, Mu Shuixian pierced through his palm with her sword, soaring ever higher. The pain radiating from his hand only served to enrage the Demon King further, as waves of demonic energy swept across the heavens and earth. Impossible. Who are you? Why is there such a formidable being in the Eastern Domain? He bellowed in confusion. How could this young insect possess such immense power? Hadn't the proud talents of the Eastern Domain been annihilated? You need not know my name, you pitiful ant, Mu Shuixian declared, standing firm in the sky with her sword. The Azure Lotus Sword in her hand emitted a brilliant radiance before she unleashed a colossal wave of sword energy. No. The Demon King felt the imminent threat and howled in despair. Damn bloodsuckers, you shall wait. Our demonic army will return with vengeance. But before he could finish his threats, the piercing sword energy pierced through his body, dissipating him into nothingness. Lin Bai stood in stunned silence, astonished that his sister had vanquished the Demon King. Gazing at the figure above, wielding sword energy with grace, he marveled at her prowess in slaying demons before departing with elegance. He couldn't help but reflect that his own journey in sword cultivation still had a long way to go. Although everyone had been saved, they remained in a state of bewilderment. If memory served, this secret realm was a trial for disciples. And if the Demon King could not withstand a single blow from her, what business did she have joining their commotion? Gradually, They realized that the extraordinary power she exhibited was likely a life-preserving trump card bestowed by their sect. It was inconceivable for such strength to exist within someone under the age limit of 22 in this realm. "Goodness, brother Sure, your sister is astonishingly powerful," exclaimed one. "Could it be that your sect leader provided her with that life-saving card? Just look at her prowess compared to our own. It is simply incomparable." The defeated Demon King had claimed she was merely toying with him. "Damn it," Wang Ting lamented, wishing he could have delivered a few kicks to the now-vanished Demon King. Indeed, Sure Hao eventually responded, shaking off his shock. "These matters do not concern a disciple like me. The sword for you." Mu Shuixian approached Lin Bai and handed him the sword. He recognized the Azure Lotus Sword as belonging to a great emperor. It was the weapon of the sword god from the ancient era. He was merely curious how it had come to be in the hands of his fellow disciple. The sword god had perished long ago, and his sword had vanished without a trace, prompting countless sword cultivators throughout the central domain to search in vain. How could it have found its way to the eastern domain? "Qingyun Sect," Lin Bai exclaimed, finally grasping the significance of the moment as he accepted the treasured sword. In the following days, the disciples of various sects spent their time exploring the secret realm, each returning with varying degrees of fortune. No fortunate souls have emerged this time. The legacy of the sages has not materialized. As the conclusion approaches, a vortex appears above the secret realm, identical to the one they encountered upon entry. "Let us depart, brother Sure. The exit of the secret realm has opened." The exit remains accessible for only half a day. Should they fail to exit within that time, they must await the next opportunity for the realm to open. This journey has not been in vain. Outside the Qingyun city, within the Qingyun dynasty, the elders of various sects have gathered, eagerly anticipating their disciples to receive the sage's inheritance, or at the very least, to acquire additional resources. The vortex manifests outside Qingyun city, and one by one, disciples emerge from its depths. As time dwindles, nearly all the sect's disciples have appeared. Observing the dramatically reduced number of disciples, a sense of lamentation fills the air. The competition within this secret realm has indeed been fierce. How did it go? Was there any appearance of the sage's inheritance? An elder inquires impatiently. "None. And we have yet to discover anything of value." "None? Then why was the competition so fierce, resulting in so many casualties?" The elder's confusion is palpable. "Elder, we encountered a multitude of demonic creatures within. We nearly perished in the secret realm. Thankfully, a sacred land and a formidable female prodigy intervened and vanquished them." The disciple who spoke still feels a tremor of fear. "Brother Sure, I shall take my leave now. Should the opportunity arise, please visit me at the Eastern Xian Sacred Land for tea." After Wang Tung finished speaking, he turned with the remaining disciples and departed. Their sacred land had sent a total of 21 individuals, 3 of whom were lost in the secret realm. "Farewell, Brother Wang." Sure Hao and his companions also turned to leave. Wang Tung, despite being a son of the sacred land, carried no heirs. They were eager to cultivate this friendship, as another ally could pave the way for future endeavors, even if this young man had a penchant for theatrics. "Master." The 3 of them spotted Feng Qingyang from a distance and hurried towards him. Feng Qingyang was engaged in jovial conversation with the king of Qilin. "Where? Are you unharmed? Your elder brother mentioned he did not see you in the secret realm. He said there were demonic creatures. You did not encounter any, did you?" Watching Yu's elder brother had been preoccupied with seeking opportunities since entering the realm, and he had heard about the demonic creatures from others. He had also heard that the slayer of the Demon King was a woman in a red dress, and he felt fortunate not to have ventured forth, lest he too would not have survived. "Father, I am fine, thanks to the protection of my 2 senior brothers." Upon hearing his junior sister's words, Sure Hao and Lin Bai exchanged uneasy glances, recalling the figure that vanquished the demons with a single strike. "Haha, it is good to hear you are safe. We must also thank the 2 prodigies from the upper sect for safeguarding the heir." "Oh no, 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 Qingyu is our junior sister. It is only right." This left Sure Hao and Lin Bai at a loss for words. Should they express that their daughter is immensely powerful, having slain the Demon King with a single sword strike and requiring no protection? Well then, since all is well here, let us return to the sect. Everything is now in place. We merely await the opening of the mountain and the gathering of disciples. "Farewell, Your Majesty," Feng Qingyang said. Having enjoyed a luxurious experience over the past few days, being treated to fine food and drink in the royal palace. "Farewell, Sect Master Feng." As Yu arrived at the sect, she was reminded by the sovereign of the Qilin kingdom to diligently cultivate. "Yes, I understand, Father." Watching Yu replied before boarding the Qingyun warship alongside Sure Hao and the others. On their journey, Shi Hao enthusiastically recounted the remarkable gains they had achieved in the ruins, detailing their acquisition of sacred herbs and the vanquishing of demonic creatures to Feng Qingyang. Sacred herbs, Feng Qingyang pondered. Indeed, the Qingyun Sect currently lacks an alchemist. Should we summon an esteemed pill master from our ancestors? As for the demon race, they would eventually be uprooted entirely. It's fortunate that the three of you are safe. Feng Qingyang mused, having learned about the origins of the ancient saint's secret realm during his 2 days in the royal palace. In summary, it was a realm where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, a harsh reality of the cruel world of cultivation. However, once the roles of the knife and the fish on the chopping block were reversed, the demon race would come to realize the terror of the Qingyun Sect from the eastern region. Chapter 37, Sect Token. Phoenix Sacred Art. The Qingyun worship soared towards the Qingyun Sect at an astonishing speed, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. Within the Qingyun Hall, Outer Elder Yi Bai and Chief Guardian Elder Wang Xian hurried to report upon hearing of the sect leader's return. This was a directive from Feng Qingyang before his departure. He wished to assess how the Qingyun Sect had fared in his absence. Sovereign, in recent days, various factions have continued to deliver resources, and the storage hall has been constructed with more than 20 chambers, Yi Bai reported respectfully. After coordinating with the head of the Lin family, resources have been consistently sent to Qingyun City, which is now taking shape. After Yi Bai's respectful report, Wang Xian stepped forward. Sovereign, during your absence, the Guardian team has ensured that everything at the Qingyun Sect and the construction site in Qingyun City has proceeded smoothly. Indeed, Qingyun City, as one of the faces of our Qingyun Sect, must be constructed flawlessly. Feng Qingyang nodded in satisfaction. He then waved his hand grandly, commanding, "Let us pour resources into the construction fervently to accelerate the progress. As the dominant sovereign of Lingzhou, we are not lacking in resources. The situation now is such that while you rush to deliver resources, it is contingent upon whether the Qingyun Sect will accept them." What? You claim you won't deliver? No matter. There are plenty of willing factions eager to contribute. Understood, Sovereign. And the two of you should prepare. We shall select a day to commence the recruitment of disciples. You may leave now. Outside the Qingyun Hall, the entirety of the Qingyun Sect was adorned with a striking new structure, the towering Trial Tower, a majestic edifice reaching a height of 100 stories. At that moment, Shi Hao and his companions stood bewildered at its base, gazing upward at the imposing tower that pierced the heavens. Then, an awkward silence ensued. Since their arrival at the sect, Shi Hao and Lin Bai had intended to help their junior sister, Hua Qingyu, familiarize herself with the sect. Yet they found themselves utterly bewildered instead. They had never encountered such a tower before. "Senior brother, what is the purpose of this magnificent tower?" one inquired. "Oh, this is the great tower of our Qingyun Sect," Shi Hao replied, though his words seemed hardly illuminating. Yes, indeed, that is correct," Lin Bai also echoed, noting that Hua Qingyu was even more bewildered than the two of them, utterly astonished by the ethereal grandeur of the Qingyun Sect since their arrival. Reflecting upon the words spoken by their master that day, it occurred to him that in his eyes, a dominant force might indeed be extinguished with a mere flick of the hand. The sacred grounds could scarcely be compared to the Qingyun Sect. Grateful for the elder's decisive warning, Hua Qingyu mused internally about the elder's foresight. At this moment, Mu Shuixian was also taken aback. Not due to the enchanting scenery of the Qingyun Sect. After all, as an emperor-level figure, she had encountered numerous spectacles and was not so easily overwhelmed. Rather, upon arriving at the Qingyun Sect, her thoughts immediately turned to the enigmatic sect master who had unraveled her true identity, igniting her curiosity. Unconsciously, her emperor-level consciousness expanded, yearning to probe deeper into the mysteries of the Qingyun Sect. However, as soon as her consciousness was released, it was met with an even more formidable force that crushed it back. Within her sea of consciousness echoed a stern warning. "Considering your connection to the sect master's disciples, should you dare to offend again, you shall be obliterated." Startled, Mu Shuixian was momentarily set back, nearly shattering her emperor's composure. The Qingyun Sect possessed such formidable strength. She dared not dwell further on it. Shi Hao and the other two strolled briefly within the sect before heading towards the storage hall. On their way, they encountered Elder Yi Bai, and amidst a seemingly unperturbed demeanor, they presented all the sacred herbs and elixirs they had gathered from the secret realm. "Elder, these are the elixirs we procured from the secret realm, now submitted to the sect." Your diligence is commendable," Yi Bai replied, calmly accepting the offerings. "Yet, What was with the slight tremor in the hands of such a peak void fragmentation realm powerhouse? He had never witnessed so many sacred herbs in his lifetime. The trio then proceeded towards the Qingyun Hall, where their master had indicated he had something to confer upon them. Master, we have arrived. Here are your sect tokens. Feng Qingyang announced, waving his hand as 3 Azure tokens flew forth, landing in Surehao's hands. He had acquired these during his 2 days in the royal palace from the system. What on earth? How could the foremost sect of the heavens lack even a disciple's token? After he offered some reasoning, or rather, a threat, the system generously provided a substantial batch. With a quantity ample enough to simplify future dealings, these tokens not only represented their identities but also served as a repository for contribution points. He had already devised a plan for how these points would be exchanged for various items within the sect. The sect would post tasks on the mission board, allowing disciples to earn contribution points upon completion, which could then be exchanged for items or access to the sect's secret realms. Naturally, disciples could also post tasks on the board using the contribution points from their tokens, though the sect would deduct a modest 5% service fee, a rather paltry sum. As Shurhao and his companions examined the tokens, they noticed the inscription Qingyun Sect upon the Azure surface. Upon flipping them over, they discovered the words directly passed down etched into the back. With these tokens, they could signify their identity and status within the sect. Thank you, Master. The 3 of them bowed in gratitude. Yet, a hint of doubt lingered. Hadn't their master mentioned that they should start from the outer sect? Shurhao often refers to himself as the outer sect senior brother of the Qingyun Sect. However, this title must now be passed on to the newly initiated junior brothers. The 3 of you have traversed the ancient sacred realm and have thus experienced the brutality of the battlefield. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as direct disciples. Thank you, Master. Shurhao and the others, moved, bowed once more, now firmly established as the legitimate disciples of their master. By the way, Qingyu, I have a technique to impart to you. Consider it a welcoming gift to the sect. Now, expand your consciousness. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingyu opened her consciousness. And as she entered the violet halo, she felt an immediate connection. Phoenix Transformation Sacred Art, she exclaimed. Realizing this technique was exceptionally suited to her Phoenix sacred body, truly a bespoke gift. Thank you so much, Master. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude. I shall not disappoint you or the sect. If I fail, may the heavens strike me with lightning, and may I perish. She was deeply moved. Believing that her benevolent master had bestowed upon her such a powerful technique right upon her entry into the sect. Unable to restrain herself, she swore a solemn oath. It is important to note that once a cultivator pledges such an oath, there is no turning back. Otherwise, one risks the emergence of inner demons, leading to certain demise. There is no need for such solemnity. You may all return to your cultivation, the master replied. Qingyu, leave your ring with me. I have matters to discuss with her. Understood, Master. Hua Qingyu complied and removed the ring from her finger, knowing that her master was aware of the presence of her predecessor within it. They had conversed just the other day. Chapter 38, The Lotus Root Body, Summoning the Elders Come Forth. Must our sect formally invite you? After Shurhao and the others exited, Feng Qingyang glanced at the Mi-Long ring and spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, Mu Shuixian emerged from the ring. Currently, she existed in a remnant soul state, thus her form was transparent and fluctuating. What is it that you desire? Mu Shuixian inquired, intrigued by what this mysterious sect leader intended. Having witnessed the formidable aspects of the Qingyun sect, her imperial pride had considerably diminished, for she understood that they could easily subdue her at any moment. I desire nothing in particular. I merely wish to discuss an opportunity with you. I offer you a chance to alter your fate. Come serve as an elder of the Qingyun sect for 100,000 years. No, to be more precise. You will work for the Qingyun sect for 100,000 years without compensation. And in return, I shall grant you the chance to reconstruct your body. What say you? 100,000 years. Even Mu Shuixian, being of the Emperor realm, felt a sense of astonishment. How many hundreds of thousands of years does an emperor truly possess? Whether she would still exist in 100,000 years was uncertain. Yet the idea of body reconstruction was immensely enticing to her. Currently, in her remnant soul state, the prospect of self-reconstruction seemed a distant dream. With this realization, she no longer hesitated. If it was 100,000 years, then so be it. She steeled herself and agreed. What must I do? Very simple. Sign a Great Tao contract. This was information imparted by the system. Originally, he sought a means to control others through the system. The Great Tao contract was far more severe than a Great Tao oath. Should either party attempt to rescind their agreement, They would truly face divine retribution of the most dire kind. Come forth. Through their cultivation, they communicated with the heavens and the earth. After Feng Qingyang inscribed the Grand Covenant, he etched the name of the Qingyun Sect with his divine consciousness. Mu Shuixian glanced over it, found no issues, and subsequently inscribed her own name. The covenant was thus formed, stipulating that the Qingyun Sect would grant Mu Shuixian a corporeal form, while she would labor for the sect for 100,000 years, after which the agreement would cease. Any violators would face death and annihilation of their path, to which Feng Qingyang merely scoffed. Even a sect like Qingyun had to yield a little in the face of such grand principles. Understood? Nevertheless, it was primarily for the sake of Mu Shuixian. This laborer, as an imperial being, her role as an inner sect elder was still somewhat acceptable, allowing her to guide the inner disciples. Thus, the sect would proceed to reshape her body. The system produced the lotus body-forming root. Feng Qingyang directed the lotus root to attach to Mu Shuixian. A brilliant light flashed, and a lotus-shaped entity adhered to her, continuously transforming into an entirely new form. To Mu Shuixian, it appeared as though Feng Qingyang had merely waved his hand, conjuring a brand new body for her. From death to flesh and bone, such miraculous creation. What a powerful figure the sect master is. Behold, this is the sacred lotus body I grant you. Since it can be bestowed, it can also be retracted. As for the Grand Covenant, do you think I fear it? Thank you, sect master. In response to Feng Qingyang's veiled threat, she could do nothing but express her gratitude. After all, she was but a fish on the butcher's block. Once the body was molded, Mu Shuixian appeared in her corporeal form, adorned in a flowing azure gown. She felt a surge of innate power. Unbelievable! While she could only currently summon the strength of the Holy Realm, her previous state had been that of a lingering soul. Yet, her status as an imperial being remained, and she was merely restoring her cultivation. Once she regained her full powers, she would soar unimpeded. Go forth, for you shall henceforth be an elder of the inner sect of Qingyun. Perform well, and we shall soon commence the mountain opening ceremony to accept disciples. After Mu Shuixian departed, Feng Qingyang opened the system interface once more. There were still 5 summoning cards from the last reward yet to be utilized. As they were about to begin accepting disciples, he needed to summon more formidable individuals. Show me gold. The system activated all summoning cards. Silver summoning card successfully used, drawing. Congratulations to the host for summoning Mu Tian, a peak outer sect elder of the Broken Void Realm. Silver summoning card successfully used, drawing. Congratulations to the host for summoning Mu Feng, a peak outer sect elder of the Broken Void Realm. Silver summoning card successfully used, drawing. Congratulations to the host for summoning Luochen, an inner sect elder of the Half-Saint Realm. Silver summoning card successfully used, drawing. Congratulations to the host for summoning Luo Wudao, an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall at the peak of the Entry Saint Realm. Silver summoning card successfully used, drawing. Congratulations to the host for summoning Nia Hailong, an elder of the Scripture Hall at the peak of the Entry Saint Realm. The summoned individuals are currently being inscribed and have been successfully recorded. What a stroke of fortune. Finally, he had garnered gold. 1 half-saint, 2 peak saints, 2 outer sect elders, 1 inner sect elder, an elder of the Scripture Hall, and an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. This would suffice for the time being. He opened his personal panel to review the details. Master, Feng Qingyang, Realm, Initial Stage of True Person, Disciples, Lin Bai, Shi Hao, Hua Qingyu, Physique, Celestial Divine Body. Strong figures of the sect, Ancestor Li Qingyun, Pinnacle of the Emperor Realm, Guardian Elder Wang Xian, Pinnacle of the Void Fragmentation Realm, Outer Sect Elders Yi Bai, Mu Tian, Mu Feng, Pinnacle of the Void Fragmentation Realm, 5 Guardians. Inner Sect Elder Mu Shuixian in the Saint Realm, Luochen is half-saint. Law Enforcement Hall Elder Luo Wudou, in the Saint Realm, Method Hall Elder Nia Hailong, Pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Sect, Qingyun Sect, Level 1, 900, 010000. The host must diligently forge the foremost divine sect of the heavens. Time is of the essence. Darn it, this wretched system, why the urgency? It has only been a short while, and the Qingyun Sect has already grown so formidable. Currently, Feng Qingyang refrains from boasting. Yet the path to becoming the premier sect of the entire wasteland martial continent appears tantalizingly close, requiring merely a few more powerful mid-tier practitioners and disciples. Given a little more time, Qingyun Sect would effortlessly dominate the 5 domains in 65 states. Outside the Grand Hall, the elders summoned by the system have arrived. 2 are at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, 1 is a half-saint. Mu Shuixian raises her head, pondering silently. She reflects on how the Qingyun Sect is indeed a hidden gem, possessing such strength that it can sweep through the eastern domain. Sister, do not be alarmed. These are the elders of our Qingyun Sect, Shihao reassures her, succinctly sharing what he knows. The formidable members of the Qingyun Sect are either in slumber or traveling afar. Now, as the sect prepares to enter the world and stir the winds and clouds, they are gradually arriving to establish their legacy and recruit disciples. Chapter 39. Establishing the sect and recruiting disciples at this moment, within the magnificent Qingyun Hall. As the future foremost sect of the heavens, how can there be too few disciples? The host is requested to convene the inaugural sect establishment and recruitment. Completing this task will yield substantial rewards. Splendid. The system resonates deeply with my aspirations. This task comes at the perfect time. Feng Qingyang, already intent on establishing the sect and recruiting disciples, is overjoyed at this fortuitous opportunity to achieve two goals with one effort. Now, whether for the sake of the system's task or the Qingyun Sect, a grand event must be meticulously orchestrated. With a thought, Feng Qingyang summoned the mid to high-ranking members of the Qingyun Sect to the Qingyun Hall using his divine sense. Seated at the head of the table, Feng Qingyang finds himself amidst esteemed elders, the venerable ancestor Li Qingyun, the Law Enforcement Hall Elder Luo Wudao, the Method Hall Elder Nie Hailong, Inner Sect Elder Mu Shuistian, and Luo Chen, Guardian Elder Wang Xian, along with Outer Sect Elders Yi Bai, Mu Tian, and Mu Feng, are also present. Lastly, seated at the rear is Lin Zhan, the head of the Lin family. Most of the newly summoned elders are middle-aged men, at the peak of their powers, now adorned in their respective elder robes. The Outer Sect Elders don robes of a vibrant green, significantly brighter than those of the disciples, predominantly green with only a hint of white. In contrast, the Inner Sect Elders wear robes of bluish-green, adorned with abstract cloud patterns symbolizing the aspiration for a smooth ascent. The Law Enforcement Hall's attire exudes authority, while the Method Hall leans towards a scholarly and Taoist aesthetic. At this moment, they all respectfully gaze towards the sect master seated at the head, each emanating an extraordinary presence. This marks the first convening of the Elder Council since the re-establishment of the Qingyun Sect. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. Our esteemed Qingyun Sect is now equipped with comprehensive facilities and a full assembly of elders, boasting formidable strength that stands unrivaled across the entire eastern domain. However, for a sect to prosper in perpetuity, it must nurture talented disciples to prevent a gap in leadership. Therefore, our sect has resolved to commence the recruitment of disciples 3 days hence. I hereby declare that the Qingyun Sect shall officially enter the world. While we currently dominate Lingzhou, we must not remain confined to a corner. This endeavor aims to set our sights on the entire eastern domain. Upon the conclusion of Feng Qingyang's proclamation, all the elders rose in unison to express their accord. We shall faithfully adhere to the sect master's decree. The Qingyun Sect shall ascend unparalleled heights. Meanwhile, in Lingzhou, a singular piece of news emerged, igniting a fervor akin to a bomb dropped into a placid lake, turning the region upside down. 3 days hence, the Qingyun Sect shall open its doors to disciples. The news spread with astonishing rapidity throughout Lingzhou. In Qingyun City, the excitement was palpable. The Qingyun Sect is finally opening its doors to disciples. One exclaimed, "Indeed, let us hasten, brotherly. Qingyun City is the nearest to the Qingyun Sect. If we delay, we may miss our chance to be among the first." The man opposite him, though equally excited, lamented, with millions vying for a place. "Even arriving first may not suffice. Given our qualifications, it will be a tremendous challenge to carve a path in this vast Lingzhou." "Why do you lack such fighting spirit?" retorted his companion. "My father has proclaimed that I possess the potential for divine transformation." "Divine transformation, you say? You know nothing. If I could merely secure a position as a menial disciple within the Qingyun Sect, it would be a life well lived." Many shared his sentiments. After all, the Qingyun Sect reigns supreme over Lingzhou. Securing even a menial position within its ranks would elevate one's status to unprecedented heights. Those who even fancied themselves somewhat talented set forth toward the Qingyun Sect, for it represented their aspirations in the commencement of their dreams. Various factions, families, dynasties, and solitary cultivators from across Lingzhou dispatched representatives in droves, numbering in the hundreds of millions. To emerge victorious from such a multitude and gain entry into the Qingyun Sect is a daunting challenge, akin to scaling the heavens. Moreover, some sect leaders promptly resolved to disband their own sects, hoping that by relying on their own strength and fortune, they might secure a place among the menial disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Even the most humble tasks would seem dignified, for one could boast of their position. What? Do you look down upon those who perform menial labor? I am the chief overseer of the Qingyun Sect's sanitation. Do you wish to forfeit your standing in Lingzhou? Meanwhile, in the beast forest of Lingzhou, a young man shouted, "Die," as he delivered a powerful blow to a demonic beast, the spectral tiger. The beast's massive form was sent flying several meters, letting out a mournful cry before collapsing lifelessly. Were outsiders to witness this, they would surely be left in shock. The spectral tiger is a fourth-tier demonic beast, comparable to a pinnacle nascent soul cultivator. It is worth noting that the young man before them is merely 17 or 18 years of age, an utterly terrifying prospect. Pinnacle nascent soul. Soon, when my powers are restored, Lin Yao, you shall witness my might. Oh, the Qingyun Sect is recruiting disciples? This minor power possesses considerable knowledge. Upon being reborn and awakening memories, the most frequent whispers he encountered revolved around the Qingyun Sect. Though small, it presently suits him well. Given his current weakness, he can leverage their influence to reach the central domain, securing temporary refuge. Qingyun Sect, I am coming. With that proclamation, the youth departed without looking back, leaving behind the disheveled corpse of the Ming tiger in the wind. At the God Burial Mountains, he declared, "Master, I am ready." Ning Yin concentrated intently, channeling the spiritual energy within him as it surged wildly. Nearby, an elderly man with flowing white hair observed the youth with satisfaction, embodying the essence of a secluded sage. Yinner, the Yang's sacred body ranks 9th among the sacred physiques, immensely powerful. It requires to awaken, and today I shall assist you in this endeavor. Fire, come forth. The old man's right hand ignited with a flame of ethereal blue, dazzling in its beauty. Do not underestimate it. This is the blue specter flame, ranked 29th among. He infused the into Ning Yin's body. Following the guidance, Ning Yin executed the fire control technique, and soon the blue specter flame melded within him. Ah! Ning Yin cried out in anguish, gritting his teeth to endure as sweat poured from him. They, guided by the technique, gradually entered his dantian. Yet its formidable power relentlessly scorched his meridians. After a quarter of an hour, the boy lay feebly on the ground. Yet the slight upturn of his lips signified his success. "Thank you, master," he managed to say as he rose, taking a moment to express his gratitude. In truth, his master was a soul residing within a necklace around his neck, having guided him in cultivation, enabling his rapid progress, thus earning his profound respect. Well done, Yinner. Now that your sacred body has awakened, your strength has ascended to new heights. It appears that assisting me in reconstructing my physical form is not far off. Indeed, master. Once I have attained mastery, I shall forge a perfect body for you. Ah, how thoughtful. By the way, Yinner, the hegemon of Lingzhou, the Qingyun Sect, is recruiting disciples soon. You must hurry and seize this opportunity. The old man reminisced. In my time, such minor powers could easily crush a multitude. Yet, you are still quite weak. Joining them will provide you with greater security on your journey to the central domain. As he spoke, his eyes shimmered with nostalgia. The central domain, a revered realm for cultivation, where the strong abound like fish crossing a river. Legendary emperors exist within this world. With your mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, coupled with my assistance, joining them will be effortless. The old man felt a swell of pride for his remarkable disciple, marveling at the existence of a sacred body even in the impoverished eastern region. As time flowed on, cultivators flocked to the Qingyun Sect like ants and locusts. Chapter 40. Millions of cultivators, the illusory heavenly ladder at the foot of Qingyun Sect. Moments before the news spread, Lin Zhan hurried home, eager to announce a piece of exhilarating news that would invigorate all the younger members of the Lin family. The main sect will begin recruiting disciples in 3 days. Wonderful. At last, we have the chance to join the main sect like our brother Lin Bai. They have been eagerly waiting. Stationed beneath the gates of the main sect every day, their eyes filled with longing as they gaze towards the sect, dreaming of the day when their own efforts will grant them entry. Now, an opportunity has presented itself before them, and whether they can seize it rests entirely upon their own resolve. Let us not forget that the Lin family is in a favorable position, not merely due to Lin Bai's role as a direct disciple within the sect, which could potentially open doors for them, but rather because the Lin family has earned merit, thus receiving rewards in the form of celestial techniques from the sect leader. Although their cultivation journey has only just begun, they must not be underestimated. It is vital to recognize that these are celestial techniques. During their brief period of cultivation, each individual has witnessed a significant enhancement of their strength. Furthermore, With the family head, Lin Zhan, attending the Qingyun Sect's assembly, they are assured of receiving timely updates, enabling them to prepare adequately. 3 days have elapsed amidst the anxious anticipation of the populace in Lingzhou. At this moment, the gates of Qingyun Sect are besieged by a throng of people, an overwhelming sight that cannot be adequately described, estimated to number in the hundreds of millions, nearly filling the entirety of the Qingyun mountain range, with a continuous influx of newcomers. However, there is no need for haste. The Qingyun Sect's enrollment period is designated for 10 days, allowing ample time for all to arrive. Despite the bustling atmosphere, order prevails. 5 guardians exude an aura of peak reality, stunning the crowd into silence, as no one dares to disrupt the peace. The presence of these 5 elders is formidable. Could they be the elders of Qingyun Sect? Indeed, it is surprising that the sect holds this enrollment in such high regard, dispatching 5 elders even before the proceedings commence. Certainly, with such a powerful sect, even a slight display of their might leaves us in awe. Moreover, I must inform you. The most formidable figure within the sect is the enigmatic sect leader, rumored to be a supremely powerful emperor. This clandestine information is not something I typically share, but today, I entrust it to you. Do not let it spread, please. A man's startling revelation left those around him in astonishment. The sect leader is an emperor. Is it true? An emperor, an entity standing at the pinnacle of the continent, commanding respect through the ages. If this news is valid, then, Feng Qingyang, when did I become an emperor? This lad is certainly not one of my hired actors. As the moment arrives, the gates of Qingyun Sect swing wide open. Sure Hao, along with elders Yi Bai, Mu Feng, and Mu Tian, emerges from within. Initially, Qingyun Sect dispatches 5 guardians to maintain order, followed by the personal appearance of Sure Hao, a direct disciple, accompanied by 3 outer sect elders to oversee the proceedings. The atmosphere among the crowd reaches a crescendo. Look, it's the elders of Qingyun Sect. The enrollment assessment is about to commence. The throng strains to gaze upwards. There on the summit stand 4 figures adorned in sect attire. From this vantage point, they appear to be on par with the clouds, presenting themselves as ethereal beings descended from the heavens. Sure. As the direct disciple, please address the assembly first. One elder respectfully gestures to Sure Hao at the mountain's peak. Regardless of the setting, order must be maintained. As Qingyun Sect becomes increasingly formalized, all present must adhere to the established protocols. They are merely outer sect elders, while Sure Hao is a direct disciple of the sect leader, and thus, the rules must be observed. The sect's regulations are currently being meticulously drafted by the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall. Once the matter has been presented to the sect master and approved, it will soon be unveiled, and I believe it will be completed before the conclusion of the disciple recruitment. The elder has been overly courteous. After speaking, Sure Hao took the initiative to step forward and declared in a clear voice, first and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all of you who have traveled great distances, day and night, to attend the disciple recruitment conference of our Qingyun Sect. May you all achieve your aspirations and successfully pass the assessments to join our esteemed sect. I am Sure Hao, a direct disciple of the sect master, and I eagerly anticipate meeting each of you within the sect. With that, Sure Hao concluded his remarks and stepped back. Whoa, the senior disciples are so handsome. They truly understand our hearts, exclaimed one individual. Indeed, I have traveled nonstop for 3 days to reach Qingyun Sect. Another chimed in, with the words of a direct disciple. My efforts of day and night are not in vain, woo-woo. A portion of the crowd was moved to tears. Those who had managed to arrive truly embodied the spirit of relentless pursuit. Who could share the bittersweet emotions they felt? How could one not be touched by the direct disciples' personal wishes for their success in the assessments? As Sure Hao finished speaking, 3 elders stepped forward. Standing among the other 2 elders, Yi Bai addressed the crowd, stating, We are the outer gate elders of Qingyun Sect. Now, let us outline the assessment process for the first stage, the illusory sky ladder. Upon finishing his words, he channeled spiritual energy and waved his hand. A dazzling azure light illuminated the scene, revealing a magnificent ladder stretching 100 miles from the sect to the mountain gate, reaching into the clouds. The sights upon the ladder were ever-changing, filled with profundity and mystery. This stunning spectacle left the onlookers in awe. This is the illusory sky ladder. It is quite simple. Anyone who steps upon this ladder from the mountain gate will pass the first stage of the assessment. The ladder transforms endlessly, presenting a new illusion every 10 steps. Only those with exceptional character and great perseverance can reach the end. Moreover, The ladder will create corresponding illusions and pressures based on each individual's realm, ensuring absolute fairness in the first stage. Even if one fails in the second stage, they will still become a servant disciple of Qingyun Sect. As the elder concluded, the crowd below the mountain gate erupted with excitement, each person eager to take their turn. The first stage is a purely fair and just assessment. It does not consider one's realm, but rather focuses on character and perseverance. Furthermore, even if one fails in the second stage, they can still become the servant disciple that many have longed for. What a commendable act! To some, the ladder appeared deceptively simple, after all. The elders had declared it easy, so it must be manageable. Without considering talent, they prided themselves on their character and determination. Becoming a servant disciple seemed well within their grasp. Very well, I declare the first stage of the assessment, the illusory sky ladder, officially commenced. With Elder Yi Bai's command, the crowd began to ascend the ladder in waves. The ladder was sufficiently vast to accommodate tens of thousands of participants simultaneously. Should anyone fail, they would be teleported back down, allowing the next individual to continue, thus maintaining a swift pace. The first group quickly surged up the ladder, as if the entrance to Qingyun Sect was within arm's reach. However, imagination is splendid, while reality is harsh. Help! Why are there so many flames? As a man stepped onto the celestial ladder, he discovered that the entire ascent had transformed into a veritable sea of blades and fire, causing him to retreat in terror. No, please, don't kill me. I am merely an undercover agent sent by your excellency. I surrender. The man's illusion was even more intriguing, depicting the Qingyun Sect under siege. Overcome with fear, he immediately pleaded for mercy, trembling as he uttered, "I was wrong. Sect Master. I should not have revealed your affairs with women. Spare me." His illusion portrayed him as a gossiper, spreading tales of the Sect Master's romantic exploits, tarnishing his reputation, and receiving merciless lashes in return. His lack of resolve led to his downfall. If Feng Qingyang were to discover this, he would undoubtedly erupt in anger, demanding, "Who dares to slander the Sect Master? Drag him out and administer 300 strikes. I won't dare again. I didn't intend to betray the sect. Please, spare me." As for that wretched soul, he truly deserved his fate. In the illusion, he betrayed the sect for a trifle, leading to immediate failure. The first trial assessed one's character and perseverance, designed to eliminate those with weak resolve, those who betray their own, commit vile acts, and are lazy. Thus, only those with steadfast hearts and great tenacity could pass the first trial. If one were to succeed in the first trial, even if they failed the second, it would merely indicate that their innate talent was lacking. Blind effort alone would not suffice. They could still be accepted as auxiliary disciples, striving under the sect's guidance to soar to great heights. As time passed, the testing proceeded vigorously. The first wave of tens of thousands was entirely eliminated. Even the highest achiever barely took 4 steps before being sent back down. Upon reaching the ground, they gasped for breath, taking a long while to regain their composure. Woe is me. I am worthless. I was sent back after just 1 step. So what if you know? Does being worthless earn you an award? Do you think being a failure is easy? I didn't even take a step. I am even less than a failure. Woe is me. He had not yet set foot on the celestial ladder when he heard the anguished cries of those ahead, causing him to retract his foot in fear. Batch after batch of individuals were eliminated, and the one who ascended the highest only managed 10 steps. After a cry of despair, they were mercilessly cast down. The unsuccessful gazed regretfully at the summit of the ladder, seemingly within reach yet incredibly distant. Throughout, the 3 elders of the Qingyun Sect watched the failed attempts with impassive expressions. Weakness of spirit and lack of perseverance. Did they truly wish to join the Qingyun Sect? Wake up and stop dreaming. Countless individuals surged towards the ladder like fish crossing a river. To them, this celestial ladder resembled the fabled Dragon Gate. If they could cross this chasm, they would transform from carp to dragon, soaring into the skies. What a wretched celestial ladder this is, with such high talent. I could only manage 1 step. Truly, a failure to recognize true value. It matters not if I do not enter this so-called Qingyun Sect. A man, filled with exasperation, proclaimed that his talent was among the highest in his family, renowned as a genius within 1,000 miles. When he first arrived, he had arrogantly assured others that with such exceptional talent, passing the assessment would be a mere formality. He even entertained the notion of potentially entering the inner sect and perhaps attaining the status of an elder in the future. However, he was now met with the harsh reality of failing to step beyond the first hurdle. The onlookers nearby began to murmur and point, openly criticizing his audacity, deeming him reckless. You may grumble, but to insult our sect? Who dares to offend the Qingyun Sect? Roared the guard, Wang Jian, as he approached the man. Did you imply that we are blind to talent? I see nothing but foolishness in you. Perish. Wait, the man exclaimed, but before he could utter more, Wang Jian silenced him with a single, forceful strike that reduced him to a puddle of blood. This spectacle drew the attention of many in the vicinity. Noticing the gazes upon him, Wang Jian declared, "Let me reiterate, the first trial assesses core strength and perseverance. If you cannot pass the first trial, no matter your talent, the Qingyun Sect has no need for you. Complaints are permissible, but any further insults directed at our sect will lead to a fate akin to this man's." He gestured to the blood-soaked ground. Upon hearing this, several who had failed the assessment yet considered themselves talented were quelled, refraining from voicing their grievances. Meanwhile, a figure ascended the heavenly ladder, taking deliberate strides, having already traversed 100 steps without pausing. This sight elicited gasps from the crowd below. Incredible, utterly formidable. Especially those who had failed the assessment were left in awe, having personally experienced the daunting nature of the illusory ladder. Soon, envy filled the air. It seemed this individual could effortlessly pass the first trial, and even if he faltered at the second, he would still qualify as a disciple of the outer sect. It was evident that he was destined to become a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. This young man was none other than the one who had slain the shadow tiger with a single strike in the beast forest. At this moment, Qin Han strolled up the ladder as if in a leisurely garden, seemingly impervious to the illusions and pressures that had stymied others, his pace unimpeded. This assessment is far too easy for me. Each illusion that assailed him shattered instantaneously, his emperor-level composure unyielding. Unlike the youthful exuberance typically associated with his age, he exuded a profound, subdued aura, akin to a murky swamp, rendering him inscrutable. Such individuals are the most formidable. On another note, Ningyan pondered. It is finally my turn, but should I reveal my true strength now? He communicated with his master through thought. The stakes of this grand occasion were daunting, and he felt ill-equipped to navigate them. His master, a formidable figure in the central domain, had witnessed more than he had tasted salt, and would certainly manage the situation adeptly. Moreover, since beginning his cultivation, he had relished the guise of a humble pig, delighting in the astonishment of his adversaries. Your Honor, when in doubt, consult your true heart, the elder cryptically advised. Each person harbors their own thoughts, and he wished for his disciple to cultivate independence. True heart, true heart. Master, I understand now. Indeed, my purpose today was to use them as stepping stones. It is imperative to exhibit a substantial weight, so that others may regard him with esteem. I shall push forward unabated. Quite right. A heart of invincibility is beginning to take shape. The elder nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 42. Within the Qingyun Sect, the 9-tripod assessment. Lo and behold. Look at that individual. What do they behold? A seemingly insurmountable ladder to the clouds. A man ascends it with remarkable agility. It is utterly preposterous, astonishing to the highest degree. More outrageous than the individual leisurely strolling above. Truly, comparison breeds exasperation. At this moment, Qin Han had already ascended over 300 steps, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Noticing someone chasing from behind, he paid no heed, continuing his deliberate ascent. Ning Yin, propelled by determination, surpassed the man ahead and continued his rapid ascent. Upon overtaking Qin Han, he glanced back. Qin Han merely offered a faint smile, seemingly unperturbed by the competition. The temperament of the emperor had been tempered over millennia, solid as rock. The desire to be first was a trivial pursuit he had experienced countless times in his youth. The illusory ladder comprised a total of 999 steps. At this moment, aside from Ning Yin and Qin Han, there were hundreds of others on over 100 tiers, struggling valiantly. Sweat streamed down their faces, etched with expressions of struggle, in stark contrast to the ease of Ning Yin and Qin Han. Nonetheless, they had outstripped the majority. Those who faltered in their trials were dejected. Some had retreated at the very first step, while others had persisted to 10 steps before being transported away. Yet, until the final moment, no one could ascertain the outcome. After all, failing upon the first step and failing after ascending 998 steps bore the same weight. At the summit, 3 elders exchanged glances. Indeed, there are a few promising candidates, particularly these 2 at the forefront. Meanwhile, on the ladder, Ning Yin surged to the pinnacle. Arriving before the sect, the crowd below erupted in fervor. The first to complete the assessment had emerged. This inspired immense motivation among those yet to commence their challenges. With the first, there would surely be a second, third, and fourth. Perhaps with some effort, they too could ascend. Greetings, elders. I am Qingyun. After a brief pause, the elder Yi Bai smiled and spoke. To ascend in such a short time indicates a resolute spirit and formidable perseverance. He shall surely become a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Qingyun stood atop the mountain, gazing down. Noting that the highest ascender was the young man he had glanced back at. He had already climbed over 800 steps, his pace remarkably steady. Qingyun even suspected the individual was deliberately moving slowly. Listening to the praises and adulations from the crowd below, he felt a sense of vindication, akin to the sentiment of enduring a decade of hardship unnoticed, only to achieve fame in a single moment. As time passed, shortly thereafter, Qingyun also arrived at the summit. Half a day later, half of the millions present had been eliminated. At this point, 1,000 individuals had gathered at the peak. These 1,000 individuals have emerged victorious from a multitude of billions, having successfully reached the pinnacle after passing the rigorous test. Each of them engages in joyful conversations, expressing gratitude for their ascent, fully aware of the arduous journey they have endured. They have persevered through trials, encouraging themselves with every step taken, urging for just a little more effort and resilience. With unwavering determination, they have scaled their way to the summit. Now, with numbers nearly equal, we shall proceed to the second round of the aptitude test, Innate Bai announced, noticing a mix of somber and elated expressions among the crowd. He continued, "You are now considered disciples of my esteemed Qingyun Sect, so do not be disheartened if you do not pass the second round. Those who succeeded in the first round will be deemed outer disciples, while those who pass the second round will be classified as outer disciples. Outer disciples, like their junior counterparts, will have rankings assessed every 2 months. The top 10 will ascend to the inner sect. Thus, each of you has the opportunity to become an outer disciple or even an inner disciple, provided you dedicate yourselves to rigorous cultivation. This system was established after deliberation between Feng Qingyang and the elders, intended to inspire disciples through competition. It is through competition that motivation is birthed. Rankings are purely based on merit, with only the top 100 recorded on each list, allowing any disciple the chance to challenge those who rank higher. In essence, if you possess the ability, you shall rise. The hopeful individuals who have successfully traversed the heavenly ladder eagerly followed the elder into the Qingyun Sect. This long-awaited day had finally arrived. They were stepping into their long-desired sanctuary for cultivation. As they entered the sect, a torrent of abundant spiritual energy enveloped them. Gazing around, they beheld a mist of ethereal essence, with pavilions and terraces appearing as if from a celestial realm. It was breathtaking, an unparalleled spectacle. Having never before encountered such a sacred place within Lingzhou, they marveled at the overwhelming grandeur that surpassed their wildest dreams. Now, as they considered themselves disciples of Qingyun Sect, the prospect of cultivating and living in such a place filled them with exhilaration. Previously, they had only heard of Qingyun Sect's formidable reputation as the dominant force in Lingzhou. But now they grasped the depth of its heritage. With such profound foundations, how could this sect not rise to greatness? Qingyun narrowed his eyes, realizing that Qingyun Sect was indeed extraordinary. The richness of spiritual energy here far exceeded that of the central domain. Upon arriving at the Qingyun Mountains, he had already sensed that the outer regions possessed spiritual energy comparable to that of the central domain, yet the sect itself exceeded those levels by several folds. Had he inadvertently stumbled upon a concealed grand sect? Even the emperor was astounded, not to mention the elder in Ningyan's necklace. What kind of place is this? He had just been boasting to his disciple about the various sights he had encountered, but this scene was truly unprecedented. At that moment, the 9-tripod Great Road Bell was brought forth, having been prepared 3 days prior. This bell serves as Qingyun Sect's exclusive apparatus for testing aptitude. Strike it with all your might. 3 resonances will signify your successful passage and qualification as outer disciples. Striking 3 times should be relatively simple, so remain at ease. Achieving 3 strikes indicates a commendable level of talent, qualifying one as a genius. The Emperor Qingyun felt a jolt. He sensed the 9-tripod continuously exuding and absorbing the Tao rhythm, suppressing the flow of fate. Could this extraordinary treasure truly be an immortal artifact? Are you telling me that Qingyun Sect employs an immortal artifact to assess aptitude? How extravagant! He, like Lang Bingning, began to harbor doubts. The Qingyun Sect could no longer be described as a hidden great sect. Could it possibly be a celestial sect from the upper realm? Testing one's talent with celestial artifacts. What a waste of precious resources. Truly remarkable. Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd quickly expressed their disbelief. 3 knocks are simple? You were the one just speaking of the heavenly ladder. Simple? Elder, you lack martial ethics. This is likely to be quite a challenging endeavor. The crowd lined up to take turns testing. With a determined strike, a young man hit the 9 tripod and eagerly awaited its response. Dong, dong. 2 chimes signaled failure. Next. Dong, dong. Another failure. Next. Dong, dong, dong. 3 chimes. Elder. I passed, haha. A man exclaimed with exuberance. His talent had always been commendable since childhood. However, seeing over 100 individuals eliminated before him made him somewhat apprehensive. Now, at last, the weight in his heart had lifted. 3 chimes indicated success. The testing continued. Some were eliminated while others succeeded, each person's joy and sorrow unique. A few individuals achieved 4 chimes, and one exceptional talent reached 5 chimes. After an explanation from the elder, it was understood that 4 chimes indicated a talent superior to the average genius, while 5 chimes denoted extraordinary potential. Although the one who achieved 5 chimes was ecstatic, he said little, for all who passed, regardless of the number of chimes, would be considered outer disciples, with true strength revealed only in the future. There was also a regrettable case of a young man named Jinatami, who only produced 2.5 chimes and thus failed the assessment. He immediately displayed a painful mask, crying out dramatically. Even Elder Yabai felt it was a shame. A mere half chime had cost this disciple his chance. Chapter 43, 8 chimes. The mountain opening completed. Next up was Ning Yin, who, like everyone else, approached the 9 tripod with anticipation. He had often heard his master speak of his extraordinary talent, how high the ranking of the Yin-Yang sacred body was. Now, he finally had the opportunity to test it himself. How many chimes would he produce? According to the elder, 5 chimes indicated exceptional talent. He believed he was certainly not inferior to that individual. The elder within his necklace also looked forward to the result. Such a remarkable treasure would undoubtedly yield accurate measurements. If Yenner could astonish everyone, he would surely gain the sect's favor. With such a prestigious backing, his quest to reshape his body would be assured. Ning Yin dispelled his thoughts, channeling his spiritual energy, and delivered a powerful punch. Dong, 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 dong. The 9 tripod rang out a full 8 times before finally ceasing. What a surprise. 8 chimes. How could we, who only managed 2 chimes, bear this? Indeed, it was 4 times ours. Initially, it seemed the 5 chimes would be enough to overshadow the rest. Yet who would have thought someone even more formidable would emerge? Who is this person? Such ferocity. The crowd looked on in astonishment at Ning Yin, thinking to themselves, truly deserving of his reputation as the fierce one who soared up the heavenly ladder in the first trial, with a steadfast spirit, unwavering perseverance, and such unparalleled talent. It would be difficult for him not to soar. Indeed, this elder has not misjudged you. The first individual to swiftly ascend the heavenly ladder has just been scrutinized with divine perception, revealing that he possesses an exceptionally formidable and unique physique. Contemplating the potential of this youth in the second round of aptitude testing, the elder did not anticipate that he would strike 8 resonances. Those who achieve 8 resonances are endowed with the potential of an emperor, destined to become a great sovereign in the future. Elder Yi Bai proclaimed. The crowd, already in a state of shock, found their astonishment magnified by the elder's words. What manner of existence is an emperor? They had yet to even lay eyes upon the exalted sage, and the emperor was a being they scarcely dared to imagine. The elder's declaration that this individual, or rather, this senior brother, would undoubtedly ascend to emperor status struck them with immense force. Elder, what exceptional disciple possesses the 8 resonances? Ning Yin inquired eagerly, envisioning the sect recognizing his talents and commencing rigorous training. 8 resonances, still an outer sect disciple. Very well. Then I shall ascend step by step relying on my own strength. Upon hearing the elder's words, Ning Yin felt no disappointment. He would tread steadily, taking one firm step after another, as he had always done since his cultivation began and his sacred body awakened. The testing continued, however, with Ning Yan's earlier 8 resonances. Subsequent displays of 4 or 5 resonances dimmed in comparison. It was now Qin Han's turn to undergo testing. As he approached, he gently caressed the 9 tripod, feeling the profound resonance emanating from it, which left him in awe. Initially, he had considered merely drifting into the sect, prepared to suppress his realm and talent with the Emperor's law. Yet upon entering, he was struck by the immense power of the sect, who could remain unfazed. With his strength and combat experience, he was undoubtedly the foremost among the outer disciples, yet now he sensed the emergence of competition and recognized the need for vigilance. Thus, he resolved not to conceal his talents. Every sect favors disciples with high aptitude and formidable strength. It was no longer sufficient to be an inconspicuous yet steady outer sect master brother. He aspired to be a master brother renowned for exceptional talent and strength. The brilliance he had long repressed reignited within him. 8 resonances. He wondered how many he could strike. With a casual punch, Qingyun struck the 9 tripod. Bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. The 9 tripod reverberated with 8 resonances once more. Another 8 resonances. The potential of an emperor destined to become a great sovereign. This individual, too, was a senior brother, and astonishingly, he also achieved 8 resonances. The presence of 2 individuals with 8 resonances left the gathered crowd utterly stunned. Fortunately, they were all individuals of steadfast character. Had anyone with wavering resolve stood there, their very hearts could have shattered under the weight of such revelation. As human beings, one strikes 8 resonances while another merely 2. Truly, one cannot help but feel a sense of envy. Indeed, this person had deliberately slowed down in the first round. Ning Yin mused quietly, having harbored suspicions from the outset that this individual was far from ordinary. He regarded Qingyun with an expression that conveyed, "I have seen through you all along." Soon, all 1,000 participants completed the testing. Among them, only 400 were assigned to the outer sect, while 600 became miscellaneous disciples, with outer sect disciples comprising less than half of the total number. You may think that 400 prodigies is a considerable number. Yet one must consider the base from which this figure arises. From the multitude of millions, only 400 have emerged as outer disciples in the vast lingo, a testament to the formidable challenge that lies ahead. Of course, the first stage has only seen half of its trials completed, with a full 10 days remaining. As swiftly as time passes, ultimately 2,000 individuals persevered through the trials. Among them, 600 ascended to the status of outer disciples, while 1,400 became servant disciples. Within the Lin family's junior members, 10 became servant disciples, and 5 entered the ranks of outer disciples. Those who dwell near the red are often tinged by its hue, while those who linger near the black are marked by its shade. They frequently kept watch over the main sect, and, fueled by their admiration for it, distinguished themselves amidst the sea of humanity. This is the outcome of the Qingyun Sect's recent recruitment assessment. Some might remark on the prodigious talent of an individual who, despite their gifts, could not gain entry into the Qingyun Sect. What value is high talent if one cannot even surpass the initial challenge? The Qingyun Sect prioritizes quality over quantity in its recruitment. Those who did not pass returned disheartened, filled with expectations upon arrival, dreaming of life within the esteemed sect, only to face the harsh reality of disappointment upon their return. In the Qingyun Hall, a notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of opening the mountain and recruiting disciples. Rewards have been dispensed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive skill of the Qingyun Sect, Qingyun Immortal Technique. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the exclusive martial art of the Qingyun Sect, Qingyun Thunderpalm. Congratulations to the host for receiving the protective formation of the sect, Qingyun Purgatory Formation. The Qingyun Immortal Technique is a specialized technique tailored for disciples of the Qingyun Sect, serving as a foundational cultivation method. The Qingyun Thunder Palm, a celestial technique, unleashes its utmost power when paired with the Qingyun Immortal Technique, delivering strikes as swift as thunder and as graceful as clouds, a fundamental martial skill of the Qingyun Sect. The Qingyun Purgatory Formation is a dedicated protective formation, capable of withstanding any assault below the level of an emperor. Intruders will find themselves ensnared in a purgatory of despair, facing life or death. Once the recruitment concluded, the system rewards were promptly credited. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was reviewing the profiles of these disciples. As the sect master, although the elders handled the affairs, such a significant event as opening the mountain and enrolling disciples warranted his attention. An intriguing twist, a golden-finger old man and a reincarnated emperor. The system interface displayed the information of Ning Yin and Qingyun, 2 prodigies of remarkable talent. It was unexpected to discover such talents among the disciples in Lingzhou, apart from his own apprentices, a delightful surprise indeed. Master, at that moment, Sure Lin Bai, and watching you enter the room. Why are the 3 of you here instead of training? Feng Qingyang inquired, astonished. Master, after much deliberation, we have decided to venture out together for further experience. Sure Hao respectfully responded first. Venturing out for training? That is acceptable, he mused. Although these three disciples possessed extraordinary talent, they had commenced their journeys later than others, resulting in their current limited cultivation levels. Sure Hao was at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, while Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu were both at the mid-stage of the golden core. Having achieved such prowess in a relatively short time speaks volumes of their exceptional training speed. Sure Hao had undergone a rebirth after being crippled. Lin Bai awakened his potential after 18 years of being deemed talentless, and Hua Qingyu, a phoenix sacred body, had only recently activated her abilities. Yet, given the existence of the Qingyun secret realm and the Disciples' trial tower within the sect, was it truly necessary to venture out for further training? Beep. It has been detected that the sacred Qingyun secret realm will open in over a month. The host may send disciples there. The sacred Qingyun secret realm? Feng Qingyang murmured, sensing that this realm's opening presented yet another opportunity to reap benefits. Indeed, Master. A fledgling sheltered under protection can never soar high. Thus, we have resolved to venture forth and spread the renowned name of Qingyun. Sure Hao stepped forward respectfully and proclaimed, "It is indeed beneficial to embark on a journey of experience. I eagerly anticipate your growth upon your return. I shall provide you with a direction, through a fleeting thought. I have glimpsed the past and future and learned that the sacred Qingyun secret realm will open in over a month. You three may head there. Go." After concluding, Feng Qingyang focused his thoughts and transmitted a sound wave to Mu Shuixian. Master, before Sure Hao could finish, Feng Qingyang interrupted him, aware of their intent to bid farewell. It was not a matter of life and death. Why indulge in such melancholy? Depart, but take care. The sect shall always be your steadfast support. After the three emerged, they packed their belongings and, following a brief meeting with Elder Shuixian within the sect, departed. Outside the sect, they cast a lingering glance back, uttering a promise before embarking on their journey. We shall certainly return. They believed that upon their return, they would emerge as kings. Thus, the trio stepped into the eastern region, stirring the winds and clouds as they commenced their legendary path. In the Qingyun Sect's outer gate area, the divisions between the inner and outer gates, as well as the servant disciples, had become distinctly defined. Due to the large number of servant disciples, the sect had recruited several stewards from the outside to instruct them, who also assisted the elders of both inner and outer gates with various tasks. However, there was no cause for concern regarding the leakage of secrets. These stewards had also ascended through the illusionary sky ladder and were now fiercely loyal to Qingyun Sect. To mitigate any risks, they were given their favorite candy beans before joining the sect, ensuring control and preventing unnecessary troubles. At this moment, 600 disciples clad in outer gate attire stood in neat rows within the square. Elder Yi Bai instructed the stewards to distribute the outer gate disciples' tokens. Have you all received them? This token belongs to each of you. Take good care of it. Each token is bound to your identity, not only validating your status, but also allowing you to accumulate contribution points. The outer gate disciples gazed joyfully at the tokens in their hands, azure and white, matching their sect attire, with the words Qingyun Sect engraved on the front and outer gate inscribed on the back. Once bound, a touch of spiritual energy would reveal their names on the token's face. Severing the bond would cause their names to vanish. Yi Bai continued, with contribution points, you may exchange them for various techniques, martial skills, and elixirs from the sect. As for acquiring contribution points, you may refer to the task panel in the dedicated contribution hall. With contribution points, you can also freely post tasks, with the sect only deducting a 5% venue fee. However, since our Qingyun Sect has only recently entered the world, there are not many tasks available at present. Therefore, your primary focus now should be on diligent cultivation. I will now distribute a copy of the sect rules. Keep them firmly in mind and avoid transgressions, or face severe consequences. After 10 days of discussion and revision, the sect regulations were finally completed. Upon opening the regulations, the first article ignited a fervor among the disciples present. Those who dare to offend the Qingyun Sect shall face certain death, no matter how distant. The second article proclaimed, betrayal of the sect is strictly forbidden, and violators shall be executed. The third article stated, disciples must not engage in mutual slaughter. Violators shall be executed. The fourth article decreed, no one shall casually insult others. Violators shall be executed. The fifth article warned, no unjustified acts of subordination. Violators shall be executed. The sixth article cautioned, disclosure of sect secrets is prohibited. Violators shall face collective punishment. The seventh article declared, Leaking confidential sect information shall result in eternal damnation, with no hope for life or death. The 8th article warned, disruption of the world is not tolerated. Violators shall be mercilessly hunted down to the ends of the earth. The 8 formidable tenets of the sect were inscribed with profound cultivation on the regulations. Shortly thereafter, within the outer sect training chamber, the elder announced, the sect regulations and tokens have been distributed. Now, I shall impart the foundational techniques and martial skills of the Qingyun Sect. To prevent confusion, it was stated that the techniques could be freely converted as long as the corresponding spiritual energy was transformed within, with no need for recultivation. A delightful and straightforward narrative. Now, all of you, expand your consciousness. The disciples obediently complied with the elder's command, though Qin Han and Ning Yin hesitated for a brief moment before following suit. With a flick of his sleeve, Yi Bai unleashed the Qingyun Celestial Technique and Qingyun Thunder Palm, which transformed into luminous orbs that flew into the consciousness of each disciple. Such grand techniques could hardly be termed as mere foundational skills. They were utterly magnificent, and the disciples were enamored. As the techniques and martial skills manifested in their minds, they sensed an overwhelming power, vastly superior to anything they had previously practiced. An extraordinary contrast. The elder's words could not be taken lightly. The notions of ease, simplicity, and foundational practices echoed in their minds. They could not help but reflect that if these were considered foundational techniques, then their prior practices were nothing but worthless. Yet, some among them recognized the true value. The 5 juniors from the Lin family, having practiced celestial techniques, could discern the difference. Qin Han, the reincarnation of a great emperor, was similarly astounded. Trembling with excitement, he thought, could this truly be celestial technique? The methods I practiced in my past life as an emperor are far from this transcendent and formidable. Was his reincarnation not merely linked to Lin Yao? This was surely destiny. With such celestial techniques, he could advance further, perhaps even transcend the emperor's realm. The elder within Ning Yan's necklace also trembled, expressing a desire to join the Qingyun Sect. What level of power do these techniques and martial skills possess? I have never encountered such strength. Just by feeling their essence, I can perceive their might. This is the exclusive celestial technique of the Qingyun Sect. Cultivating the Qingyun celestial technique will forge a legacy of unparalleled renown across the ages. Those who attain mastery shall escape the cycle of reincarnation, transcend the mundane world, and gain everlasting prestige. Chapter 45. The Disciple Trial Tower and the Trial Ranking List. Another 10 days had passed since the opening of the mountain and the acceptance of disciples. Everything in the Qingyun Sect operates in a meticulously organized manner. The disciples are diligently practicing, each aspiring to secure a position in the top 10 once the rankings are finalized in 2 months, which would facilitate their advancement within the sect. Upon noticing this phenomenon, Feng Qingyang remarked on the excessive competition within the sect. Unlike him, who could only spend time fishing and strolling with birds, he had little interest in rigorous training. Let us hurry. The elders have granted us permission to enter the trial tower, he exclaimed. Indeed. You go ahead. I'll fetch junior brother Zheng Wuyu. At the foot of the trial tower, a considerable number of disciples had already gathered. The tower, soaring 100 stories high, seemed to reach the clouds. Standing before it, one could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Wonderful. We can finally enter the trial tower for training. After tirelessly cultivating day and night for over 10 days, they were eager to assess their progress. On their first day, they were captivated by this iconic structure of the sect, curiously speculating about its purpose. After the elders explained its function as a place for disciples to undergo trials, they learned that within its confines, true death was not a possibility. Thus, it became apparent that this was an excellent venue for enhancing their strength. In life and death duels, one could infinitely improve their skills and combat experience. However, the elders had informed them that they were not yet permitted to use the tower until they had thoroughly mastered their techniques and martial skills for optimal practice. After 10 days of rigorous training, they were finally ready to enter. The disciples grew increasingly impatient, wondering which brave soul would venture in first to pave the way for others. I, Zheng Wuyu, shall be the one to scout the path, proclaimed a young man clad in outer sect attire as he stepped forward, boldly entering the trial tower. Go for it, junior brother Wuyu, cheered 2 disciples who accompanied him, spurring him on as he ventured inside. 2.5 minutes later, Zheng Wuyu was unceremoniously teleported back down. At the leaderboard outside the trial tower, his name appeared. Trial ranking, first place, Zheng Wuyu, level 12. What a glorious moment. Zheng Wuyu was on the verge of leaping with excitement. Although he had only cleared the 12th level, he was still in first place. He was aware that this ranking would soon be eclipsed, but so what? He could proudly claim that he had once held the top position and had something to boast about. How was it inside, junior brother Wu? The other disciples inquired eagerly as they surrounded him. Hiki, you'll find out for yourselves soon enough. It's exhilarating. Zheng Wu teased, leaving them in suspense. The disciples then began to enter one by one. Before long, a voice exclaimed, "Wow! Once you surpass the 20th level, it's like hellish difficulty," complained a disciple who had been teleported back down. Haha, now that's what I call a challenge. If it were easy to clear, what would be the point of a trial? The trial ranking had also been updated. First place, Lu Renjia, level 20. Second place, Luo Batu, level 20. Third place, Xing Xiao, level 20. As of now, the highest rank has reached merely the 21st level. It is no wonder that the disciple lamented that beyond the 20th level lies a realm of hellish difficulty. Senior brothers Qin Han and Ning Yan have arrived. Although the outer sect ranking has yet to be initiated, the esteemed status of these two brothers is universally acknowledged among the disciples. The caliber of an emperor is no jest. Qin Han and Ning Yan approached, not lingering for long, and promptly entered the trial tower. Upon entering the first level of the tower, the first sight that greeted them was an apparition of themselves, another version of their being. Yet again, it was an illusion. Qin Han mused to himself before striking a punch that obliterated his doppelganger. Indeed, it was another self. Both advanced with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the 10th level, overcoming their foes with but a single punch. Outside the tower, as the brilliance of the 10th level illuminated, the other disciples were left astounded by the rapid progression of the two brothers. "How astonishingly swift they are," exclaimed one. "Indeed, they have only just entered, haven't they? It is evident that the realm of prodigies is beyond our comprehension." This realization struck me deeply, prompting the resolve to engage in rigorous training alongside my junior brothers for an entire month, tirelessly day and night. Goodness, brother, your fervor is overwhelming. Do not drag us into this. We have not closed our eyes in 10 days. In the distance, another group gathered. Elder Mu. How many levels do you believe these two can conquer? The inner sect elders Luo Chen, Mu Shui Xian, Luo Wu Dao of the Law Enforcement Hall, and Nia Hailong had convened. Since they had only recently entered the world, they were still solitary figures without any followers. Thus, they felt at ease to observe the outer sect disciples. Uncertain, but their talents are indeed remarkable and their strength formidable. Although this is their first trial, I estimate they will not falter at too few levels, pondered Mu Shui Xian. She was familiar with their renown, prodigies of the 9 tripod 8 sounds. Endowed with the potential of an emperor, destined to become great leaders in the future. Having once attained the realm of emperors in her previous life, she was acutely aware of their exceptional gifts and prowess. Yet, she found herself perplexed as to how such imperial potential seemed almost trivial, appearing as if it could be acquired without cost, with two emerging simultaneously during this recruitment of disciples. Could it be that an era of great contention is upon us? It seems these two are destined to enter the inner sect in 2 months. It appears I must also select a few disciples for the Law Enforcement Hall, remarked Elder Luo Wu Dao. The Law Enforcement Hall is a vital department tasked with upholding the order of the sect and regulating the conduct of disciples. Currently, aside from himself, it remains devoid of members. Within the trial tower, Qin Han had already breached the 20th level, arriving at the 21st. To his astonishment, he was greeted by a familiar face, Lin Yao. This level served as a critical juncture. Surpassing it would lead to a smooth passage through the subsequent 30 levels. Yet, this very level had thwarted all previous challengers. This illusion was shaped by the obsessions within one's heart. Although the strength of the illusion matched that of the challenger, the deeper the obsession, the stronger the apparition became. Lin Yao, you treacherous woman, I shall slay you. Though Qin Han recognized this was merely an illusion, the heart, being flesh and blood, could not remain calm. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes grow red with animosity. From cherished love to betrayal, from constant companionship to the heartbreaking act of taking his life, how could such a profound anguish ever be released? Before him, the illusion of Lin Yao revealed her knowing smile. Chapter 46. Shattering this layer, outer sect rankings, I shall slay you. In an instant, Qin Han surged forward, unleashing a torrent of furious spiritual energy towards Lin Yao. The illusory Lin Yu merely scoffed, advancing with equal ferocity. With your meager strength, you dare to kill me? What gives you the right? Within the 21st layer, spiritual energy surged and intertwined as the two engaged in a fierce battle, neither yielding an inch. The more Qin Han's anger flared, the stronger the illusion before him became. Meanwhile, Qingyun had also arrived at the 21st layer, where he encountered someone he would never forget in this lifetime, Xian. What are you doing here? Weren't you heading to the central domain? Qingyun, I cannot bear to leave you. Come here quickly. Xian has something to say. A young girl clad in azure, her beauty reminiscent of blossoming peach flowers, appeared in the distance, beckoning Qingyun closer. This is the illusion of Xian. You must shatter it. Only by breaking it can you progress. The elder within the necklace observed Qingyun's hesitation and offered his counsel. I understand, master, but I cannot bring myself to do it. Xiao Xianer was his childhood friend, taken away to the central domain 3 years prior. The moment he beheld the illusion of Xiao Xianer, the long-buried longing surged forth like a beast unleashed. He could no longer contain it. Even if it were merely an illusion, what did it matter? To catch a glimpse of her once more, he would gladly face death. This was precisely why disciples found themselves trapped at the 21st level. The trial tower at this layer penetrated one's heart, manifesting the deepest obsessions within. The stronger the obsession, the more formidable the illusion. Some harbored a beloved woman. Some had deeply felt enmity, others regrets of past misdeeds, and some wrestled with their inner demons. Only by breaking these obsessions and steadfastly holding to their true selves could they advance beyond this layer. Outside the tower, the disciples' predictions proved accurate. Even the most gifted among them, who had charged through previous levels with great vigor, found themselves ensnared at the 21st. Those who had experienced this knew well the trials that awaited, especially the disciple who had lamented the hellish difficulty of the 20th layer. Now feeling the weight of his own words, he encountered the last person he ever wished to see, fully aware that this was his obsession taking form. Should he fail to overcome this hurdle, his path to greatness and cultivation would forever be obstructed. On Qin Han's side, he grew increasingly composed. After all, his mindset as an emperor was firmly established. Initially taken aback by the appearance of this wicked woman, he knew it was merely an illusion. Yet he could not suppress his reaction. When one is pushed to their limit, they must unleash their pent-up frustrations. Is that all you've got? You can't possibly be serious. Weren't you eager to kill me? With skills like these, it will never happen. Come at me again. The illusory Lin Yao, noticing his calm demeanor, began to taunt him. Humph, a mere illusion, and you think you can ensnare me? Watch as I break you. Lin Yao, just you wait. One day, I shall tear you apart as easily as I shatter this illusion. With that declaration, Qin Han began to channel the Qingyun Immortal technique. A vibrant azure aura surged forth in a visible torrent. The azure cloud thunderpalm, swift as a bolt of lightning and graceful as the clouds. A strike akin to Lin Yao was unleashed. Following a resounding explosion, the illusory Lin Yao was shattered, and the 21st layer of the illusion crumbled in response. Qin Han then ascended to the 22nd layer. Look, the lights of the 22nd layer are illuminated, exclaimed the onlookers. How terrifying. Yet, it remained uncertain whether it was Senior Brother Qin or Senior Brother Ning who had achieved this feat. The disciples gathered around. Suddenly realizing that the lights of the 22nd layer had ignited, they marveled, exclaiming that their senior brother truly lived up to his reputation. The challenges of the 21st layer could not contain them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qingyun was lured step by step by the illusion of Xiao Xianer, until he halted before the azure-clad maiden. He gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. Xianer, do you know? I miss you dearly. Every day. I think about you, imagining when I have cultivated sufficiently and gained strength, I shall visit you in the central domain. I dream of the day when I become a formidable force, one that even the Xiao family cannot disregard, and I shall take you as my wife. I currently have a powerful master and have joined a formidable sect. Rest assured, Xianer, I shall not keep you waiting for long. I know, Brother Ning. I miss you too, Xiao Xianer interjected, stepping forward to embrace him. Hearing these words, Qingyun's heart swelled with joy. No matter the hardships he faced on his path of cultivation, this sentiment was enough. However, Xiao Xianer stealthily drew a sharp dagger, aiming it at the heart of Qingyun from behind. Yet, Qingyun, having anticipated her move, seized her arm tightly. Stop. You are not her. No matter how closely you mimic her, in my eyes, Xianer is one of a kind. He had merely wished to express his longing for Xianer over these past 3 years. Was it too much to voice his obsession? I will not allow anyone to impersonate her, not even in an illusion. With eyes closed, he raised his hand, and the sword fell. The 21st layer shattered in response. Both Qin Han and Qingyun ascended seamlessly through the 21st layer. Moments later, they emerged from the trial tower. The trial rankings were promptly updated. First place, Qin Han, 21st layer. Second place, Qingyun, 20th layer, the gathered disciples outside were awestruck. These two senior brothers are formidable. After conquering the 21st layer, they surged through 20 more layers before pausing. My apologies, senior brother. I admit my previous remarks were overly loud, and I retract them. It seems they have charged through like fierce tigers, easily claiming the top spot. As Ning Yin glanced at the rankings, he turned his gaze towards Qin Han. Pondering that Qin Han would undoubtedly be his most formidable rival on the future Outer Sect leaderboard. He understood the dread of the 40th layer well, having faltered there himself. Yet Qin Han had managed to surpass it. I must intensify my training, Ning Yin silently vowed, resolutely heading towards the training room. Senior brother, with such high talent and dedication to cultivation, what excuse do we have to be idle? Let us proceed to the training chamber and strive for a month of relentless effort. No, senior brother. The disciples were inspired by Ning Yin's initiative. Seeing their senior brother's dedication, they felt compelled to not lag behind. Thus, a new wave of competition swept over all the weary disciples. Even the slumbering servant disciples, Kenneth and Magnesium, were unceremoniously kicked out of bed. Sleep? What is that? We must rise and astonish everyone with our tenacity. The following day, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect were abuzz with excitement. Under the auspicious guidance of the esteemed Sect Leader Feng Qingyang, the external rankings and servant disciples rankings were fervently launched. The disciples eagerly participated, for this was their sole pathway to advancement within the sect. Do you desire to acquire resources? Seek recognition from the sect? Yearn for fame in the eastern region? Aspire to reach the pinnacle of life? Then, showcase your prowess. Chapter 47. The contest for rankings and factional rivalries at the Qingyun Sect. The external plaza was adorned with a conspicuous ranking board. 10 days after the initiation of the external rankings, various factions of external disciples emerged, fiercely competing around the leaderboard. Where there are people, there exists a world of rivalry. They formed small groups, with the largest faction swelling to 100 members. A faction not only provides mutual assistance, but also allows for collaboration on future missions. This is precisely what the sect encourages, as competition breeds motivation, provided one does not violate the sect's rules. Hey, you there. An external disciple was startled by an unexpected figure. What do you want? Cough, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qinghai from the Zhatian faction. Observing your remarkable innate talent and steady stride, would you be interested in joining our Zhatian faction? Zhatian faction. The disciple was taken aback. He had heard of the Zhatian faction. It was reputed to be the foremost faction among the externals, boasting numerous talented individuals and experts. My senior brother Qingyun currently ranks 3rd on the external leaderboard. Our faction occupies 30 positions on the entire list. If you join now, in 2 months, when my senior brothers ascend to the inner sect, you will have their support. What do you say? I will join, senior brother. The disciple was astonished that the leading faction would extend an invitation to him. Excellent. I shall take you to meet the brothers within our faction shortly. Qinghai clapped the disciple on the shoulder, speaking joyfully. In just a few days, he had recruited many individuals, leveraging his eloquence. And the Zhatian faction was rapidly growing among the externals, garnering significant renown. Heh, what are you, Long Out Yin and the Long Min? Have to compete with my Zhatian faction? The Long Min, led by Long Out Yin, was their greatest rival and the second largest faction among the externals. The two factions' disciples vied against each other, competing for ranks on the leaderboard. The third faction, Tianwu, was established by Luo Wu, who ranked 5th on the leaderboard, consisting solely of female external disciples. However, Tianwu's strength was relatively weak, securing only 10 positions on the leaderboard, far inferior to the two prominent factions. Within the external disciples' hall, the disciples of the Zhatian faction gathered. How did it go, Yuan Shu? Did senior brother Qin Han agree to join us? No, remarked senior brother Qin Han, expressing disinterest in our trivial endeavors. What about senior brother Ning Yin? I inquired. He too has dismissed me. Asking that I refrain from interrupting his cultivation, I lamented. Alas, it appears that the growth of our exploding heaven sect relies solely on our own strength. The Dragon Gate's Dragon Aotion has been advancing at an alarming rate, nearly matching our standings on the leaderboard. Fear not, senior brother Qing Yin. With my presence, the Dragon Gate shall not surpass our exploding heaven sect. That will not do. I shall enter seclusion for a month, drawing my sword 100 times each day. 100 times. Once I attain proficiency in my sword drawing technique, I shall inevitably break into the top 10 of the rankings. A disciple fervently practiced drawing and sheathing his sword. Witnessing the might of our sect had broadened his horizons considerably. The disciples gathered together shared a common goal and dream, to ascend and attain the status of an emperor. What if one possesses poor talent? Then let us defy the heavens. What if one is born in humble circumstances? Flexibility and resilience define a true man. Indeed, our exploding heaven sect is the foremost sect. Proclaimed senior brother Qingyun, now ranked 3rd, with Qin Han 1st and Qingyun 2nd. 4th place belonged to Dragon Aotion. Yet challenging senior brothers Qin Han and Qingyun would have to wait until he felt confident. At present, the priority was to secure their 3rd position and prevent Dragon Aotion from seizing their place. Senior brother Qingyun. Senior brother Qingyun. At that moment, a disciple hurriedly approached. Little Fourth, why are you in such a rush? Come, sit down, and explain slowly. Senior brother, Dragon Aotion from the Dragon Gate has issued a challenge to you. Little Fourth exclaimed as he entered. Well, just as I was saying we needed to secure our 3rd position, Dragon Aotion arrives with a challenge. Let us go and see. At the external martial arts arena, a considerable number of disciples had already gathered. One disciple, puzzled, inquired of another, Brother, what is the occasion today? Why are so many people congregated here? Are senior brothers Qin Han and Qingyun preparing for another battle? The disciples' anticipation was palpable. The previous contest between the two had taken place just days prior. A spectacle that had delighted the onlookers, who all admired the prowess of both seniors. Ultimately, it concluded with senior brother Qingyun's defeat. Yet he had vowed to challenge again soon. No, it is senior brother Dragon Aotion who is challenging senior brother Qingyun. Well, that is still intriguing. The 4th-ranked challenger against the 3rd. It seems another thrilling battle awaits us. The man joined the crowd, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Soon, both Dragon Gate and Exploding Heaven Sect members arrived. They're here. Who do you think will prevail, senior brother? It's difficult to say. In their last ranking battle, it was a narrow miss for both. This time, the outcome remains uncertain. Before the match had even commenced, the surrounding disciples began to speculate about potential winners and losers. Dragon Aotion and Qingyun ascended the arena together. Long Outyin, with his long hair cascading down his shoulders, exudes an air of nonchalance and dominance. His tresses swaying gracefully as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Qingyun, a youth of refined appearance, wields a folding fan, emanating an aura of scholarly elegance. Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect. Brother Qingyun shall surely prevail. Brother Qingyun shall surely prevail. The disciples of Qingyun Sect rally enthusiastically behind their brother. Long Min. Long Min. Brother Aotion will undoubtedly triumph. Brother Aotion will undoubtedly triumph. The disciples of Long Min Sect respond with equal fervor. Presently, the atmosphere is charged with competitive spirit. Regardless of the outcome, they must not falter in their momentum. Long Outyin, how dare you challenge me after just a few days? Humph. I, Long Outyin, shall not yield. Last time, you were merely fortunate. Come again. Very well, as you wish. With that, Long Outyin channels his spiritual energy and launches an attack, revealing his peak golden core cultivation. Qingyun meets him head-on, deftly countering with his fan. And the two engage in a fierce clash, neither willing to yield. Spiritual energy surges across the arena as the two peak golden core cultivators collide. Their prowess, surpassed only by Qin Han and Qingyun, stands as the highest among the outer sect disciples, mere steps away from breaking through to the nascent soul stage. As the battle ensues, Qingyun intentionally reveals a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Long Outyin strikes decisively. Aha, this lad has indeed fallen for it. Qingyun capitalizes on the moment, striking with his fan and sending Long Outyin hurtling through the air, crashing onto the arena floor. Brother Qingyun. Brother Qingyun. The disciples of Qingyun Sect erupt in louder cheers upon witnessing their brother's victory. As Long Outyin regains consciousness, he sees Qingyun standing before him, extending a hand. Rise, Aotion. Are you injured? I'm fine, Brother Qingyun, but Long Outyin, bewildered, is helped to his feet. We are all from the same sect. It is best to keep it within reason. Chapter 48. The Beast Tide erupts, sweeping across the 4 continents. Meanwhile, in Lingzhou, the Beast Forest sprawls across the 4 great continents, Lingzhou, Huangzhou, Tianzhou, and Xingzhou. Within this forest, countless magical beasts reside, responding to the commands of their Beast King to unleash waves of beasts upon the continents at regular intervals. Today, an immense tide of beasts surges forth with unstoppable force, launching a brazen assault on the 4 continents. In an instant, the continents tremble under the onslaught. The suffering of living beings. The 3 great sanctuaries, Dongxian Sanctuary, Lanyu Sanctuary and Tianqing Sanctuary simultaneously declare a united front against the beast for all major powers across the continents. Badian City. The closest city in Lingzhou to the Beast Forest, once protected by the Tianji Pavilion, has been left vulnerable after the latter's destruction by the Qingyun Sect, resulting in a disorganized mass of inhabitants. Countless first-tier beasts attack the city furiously, with second-tier beasts numbering in the uncountable, third-tier beasts swarming like mountains, and fourth-tier beasts scattered across the hills. However, these are merely cannon fodder, leading the charge. The true threat lies in the beasts of fifth tier and above. As far as the eye can see, tens of thousands of fifth and sixth tier beasts, thousands of seventh tier beasts, and even a few eighth tier beasts advance with thick, tough skin. Their eyes blood-red and filled with madness. Roars of various beasts echo, deafening to all. The realms of demonic beasts correspond to the levels of cultivators. The first stage equates to chi refinement, the second to foundation establishment, the third to golden core, the fourth to nascent soul, the fifth to void cavern, the sixth to transformation of spirit, the seventh to true immortal, the eighth to space shattering, and the ninth to sanctity, and so forth. When a demonic beast reaches the ninth stage, it becomes a sacred beast, possessing immense strength and commanding a faction of its kind. As for the subsequent tiers of sacred king beasts, noble beasts, and emperor beasts, they have yet to manifest in the entire eastern region, existing solely in the formidable central region. Should these demonic beasts be unleashed in the eastern region, it would spell disaster. However, demonic beasts possess greater vitality than cultivators, rendering them slightly stronger than cultivators of the same level. It is said that the beast king ruling over the demonic beasts in the forest of monsters is a ninth-stage sacred beast, which has caused the three major sacred lands to treat the situation with utmost caution, issuing a proclamation for all factions across the four continents to unite against the threat. At the towering walls of Batian City, the scene outside is one of carnage, with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The battlements are littered with severed limbs. The various factions stationed here have repelled countless assaults from the demonic beasts. Master, we cannot hold out much longer, at most. We have a day before these beasts breach the city. A blood-soaked man stumbles before the leader, exclaiming, "These damn beasts! No, we cannot retreat. If we do, our homeland will be laid waste by these monsters. They are the first line of defense for Lingzhou against the demonic beasts. Should this city fall, the gates to Lingzhou would swing wide open, allowing the frenzied beasts to ravage the land." Half a day prior, Yi Wu, the head of the Yi family, a dominant force within the city, had joined forces with other factions to resist the demonic beasts. Yet, the number of beasts is overwhelming, at most. They can hold out for one more day before the city faces annihilation. We must endure. I have already dispatched messengers to inform the upper sect and the major factions of Lingzhou. I trust they will send powerful reinforcements shortly. Now hold the line. Even if it costs us our lives, these beasts will have to trample over our bodies to enter the city. At that moment, a sixth-stage demonic beast lunges onto the battlements, sinking its fangs into Yi Wu's arm. Yi Wu cries out in pain. "Master, stand back. I am fine. Quickly, defend the walls. The beasts are charging." With a swift strike, Yi Wu cleaves the beast that has bitten him in two, bellowing in fury. Alas! The ancestor of the void-shattering realm is currently engaged in a fierce battle with an eighth-stage demonic beast, leaving no attention for this front. That is the true battleground. Within Batian City, fear grips the hearts of the populace. Those with some cultivation and vigor have rushed to defend the walls, while the remaining souls either tremble in terror within the city or have long since fled, abandoning their homes. In the face of calamity, all are equal. Not everyone possesses the courage of the Yi family. Husbands and wives are like birds of a feather. When disaster strikes, they each take flight. Yet, they fail to realize that beneath a crumbling nest, how can any egg remain intact? Once a bustling metropolis in Lingzhou, Tianwu City now lies desolate, with 9 out of 10 houses empty, engulfed in flames of war that scorch the very earth. In the Qingyun Sect, within the Qingyun Hall, Feng Qingyang sits in the principal seat, scrutinizing the system interface, pondering the direction of future developments. The current state of Qingyun Sect is one of stagnation, facing a developmental bottleneck. To continue expanding and growing stronger, one must perpetually recruit powerful individuals and talented geniuses, thereby enhancing the prestige of our sect. With the presence of a venerable emperor-level ancestor and numerous elders, there is no need to remain isolated. Master, Feng Qingyang, Realm, Mid-Stage True Immortal, Disciples, Lin Bai, Shihao. Watching you, physique, Celestial Divine Body. Stronghold of the Sect. Ancestor Li Qingyun. Pinnacle of Emperor Realm. Guard Elder Wang Xian. Pinnacle of Void Shattering Realm. Outer Sect Elders Yi Bai, Mu Tian, Mu Feng. Pinnacle of Void Shattering Realm, 5 guards. Inner Sect Elders, Mu Shui Xian at the Saint Realm. Luo Qin at Half Saint, Law Enforcement Hall Elder Luo Wu Dao at Saint Realm, and Pil Hall Elder Nia Hai Long at Pinnacle Saint Realm. Outer Sect Disciples, 600, Miscellaneous Disciples, 1,400. Sect, Qingyun Sect, level, 9,000 to 10,000. After days of languid existence, my realm has only ascended by a minor tier. As the foremost Celestial Divine Body, I feel a profound sense of shame. No, as the Sect Master, I cannot continue in such a state of neglect. Silence, system, I exclaimed. Life's 3 greatest joys are eating, drinking, and playing. Do you comprehend? Indeed. What would a wretched system know? In light of the host's negligent behavior, this system expresses disdain and offers a rude gesture. A new task is issued. Recruit a talented disciple. Completion will yield substantial rewards. Disciple Interface. Daughter of the Master of the Pill's Sacred Land, Li Yinji. Realm. Early Stage Nascent Soul, Grade 4 Alchemist. Pill's Sacred Land. One of the 5 great sacred lands of the Eastern region, with profound heritage and revered alchemical prowess. What in the world? The daughter of the Pill's Sacred Land's master? You want me to seize her from the Sacred Land? No, that is not entirely incorrect. Seizing her wouldn't be out of the question. Ahem. Our Qingyun Sect is indeed in need of an alchemist, and if I could procure the entire Sacred Land. Splendid. I accept this mission, system. I am granting you a favor. There would be no punishment for failing to complete the task. Had it been during my previous days of idleness, I would have certainly declined. However, this time, not only could I gain rewards, but I could also address the sect's demand for medicinal pills. It would be foolish not to undertake this task, an opportunity to achieve 2 goals with 1 effort. As Feng Qingyang pondered this, Outer Sect Elder Yi Bai entered the Grand Hall after delivering a report. Master, the tide of monstrous beasts is upon us. The tide of monstrous beasts? Feng Qingyang inquired. Indeed, Master. The beast forest has erupted, and the tide of beasts has swept across the 4 continents, including our Lingzhou. At the barrier of Lingzhou, Batian City is nearing its breaking point. And the Yi family of Tianwu City has sent out distress signals to the major powers of Lingzhou. Upon concluding, Yi Bai produced a blood-stained letter from his pocket. Seeing this, Feng Qingyang reached out, and the letter flew into his hand for inspection. To the esteemed sect, I am Yi Wu, the head of the Yi family in Batian City. Today, at the hour of Qin, the beast forest stirred, and countless beast kings assailed Tianwu City. Our families are fighting valiantly, but the disparity in strength is vast, and soon the city may fall. Batian City stands as the bastion of our Lingzhou. Should the beasts breach the walls, they will ravage Lingzhou, potentially repeating the calamity of Tianwu 88,481 years ago. We implore the sect to dispatch powerful reinforcements. Respectfully, Yi Wu, head of the Yi family. In the majestic realm of Batian City, within the enchanted beast forest, an urgent announcement reverberated. A new mission has been released. A tide of monstrous beasts is upon us. As a prominent sect, how can we remain idle? Lingzhou is under the dominion of the Qingyun Sect. No foreign entity shall lay claim to it. We implore the host to dispatch elders and disciples to rescue the populace of Lingzhou from peril, to eradicate the beast from the wilderness, and to disseminate the sect's prestige throughout every corner of Lingzhou. Completing this task will yield substantial rewards and unlock the prestige value marketplace and the prestige point lottery. Surely, you do not wish to witness Lingzhou, governed by the Qingyun Sect, fall into disarray? Another mission has arisen? The system is quite industrious today. However, Feng Qingyang refrained from elaborating, for even without rewards, he would still send aid. It is not a matter of benevolence, but rather a matter of principle. Most disciples of the Qingyun Sect hail from Lingzhou. With their homeland on the brink of destruction, their urgency is palpable. Furthermore, this serves as an excellent trial for the disciples while also providing an opportunity for rewards and the unlocking of the prestige marketplace and lottery. It is indeed a multifaceted advantage. With this in mind, Feng Qingyang summoned 2 inner gate elders through his spiritual intent. Upon receiving the message, Mu Shui Xian and Luo Qin hastily made their way to the Qingyun Hall. As inner gate elders, their duties had been rather leisurely. It was time for action. Master, you summoned us. The 2 elders, clad in their ceremonial robes, stood respectfully before the sect leader. The beast forest of Lingzhou has erupted with a tide of monstrous beasts. I command you both to take all Outer Gate disciples to Batian City and vanquish the beasts. A tide of monstrous beasts? Mu Shuixian furrowed her brow, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Understood, master. Without further deliberation, they promptly withdrew. Within the outer gate of the Qingyun Sect, an explosive announcement reverberated. The sect's mission hall has released a task. Monstrous beasts are sweeping through Lingzhou. The inner gate elders are commanded to lead the outer gate disciples forth. Slaying a first-tier beast grants 1 contribution point. A second-tier beast yields 10 points. A third-tier beast, 100 points. A fourth-tier beast, 500 points. And a fifth-tier beast, 1,000 points. To amplify the disciples' enthusiasm and the rewards of this trial, Feng Qingyang waved his hand decisively, proclaiming the contribution point tasks. This meant that the more formidable beasts one slayed, the greater the contribution points amassed, which could later be exchanged for various items within the sect. Marvelous. Contribution points are finally attainable. The news of the monstrous beast ravaging Lingzhou was monumental. Quickly, inform the senior brothers. At the Qingyun Sect, a rallying cry resonated. Brothers, it is time for us to demonstrate our prowess. They say that one must nurture troops for a day to use them in times of need. As the foremost outer gate disciples of the sect, we must not bring shame to our sect. Qingyun Sect, advance. Thus, at that very moment, various prominent factions, including Longman's Long Ao Yin and Tianwu's Luo Wu, responded in kind. Even the secluded cultivators, Qin Han and Ning Yan, emerged from their retreats. This mission is truly enticing. How dare those monstrous beasts invade our Lingzhou? To them, it represented wealth, resources, and a tide of contribution points. Soon, under the coordination of the Outer Gate elders, all Outer Gate disciples assembled orderly in the Outer Gate Plaza. It is said that the expedition is led by 2 esteemed inner sect elders. Indeed, if our outer sect elders possess such profound strength, one can only imagine the formidable power of the inner sect elders. I am uncertain, as I have never encountered them, but I currently rank 9th on the leaderboard. Once the rankings are finalized, I shall ascend to the inner sect. Hee. Hush, brother, the elders have arrived. 2 women clad in the garments of inner sect elders, accompanied by a middle-aged man, approached the gathered disciples. I am Elder Mu Shuixian of the inner sect, and this is Elder Luochen. We shall lead this operation. Astonishing. Elder Mu is as beautiful as a celestial being. I must join the inner sect. Not for any other reason but to behold such beauty. This mission is a direct order from the sect master, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Disciples, protect your homeland. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us commence our journey. After Elder Mu Shuixian concluded her words, she turned and entered the Qingyun worship, followed orderly by the disciples. Following the call for help from the Yi family, various major factions in Lingzhou responded promptly, dispatching their strongest members and disciples. Thus, the scene reminiscent of the previous siege on the Qingyun sect was once again unfolding, yet this time it was even grander. 3 emerging hegemonic forces, numerous top-tier factions, and elite groups joined the fray. Even second-rate and third-rate factions sent their disciples and elders to participate. This is the battle for the defense of Lingzhou. Unity is paramount. Everyone understood that under a collapsing nest, there are no intact eggs. Massive warships gathered densely, heading towards Batian City. In Xianyu City, countless sword cultivators congregated, spontaneously setting forth to Batian City to repel the beast tide. Who says the path of the sword lacks loyalty? When calamity descends, we rise to the challenge. In Tianwu City, the head of the newly ascendant Zhao family summoned all his disciples and elders to rush to Batian City. In Fuxing City, various rogue cultivators gathered before the city lord's mansion, led by the city lord towards Batian City. In Langyue City, the gathering was significant, esteemed ones. This is a matter of life and death for Lingzhou. Those unafraid of death, follow me. In the face of life and death, those who remain indifferent are either noble or burdened by responsibility. Chapter 50. The major factions gather at Batian at this moment. The battle at Batian City had escalated to a fever pitch. The beast army surged relentlessly towards the city walls, undeterred by death. The defending forces of Batian City had suffered countless casualties, yet with indomitable will, they repelled wave after wave of beastly assaults. However, the monstrous creatures seemed to emerge endlessly from the beast forest. Alas, their human strength was limited. More than half of the beasts had already scaled the walls, viciously tearing at the defending cultivators. Ah, damn beasts. How dare you bite me? I curse you. A man cried out as a bird-like beast clamped onto his backside. Brother Yunfei, hurry over here and get this beast off my rear. It's killing me. The man, overwhelmed by the beasts ahead, could only shout for his companion, unable to attend to the creature clinging to him. Thankfully, it was his backside that was bitten. Had it ventured further down, the consequences would be dire. The cultivators on the city walls were being pushed back, their cries mingling with the roars of the beasts, creating a cacophony of chaos. Master of the house. There are too many monstrous beasts scaling the city walls. We cannot hold our ground. We must retreat into the city at once. There. We can leverage the terrain to delay them. Upon hearing this, Yi Wu swiftly dispatched a fifth-tier beast with a single stroke of his sword and turned to gaze at the city walls. He beheld countless beasts already occupying the majority of the city, while his fellow disciples had suffered heavy casualties. The remaining cultivators were utterly overwhelmed, falling one after another. Is the heavens intent on destroying Batian City? The sword cultivators of Xianyu City were present. How dare these mere beasts invade our Lingzhou? Just as despair gripped Yi Wu, a resounding voice echoed from the west. He lifted his gaze towards that direction. A throng of 3,000 sword cultivators approached, swords in hand, charging into the horde of beasts. The relentless sword energy cleaved through one beast after another. In an instant, thousands of beasts lay vanquished. How splendid! Reinforcements have arrived for our Lingzhou. We are saved. We are saved. The crowd responded to the call, rallying for a counterattack. Yi Wu rose, grasping his half-broken sword, and shouted fervently to the remaining cultivators atop the walls. Though they were beleaguered and weary, the sight of reinforcements ignited a resurgence of strength within them. Together with the newly arrived 3,000 sword cultivators, they finally managed to drive the beasts from the city walls. Meanwhile, a cacophony of immense sounds erupted from behind Batian City. The cultivators atop the walls turned in terror, fearing the approach of high-tier beasts. Could our ancestors have been defeated? Yet, upon discerning the newcomers, their expressions shifted from fear to elation. It was the various forces of Lingzhou arriving in droves. A multitude of warships glided through the sky, soaring over Batian City. After energizing the vessels with spirit stones, they unleashed a relentless bombardment on the beasts below. Fierce laser cannons discharged with abandon, swiftly creating a vast vacuum of destruction. The beasts were rendered unrecognizable in the wake of the onslaught. Ultimately, after a few high-tier beasts bellowed in fury, they retreated, leaving a battlefield strewn with the carcasses of their kind. The charred remains exuded an oddly pleasant aroma. The forces aboard the warships also withdrew, adhering to the principle of not pursuing a retreating enemy, as the beasts had already fled deep into the monster forest. A terrain unsuitable for aerial navigation. We owe our gratitude to all who arrived in the nick of time. Otherwise, Batian City would have been trampled by these beasts. Yi Wu, the head of the Yi family, wiped the blood from his face and expressed his thanks to the various factions. Nay, we must also credit Master Yi for leading the charge and holding the line against the beasts. Indeed, Master Yi is truly a paragon of heroism for our Lingzhou. The crowd regarded Yi Wu, once the dignified leader of a formidable faction, now disheveled, his attire tattered by the beast's assaults, and his face marred by a mixture of blood and sweat, wielding a broken sword. Fear not, Master Yi, we shall take charge of this place. More cultivators from Lingzhou are on their way. Though we may squabble amongst ourselves at times, we must unite in the face of such grave matters. On the battlefield across the way, the 3 ancestral elders of the Yi family had held their ground for an extended period, but they were on the verge of collapse. The trio faced 10 terrifying 8th-tier beasts. Beasts of this caliber, having reached the 8th tier, were akin to demon kings, capable of transformation and possessing immense strength. Their tough hides and formidable defenses rendered them nearly impervious, had it not been for the elders' agile movements to evade attacks. They would have likely been reduced to mere remnants by now. The situation was dire. If this continued, they would inevitably fall to these beasts. They were left wondering if reinforcements had arrived. If they did not come soon, the elders feared they would not endure much longer. At that moment, one of the Yu elders, caught off guard, was violently hurled away by an 8th-tier bull beast. Elder 2. With a spurt of blood, the elder managed to rise slowly. Just as the bull prepared to launch another attack, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged towards it, causing it to instinctively dodge, though somewhat simple-minded. The beast was not foolish. It may have had a tough exterior, yet it would not invite punishment willingly. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Ha ha ha. These brutes only know how to bully the weak in numbers. Fear not, my brothers of the Yi family. We have arrived." The timely arrival of the elders from 3 dominant factions brought hope. The 3 elders looked up in surprise. They had been fighting for so long that their spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Had reinforcements arrived any later, the 8th tier beast would have overwhelmed them without resistance. And the consequences would have been dire. In total, there were 6 reinforcements, 3 mid-stage void-shattering realm experts, 2 late-stage, and 1 peak-stage expert. Combined with the 3 elders, making a total of 9 void-shattering realm fighters, sufficient to confront the 10 8th tier beasts directly. Curse those humans. The old bull will trample you underfoot. Another beast, exuding overwhelming demonic energy, stepped forward to declare, "Humph! How audacious of you, beast! When did insects gain the audacity to interject? To trample the realm of Lingzhou, you must first consider whether my sword consents," retorted an elder, who then charged forward with his sword drawn. The threat posed by the Demon King was not for them to ponder, as higher powers and sacred grounds would deal with it. This marks the conclusion of 100,000 words. I extend my gratitude to every reader who has reached this point and for your support. The pacing of the recent chapters has slowed somewhat, but it will soon pick up again. Should anyone wish to apply for the book's operations officer, feel free to do so. If there are enough applicants, it will be established. There will be another chapter at dawn, albeit slightly delayed. Rest well, and good night. Chapter 51. The 3 great sacred grounds head to the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the desolate state of Huangzhou, at the eastern Qian sacred ground, a joint proclamation from the 3 great sacred grounds prompted various sects and factions to dispatch their strongest warriors to aid the cities bordering the Beast Forest. Rest assured, Holy Master, I, Wang Tong, will lead my disciples into battle, declared Wang Tong, who, after being struck down by Hua Qingyu in the ancient sacred ruins, had dedicated himself to relentless training. He had now achieved mid-stage void-shattering realm and stood as a paragon among the young in the eastern domain. The impending beast tide was no trivial matter. He received a scroll from the Holy Master, which could prove crucial in the decisive moment. This scroll contains the full power strike of the Holy Lord, usable 3 times. Thank you, Holy Lord. Wang Tong was overjoyed. He had exhausted his previous scrolls and had not yet sought assistance from the elders within the sect. The prior scrolls were provided by semi-holy elders, but this is different. It represents the full might of a true saint. It is a significant upgrade. The extermination of the monsters is assured. I wonder how Brother Shi is faring in Lingzhou. Speaking of this scroll, Wang Tong recalled the young man he befriended in the secret realm. He pondered whether he would have the chance to fight alongside Brother Shi again. Having previously faced demons together, and now monsters, the Eastern Qian Holy Lord cast a worried glance towards the direction of the Beast Forest, sensing that this beast tide was unusually formidable. The other powerful beings in the sacred land had already been dispatched to the main battlefield, where the outcome hung in the balance. Should they fail, they would have to call upon the ancestors. The collective strength of the 3 states far surpassed that of Lingzhou, boasting numerous dominant forces and countless top-tier factions, being the very heart of the 3 great sacred lands of the eastern domain. Previously, Lingzhou had only a branch of the Tianji Pavilion, which was in disarray and likely long gone by now, especially after the recent campaign against the Qingyun Sect, which claimed many strong warriors. Thus, Lingzhou had yet to reach its peak. However, with the Qingyun Sect as its main sect, its resurgence could be imminent. As soon as the sacred land issued its proclamation, countless factions responded. How dare the monsters wreak havoc in my... Gentlemen, when you capture the Demon King, I shall ensure it is awakened from its slumber to see whom it has provoked. You are far too kind. I have heard the Demon King's flesh is exquisite, especially the tender cuts, a great nourishment. Inform old Imo that I wish to indulge in such delicacies. At the frontline city of, just like in Lingzhou's. The cultivators within the city had repelled wave after wave of beast assaults, leaving a trail of corpses. However, they managed to hold out until reinforcements from the major factions have arrived. The ancestors of the Broken Sky realm had rushed to the main battlefield, where 10 8th tier beasts awaited them. Meanwhile, in Qizhou, at the Tianqing sacred land, the Holy Sun Mu Fan, under the directive of the Holy Lord Tianqing, led the disciples and elders towards Chongqing City, which borders the Beast Forest to the east. The overall strength of Qingzhou was comparable to that of. Yet the Tianqing sacred land lacked the profound heritage of the Eastern Qian sacred land, being a newly emerging domain. Nonetheless, it housed numerous dominant and top-tier forces, albeit slightly disadvantaged on the main battlefield. In Tianzhou, at the Lanyue sacred land, under the command of the Lanyue Holy Lord, The entire sacred land was swiftly mobilized, with a steady stream of resources dispatched to the front line to resist the beast onslaught. The holy maiden Jia Mingxin led the elders and disciples of the sect towards. Should this battle be lost, it would result in utter destruction, leading to untold suffering across Qingzhou. Chapter 52. The Might of the Supreme Sect, slaughtering the multitudes of beasts. Meanwhile, in Lingzhou, bolstered by numerous factions and an influx of cultivators rushing to aid, the city stood as a fortress, having successfully repelled several waves of beast assaults. Shortly thereafter, the dense and formidable army of demonic beasts surged forth once again, their numbers far surpassing previous assaults, causing the very ground to tremble beneath their might. Roars and growls echoed through the air, a cacophony of sound that shook the heavens. Gazing into the distance, one could see hundreds of 7th-tier demonic beasts leading the charge, with countless 6th-tier beasts following closely behind, all in a frenzied rush. The 7th-tier beasts were akin to the true realm of cultivators. My goodness, so many 7th-tier beasts. Have these creatures gone mad? They intend to annihilate us in one fell swoop. The leaders atop the city walls exclaimed in alarm. It was as though everyone was merely engaging in small skirmishes. And yet here comes a bomb being dropped. Do they truly believe Lingzhou is so easily bullied? Damn it, the dead birds fly towards the sky. Those who do not perish live on for eternity. Let us fight back. A reward of great merit awaits those who slay 100 demonic beasts. Master Yi, I am Zhang Erd. I have my eyes set on your Yi family's reward. Aha, I am Wang Sanbao. Do share some of that reward with me. For my great blade is eager to taste blood. Amidst their banter, tens of thousands of cultivators surged forth from the city walls, charging into the tide of beasts. In the face of these 6th and 7th-tier beasts, the walls provided little more than a flimsy barrier, barely able to withstand those below the 6th tier. Rather than passively endure their assault, it was better to take the initiative. Let us plunge into chaos, obscuring the sun and moon with our ferocity. Upon contact, a tremendous clash of power erupted. The demonic beasts exuded an overwhelming aura, reaching into the heavens, while the cultivators unleashed their own surging spiritual energy. A torrent sweeping across the land. In that instant of collision, thousands of cultivators cried out in anguish, while tens of thousands of demonic beasts wailed in despair. The battle soon descended into a chaotic melee. Alas, the sheer number of demonic beasts relentlessly surrounded the cultivators. Damn it, I will fight you to the end. A cultivator besieged by the demonic tide roared defiantly and self-detonated. Boom. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, and the powerful shockwaves radiated outward, toppling thousands of demonic beasts. Even ants can bring down an elephant in numbers, let alone these frenzied beasts. The overwhelming horde continued to press forward, swiftly filling the void left by the explosion. The great powers mobilized their warships, and thousands of vessels unleashed a barrage upon the beast from behind, their spiritual stones flowing like water. Waves of spiritual energy surged forth in relentless succession. Damn those humans! At that moment, a winged avian beast shot forth from the rear, targeting the warships. Feeling the immense aura emanating from the beast, they realized it was a demon king. An 8th-tier demon king. Damn it, how can there still be a demon king here? The cultivators aboard the warships gasped in disbelief. Aren't all the demon kings supposed to be on the main battlefield? Damn it. You're not fighting in the peak competition, but rather in a bronze league. The enraged demon king unleashed a furious assault on the warships of various factions, each swipe capable of demolishing a considerable number of vessels. Just then, a colossal shockwave surged forth. Bam! The 8th-tier demon king was obliterated into dust on the spot. Unable to even utter a cry of despair, the crowd looked up in awe. A massive Azure warship, blocking out the sun, sailed into view. The formidable and colossal warship dwarfs even the largest vessels of rival factions by several folds. The shockwave that obliterated the demon king emanated from its core. It is the warship of the Qingyun Sect. The might of the Qingyun Sect has arrived. The Upper Sect. It is indeed the Upper Sect. The majesty of the Upper Sect is awe-inspiring. A cultivator familiar with the Qingyun Sect's warship exclaimed jubilantly. How splendid! The formidable masters of our Lingzhou have come. Fellow cultivators, rally behind our clan leader. The Qingyun warship ceaselessly charged its energies, unleashing torrents against the horde of demon beasts. Each strike was akin to a full-force assault from a sage. It directly sank the ground surrounding the demon beast forest several inches deep. Even the very fabric of space here was shattered. With just a single blow, tens of thousands of demon beasts were reduced to mere bones. Their blood evaporated into the ether, dissipating between heaven and earth. Good heavens! The Upper Sect is remarkable, truly deserving of its title as the sovereign of Lingzhou. After witnessing such feats, the sacred lands seemed trivial in comparison. Perhaps the Upper Sects might surpass even that of the sacred lands, leaving them utterly astounded. The relentless tide of demon beasts they had struggled against crumbled before the Upper Sect's overwhelming presence, like a paper tiger, collapsing with the slightest touch. One must ponder. In the entirety of the eastern region, which faction could rival the Upper Sect? The disciples of the Qingyun Sect surged forth to vanquish the demons. A resounding voice resonated from the Qingyun warship. The ship's doors swung open. The elder, Mu Shuistian, clad in ceremonial robes, was the first to emerge, sword in hand. Ready for battle. The inner sect elder, Luo Chun, followed closely behind. The outer disciples of the Qingyun Sect streamed forth in droves. It was not that they wished to resolve the matter solely through the warship. The power was too immense and difficult to control. A sage's full-force strike. There were still tens of thousands of cultivators from Lingzhou engaged in combat with the demon beasts below. They would undoubtedly suffer collateral damage. To annihilate hundreds of thousands while inflicting losses on themselves was not a viable strategy. Upon descending, Mu Shuixian unleashed her initial stage sage cultivation, summoning forth a majestic wave of sword energy that crushed tens of thousands of demon beasts in an instant. All forces of the exploding sky sect, attack. Where is the dragon gate? Our heavenly dance sect shall not lag behind. The three major sects, along with the remaining disciples, followed closely behind the two elders, relentlessly slaying the weaker demon beasts. The elders deemed these creatures beneath their notice. They could be vanquished with a mere breath. Mu Shuistian continued to unleash sword energy, relentlessly slaughtering the horde. Suddenly, she sensed numerous potent fluctuations of cultivation power above the demon beast forest. Could that be the main battlefield? Elder Luo, stay here to protect the disciples. I shall investigate that area, she instructed, turning to Luo Chun, who was currently dispatching demon beasts. As a semi-sage expert, he was more than capable of maintaining oversight in her absence. Haha, how delightful. So many contribution points. The disciples discovered that each time they effortlessly dispatched a demon beast, the tokens at their waists would automatically absorb the beast's energy, subsequently increasing their contribution value. The ground was littered with demon beasts, a veritable treasure trove of resources. Charge. The outer disciples became increasingly frenzied, surrounded by resources essential for their ascent to Qingyun. Damn it, Qinghai, bring me my greatsword. I shall slay 100. The once gentle and refined Qingyin cast aside his folding fan, shouting fervently to his disciple from the Qinghai faction. If not now, when should one engage in reckless action? I've got you covered, senior brother. Qinghai exclaimed as he hurled a 3-meter-long broadsword over the disciples of various sects. Under the leadership of their senior brothers, were mercilessly slaughtering the lower-tier demonic beasts, as if they would retaliate against anyone who dared to compete with them. The sight left the cultivators present utterly astounded. Good heavens! The prowess of the sect's formidable warriors was one thing, but the disciples were equally ferocious. They fought as if invigorated by some elixir. Notably, two youths from the west were ruthlessly dispatching several 4th-tier demonic beasts, ready to confront anyone who dared to challenge them. Shall I take my leave then? Chapter 53. The battlefield of the main conflict. The holy war erupts meanwhile. Above the beast forest lay the primary battlefield. Here, 9 elders of the void-breaking realm from Lingzhou were engaged in a fierce duel against 10 8th-tier demon kings. The battle had raged on for several hours, remaining evenly matched, with neither side managing to gain the upper hand. Among the Lingzhou cultivators, 3 elders had sustained injuries, while on the opposing side, 1 demon beast had its wings shattered, the horns of the bull demon king severed, and another demon bore numerous sword wounds. However, this clash paled in comparison to the conflicts on the other 3 continents. Everyone, let us refrain from mindless attacks. Such actions will only deplete our spiritual energy. If our energy is exhausted, we shall perish here today. One elder admonished, striking a demon king aside with his sword and using his spiritual sense to caution the others. Their internal spiritual energy was finite, and over time, they felt their reserves dwindling. The demon beasts, in contrast, were transforming mid-battle, utilizing their massive forms to drain their energy, identify their weaknesses, and deliver a decisive blow. He had discerned a vulnerability in one of the demon kings, specifically the bull demon king. Its weakness lay in the horns atop its head, the very essence of its demonic energy. Having already severed 1 horn, he could clearly sense a significant reduction in the demon king's strength. With this thought, He raised his sword and charged once more at the Bull Demon King's colossal figure. Roar! The Bull Demon King, witnessing the cultivator rushing towards it again, bellowed in rage, lowering its single horn to charge at the approaching figure. Damn human! How dare you sever my horn? I shall crush you. What a splendid opportunity. The elder recognized that the foolish bull was now charging headfirst with its horn. You foolish beast, meet your end. He channeled all his spiritual energy into his sword and struck fiercely at the remaining horn. With a resounding clang, the last horn of the Bull Demon King fell away. Roar! 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 After a series of furious bellows, the creature, in its defiance, plummeted downward, its massive form crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Panting heavily, the elder realized he had exerted considerable effort to bring down the beast. The remaining elders from Lingzhou, witnessing this scene, were greatly inspired and charged once more toward the Demon Kings, now specifically targeting their weaknesses. The battle now stood as 9 void-breaking realm elders against 9 Demon Kings. The absence of a single 8th-tier Demon King would undoubtedly ease the burden on them. Meanwhile, in the direction of Tianzhou, a saint from the Lanu's sacred land is engaged in a fierce battle against a 9th-tier sacred beast. The beast has taken on form, its enormous body unfurling in the skies, resembling a majestic tiger. It roars incessantly, its overwhelming sacred might permeating the atmosphere. Dozens of void-shattering realm fighters are locked in combat with numerous 8th-tier demon beasts. Each clash within the sacred realm generates tremendous shockwaves, compelling both the Tianzhou side and the demon beasts to maintain a considerable distance. The aftermath of such sacred confrontations is beyond their capacity to endure. The duel within the sacred realm is not one that can be resolved swiftly. Even the defeated side cannot be easily vanquished without incurring significant costs. Simultaneously, in the direction of Qizhou, a saint from the Tianqing sacred land is similarly engaged in combat with a 9th-tier sacred beast. This beast is exceptionally powerful, and its emanating aura suggests it is not weaker than a peak entry-level saint cultivator. It has taken the form of a colossal bear, relentlessly charging at the saint from Tianqing sacred land, causing considerable distress to the latter. As one in the mid-stage of the saint realm, he finds himself utterly outmatched by this formidable beast. When one's strength reaches unparalleled heights, all elaborate strategies become futile. He can only evade the bear's onslaught, hoping for the timely arrival of other saints from nearby sacred lands. Otherwise, he would have to seek the help of the sacred lord. In the direction of Huangzhou, the demon beasts here are particularly formidable. A saint from the Dongxian sacred land, along with 2 semi-saints, is locked in battle against 2 sacred beasts, while the remaining elders from various factions at the void-shattering stage engage in fierce combat with dozens of 8th-tier demon beasts. The confrontations in the sacred realm appear evenly matched for now, but the struggle of the 2 semi-saints against a single sacred beast is clearly a desperate endeavor, as they are on entirely different levels. It is only due to the sheer size of the transformed sacred beast that the 2 can utilize their agility to evade. Had its cultivation been matched to that of a cultivator, they would have perished countless times already. This signifies that they have innumerable opportunities for mistakes, while a single misstep from their adversary could lead to immediate annihilation. Overall, the cultivators across the 4 continents do not hold the advantage on the main battlefield. Should they falter, the fate awaiting the 4 continents is nothing short of obliteration. At this juncture, Mu Shuixian arrives from Lingzhou. Upon her arrival, she observes 9 void-shattering realm cultivators fiercely battling against 9 demon kings. Step aside. Allow me to take charge. Upon hearing this proclamation, the 9 elders from Lingzhou unleash their full power against the demon kings, swiftly retreating. A saint? How splendid! A saint from the sacred land has arrived. The elders glance back, only to behold a breathtakingly beautiful woman wielding a sword, her brow radiating valor, adorned in a blue-green sect robe, exuding a powerful aura of the sacred realm. Not from the sacred land, a formidable figure from the Qingyun Sect. The elders silently reflect. They had suspected that the upper sect, Qingyun Sect, must possess saints, yet they had never encountered one before. All who had participated in the siege against Qingyun Sect had perished. Rumors have spread among the populace, indicating that the esteemed elders from the Tiangong Pavilion of the Central Domain have arrived, yet they were swiftly vanquished. This has instilled an unwavering confidence among the onlookers. Today, they have finally witnessed the grandeur of the holy being from our sect. Our Lingzhou has now become a significant province with its own sacred ground. Chapter 54. The sword seizes the sacred beast. The Empress takes action. She is a formidable holy realm expert of humanity. the 9 great demon kings. Sensing the overwhelming sacred might emanating from Mu Shuixian, found themselves paralyzed by this terrifying aura. Their massive forms trembled uncontrollably. Before the demon king could finish his words, Mu Shuixian effortlessly swung her sword, delivering a lethal strike. Her frosty countenance remained unblinking as the piercing sword energy traversed the heavens. The 9 demon kings were instantaneously obliterated by this fearsome sword intent. How dare these insignificant creatures threaten this empress? Though she could presently only exert her strength at the threshold of the Holy Realm, she was nonetheless the revered empress of the Water Immortal from the Central Domain. Moreover, her cultivation was gradually recovering. It was merely a matter of time before she regained her former imperial prowess. When an emperor is enraged, the heavens tremble and the earth quakes. Countless corpses shall litter the ground, and the stars shall shift. Mu Shuixian sheathed her sword and turned to cast a glance at the 9 patriarchs. Esteemed ones, what are your commands? The patriarchs, having witnessed the gruesome fate of the 9 demon kings, were collectively seized by trepidation. How powerful she is! With a mere flick, she annihilated their long-fought adversaries into nothingness. You need not concern yourselves with the main battlefield. Retreat to Batian City and assist our sect's elders in eliminating the remaining demon beasts. Yes, esteemed one. The 9 patriarchs hastily fled towards Batian City, thoroughly intimidated by her formidable presence. The aura of this great being was overwhelming. The old man could scarcely endure it. Another glance, and he felt he might explode. Mu Shuixian then soared further away, where the fluctuations of the Holy Realm beckoned. Above the Beastmaster Forest, in the direction of the Tianzhou, the saint of the Lanwei sacred ground was engaged in a fierce battle with the tiger-shaped sacred beast. The overwhelming sacred might clashed violently. Damn it! My sword cannot seem to pierce this vile creature. After transforming, the tiger-shaped sacred beast boasted formidable defenses. It is worth noting that the sword in her hand is a sacred weapon nourished by her own holy essence. Though it is a lower-tier sacred weapon, it is incredibly sharp, with each strike infused with the might of the Holy Realm. Yet, when it struck this demon tiger, it merely left a superficial wound, failing to penetrate further. The demon tiger's claws, however, are exceedingly sharp. She has already endured a strike, leaving a conspicuous gash across her back. A late-stage Holy Realm beast? Mu Shuixian, who had arrived with intentions, began to contemplate. If she were to present a sacred beast to the sect leader as a mount, perhaps she could secure a more favorable standing within the sect. Yet, would the leader even regard a mount of the Holy Realm as sufficient? The thought of the leader's strength and the sect's prestige made her hesitate. A sacred beast may not suffice. Perhaps a beast sovereign or an imperial beast would be more appropriate. Regardless, she resolved to capture it first. Mu Shuixian charged forth, effortlessly separating the 2 combatants. With a roar, the tiger-shaped demon beast bellowed, "Who dares to intrude?" At first, the saint of the Lanyu sacred land was taken aback, thinking another holy beast had arrived. However, upon noticing the sword-bearing woman, she inquired. It was only then that she discerned the embroidered characters on the visitor's sect attire, Qingyun Sect. Indeed, a saint from the Qingyun Sect had come to oversee matters. Mu Shuixian disregarded her and approached the tiger-shaped demon beast directly, leaving behind a chilling remark. "You may leave." Alas, this holy beast is formidable. Only by combining our strengths can we achieve victory. The saint of the Lanyu sacred land sensed that the woman exuded an aura only at the early stage of the saint realm, a level beneath her own, and hurriedly rushed forward as well. "I shall say this only once. Submit or perish," Mu Shuixian coldly declared to the tiger-shaped holy beast. She then unleashed her imperial might. A formidable mental pressure. Although her divine consciousness had yet to fully recover, its power was still sufficient to deal with these lesser saints. Roar. The fierce tiger, upon hearing the woman's demand for submission, was enraged. It was a proud holy beast. Holy beasts never submit. How dare she? Just as it was about to charge forward and tear her apart, it experienced an unprecedented, terrifying pressure. The massive tiger's body plummeted from the air, prostrating on the ground. Utterly immobilized, the overwhelming force continued to bear down on it, causing its bones to crack under the strain. "Master, I submit. I submit," it cried out, fearing for its life. Why does such a powerful being exist in the eastern region? It is too strong, too terrifying. It began to question its own existence. How much better it would have been had this been done earlier, saving this emperor's time. Mu Shuixian remarked as she descended and gently patted its tiger head. The saint of the Lanyu sacred land was left astonished, beginning to doubt her own life choices. Such a mighty holy beast was subdued with a mere word and a glance from the woman. Was this for real? It was a sharp slap to the face. She had just claimed that two of them would need to join forces to conquer the tiger demon. What could possibly be the origin of the Qingyun Sect? Such that their subordinates were so overwhelmingly powerful? What? Are you not leaving? Is there something else? Mu Shuxian noticed her. No, I am leaving at once. The saint stammered. Get up if you're not dead. Seeing the tiger-shaped holy beast still feigning death, Mu Shuxian gave it a kick, prompting it to rise. Yes, master. Mu Shuxian mounted the tiger-shaped holy beast, soaring towards the direction of Qingzhou. Meanwhile, the saint of the Tianqing sacred land had never held the advantage. He was no match for the pinnacle Saint Realm giant bear. In a moment of distraction, he had been struck on the shoulder by the transforming giant bear, leaving him feeling as though he might fall apart. Without strong reinforcements arriving, there was no one to stop this ninth-tier holy beast. As he dodged its attacks, he intended to use his divine consciousness to notify the Saint Lord when Mu Shuxian, riding the holy tiger, appeared. Tell this tiger that it has 3 powerful brothers. We can subdue them all together and take them along. 2 tigers, why are you with a human cultivator? In the midst of a fierce confrontation, the colossal bear, transformed and imposing, roared as it beheld a human accompanied by a tiger. Foolish bear, hasten to pay your respects to your master. What? You dare to betray the demon race and acknowledge a human as your sovereign. You have truly shamed the sacred beasts. I shall slay you first, and then rend your so-called master to shreds. The bear bellowed in a frenzy, infuriated that the tiger would dare to forsake their kin and compel it to do the same. An utter affront. Humph, do you think I fear you? If I feared you, I would not be a worthy demon. Just as the tiger prepared to charge into battle, Mu Shuxian interjected, Did I permit you to move? You, a mere pinnacle of the sacred realm, dare to claim you can tear apart this emperor. Her expression turned frigid, and the overwhelming pressure of a sovereign descended once more. The tiger, sensing its master's formidable aura, was paralyzed with fear. The colossal bear was violently hurled away by this immense force, crashing to the ground, immobilized. I submit, it cried, realizing the terror of this woman. It was truly unmatched, capable of crushing it solely with her presence. Chapter 55. The name of Qingyun shakes the 4 continents. Witnessing this spectacle, the saints of the heavenly Qing sacred land stood in stunned silence. What transpired here? Oh, it seems a sacred beast has been brought low. No, a sacred beast. The immensely powerful bear was subdued by a mere glance and a word from that woman, rendered unable to move, proclaiming its submission. Is this truly the same formidable sacred beast that had nearly shattered me moments ago? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a formidable figure from the Qingyun Sect, terrifying beyond measure. Mu Shuxian approached the subdued bear and delivered a swift kick to its forehead. If only you had this realization earlier, you would not be as foolish as this tiger. Foolish tiger? Who bestowed such a name upon you? How quaint. As she turned away, the tiger-shaped sacred beast followed suit, delivering a couple of kicks. You, imbecilic bear, have caused this beast to be scorned by our master. You truly deserve to perish. You had thoughts of killing me, yet thankfully, my master intervened just in time. This bear is too tough-skinned for me to contend with. I was merely eager to express my loyalty. Meanwhile, in the monster beast forest, in the direction of the wild state, the battle of the sacred realm had reached a fever pitch. The overwhelming divine might shook the heavens and the earth. The victor remained undecided. However, the 2 half-saints on the opposing side were faring poorly. One unfortunate soul was struck by a sacred beast, plummeting straight down to create a massive crater, his fate unknown. The remaining half-saint was struggling to endure, desperately evading the wrath of the sacred beasts. One was at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, 2 were in the late stages, and another was at the mid-stage. Observing the last 2 sacred beasts, Mu Shuxian mused that the strongest among them was the colossal bear, which trembled beside her. Hey, that foolish bird and that dim-witted pig, why do they not come forth to pay their respects to their master? The tiger called out once more. The last 2 sacred beasts were a 9-feathered sparrow and a sky-swallowing pig. The 2 sacred beasts are equally formidable. The 9-feathered sparrow bears a trace of the phoenix bloodline, while the devouring pig has regressed slightly to the lineage of the Taodai. The mere presence of this faint bloodline allows them to ascend to the sacred realm, which speaks volumes about the extraordinary nature of true sacred beasts. The words of Erhuzi caught the attention of the battling humans and beasts alike. In the distance, a woman rode in on a tiger, accompanied by a colossal bear of the sacred realm. What is happening here? Erhuzi, you foolish bear, why are you alongside human cultivators, paying homage to a master? Have you both betrayed the demon race? How absurd. What treachery is this? Is it not said that good beasts dwell where they are nurtured? The Qingyun Sect? The saints and semi-saints of the Eastern Xin sacred land gazed at the newcomer in astonishment. The powerful figures of the Qingyun Sect have subdued 2 sacred beasts. Enraged, the 9-feathered sparrow and the devouring pig reacted violently upon hearing Erhuzi's words. They had presumed that the 2 beasts were there to assist, only to find that they had submitted to human cultivators. What of the dignity of sacred beasts? What of the integrity of the demon race? What are you staring at? Hurry up, must we wait for our master to speak? Erhuzi kicked the nearby bear and continued, undeterred. At this moment, Mu Shui-Xian chose not to intervene. The bear was the most powerful among the 4 beasts and required no assistance from her. With a thunderous roar, the giant bear charged towards the 2 sacred beasts. After a quarter of an hour of fierce combat, the furious bear sent the devouring pig flying with a single punch, nearly tearing the 9-feathered sparrow apart. Thereafter, the bear effortlessly lifted them both and tossed them onto the vacant ground behind. Simple and decisive, it required no exertion. The saint of the Eastern Xin sacred land gasped, while the semi-saint was left speechless. Were the 2 sacred beasts dispatched so easily? This sacred beast bear is incredibly powerful. Even more terrifying is that all 4 sacred beasts have submitted to this powerful figure from the Qingyun Sect. What kind of force is the Qingyun Sect? It appears that the tides are shifting in the eastern region. All forces in the eastern domain shall be overshadowed by the might of the Qingyun Sect. Once the 4 sacred beasts had surrendered, they simultaneously roared in fury, and the demon beast army retreated towards the monster beast forest, having already suffered significant losses. These demon beasts would soon regain their former states after the beast tide, continuing the brutal cycle of survival of the fittest within the forest. According to the 4 sacred beasts, this beast tide was instigated by a powerful demon race from the central domain, compelling them to comply. In Batian City, under the slaughter wrought by Elder Luo Chun of the Semi-Saint Inner Sect and the 9 returning ancestors of the Fragmentation Realm, all demon beasts outside the city were eradicated. Incredible! I've struck gold. I've slain over 100 second-tier demon beasts, contributing more than 2,000 points, exclaimed an Outer Sect disciple in shock. He had not been paying attention to the contributions displayed on the sect token, only knowing that he wielded his blade fiercely against the second-tier beasts. The blade rose and fell, again and again. Not only he, but all disciples gazed in delight at the values on their tokens, exclaiming their newfound fortune. Among them, the highest contributors were likely Qin Han and Ning Yin, who had been relentlessly slaughtering 4th-tier demon beasts. Their contribution points must have surpassed 10,000. Before long, Mu Shui-Xian arrived on the wings of the 4 sacred beasts. At this moment, the 4 legendary creatures had transformed into human forms. Erhuzi appeared as a tall, robust man, while Ben Xiong was even more exaggerated, towering over Erhuzi, his physique resembling that of a small mountain. Jiu Linke appeared as a youthful girl, seemingly in her teens, and Tun Tianju took on an oval shape with a round face and large ears. The elder had returned. Upon seeing Mu Shui-Xian's arrival, the disciples fervently shouted in unison. But who were the 4 individuals following the elder? 2 muscular men, a girl, and a rotund figure. This combination was indeed peculiar. The crisis of the demonic beast has been resolved. Let us return to the sect, Mu Shui-Xian declared, ascending the Azure Cloud warship. Amidst the chorus of respect, the ship departed. Following the conclusion of this beast tide, the reputation of the Azure Cloud Sect spread across the 4 continents at an astonishing pace. Reports from the saints of various sacred lands revealed that a formidable figure from the Azure Cloud Sect subdued the sacred beasts with but a single command, and a mere glance brought them to their knees in submission. Such terror! What manner of power did the Azure Cloud Sect possess? It was utterly formidable. Merely dispatching one individual was sufficient to tame the 4 sacred beasts. The ease with which it was accomplished was awe-inspiring. The major forces and cultivators throughout the 4 continents erupted in a frenzy. Speculations arose that the Azure Cloud Sect must eclipse the sacred lands, representing a transcendent force that lurked in the shadows. Others conjectured, if they can dispatch someone so powerful, what more might lie hidden within? Could the Azure Cloud Sect harbor an emperor-level figure? Perhaps they are a low-profile Imperial Sect. While many dismiss such notions, after all, how could an emperor possibly exist? They were nonetheless stunned by the overwhelming strength of the Azure Cloud Sect. No longer were only the forces of Lingzhou offering spiritual stones and resources. The entirety of the 4 continents was fervently preparing to send resources to the Azure Cloud Sect. The leaders of each major faction in the four continents earnestly instructed their disciples to avoid provoking or offending the Azure Cloud Sect, with some even codifying this rule into their clan records. Numerous cultivators frantically recalled whether they had ever offended the Azure Cloud Sect. The more timid among them began to slap their own faces in a frenzy, fearful of having unwittingly crossed the sect. If they had not offended them, it would be of little consequence. The act served merely to ease their minds. Chapter 56. Summoning Offerings, Manifesting the Sacred Dragon Evil. This wave of demonic beasts concerned the very survival of the cultivators across the four continents. On the main battlefield, the four continents were already at a disadvantage. It was only through the intervention of the powerful figures of the Azure Cloud Sect that the four formidable sacred beasts were vanquished, turning the tide in favor of the cultivators. Enthusiastic followers began to revere the Azure Cloud Sect as divine, likening it to the saviors of the four continents. They erected altars in their homes, bowing in reverence daily. The name of Azure Cloud resounded through the four continents, compelling even the three major sacred lands of three of those continents to retreat from its brilliance, unwilling to compete. Looking across the entire eastern region, who could possibly rival it? Meanwhile, within the Azure Cloud Sect's main hall, Feng Qingyang stretched languidly. Awaking from his slumber, he felt invigorated. Although he had attained the realm of true person, remaining in seclusion for several decades without sleep was hardly a challenge. Fasting for 10 years would not lead to his demise. However, he continued to maintain the good habits he had formed during his time on Blue Star, sleeping late and rising late, with 3 meals a day. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a silver summoning card. The host has completed the task. The Prestige Value Shop has been opened, and the Prestige Value Lottery interface has been activated. As this is the host's first time opening the lottery interface, a first draw card is gifted. As this is the host's first time accessing the Prestige Value Shop, 100,000 prestige points are granted. My lord, please check the system messages for your rewards. Oh, the beast tide has been resolved, and the system rewards have arrived. It seems the beast tide that swept across the four continents has been eradicated. Otherwise, the system, known for its frugality, would not have preemptively issued rewards. Wen Qingyang was instantly filled with excitement. It was early morning, and he felt ready for a surprise. System, use the silver summoning card. Wen Qingyang was filled with anticipation. As it had been a while since he last used a summoning card, he wondered how his luck had fared recently. Ding, silver summoning card used successfully. Drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for summoning a peak elder of the manifestation realm, Long Xie, who has materialized. Wow, his luck remained as splendid as ever. The silver summoning card's maximum limit was indeed the peak of the manifestation realm. Finally, he had drawn it. However, it still did not surpass the combat prowess of the Qingyun Sect, as the peak of the Emperor Realm Elder still stood tall. Sometimes Wen Qingyang pondered what realms lay beyond the Emperor Realm. Upon entering the system interface, he discovered 2 new sections, the Prestige Value Shop and the Prestige Value Lottery. Ways to acquire prestige points: Sect Influence, Sect Intimidation, Sect Prestige. 100,000 prestige points allow for 1 lottery draw, encompassing treasures from myriad realms. What one draws is entirely dependent on personal luck, with the system having no authority to interfere. Wen Qingyang briefly glanced at the Prestige Value Shop and Lottery interface. Goodness, the items within were dazzling and varied, truly deserving of their reputation for encompassing all realms. However, the prices were exorbitantly high. Empress Realm Maid, 1 million prestige points, graceful in the hall, formidable in battle. You deserve it. Empress Realm Guard Dog, 1 million prestige points. Which prestigious sect lacks a guard dog of the Empress Realm? 10,000 Calamities Divine Sword, 10 million prestige points, forged through myriad tribulations. Slaying immortals and gods is a trivial matter. Heavenly Tower, 10 million prestige points. With a single hand, it supports the heavens. A pinnacle treasure to subdue demons. Upon checking his prestige balance, he found he only had 100,000. He could only purchase items that even a dog would disdain. For instance, there was a permanent experience card of the Sacred Realm valued at 100,000 prestige points. Simply not worth it. Surely, the system wasn't profiting off the difference? Ah, never mind. While his luck was still with him, he decided to seize the moment. System, use the first draw card. Ding, first draw card used successfully. Drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for drawing a thank you for your patronage. What the hell? Are you messing with me? Just when he thought his luck had returned, he drew a mere thank you for your patronage, and it even congratulated him. To slay is to also strike at the heart, is it not? I refuse to believe it. System, grant me another draw. Feng Qingyang expended his remaining prestige points to draw once more. Ding. Consumed 100,000 prestige points, drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a permanent experience card for the Broken Void Realm. What the hell? It would have been better to exchange 100,000 prestige points for a permanent experience card of the Sacred Realm in the marketplace. I admit my voice was a bit loud just now. Can I take that back? Meanwhile, above the Qingyun Sect, a figure slowly descended, emanating an overwhelming presence at the pinnacle of the Sacred Realm. The wind shifted, and the heavens dimmed. Amidst the thunder and lightnings, a man clad in the specially tailored robes of the Qingyun Sect made his entrance. His long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and his eyes were distinctly black and white. The dark purple robes exuded an inexplicable air of sophistication. Yet, his expression was strikingly cold, as if he wore a mask of ice. Under his disdainful gaze, he commanded an intense aura of oppression. This scene even caught the attention of the ancestral figure, Li Qingyun. Were it not for the fact that this man was also a formidable force within their sect, he would have been struck away with a single palm strike. By the heavens, even I, at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, do not make such a grand entrance. What is happening? A powerful being has descended upon our Qingyun Sect. Indeed, look quickly. The disciples of the sect, witnessing the strange celestial phenomena, felt the winds shift and thunder crackle. They hurriedly approached, only to behold this spectacle. I am Laziest, an elder of the Qingyun Sect. Upon recognizing the embroidered name on the man's robes and hearing this proclamation, they all dispersed in relief. It turns out he is one of our own, a strong figure of the Qingyun Sect. What a false alarm. Indeed, our sect is filled with hidden talents. I must diligently cultivate myself to become such a powerful being. I wonder if this fierce dragon can cross the river. An elder. How formidable must he be? In the Qingyun Hall, Feng Qingyang begrudgingly activated the permanent experience card for the Broken Void Realm. Originally, the least he could have exchanged it for was that of the Sacred Realm, which would have elevated him to that level. He could only blame himself for his predicament. Permanent experience card for the Broken Void Realm activated successfully. Congratulations, host. You have attained the early stage of the Broken Void Realm. Chapter 57. Returning to the Sect. The sacred beast trembles as soon as the cultivation card was successfully used. An immense force surged into Feng Qingyang's body. Mid-stage, late stage, peak stage of the true being realm. And then the early stage of the Broken Void Realm. His cultivation soared in an instant. The foundation was solid, showing no signs of being hollow despite the rapid ascension through several realms. It felt as though he had tempered this foundation for countless years, achieving an unparalleled mastery. The system's offerings are undoubtedly of the highest quality. Feng Qingyang felt the power within him swell to a degree far surpassing what it was before, exponentially stronger. His aura was immensely powerful. With a single punch, he could shatter the void, easily obliterating his former self countless times over. One word, exhilarating. Cultivating was akin to a cheat. The enhancement of his prowess was as effortless as eating or drinking. No, the speed at which he advanced was even swifter than that of consuming food or water. The ascension through several realms occurred in the blink of an eye. He often marvels at the fact that he has only been here for a little over a month. Yet he has progressed from having no cultivation to reaching the initial stage of the fragmented void realm. Coupled with his celestial body, he can easily crush those at the peak of the fragmented void realm with mere laughter. Given some more time, even the supreme emperors would be no more significant than ants beneath his feet, easily trampled underfoot. At that moment, Laziest entered the grand hall. Laziest, I pay my respects to the sect master, he said with a reverence akin to that of a block of ice. From now on, you shall serve as an esteemed elder of the Qingyun Sect. The peak of the manifestation realm is sufficient, I presume? Yes, sect master. At that moment, the magnificent Qingyun worship descended upon the Qingyun Sect. The elders and outer disciples have returned, he exclaimed. I truly envy those outer disciples. They must have accrued quite a few contribution points from this beast-hunting mission. Cough, what good does mere envy do? We must strive to surpass them, said the disciple, patting his shoulder. The disciple understood the words of his junior, who was just a hair's breadth away from entering the outer sect, thus allowing him to venture out with the outer disciples to gain valuable experience. How unfortunate it was that with such mediocre talent, this was the only opportunity his junior encountered. They, as servant disciples, may lack innate gifts, but their resolve and spirit are in no way inferior to those of the outer disciples. It is essential to recognize that this continent is not short of genius. Yet how many truly become supreme powers in the end? Conversely, many who begin as nameless may rise to prominence later on. Take the previous ancestor of Qingyun, for instance. Through immense perseverance and fortuitous encounters, he continually broke through his limits and ultimately became an emperor, looking down upon the entire continent. The warship landed steadily within the outer sect area. Elders Mu Shuixian and Luo Chun were the first to disembark, followed by the 4 transformed sacred beasts. And then a stream of outer disciples emerged. Once everyone had disembarked, Mu Shuixian waved her hand, causing the Qingyun warship to shrink instantly and be stored away. All right, the trial of the beast tide has officially concluded. You all should devote yourselves to cultivation. I shall await you in the inner sect. Calculating the time. It had already been a month since the outer sect rankings commenced. With half the time elapsed, there remained another month until the rankings would be finalized. At which point 10 inner disciples would emerge. As an inner sect elder, she could finally exert a modicum of influence. I believe this month's rankings will undoubtedly be several times more intense than last month's, with only 10 coveted spots available. Hooray! Finally, contribution points. Now we can exchange for items from the sect. They yearned for the powerful resources from the sect Scriptures Hall and Elixir Hall to enhance their strength. Previously, without any contribution points, they had no opportunity to even catch a glimpse of them, only able to fantasize about how to spend a vast amount of contribution points. Brother, seeing you so excited, I assume you must have garnered quite a few contribution points this time? Hiki, not too many, just this amount, replied the disciple with a grin. Holding up 3 fingers. 3,000. You've struck it rich, brother. Hee, it was just luck, just luck. It is said to be effortless. Yet the hardships are known only to him. He valiantly battled against 100 second-tier demon beasts, managing to slay 10 third-tier ones. Only then did he acquire such a wealth of contribution points, to the point where his blade became dull, yet he couldn't bear to replace it. Thus, the notion of overnight fame is but a fallacy. True success is forged through relentless effort. Exempting those who cling to the walls, of course. Let us proceed, brother, he said. We shall see what we can exchange. Upon observing the 4 sacred beasts, doubts about the essence of their existence resurfaced since their entrance into the Qingyun Sect. Where's this place? Have I perhaps arrived in a realm of immortals? Foolish bear, strike me, so I may confirm whether I am dreaming, the second tiger exclaimed. Inhaling a breath of spiritual energy, only to feel a third of his consumed beast source rejuvenating within. This is real. I have never encountered such a place in my lifetime. Neither have I. The giant bear echoed, delivering a slap across the sacred tiger's face. This small request of his must be fulfilled. He had never witnessed such grandeur, nor the extraordinary preferences of the sacred tiger in his lifetime. The second tiger grimaced in response to the blow but chose not to hold a grudge, as he had uttered those words himself and must endure the bitterness alone. Expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the 4 sacred beasts. Truly, this sect of the Master is formidable. It is likely that even the great demons of the central domain would bow before such a powerful sect. With this thought, their resolve strengthened. What of allying with human cultivators? What of betraying the demon race? If one dares to challenge, let them face this grand sect. Even if great demons were to arrive, they would be trampled underfoot. Let us go, Elder Luo. It is time to report back to the sect master, Mu Shuixian declared, turning to the 4 sacred beasts. Do not offend the esteemed sect master, lest you find yourselves without a place to rest in death. Even the demon emperor could not save you. Do you understand? Mu Shuixian recalled the overwhelming divine consciousness that had crushed her on her first day in the sect. Along with the 6 words that had surfaced in her consciousness. Dare to offend again, and you shall be slain. Just thinking about it sent chills down her spine. The demon emperor could not protect them. Could it be that a great emperor presides over this place? Goodness! The 4 sacred beasts, upon hearing Mu Shuixian's words, were struck with shock. Yes, we would never dare. They trembled in unison. If the master is so powerful, being but an elder, how formidable must the sect master truly be? Even if granted 1,000 chances, they would not dare to offend. The sect master could likely crush them with a mere finger. An imperial sect guarded by an emperor-level powerhouse. Even a puff of breath from such a being could obliterate them. Chapter 58. The Menial Sacred Beasts, Contribution Points Unending in the Qingyun Hall. Mu Shuixian and Elder Luochen entered after delivering their report, followed closely by the 4 trembling transformed sacred beasts. Sect Master. The tide of demon beasts sweeping across the 4 continents has been quelled. The outer disciples have completed their training and returned safely. Our Qingyun Sect has lived up to expectations and earned renown across the 4 continents, Mu Shuixian respectfully proclaimed. Turning her gaze to the sect master seated at the head of the hall, the sect leader was seen in a tranquil state, seemingly indifferent to her words. Indeed, the leader possessed extraordinary capabilities and must have already known everything. Strategizing from the heights, surveying the multitude of beings, was this truly the extent of the leader's prowess? At that moment, the few of them simultaneously noticed the man standing quietly by, observing them. What an imposing aura! Yet, how cold this individual appeared. His starkly contrasting eyes fixed upon them, his expressionless face like a mask of frost. It was the esteemed elder of our sect. Upon recognizing the man's sect attire, Mu Shuixian and Luochen thought to themselves. The 4 holy beasts were no longer merely trembling, they were utterly terrified, their legs quaking, nearly collapsing to the ground. Having kept their heads bowed since entering, this sect was as formidable as their leader. Any one of them could easily overpower them. They sensed the man's overwhelming presence. Should he wish to slay them, it would be an effortless task. Sect leader, these 4 are the instigators of the beast tide. What do you think? Mu Shuixian ventured. Noting the leader's continued silence. Do not frighten us, revered leader. Their hearts raced in fear. They were momentarily frozen in place. Why are you not bowing before the leader? Mu Shuixian's voice sharpened as she observed their reluctance to act. Little beasts. We have come to pay our respects to the leader. 1 was at the peak of the Saint Realm, 2 were in the later stages, and 1 was in the mid-stage. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang opened his eyes and glanced downward. The 4 holy beasts transformed into human forms, 2 robust men, a youthful maiden, and 1 reminiscent of Zhiwuning. As the system interface flickered in his vision, all information regarding these holy beasts became clear. Raising their heads, they appeared to be trembling. Had they truly been so terrified of him? Is our sect truly so fearsome? Yes, sect leader. So it is you 4 who instigated the beast tide, intending to engulf the 4 continents? Sect leader, we are not at fault. A powerful demon clan from the central domain compelled us to act this way. We were coerced. Upon hearing these words, the 4 holy beasts were so frightened they prostrated on the ground, trembling in fear. Central domain? Demon clan? The involvement of the demon clan from the central domain hinted at a deeper conspiracy. Feng Qingyang pondered briefly. They are but insignificant insects, with my Qingyun Sect standing strong. What waves could they possibly create? Enough. Considering you were forced into this, I shall not pursue the matter further. However, while your lives may be spared, your punishment remains. You 4 shall engage in menial tasks within our sect from now on. The 2 robust men appeared well suited for labor, likely to be efficient in carrying water or tending to waste. As for the mountain guardians and gatekeepers, they lacked the stature. Only someone of beast sovereign caliber would suffice. Thank you, sect leader. The 4 holy beasts replied in unison, their voices filled with respect. Doing menial tasks is acceptable in such a celestial abode. Even the most humble labor brings us joy. Fortunately, the sect leader was disinclined to hold their actions against them. They were mere trifles unworthy of his attention. The hearts of the 4 beasts finally found solace. Very well, you may all withdraw, Feng Qingyang stated before closing his eyes once more, resuming his meditative state. We take our leave. After Mu Shuixian, Luochen, and Longxie took their leave along with the 4 sacred beasts, Feng Qingyang opened the panel. Master, Feng Qingyang. Realm, initial stage of fragmented void realm, disciples, Lin Bai, Shi Hao, Hua Qingyu, physique, divine body of all heavens. Powerful sect members, ancestor Li Qingyun. Pinnacle of the Emperor realm, guard elder Wang Xian. Pinnacle of fragmented void realm, outer sect elders Yi Bai, Mu Tian, Mu Feng. Pinnacle of fragmented void realm, 5 guards. Inner sect elders Mu Shuixian, Saint realm, Luochen, semi-saint, law enforcement elder Luo Wudo, Saint realm, technique hall elder Nia Hailong. Pinnacle of Saint realm. Honored elder Long Xie. Pinnacle of manifested Saint realm, miscellaneous 4 sacred beasts, 9th order sacred beasts. Sect, Qingyun Sect, level 1, 950010000. Could it be? The sect's value only increased by 500? He recalled that the last increase was 9,000, and assumed that such a significant event would suffice for a level up to a second-tier sect. Yet, it merely added 500. The rewards diminished with time. This dogged system is truly absurd. Setting aside his frustration, he noted that he still had 1 main quest and 1 side quest yet to complete. Renowned in the Eastern Domain. Recruit a talented disciple. Damn it, just thinking about it infuriates him. How could his Qingyun Sect, so powerful, still not have completed this? 3 sacred lands had already submitted. Did he need to crush all the sacred lands to be deemed renowned in the Eastern Domain? Feng Qingyang pondered whether he should have the ancestor take action directly to shatter them. As for that talented disciple, he had his own plans. The child was indeed a talent in alchemy. He could become an ordinary disciple in the alchemy hall. Times have changed. The sect had grown stronger. And he could no longer accept just anyone as a personal disciple, no matter how talented one might be. Even an emperor would have to bow and call him master to leave. Meanwhile, in the outer region of Qingyun Sect, the disciples were joyfully conversing. The sky today was exceptionally blue, and even the air felt sweeter. Each face radiated with smiles. Why? They had contribution points. They were simply unspendable. Upon returning to the sect, they immediately rushed to the mission hall with their tokens. After the elder verified and deducted the corresponding contribution points, they could exchange them for desired items. A second-tier pill, not 6,666. Not 999. Just 33. A third-tier pill, not 9,999. Not 888. Just 88. The disciples eagerly scrambled to purchase, swiftly depleting the supply of pills, which would promptly be replenished. Fortunately, the inventory was ample, stocked with numerous high-tier pills, including saint pills. Though these outer disciples currently had no use for them. Thanks to Sure Hao, Lin Bai, and their efforts in the secret realm, a wealth of resources was acquired. Witnessing this scene, Feng Qingyang exclaimed that it was imperative to urgently recruit, snatch, alchemists. Blacksmiths must also be enlisted, seized. As for maidservants, well, that was unnecessary.
Chapter 59. A struggle to exchange techniques. The 4 sacred beasts, still shaken, exited the Qingyun Hall only to be assigned tasks immediately. Thankfully.
From the moment they stepped out, they remained on edge. Fearing that the sect leader might impose further punishment upon their departure with the pretext of stepping out with the right foot, the atmosphere was tense. The words of our sect are as solid as a rock. Do you dare question my authority? Commanded Feng Qingyang. Take them away and execute them. Under the bright sunlight. A gentle breeze swept through, ruffling the fur of the industrious 4 holy beasts. One held a tray while the other wielded a broom, oblivious to the world's affairs. Wholly absorbed in their menial tasks. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun Sect, the task hall was currently overseen by the outer sect elder, Mu Feng, who was temporarily managing the affairs with the assistance of 4 attendants, as there was no elder assigned to the task hall yet. The outer sect elder had to step in. During this period, the task hall had become exceedingly popular. The grand and majestic palace exuded an air of authority, with the words task hall intricately carved in a lively script upon its plaque. This establishment was indeed an indispensable part of the Qingyun Sect. Any needs or requests within the sect could be directly posted as tasks, allowing disciples to complete them in exchange for sect resources, thus forming a virtuous cycle. Both the sect and its disciples would grow increasingly powerful. At this moment, many outer sect disciples had gathered outside the Grand Hall. How are your contribution points holding up? One inquired. Don't even mention it, senior brother. I can't seem to spend them no matter how hard I try. Another replied. Ahem. Perhaps it's simply due to our low cultivation levels. Otherwise, a few high-grade pills would have sufficed. The so-called high-grade pills referred to the sacred pills. Only those who had entered the sacred realm could utilize them. Sacred pills contained immense energy and the power of the sacred source. Even a mere whiff would be immensely beneficial. However, the sect offered these sacred pills at a truly reasonable price of only 5,000 contribution points. What does this imply? In the outside world, one could not procure them for 50 million spirit stones. Such pills were rare and sought after. Yet, this matter was likely irrelevant to them for the time being, as they were presumably reserved for the elders, who possessed the requisite strength. Senior brother, what did you exchange for? One disciple asked. I acquired a 3rd-tier rhythm spirit pill and 2 chi condensation pills. These 2 types of pills are perfectly suited for my current needs. I must now go and refine them, striving for a commendable position on the outer sect leaderboard. Having just broken through to the Golden Core realm, these pills would rapidly solidify his foundation. Oh, I shall accompany you. I too wish to exchange for some pills. I cannot afford to bring shame to the exploding heaven sect on the day of the rankings. With that, the disciple entered the bustling task hall. Inside the expansive hall, it was teeming with people. At the center stood a massive task board. However, following the conclusion of the Beast Tide mission, there were only a few tasks remaining. The rest were tasks posted by fellow disciples, seeking a senior brother to teach the second layer of Qingyun Immortal technique, 500 contribution points. I'm still not quite familiar with the first move of the Qingyun Thunder Palm. Is there a senior brother who can clarify? 500 contribution points. Does anyone know how to pass the 21st level of the trial tower? This illusion is driving me mad. 800 contribution points. Anyone interested in exploring a secret realm? Hurry. 10 contribution points. Are there any senior sisters here? Essentially, these were all tasks pertaining to cultivation. After all, everyone is exceptionally diligent, seizing every opportunity to enhance their strength. On the other side of the Grand Hall, a disciple inquired, Elder, how many contribution points are required to exchange for the sect's techniques and martial arts? I have just grasped the basics of the Azure Cloud Thunder Palm, and I am in urgent need of a martial art technique, he added. Indeed, indeed. With this, a chorus of inquiries arose from the gathered disciples. Having multiple skills is never a burden. Currently, the only thing in abundance is contribution points. Spending them is all that is needed. The Elder Mufing, extinguished their inner restlessness with a simple declaration. Both techniques and martial arts require 10,000 contribution points for exchange. 10,000 contribution points. That is patently insufficient, they murmured. To make an exchange, several disciples would have to collaborate. This exemplifies resource sharing and mutual benefit. It would be even better if we could pay in installments, one suggested. I wish to exchange for a martial art technique, Qingyun announced as he entered the Grand Hall. He had already garnered a modicum of success with that celestial art and was now in dire need of a body technique. Although countless imperial arts resided within his mind, celestial techniques and martial arts are distinct, and can one truly present them with confidence? Since arriving at the Azure Cloud Sect, his perspective had inadvertently elevated. Brother Qingyun. What a coincidence! Ningyan chimed in, entering shortly after and greeting Qingyun. It was impossible not to feel competitive. Their talents were on par. Yet Ningyan's prowess surpassed his own. He had consistently ranked first on the leaderboard, having bested Qingyun multiple times in challenges. Is there anyone else who wishes to exchange for techniques or martial arts? Those interested may sign up with me, Elder Mufing called. Apart from Qingyun and Ningyan, 10 outer disciples stepped forward. Both Qingyun and Ningyan possessed sufficient contribution points, their higher realms and formidable strength having allowed them to slay numerous fourth-tier beasts during the Beast Tide, thereby amassing substantial rewards. The others would need to pool their resources. With 10 individuals exchanging for 10 different techniques, they could collectively practice an array of diverse arts. The game was one of strategy. After Elder Mufing deducted the corresponding contribution points from their tokens, he instructed, follow me to the technique hall. Remember, each person may select only one technique, and the duration must not exceed 1 hour. Moreover, the sect's techniques must not be divulged. You are all aware of the sect's regulations. Upon arrival at the entrance of the technique hall, the disciples beheld its grandeur, far surpassing that of the task hall, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. The entrance was adorned with the engravings of 2 sacred beasts, the azure dragon to the left and the white tiger to the right, both depicted with lifelike precision, as if they might spring to life at any moment. The disciples were captivated, particularly by the imposing couplet that read, all celestial techniques are contained within. Behold the vastness of the cosmos. Could it be that all the techniques within the sect's technique hall are celestial? Qingyun pondered in astonishment. Elder Mufing instructed the disciples to wait at the entrance while he entered first to announce their presence. Elder Nya, these disciples are here to exchange for techniques. I have already marked off their corresponding contribution points. All that remains is the selection of techniques. He spoke respectfully. The elder is aware. Let them enter. You understand the rules, do you not? Ever since an elder has been stationed at the Hall of Techniques, the proceedings have become increasingly formalized. Not just anyone can enter, nor can anyone select freely. This is a sacred ground of the sect, and there must be regulations. At Elder Mufing's invitation, the group entered step by step, their hearts brimming with excitement. Wait, the elder had stated that everyone must adhere to the rules. How dare any of you breach them? Nya Hailong surveyed them all, his gaze finally resting on Ningyan. Chapter 60. I also wish to join. Ningyan felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss under the elder's penetrating gaze. An invisible pressure bore down upon him. Although the elders in the Hall of Techniques did not exude any visible aura, the sense of oppression was palpable. What is happening? Why does the elder keep fixating on Brother Ning? Could it be that Brother Ning is the one who has violated the rules? Yet, he entered alongside them, all under watchful eyes, and nothing untoward was observed. The other disciples could only harbor their doubts internally. You may step outside and wait. Elder Nya, what has transpired? Elder Mufeng of the Outer Sect wished to inquire further, but was silenced by a single glance from Elder Nya. You two, step outside. This young man carries with him a remnant soul. Who exactly is he? What is his purpose for entering the Hall of Techniques? What intentions does he harbor in Qingyun Sect? All of this remains shrouded in mystery. Although all disciples are tested through the illusory sky ladder during recruitment, the depths of the ocean can still be fathomed, while the human heart is elusive. As an elder of a hall and a crucial part of the Sect's Hall of Techniques, he must err on the side of caution, preferring to eliminate 1,000 innocents rather than allow even one threat to escape. Once everyone had exited, he spoke again. I ask you, what are the 2nd and 6th clauses of the Sect's 8 regulations? Ning Yin felt somewhat bewildered. Why was the elder asking him this? Nevertheless, he replied earnestly, respectfully, Elder, the 2nd clause states, no betrayal of the sect. Violators shall be punished with death. The 6th clause states, no dissemination of sect techniques. Violators shall be executed. Ning Yin spoke with dignity, confident in his own conscience. Since you are aware, then explain why you brought a remnant soul into the Hall of Techniques. Do you intend to deceive me under my very nose? Elder Nia Hailong's sharp gaze bore into him, as if seeking to pierce through his very being. Oh no, this is bad. The elder has seen through my master. He must think I intend to betray the sect and divulge its techniques. The elders he usually interacted with in the outer sect were not above the saint realm, so he had not considered the possibility of exposure. The only high-ranking officials he had encountered were Elder Mufeng and Elder Luo, who led the effort against the beast tide. Unbeknownst to Ning Yan, Mu Shuixian had already discerned the truth. However, in her eyes, he was merely a minor remnant soul easily extinguished, and she chose not to intervene. Everyone harbors their own secrets. It is likely that the master was merely a remnant soul, with his divine consciousness diminished to less than 1% of its peak, which is why the elder from the sacred realm could see through him at a glance. In truth, even if he were exposed, it would matter little. The sect treats him and all its disciples with such kindness and possesses immense strength that they would not be concerned. The crux of the matter lies in the inappropriateness of the occasion. Elder, I, Dan Xing, pay my respects to you, esteemed elder of your sect, he stated, as he emerged into the open. Ning Yin has been my disciple since before entering the sect, and I have resided within the sacred light chain. It is due to our oversight that I was inadvertently brought along. I harbor no intentions of coveting the techniques of your esteemed sect. As for what Ning Yin mentioned before joining the sect, he spoke of being able to crush a small force with ease. Such claims have long been forgotten. Have I ever said that? Such slander is outrageous. Do you understand, Dan Qing? I shall remember you. For now, you shall enter the artifact, while I report to the sect leader before making a decision. As for Ning Yin, everything shall proceed as usual. If these two truly pose a problem, they can be swiftly dealt with. Thank you, Elder. Both Dan Qing and Ning Yin replied respectfully. By the way, Elder, I have an unconventional request. To speak candidly, I was originally an elder of the Pill Sect in the Central Domain, but I was ambushed by fellow elders, which led to my remnant soul fleeing to the Eastern Domain. In my past life, I reached the sacred manifestation realm and was a transcendent Pill Saint of the 10th tier. Hence, I wish to request that you inform the sect leader of my desire to personally meet him, as I wish to join your esteemed sect. Such a magnificent sect. I long to be a part of it. Seizing this opportunity could allow me to reclaim my former glory. Rest assured, even as a remnant soul, I possess the blue infernal flame. Crafting pills below the 7th tier is a mere trifle for me. Therefore, I aspire to become a pill master for your sect. Let me take on the arduous task of alchemy. Meet the sect leader? Anyone can request an audience with him? If everyone were to demand a meeting, the leader would be utterly exhausted. Sacred manifestation realm? 10th tier alchemist? Do not think that a mere remnant soul, or even 10 sacred manifestation beings, would intimidate us. Even 10 10th tier alchemists would not be of concern to Qingyun Sect. Of course, we can summon alchemists for pill production. Enough of this idle chatter. I shall report your matters to the sect leader. Thank you. Dan Qing expressed his gratitude before flying back into the sacred light chain. Ning Yin then removed the sacred light chain from his neck and handed it to Elder Nia. Very well, there are no further issues for now. Please summon the people outside. We can begin the selection process, Elder Nia stated, turning to walk towards the back of the grand hall. The divine consciousness of the sacred realm enveloped the entire hall, thus personal oversight was unnecessary. Yes, Elder, Ning Yin responded, moving towards the door and pushing it open. As he stepped outside, he found the crowd waiting and speculating with curiosity. Then, He emerged from the door. Qingyun, the senior brother, has come out. Apologies, esteemed elder, brother Qingyun, and fellow junior brothers. Due to certain personal matters, I have inadvertently delayed your time. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Qingyun began earnestly. Had it not been for my circumstances, it is likely that everyone would have completed their selection of techniques by now. It is quite all right, brother Qingyun. No harm done. The gathered disciples responded promptly, charmed by Qingyun's earnest apology. They had also speculated on why the elder had accused Qingyun of breaching the rules. Perhaps something had been discovered? It seemed likely that it was merely a misunderstanding. All is well. Since there are no issues, you may proceed with your selections. Remember, you must not exceed 1 hour, and each person may only choose one. Elder Nya, a staunch guardian of the rules, reiterated, casting a lingering glance at Qingyun. It appeared that among the outer disciples, many possessed remarkable abilities. Elder Mu Feng recollected Qingyun distinctly, the renowned 8th-ranked prodigy, second on the outer sect leaderboard. There must be some connection. Indeed. How could such a small eastern region boast so many prodigies? Surely, there must be some grand opportunity at play. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Such matters were beyond his purview and belonged to the higher echelons of the sect. Hadn't he just intended to inquire about what had transpired, only to restrain himself instead? Chapter 61. The Hall of Celestial Techniques, the sacred land of Dan within the sacred and solemn Hall of Techniques. Rows upon rows of martial arts and skills were meticulously arranged. Each volume radiated a splendid glow, akin to stepping into a celestial palace. Waves of ethereal energy emanated from the shelves. The disciples began their serious selection process, only to soon realize something was amiss, something exceedingly amiss. My goodness! A male disciple exclaimed. Look quickly. These are all celestial techniques. He flipped through the volumes excitedly. Celestial techniques. Celestial techniques. Unbelievable. So many celestial techniques available at once. Can celestial techniques be acquired as easily as cabbages? He mused, astounded. 6 batches. Truly deserving of the title A repository of celestial techniques. The other disciples had already taken note of the situation, rendered speechless in disbelief. Initially, they had thought the elder's claims about celestial techniques being foundational martial arts were mere bravado, yet it proved to be the truth. Guilt washed over them for their prior skepticism. Oh dear. To select any technique for merely 10,000 contribution points, where else could one find such a sect? They lamented over the tedious and frustrating selection process. It pains me greatly. I would willingly traverse mountains of blades and fiery seas for this sect. I would serve the Qingyun to my last breath. Their hands hastened in their search through the tomes. Meanwhile, Qingyun commenced his selection. The Great Freedom Technique. The Scarlet Star Inquiry Celestial Formula, the Annihilation Illusion Technique, and the Phoenix Dance in the Cold Years, all of these captivated him significantly. However, he sought primarily a technique for agility. With all other techniques and martial arts being foundational celestial arts, they sufficed. Too varied and lacking in specialization is not beneficial, he thought. Suddenly, he spotted the Clear Void Shadow Technique, and his eyes lit up as he picked it up to examine further. The Cleansing Void Illusion Technique. The Celestial King of Cleansing Void has devised this celestial method, an ethereal movement technique. Upon reaching its pinnacle, one can traverse the cosmos in the blink of an eye, slipping seamlessly between the past and the future. Treading upon the river of time, the ancient celestial king, Qing Taishu, stands in awe, even his imperial state shaken. A celestial king of immense power. In this lifetime, he wonders if he can ever step into the realm of the immortals and behold the grandeur of a celestial king. This is splendid. This shall suffice. Within half an hour, all disciples have completed their selections. The plethora of celestial techniques is truly dazzling. Qingyun, like Qingyun, has also chosen a satisfactory movement technique, the Ethereal Void Technique. Some disciples have emulated Qingyun and Qingyun, opting for movement techniques, which are indeed their collective weaknesses. There are sword techniques, knife forms, and palm methods among the various celestial techniques and martial arts aimed at enhancing one's strength. Following the conclusion of the Beast Tide,
It seems a new round of competition will soon unfold on a grand scale. On the side of the sect's miscellaneous disciples, after completing their assigned tasks each day,
they immerse themselves wholeheartedly in their cultivation. Poor talent is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is a lack of diligence. Conversely, some exceptionally gifted outer disciples are quite the opposite. Exceptional talent may not be intimidating, but it is worrisome when such talent is coupled with ambition. Recently, with the addition of 4 individuals, the workload has become significantly lighter. They are truly capable, almost more industrious than the miscellaneous disciples. Brother, do you not need to cultivate? A disciple muses. Hold on, brother. While it's understandable to be diligent in cultivation, why are you also so industrious in your menial tasks? Since the miscellaneous disciples did not participate in the extermination of the beast tide, they remain unaware that these 4 industrious workers are, in fact, the 4 great sacred beasts. Once the disciples have departed, Elder Nie's thoughts stir, and he vanishes from sight. Simultaneously, at Qingyun Sect's rear mountain, Elder Feng Qingyang contemplates which elder to send forth. As he fishes, he considers the task of accepting disciples, which can be accomplished swiftly. Not only will he receive system rewards, but he will also resolve the sect's alchemical needs. By heavens, the system does not provide a few exceptional alchemists. What if, after accepting disciples and receiving a reward summoning card, he ends up summoning subpar alchemists? That would be a cruel betrayal. However, a minor sacred ground surely does not necessitate his direct presence. Perhaps he could send Longxia instead? He recalls the venerable elder Longxia, whose demeanor is perpetually frosty. Such matters of recruitment necessitate the involvement of those who are both courteous and formidable. Feng Qingyang then uses his spiritual sense to summon Elder Longxia. Upon arriving at the sacred ground, they must prostrate themselves beneath Qingyun's celestial authority. After dispatching his thoughts, Longxia arrives in mere moments. Master, what is your command? As a venerable elder, he is never idle, ever eager for battle. At last, his master has summoned him. There is work for him to undertake. Even on his icy visage, a faint smile emerges, creating an odd juxtaposition. Have you ever witnessed a face that is cold as ice above, yet smiles below? Our sect has a matter for you. I wish for you to journey to the sacred land of alchemy and compel them to submit to Qingyun Sect. Finally, gather all the alchemists from the Holy Land. Remember, I mean all of them. Longxia was initially quite excited, but upon hearing this, his enthusiasm soared even higher. The Holy Land? Now this promises to be entertaining. Rest assured, Sect Master, I can easily obliterate such a minor establishment. You fool, I instructed you to seize them. Do you understand? Not to annihilate them. Truly, such a powerful individual, intent on destruction at the slightest misunderstanding. Do your family members even comprehend your arrogance? Ah, my apologies. Sect Master, I misunderstood. But what if they refuse to cooperate? Do I really need to teach you this? If they do not comply, we must first make an example of one to intimidate the rest. If that fails, we will simply eradicate them. Is your cultivation merely for show? The system has issued a task, and there will be no penalties for failing to complete it on time. Dare they refuse cooperation? If you do not afford me the courtesy of the Qingyun Sect, you will likewise lose face. Longxia thought he might have misjudged the Sect Master's intentions. But was it not essentially the same meaning? The alchemist Holy Land responded, I thank you. Rest assured, I will handle it. With that, Longxia soared into the clouds, tearing through the fabric of space, a feat reserved for those at the level of the Emperor. Nevertheless, his own speed was impressive, traversing thousands of miles in an instant. It was truly vexing. Why must there always be violence? It was rather tedious. Feng Qingyang, as a time traveler, could hardly tolerate such behavior. When faced with provocation, one should simply crush the instigator with a single strike, thus silencing the barking. He understood well the adage that villains often perish from their own verbosity. At that moment, an elder from the Techniques Hall, Elder Nie, approached respectfully, saying, Sect Master, I have something to report. What is it? Speak, Feng Qingyang responded, noticing that Elder Nie had left the Techniques Hall to seek him out. Sect Master, within this necklace resides a remnant soul claiming to be the master of an outer disciple who entered our sect. They attempted to gain entry into our Techniques Hall together, but I apprehended them. I beseech you to make a decision. Elder Nie then relayed the details of their conversation. Oh, the disciple is named Ningyan, correct? Feng Qingyang had already been aware of this, having seen it through the system interface since their entry into the sect. Among the recruits, one was a reincarnated emperor, and another possessed a golden finger in the form of an elderly man. However, as long as the disciples passed through the illusionary ladder, there should be no issues. Even if they later change their minds, there are ample means to exert control. Surely, you do not think that celestial techniques are so easily obtained? The Qingyun celestial technique imposes no restrictions on talent or age. Anyone can cultivate it. Moreover, it is a growth-oriented technique. As long as one is devoted to the sect, their abilities will only strengthen. Conversely, those who stray will face dire repercussions. As a powerful sect, particularly as its leader, one must consider every aspect meticulously. Since this is a misunderstanding, it is best to let them off this time. Should they err again, we shall deal with them according to sect regulations. Feng Qingyang said slowly. A mere remnant soul is not worth excessive concern. As for its claim to join my Qingyun Sect, how intriguing. Let it come forth. Upon hearing this, Nia Hailong promptly notified Dan Lao within the holy light chain using his spiritual sense. Dan Lao's remnant soul swiftly emerged from it, eager and impatient. However, doubts lingered in his heart, for the elder had mentioned that the sect master was not someone whom everyone could meet. Dan Qing pays his respects to the esteemed sect master, he said with utmost reverence. This opportunity may determine your fate. I am well aware of your circumstances, as I believe the elder has informed you. My Qingyun sect is exceedingly selective in accepting disciples, and the path to join us is fraught with challenges. Pray tell, what qualifications do you possess to be admitted into Qingyun? After finishing his statement, Feng Qingyang casually swept his gaze over him. A mere remnant soul is nothing to take to heart. Although I am but a fragment of a soul, I am accompanied by extraordinary flames. I can refine as many alchemical materials below the 7th rank as your sect possesses. Moreover, I am an elder of the Central Domain Alchemy Sect, and when I descend into the Central Domain, I shall be able to gather my old friends and allies. I seek to join your esteemed sect and serve it diligently. After Dan Qing spoke, he stood anxiously, uncertain whether his assets would sway the enigmatic sect master even slightly. Refining as many alchemical materials as possible below the 7th rank? This old man appears to be quite a promising asset. I must ensure his admission into our sect. His terms are rather modest, but they suffice for entry. And as for gathering old friends and allies, that must be expedited. A cluster of assets is preferable for harvesting. Very well. You shall henceforth be a disciple of the Alchemy Hall of Qingyun Sect. You may leave now and later retrieve your sect attire from the elder. Thank you, sect master. He exclaimed joyfully. Haha, I shall now also be a member of Qingyun Sect, even if merely as an ordinary disciple. What does it matter? Joining such a powerful sect, I am bound to soar to great heights. The future is bright. Meanwhile, in Xianzhou, at the Holy Land of Yudon. The Holy Land of Yudon is the only alchemical sanctum among the 5 great holy lands of the Eastern Domain, possessing profound heritage and extensive connections. Having endured for hundreds of thousands of years, the Holy Master, Li Tianxian, is not only a revered sage of the present age, but also a 9th-rank alchemist. His daughter, Li Yinji, has perfectly inherited his talents. Not only does she excel in cultivation, but she has also achieved remarkable proficiency in alchemy. Despite her young age, she is already a 4th-rank alchemist. All alchemists of the 3rd rank and above receive their credentials directly from the Central Domain Alchemy Sect. Only with the endorsement of the Central Domain Alchemy Sect can one be regarded as a legitimate alchemist, which underscores the formidable nature of the Alchemy Sect. They monopolize alchemists across the continent, with branch sects spread throughout the 5 domains. The Holy Land is suffused with spiritual energy. Though it may not match the richness of Qingyun Sect, it far surpasses other regions of the Eastern Domain, presenting a scene of a true cultivation sanctuary. After all, it is the sole alchemical Holy Land among the 5 great sanctuaries, and its selection of location cannot be taken lightly. The density of spiritual energy also enhances the success rate of alchemical creations. Meanwhile, in the Alchemy Hall of the Holy Land, it's done. A perfect 4th-rank elixir has finally been completed. Li Yinji exclaimed joyfully, holding a flawless elixir in her hands. In her hands, the medicinal pill exuded a fragrant aroma, its intricate patterns revealing it as a pinnacle 4th-grade elixir. After tirelessly refining for over a year, she had finally succeeded in concocting this exquisite pill. The exhilaration she felt at that moment was palpable. Grateful for her father's personal guidance, she turned to him and expressed her appreciation. Her father was none other than the revered lord of the sacred pill domain, a 9th-grade pill saint. Throughout the past year, she had sought his wisdom, and it was undoubtedly due to his influence that she could now produce 4th-grade elixirs. Haha, my daughter possesses both talent and intelligence, he remarked with a proud smile. Indeed. Yinner, you are now capable of refining 4th-grade pinnacle elixirs. It will not be long before you strive to become a 5th-grade alchemist. Lord Li Qingxian beamed with satisfaction, marveling at how his daughter was on the verge of becoming a 5th-grade alchemist at such a young age. Such prodigious talent would undoubtedly stand out even among the many alchemical geniuses of the Central Domain's Pill Sect. He reminisced about his own youth, recalling that at her age, he had just begun to refine intermediate 4th-grade elixirs. Indeed, the waves of the East River pushed the previous waves aside, with each generation surpassing the last. Meanwhile, high above the sacred pill domain, Elder Long Xie had just arrived. Ah, this must be the place. Upon entering Xianzhou, he had humbly inquired with a passerby, who had directed him here. Oh, a mere protective formation? You dare to obstruct me? As he soared into the air, the protective barrier revealed itself below him. Typically, these formations remained active throughout the day, automatically manifesting in response to the approach of powerful external cultivators. Very well, I shall shatter your formation first. Someone dared to force their way into the sacred domain. What? Who is it that possesses such audacity? The many powerful beings within the sacred domain were taken aback. How reckless! The external cultivators were equally astonished by Long Xie's audacious actions. As local cultivators of Xianzhou, they understood the formidable reputation of the sacred pill domain. Despite being a place of alchemy, its allure had attracted many strong practitioners. Countless adept cultivators vied to join, driven by the desire for elixirs. Today, someone had the gall to intrude upon this sacred ground. A spectacle was surely about to unfold. Who dares to trespass into our sacred domain? The cultivators of the sacred pill domain quickly noticed Long Xie hovering above. The man, with hair cascading like a waterfall and strikingly distinct black and white pupils, descended toward them. The guards of the sacred domain sprang into action, eager to intercept this intruder. I am Elder Long Xie of the Qingyun Sect. Here at the behest of my sect leader, summon your lord to meet me. I have matters of great importance to discuss with him. This pertains to the very survival of your sacred domain. Should you dare obstruct me, do not blame me for shattering your protective formation. Such formidable bravado. His declaration stirred the hearts of the external cultivators to descend alone into the sacred domain, demanding an audience with its leader and threatening to obliterate their protective array if hindered. Truly remarkable. A lone figure standing against an entire sacred domain. We must take inspiration from him. Perhaps I should join in to lend a hand. It is inappropriate. We must first ascertain whether this individual is merely boasting. Chapter 63. Ascending the Sacred Land Alone, the Overbearing Long Xie. Anyone can claim to be a saint nowadays. Has the title of saint in the Eastern Domain become so trivial? To seek an audience with the Saint Lord? No, he demands the Saint Lord to meet him. And it concerns the life and death of the sacred land. He even intends to breach the protective array of the sect. This so-called Qingyun Sect's upstart certainly carries an air of arrogance. The leading guard mused silently. Such behavior is exceedingly peculiar. Observing the man's extraordinary demeanor, coupled with his unsmiling countenance, he appeared to be someone not to be trifled with. Claiming to be a saint, surely he cannot be a fool? To recklessly provoke the sacred land without any backing would be tantamount to courting death. He must possess some influence. Indeed, he likely has connections. The guard donned a knowing expression. Might I suggest you remain calm? If there is something you wish to discuss, I am the elder guardian of the Yudon sacred land. Should I be unable to resolve this matter, I shall promptly report to the Saint Lord. Simultaneously, he discreetly informed the other guards with his divine sense. They should refrain from taking rash actions. This individual possesses a background. It is likely that the higher-ups within the sect have also sensed the situation and will address it once the elders arrive. He was resolute in the belief that in this world, one must have connections to thrive. The Qingyun Sect he mentioned must be a prominent faction in the central domain. Given the vastness of the eastern domain, comprising 13 states, aside from the interconnected Lingzhou, Huangzhou, Tianzhou, and Qingzhou, the other states are quite distant from one another. Moreover, due to the brevity of time, dispatching a formidable figure from the Qingyun Sect could easily resolve matters concerning the four sacred beasts. Yet, no word has reached them thus far. Could it be? This individual claims to shatter the protective array of their sacred land. Yet the Elder Guard remains remarkably composed. This is not characteristic of him. Among the distant cultivators, some recognize this Elder Guard. Typically aloof and temperamental, this contrast is indeed unusual. One wonders what peculiarities today has brought forth. Previously, when a certain faction had offended the sacred land, it was this Elder Guard who led the confrontation with ruthless fervor, causing even the dogs of that faction to suffer. Indeed, this gentleman speaks true. I merely observed from a distance and was dragged in for a few blows myself. Do you wish to converse with me? What is your status compared to mine? A mere guardian elder. Does this saint truly need to converse with you? Long Xie replied coldly, a hint of impatience evident in his tone. He was preoccupied with fulfilling the mission assigned by his sect leader, contemplating whether to employ coercion or intimidation. Meanwhile, The esteemed members and elders of the Yudon sacred land were converging towards the scene. Such audacity! To disturb the ground beneath the mighty Taisui. They were eager to discover who had the gall to provoke their sacred land within the boundaries of Xianzhou. The Saint Lord, Li Qingxian, whose divine sense enveloped the entire sacred land, also became aware of the unfolding situation. With a furrowed brow, he continued instructing his daughter in alchemy, pondering the origin of this bothersome fly. The Qingyun Sect? A name he had never encountered before. It was likely yet another obscure sect attempting to deceive them and swindle their elixirs. Such occurrences had transpired several times in the past. One must admit, however, that this latest arrival was adept in their performance. His divine sense merely detected the newcomer, whose presence exhibited no significant fluctuations in cultivation, thus he paid little heed. However, soon he would come to understand the situation more thoroughly. "Father, what has transpired?" Li Yinji inquired upon noticing her father's sudden frown. "It's nothing. Just a minor nuisance. Continue with your alchemy," he replied. "Oh." With that, Li Yinji resumed her manipulation of the flames, refining the elixir before her. Soon, she would succeed in producing another pill. With each attempt, she grew more adept, when she could effortlessly concoct the pinnacle of 4th-tier elixirs. It would be time to challenge the 5th-tier alchemist rank. Meanwhile, please hold on, esteemed guest. My position as a guard elder may be somewhat humble, but our sect's senior elders are en route, the guard elder hastily assured. This frosty-faced individual certainly exerted considerable pressure, and he was quite adept at putting on a facade. What a pretentious character he was. "Oh, have you summoned someone? That is splendid. I was just lamenting my inability to showcase my abilities. Yet how did this old man interpret my words as mere nonsense? I have expressly stated that their sovereign must come in person." However, this too reflected his perspective on the matter. What dignity does a mere saintly sovereign possess? Nonetheless, he was indeed a dignified sovereign, was he not? Yet in the presence of my esteemed Qingyun, dignity held little weight. At that moment, several figures approached from the distance. The icy countenance of the man softened into a smile once more. "Who dares to act so brazenly in my sacred land?" a voice thundered. Subsequently, 7 elders and 5 venerable ones from the sacred ground soared into view, standing before the guard elder, all fixated on Longxie. "Here they come. Let the performance begin. You still dare to watch? Be cautious, or you might find yourself dragged into the fray." But there are many of us here, aren't there? What is the worst that could happen? Together? What do you mean by together? Do you truly believe that a rallying cry would lead everyone to oppose the sacred ground? No, that is not what I meant. I simply meant that if we all endure a few strikes together, perhaps it will spare me from receiving too many myself. I'll give you a few strikes right now. The murmurs of the cultivators from the outside world ceased abruptly, interrupted by the sounds of resounding slaps and anguished cries. "Elder, I suspect this individual possesses some background. He does not seem to be merely acting." The guard elder communicated with the other elders using his divine sense. "Background? Are you attempting to deceive me with your theatrics?" That elder clearly lacks the discernment of the guard elder. After all, the guard elder is somewhat of a gatekeeper and typically leads excursions. Though his cultivation may not rival that of the elder, his experiences are undoubtedly more extensive. "What sect is Qingyun? I have not heard of it. What qualifications do you possess to stand before the sovereign of our sacred ground?" "You will soon discover what qualifications I possess," he retorted. As his words fell, the winds began to swirl violently, and a tempest of spiritual energy engulfed the heavens and the earth. Purple calamity lightning cascaded down like the wrath of the heavens unleashed. In an instant, Longxie unleashed his full might, his cultivation at the peak of the manifestation realm erupting forth. Under the terrifying pressure, all present were subdued and prostrated on the ground. "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Beneath the might of Qingyun Tian, do not think that you, or even the entirety of the eastern domain, can stand tall. With a single hand, I shall crush the 5 sacred lands, and with both palms, I shall sweep across the 13 states." Chapter 64, Controlling the Sacred Lands. The Pill Sect is undeserving. What an overwhelming force. That young man, I shall deal with you later. You, with your ominous words, have now brought this upon us all. Even within the sacred lands below, they too were affected by this formidable pressure. The disciples within the sacred lands bowed their heads, and even the half-saints were suppressed. Indeed, in this world where the weak are devoured by the strong, power speaks volumes. A show of strength is the key to resolving matters. Within the sacred lands, the Lord of Alchemy, Li Qingxian, and Li Yinji, sensed this powerful pressure as well. "This is bad. A formidable enemy approaches. Yinji, you must stay here. Do not venture out. I shall investigate. In an instant, he regained the authority of a sovereign, for the sacred lands needed him in the face of this invasion. Feeling the intense pressure, Li Qingxian furrowed his brow. The incoming adversary's cultivation was undoubtedly above the Saint realm. It seems we must call upon the ancestor to intervene. He resisted the pressure and swiftly ascended above the sacred lands. Why do you unjustly attack my sacred lands? Do we have any grievances with you? Upon arriving, he found himself face to face with an unfamiliar man. As Li Qingxian reflected, it seemed that their sacred lands had never provoked such a powerful being. Upon seeing the visitor, Long Xia finally withdrew his pressure. Humph, you dare question me? I come by the command of my sect master to discuss important matters with your sacred lands. You have informed me that I am unworthy to meet your lord. Is this how your sacred lands treats guests? How impressive. You truly consider yourselves significant figures. Li Qingxuan's frown deepened at these words. Such a powerful individual must not be offended, whether for forming alliances or otherwise. He certainly had to meet with him. Turning, he cast a questioning glance at the leading elder, as if inquiring, what is the situation? Upon meeting the gaze of their lord, the elder was momentarily stunned. Ultimately, he awkwardly imitated Li Qingxian, directing a questioning look towards the elder guard. Damn it, you foolish one. I have long warned you of the background of this individual. Yet you did not heed my words. And you, is that truly what you said? You clearly indicated that the Lord should meet with you. My fault, my fault. It is entirely my mistake. Very well. The elder guard mentally chastised them all, bearing the weight of their blunders alone. Esteemed guest, it appears this is a misunderstanding. A mistake made by our elder acting on his own accord. I am the Lord of the Imperial Sacred Land. Since you have matters to discuss, please, come inside. Seeing the elder guard rendered speechless, Li Qingxian interpreted his silence as an admission of guilt and spoke up. In the grand hall of the Imperial Sacred Land. What business do you wish to discuss? Li Qingxian initially believed the visitor to be a mere actor, only to discover he was a powerhouse. Wait, something is amiss. What is it that draws people to your sacred land? Is it merely the elixirs? The skilled actors come merely to deceive. Those of true strength would not resort to blatant aggression, would they? Are you also here for the elixirs? Before Long Xia could respond, he blurted out, elixirs? I have no interest in such things. That is reassuring, Li Qingxian replied, feeling a sense of relief. However, I am quite intrigued by those who refine them. Long Xia's smile held a devilish charm. In the vast hall, his words seemed to lower the temperature, instilling a sense of dread. Those who refine them are none other than alchemists, exclaimed Li Qingxian, astonished. The appetite of those of true strength is rather insatiable. While the actors merely seek to deceive for the elixirs, you, on the other hand, aim to recruit them directly. This perspective renders the actors somewhat amicable in comparison. What do you mean by that? Li Qingxian inquired cautiously. Should the situation escalate, he would summon the ancestor for assistance. It is quite simple, Long Xia articulated. You, the sacred land of elixirs, shall submit to our Qingyun Sect, and in return, all alchemists of the 4th rank and above will accompany me back to my sect. Shortly after, the sect master contacted him through a token, informing him that a transcendent soul of a 10th rank alchemist had been received at the alchemy hall. They had already secured all elixirs below the 7th rank, and only required alchemists of the 4th rank and above. The need for 4th to 6th rank alchemists was to accelerate the refining process of several elixirs. Although Dan Qing was working tirelessly day and night, it remained insufficient. They needed to expedite their stock. As Long Xia finished speaking, Li Qingxuan's expression darkened visibly. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? You dare suggest that our sacred land should submit to you, and you demand all alchemists of the 4th rank and above? What is your intention? What? Unwilling? Do you perceive that our Qingyun Sect is unworthy of your submission? Or do you believe it a grievance for your alchemists to join our sect? Seeing the situation unfold, it seemed the only recourse was to call upon the ancestor. Just as Li Qingxian prepared to convey this through his spiritual sense, he was taken aback when the ancestor appeared on his own. Haha, you jest, my friend. Our sacred land of elixirs has a long-standing heritage and has never been subordinate to any grand sect. The elder, with a head of white hair yet a youthful visage, approached slowly. Oh, never submitted? Fear not. For now, you have an opportunity, do you not? The ancestor held back further words, realizing the futility of reasoning with this obstinate individual. Meanwhile, the holy master, Li Qingxian, grew increasingly anxious. Strange, why does the ancestor not take action? Unbeknownst to him, The ancestor had already engaged the opponent in a covert confrontation. When the adversary released their pressure, the outcome was glaringly evident: defeat. Their spiritual sense, oppressive aura, momentum, and cultivation level were all crushed. Otherwise, he would not still be standing here, engaging in idle chatter. He would have already ordered an attack. One must consider carefully. Our sacred land of elixirs is under the protection of the Central Domain's alchemy clan. It would be wise to avoid unnecessary conflict. Otherwise, you, a defeated foe, dare to threaten me? What is the Dan Sect? How dare it compare itself to my Qingyun Sect? Laziest scoffed. Speaking of the Dan Sect, it reminds me of an elder from their ranks, a transcendent Dan saint of the 10th tier, who humbly sought refuge in our Qingyun Sect's alchemy hall as a disciple. He was reduced to tears, pleading for our sect leader to accept him. In the end, our sect leader, out of pity, allowed him entry, stating that with his qualifications, he was only worthy of being an ordinary disciple in the alchemy hall. Not only did he readily agree, but he also expressed profound gratitude. And now he is tirelessly engaged in the crafting of elixirs. What? Longxie's words left them utterly astounded, as he dismissed the formidable Dan Sect with disdain. A transcendent Dan saint from the Dan Sect reduced to the status of an ordinary disciple in our sect? And he was begging for acceptance? Were it not for this individual's formidable cultivation, they would have genuinely suspected his sanity. Such brazen boasting, unrestrained by any semblance of modesty. Chapter 65. The Compromise of the Yudan. Yinji sets forth yet. This is the current state of affairs. Regardless of whether their claims are genuine or fabricated, their strength is undeniable, and they wield it with precision. I am but a fish on the chopping block. The ancestor, recognizing that the Dan Sect could not intimidate this individual, found himself at a loss. What more could be done? The Dan Sect was disregarded entirely, and as a mid-stage manifestation realm practitioner, he could not contend with him. He was left to be slaughtered at will. Senior, may Yinji accompany you first? At that moment, a figure clad in a flowing white dress entered, the ethereal Li Yinji. Her long white hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her violet eyes sparkled with intensity. She approached Long Xie and softly spoke, before moving towards her father, Li Qingxian, and the ancestor. The three formed a united front, pledging to face life and death together. Yinji, what nonsense are you up to? Quickly leave. This is no place for you. Li Qingxian exclaimed with anger. Had he not instructed Yinji to remain in the alchemy hall? It was far too perilous. This cold, frosty figure could turn hostile at any moment. Father, I overheard your earlier conversation. She was already aware of the unfolding events. After emerging from the alchemy hall, she had inquired with the disciples and hurried towards the grand hall, just in time to catch the exchange among the three. Oh, you wish to accompany this saint? How intriguing, do tell. Esteemed one, my daughter speaks out of turn. If anyone should go, it should be I, the holy master of this domain. Li Qingxian hastily interjected, even addressing him with respect. Do not interrupt. Li Qingxian, who was about to speak again, was silenced. Senior, father, ancestor. Yinji wishes to accompany the esteemed one to the Qingyun Sect to scout the path ahead. Your profound cultivation assures us that you would not engage in empty boasts. Perhaps the Qingyun Sect is indeed as formidable as you claim. The Yudan sacred land finds itself at a dead end, with no other recourse available. If the Qingyun Sect truly possesses the strength as that individual suggested, it may offer an opportunity for the Yudan sacred land. The legacy of the Yudan sacred land spans hundreds of thousands of years, and it has reached a saturation point in its development, entering a phase of stagnation. Perhaps it would be exceedingly challenging to further delve into this matter, or to continue its legacy for countless millennia. However, seizing this opportunity could lead to soaring heights. If what that individual claimed is indeed false, she could send a message to prepare the Holy Land in advance. This young lady exhibits a touch of courage. However, whether this can proceed depends on the decree of our esteemed sect leader. In this fleeting moment, Li Qingxian and the elder once again cautioned Li Yinji, urging her to withdraw, as the situation was perilously dangerous. Subsequently, Li Yinji conveyed her intentions to the two. Ahem. Imagination is a splendid thing, yet reality often proves to be harsh. Li Qingxian and the elder could not bear to see Yinji put herself at risk. Meanwhile, Long Xie produced the sect's token and communicated with the sect leader, succinctly summarizing the circumstances at hand. The prodigious disciple is indeed Li Yinji. This young lady possesses remarkable audacity, mused Feng Qingyang. Regardless, joining the alchemy hall as a disciple is still an option. If she chooses not to leave later, can the alchemists of the Yudon Holy Land truly escape once the news is relayed? With the Holy Lord's own daughter within our sect, surely they will strive to concoct elixirs for our Qingyun Sect. By all means, the Holy Lord himself must step down, for a 9th-tier alchemist is barely sufficient. Although there exists a remnant soul of a 10th-tier alchemist within the alchemy hall, that old man is of little use. His spiritual sense has not recovered, nor does he possess soul energy to refine high-tier elixirs. Oh, no, it would be unfair to deem him entirely useless. He is more than capable of producing elixirs below the 7th tier, tirelessly functioning like a machine. Upon contemplating this, Feng Qingyang let out a sigh. After receiving the sect leader's response, Xia approached Li Yinji and her companions once more. The esteemed sect leader has given his orders. It is permissible. In that case, you may accompany me, said Xia. My lady, Li Qingxian hesitated to speak. Fear not. I have no interest in slaughtering such weak insects. However, should you provoke me, that is another matter entirely. Then I shall accompany you. Senior, Father, Elder, Li Yinji bid farewell to the two at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Be cautious, Yinji. Should anything arise, communicate with your father and elder at any time, Li Qingxian admonished. Life is fraught with disappointments. What does it matter if one holds the esteemed title of Holy Lord? It cannot alter many things. The elder also stepped forward, bestowing upon her various life-preserving items. Finally, under the auspices of their respectful farewell, Xia soared into the skies with Li Yinji. The disciples of the Holy Land and a multitude of elders watched this spectacle in bewilderment. They were puzzled as to why there had been an impending conflict. Yet within this brief moment, this mysterious and powerful offering from the Qingyun Sect had whisked away the Holy Lord's daughter. The external cultivators were even more astonished. After enduring numerous upheavals, the bold Qingyun Sect powerhouse was invited into the Yudon Holy Land. How could it be that he even took the Holy Lord's daughter away? Brother, am I mistaken? No way, that is indeed the Holy Lord's daughter, Li Yinji. As the daughter of the Holy Lord, coupled with her exceptional talent in both cultivation and alchemy, she had already garnered fame across Xianzhou as a prodigy. Many recognized her, though she remained unaware of them. Indeed, what a peculiar situation. How could the Lord of the Sacred Land allow him to take his daughter away? Why concern ourselves with such matters? The power struggles among these formidable factions are beyond our involvement. And what about us? Enough of your nonsense. By the way, I still haven't settled the score with you regarding that earlier incident. Brothers, teach him a lesson. Chapter 66, Soaring Through the Skies. Meanwhile, the events occurring at the Yudon Sacred Land swiftly reverberated throughout the entirety of Xianzhou. The name of the Qingyun Sect resonated across the region. A mere elder of the sect proved to be so formidable, single-handedly overwhelming the Sacred Land. Ultimately, it was the Sacred Lord, Li Qingxian, who intervened to properly welcome him into the Sacred Land. What about the Qingyun Sect? It could suppress the entire eastern domain. Speculations arose that the Qingyun Sect was a transcendent sect from the central domain, home to countless powerful individuals, descending upon the Yudon Sacred Land specifically for the Lord's daughter. This conjecture gained considerable affirmation, as many had witnessed the elder of the Qingyun Sect departing the Sacred Land with the Yinji. It was likely that he was captivated by Li Yinji's exceptional dual talents, excelling in both cultivation and alchemy, far surpassing her peers. To achieve such accolades in the eastern domain was remarkable. If placed in the central domain, she would undoubtedly shine even brighter. With some nurturing, she could become an extraordinary figure. How enviable! The Yudon Sacred Land had now allied itself with a major sect from the central domain and was poised for ascension. As a long-established sacred land in the eastern domain, it now had the potential to reach even greater heights and venture into the central domain. Of course, there were also whispers that a reckless heir from the major sect had taken a liking to Li Yinji, dispatching powerful individuals to abduct her, intending to make her a mere plaything, seeking pleasure night after night. Meanwhile, high above in the skies. Senior, wait. Slow down. Li Yinji's legs felt weak. Her silvery hair tousled by the wind. She appeared quite disheveled, lacking the previous grace and confidence. Xia's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he could traverse thousands of miles. The scenery below transformed rapidly, and soon they had crossed the borders of Xianzhou. It felt as if they were traversing through time itself. Li Yinji found herself bewildered by the breathtaking velocity, far beyond what her current Yuaning realm could endure. She could not help but exclaim. Xia suddenly came to a realization. Although he was carrying her through the skies, he had neglected to shield her with the sacred source. Truly incompetent, Did he not consider why the sect master permitted her to accompany him? Could he not exhibit a bit more restraint? Fear not. I shall be swift. We shall arrive shortly, Long Xie stated coolly. Yet, he proceeded to envelop Li Yinji with the protective aura of the sacred source. Should anything happen to her, it would be difficult to account for with the sect master. Was he to say that his speed was too great, and she could not endure it? With the sacred source as protection, Li Yinji immediately felt a sense of relief. Thank you, Senior. She expressed her gratitude, and then began to gaze around, having previously endured the journey with her eyes shut. Now, free from distress, she could genuinely relish the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the heavens. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that her eyesight alone could not discern the scenery ahead or below. It was all a blur of flowers. As she journeyed, she could only imagine the might of the Qingyun Sect. This predecessor beside her could exert such pressure on their holy land, yet was merely an elder of the sect. How formidable must that sect be? What kind of figure was the sect leader? They must have already reached heights that she could scarcely aspire to in her lifetime, forever out of reach. Only to be gazed upon in admiration. Like many others, she speculated that the Qingyun Sect must be a grand sect in the central domain, this time spanning 2 domains. Even with her predecessor's rapid speed, it would still take days of nonstop flight. Thus, she closed her eyes to rest. The scenery shifted dramatically, and before long, the two had traversed several states. Soon, they entered the territory of Lingzhou, heading directly towards the Qingyun mountain range. 100 miles from the foot of the mountain lay the colossal Qingyun city, stretching for thousands of miles in length and width, which was already halfway constructed. With the manpower and resources from the 4 continents, the construction of Qingyun City was progressing swiftly. Below, countless cultivators from the 4 continents were fervently engaged in the building work. After the Qingyun Sect gained renown across the 4 continents, numerous cultivators from the neighboring 3 continents flocked to Lingzhou, eager to witness the grandeur of the supreme sect. Upon learning that the Qingyun Sect was constructing its own city, countless cultivators were drawn in, participating in the construction work, not for any other reason but to one day join the Qingyun Sect, even if it meant merely guarding the gates. At that moment, the Qingyun Sect was almost within reach, and before her stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with the 3 characters, Qingyun Sect. Wake up, we have arrived. Long Xie brought Li Yinji down to the foot of the Sect's mountain. The Qingyun Sect was a celestial presence. Apart from the sect leader's permission, no one, no species, nor any force was permitted to fly above the Qingyun Sect. Otherwise, it would be seen as a challenge to its celestial authority. Even a great emperor must compose a 7-step poem before stepping forth. We are in the central domain, Li Yinji exclaimed upon awakening. Had she really slept for so long? They had already reached the central domain. Taking a deep breath, she felt the rich spiritual energy. Truly, it was the central domain. What do you mean we are in the central domain? This is Lingzhou. Oh, Lingzhou? Li Yinji paused. Then noticed the stone tablet ahead inscribed with the 3 prominent characters of the Qingyun Sect, as well as the 100-mile-long heavenly ladder. It was dreamlike and ethereal. Her lips parted slightly in astonishment as she gazed ahead. Stepping onto it felt as if one were treading upon the clouds. What kind of formidable power resided at the end of that heavenly ladder? In her mind, Lingzhou was merely an ordinary state in the eastern domain, lacking a holy land. With only a branch of the Tianji Pavilion present, devoid of any supreme beings. These were preconceived notions. After all, the Qingyun Sect was a sect of little renown in the eastern domain. If such a powerful elder existed within the sect, it must surely be a grand sect of the central domain. She never anticipated it would be located in Lingzhou. The spiritual energy in this place is astonishingly profound. It appears to be a hidden grand sect, when compared to the spiritual energy of their holy land. It is as if a minor sorcerer stands before a grandmaster, one realm below, another above. The ambient spiritual energy here has even alleviated the cough of the elder from the Tiangong Pavilion, who would otherwise cough at the absence of the central domain's energy. Of course, he no longer coughs, having been crushed by the ancestor. What Li Yinji does not realize is that this is merely the outer spiritual energy. The energy within the sect is several times more potent. The spiritual energy of their holy land pales in comparison to the grandeur of the Qingyun Sect. Elder Long. The guards at the mountain gate greeted Long Xie as he returned with a lady. Yes, I was dispatched by the sect master to handle some matters. I shall now enter the sect. Understood, Elder Long guided by the guards. Long Xie and Li Yinji ascended from the foot of the mountain. Outsiders. without the escort of the guards, must navigate the illusionary sky ladder to reach the sect. Attempting to force one's way in would result in a lesson from the protective array of the sect, a veritable purgatory. Since its inception, the Qingyun Purgatory Array has never been activated, as Feng Qingyang would never allow any other faction to encroach upon the sect. If it were to reach your doorstep, that would be quite the affair indeed. How could one still dare to call themselves the foremost divine sect of the heavens? Chapter 67, Summoning the Alchemy Sage. Breaking into the sacred realm Qingyun Sect. Long Xie led Li Yinji into the confines of the sect. As they gazed upon the exquisite palaces and towers, a scene reminiscent of celestial realms unfolded before them. Senior, is this truly Qingyun Sect? The richness of the spiritual energy, transforming into mist and rain, enveloped them. Countless magnificent structures loomed, ethereal and awe-inspiring, captivating her very soul. A grand sect, an unparalleled grand sect. What she beheld and experienced far exceeded her understanding. As the daughter of the Holy Land's sovereign, she was no Navi individual. Across the eastern domain, there was no place she had not ventured. Even in the central domain, she had tread its paths. Yet, she had never witnessed such a spectacle. Senior, what must our Yudon Holy Land do? Indeed, the opportunity to soar had arrived. Whether the Holy Land could advance further depended on seizing this chance. Have I not mentioned it before? It is quite simple. Your Yudon Holy Land shall become our subordinate force. Then, alchemists above the 4th tier may enter the alchemy hall to refine elixirs for the sect. This was a mark of the sect master's esteem for them. In my view, it would be best to head directly to the headquarters of the Central Domain's Alchemy Sect and recruit a few transcendent alchemy sages. Of course, this endeavor was primarily aimed at fulfilling the task of recruiting talented disciples, and any additional alchemists would be a welcome bonus. May I meet the sect master? Yinji cautiously inquired, aware that whether joining as a subordinate force or refining elixirs in the alchemy hall was no trifling matter. Do you think the sect master is someone you can simply meet? Long Xie's cold reply cut her off. Indeed, the sect master of such a formidable sect is a figure shrouded in mystery, powerful beyond compare. Perhaps a mere breath from their holy land could spell destruction from their perspective, Yinji mused. She realized she had acted rather presumptuously. Senior, I am willing to join Qingyun Sect. I shall inform my holy land accordingly. You display some sense. Very well. Let us proceed. I shall guide you to the alchemy hall. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Hall, upon the completion of her statement, a system notification promptly resonated. Congratulations, host. For accomplishing the task of recruiting a talented disciple, rewards have been issued. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 golden summoning card. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 cultivation enhancement card. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 Dao Alchemy Cauldron. The golden summoning card enables the summoning of beings from the Great Sage to the Emperor realm. The cultivation enhancement card allows for an elevation of 1 major cultivation realm, devoid of restrictions or instability in foundation. The Dao Alchemy Cauldron, a treasure of the Immortal King, was forged over millions of years from celestial iron using the Dao. Upon their entry into the sect, both Long Xie and Li Yinji caught Feng Qingyang's attention. The system rewards had also been dispatched. A golden summoning card. This must be the first instance of such a treasure following the summoning of an emperor ancestor. Could it be that yet another emperor is to arrive? System, utilize the golden summoning card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully using the golden summoning card. Extraction in progress. Congratulations, host, for drawing an elder alchemist of the Great Sage Realm, level 11. Engraving in progress, successfully engraved. Goodness, was I genuinely betrayed by the system? Nonetheless, I am fortunate. A great alchemist has arrived. I shall not hold a grudge against the system. The ranks of alchemy range from 1 to 14. Level 9 signifies an alchemist saint. 10 an extraordinary alchemist saint. 11 a great alchemist saint. 12 a saint alchemist king. 13 an alchemist sovereign. And 14 an alchemist emperor. A great alchemist saint would certainly rank among the upper echelons of any alchemy sect. Another cultivation enhancement card? It seems the system cannot bear to witness my lackadaisical attitude. However, by awarding me a cultivation enhancement card, is it not merely aiding my idleness? With this enhancement, I shall soon transcend into the saint realm, effortlessly stepping into it without even experiencing the intermediary half-saint stage. System, activate the cultivation enhancement card. Congratulations, host, for successfully using the cultivation enhancement card. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the early stage of the saint realm. As the system's voice faded, A radiant light of sanctity emanated from Feng Qingyang, accompanied by a formidable aura of holiness. Breaking through the mid-stage of void shattering, the late stage, reaching its pinnacle, then the half-saint, and finally into the early stage of the saint realm. With a single step, he crossed into the saint realm. The spiritual energy within him continuously transformed and refined, followed by an unceasing surge of sacred power. Heavenly flowers gathered at the summit, while golden lotuses emerged from the earth. Entering the saint realm, upon reaching this stage, one can gaze upon the eastern domain, and even within the entirety of the 5 domains, one would be regarded as a formidable entity, even in the central domain. While a saint may not stride with impunity, they are still recognized as a significant force. In truth, entering the saint realm represents a pivotal threshold. Once achieved, one may indulge in the myriad offerings of the central domain, beholding its splendor. For those with strength, the central domain is a sanctuary for cultivation. For those without, it is akin to descending into hell. The saint realm allows for the establishment of sanctuaries, perpetuating the legacy of cultivation. It can truly be described as a meteoric rise. Should those who remain indefinitely trapped at the half-saint and pinnacle of void-shattering realms learn that Feng Qingyang merely slacked for over a month and easily ascended to heights they can only dream of attaining, they would likely be devastated. One cannot compare individuals. Such disparity is profound. Some individuals are inherently destined to be protagonists, while others are merely supporting characters. Upon entering the sacred realm, Feng Qingyang felt an immense surge of power, as if he could shatter the void with a single punch and fracture the earth with a mere step. He could move mountains and part seas, incinerate the heavens and boil the oceans, obliterate the void with his fists, rendering all things subservient to his will. Meanwhile, in the skies above the Qingyun Sect, a figure descended, markedly different from Long Xia's previous visit. This time, it was a modest elder who revealed not a hint of his formidable presence. Indeed, the youth possess an exuberance that shines brightly wherever they go. In the Qingyun Hall, the elder Mo1, an alchemy master at the pinnacle of the great sage realm, approached respectfully, bowing before the sect leader. Elder Mo, from this moment forth, you shall serve as the alchemy hall elder of the Qingyun Sect. Currently, there are 2 disciples in the alchemy hall, but soon, many alchemists will arrive, and I shall rely on you to oversee their training. After more than a month of embodying the role of sect leader, Feng Qingyang had undergone significant transformation. He no longer flaunted his power, yet he commanded respect. Provoke him, and one would face dire consequences. He was not arrogant, yet he understood that youth is a time for ambition, and when necessary, one must assert their intentions. In essence, he had shed the naivety he possessed upon his arrival. At that time, regardless of their status, even the ancestors of the Emperor realm would address the elder with deference. Thank you for your trust, sect leader. I pledge my utmost dedication to the sect, the elder replied. I will diligently manage the affairs of the alchemy hall. System. Extract the Dao alchemy cauldron, Feng Qingyang commanded, retrieving the cauldron from the system's space. Now that a high-ranking elder was in place, the cauldron could be put to use. After all, regardless of its formidable nature, within the Qingyun Sect, it was merely a tool for alchemy, nothing more. Chapter 68. The Dao Alchemy Cauldron. A Celestial King's artifact, Beep. The extraction of the Dao alchemy cauldron was successful. As the system's announcement reverberated, a brilliant celestial light erupted within the Grand Hall, dazzling both Feng Qingyang and Mo1. This overwhelming celestial aura was accompanied by a resounding symphony of divine resonance, the sounds of alchemical refinement, and the clangor of celestial metal converging into a harmonious melody that filled the hall with divine music, enlightening the ears of those present. Yet, despite its extraordinary nature, this celestial artifact was still a creation of the system. With Feng Qingyang now its master, the overwhelming celestial power posed no threat to them. Otherwise, the sheer force emanating from this Celestial King's artifact would be unbearable for the entire continent. Outside the hall, extraordinary phenomena manifested in the skies. Celestial maidens played music, and divine beings descended in homage. A multitude of celestial and Buddhist apparitions appeared above Qingyun, all paying their respects. Such a rare and magnificent spectacle had not been witnessed since the last manifestation of the 9 cauldrons and the great bell of the Tao. In the Elder Hall, the direction of Qingyun was ablaze with awe-inspiring celestial phenomena. The sect leader was unveiling yet another celestial artifact. The spectacle above was utterly astounding. Sensing the aura, Mu Shui hurriedly severed her spiritual connection. The sect leader was unfathomable, and one should not provoke her. Heavens! Just how many treasures does the sect leader possess? It is truly terrifying to be so unaware of her depths. In the realm of the immortal water fairy, within the domain of outer disciples, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The disciples were left in awe, questioning if celestial beings had descended upon them. The ethereal sounds resonated, and the immortals bowed in reverence. The notion of anything other than divine beings appearing was inconceivable to them. Qin Han, with his imperial consciousness, instinctively probed the surroundings, only to withdraw hastily. Aware that the sect was not a place for recklessness. An immortal artifact, without a doubt, another divine relic had emerged. He cast a deep, respectful gaze towards the heart of the sect, filled with reverence and astonishment. What did it matter if celestial beings existed? There were countless immortals in the heavens. Yet even they bowed their heads upon arriving at Qingyun, did they not? In the Ancestor Hall. The sect master had indeed orchestrated another grand event within just a few days. Ancestor Li Qingyun had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Over the past month alone, he had witnessed countless spectacles within Qingyun Sect and had become somewhat desensitized. It was as if he, an emperor, had never witnessed the world before. All he could do was accept it. With the sect master present, Qingyun would surely ascend to the highest heavens. In the pill refining hall, Dragon Xie laughed heartily. Observing the astonishment of the two newcomers. Our Qingyun Sect encompasses treasures from all realms. What do we lack? What you see now is merely the tip of the iceberg. Serve the sect well, and it shall not neglect you. Indeed, they were quite impressed by him. Just moments ago, he had arrived at the pill refining hall with Li Yinji, coinciding perfectly with the manifestation of the celestial phenomenon. The alchemist Dan Qing had rushed out, and upon witnessing their astonished expressions, he could not help but speak. First, let us instill some awe in them. Rest assured, my lord. I shall exert every effort to refine pills with utmost dedication, he declared. If not now, then when? Whether I can restore my body and reclaim my cultivation depends on the contributions I make to the sect. My lord, I must take my leave. Rather than conversing, I would rather refine more pills. Dan Qing said hurriedly, dashing back inside. The blooming ghost fire erupted, its flames blazing fiercely. Ah, splendid! Are these the new disciples of the pill refining hall appointed by the sect master? Their enthusiasm is commendable. Truly, the sect master possesses an eye for talent. Dragon Xie seized the opportunity to flatter him again. Yet, why had he become a sole entity? It mattered not. Let him fully exert his remaining vigor. Predecessor. I too wish to refine pills. Seeing the fervor of the pill refining hall disciples, Li Yinji could no longer remain idle. Indeed, only by creating corresponding value for the sect can we gain its favor. Then let us proceed. Subsequently, Dragon Xie and Li Yinji entered the pill refining hall together. Meanwhile, in the Qingyun Hall, the dazzling light of the immortal king artifact had dissipated, now floating serenely in the air. Feeling the immense aura emanating from the cauldron, Elder Mo inquired, Sect Master, what is this? He sensed that this was a high-tier alchemical cauldron. Just as sword cultivators cherish their swords, those who refine pills also covet such treasured cauldrons. With a superior cauldron, one could achieve remarkable results in alchemy. This is the supreme treasure of our Qingyun Sect. The Dao Alchemical Cauldron. The matter at hand has now been entrusted to the Alchemy Hall. It is your duty to unlock its full potential. Each discipline has its own expertise. Even if one were to retain this cauldron, they would lack the ability to refine elixirs. What do you mean by saying it can be learned? Have you lost your mind? I am the sect master. Such tasks can easily be delegated to those beneath me. Only by entrusting it to the Alchemy Hall can we truly maximize its value. Thank you, sect master, for bestowing this treasure. Elder Mo hastily expressed his gratitude. This cauldron shall serve as the prized possession of our Alchemy Hall. We must not disappoint the sect master's high expectations. Ding. Report to the host. This cauldron is a treasure of the Celestial King. It requires at least an Emperor level or Dan Emperor to utilize it, albeit with great difficulty. What? It cannot be used. Then this reward is practically worthless. Wouldn't it be better to summon a Dan Emperor directly? Host, remain calm. This cauldron can be used above the sacred realm, but only at 1,000th of its efficacy. Even if an Emperor or Dan Emperor were to arrive, they would only harness 1% of its potential. After all, it is a Celestial King artifact. Please understand, or else the readers may find fault with you. Oh, is that so? Well, that's fine. 1,000th is better than nothing. This is indeed a Celestial King artifact, even at 1,000th power. It can still surpass countless Emperor artifacts. Elder Mo, this is a celestial artifact, and you will not be able to unleash its full capabilities. However, It will suffice for refining sacred elixirs, emperor elixirs, and celestial elixirs. A celestial artifact. Elder Mo had already suspected as much. Such a stunning treasure could only be a celestial artifact. It nearly blinded him with its brilliance. Positioned in the center of the grand hall, he was closest to the cauldron and felt its immense power deeply. Under the overwhelming celestial might, he felt as though he, at the pinnacle of the great saint realm, was akin to a fish drowning in water, perpetually at risk of being engulfed by the oceanic force of this celestial majesty. However, Sect Master, you greatly overestimate my capabilities. Allowing me, a great dance saint, to refine a sacred elixir is entirely feasible. As for emperor elixirs or celestial elixirs, that is truly a fanciful dream. Chapter 69. Inspecting the Alchemy Hall, the intense competition in alchemy. The Grand Tao Cauldron gently descended. Let us proceed. I shall accompany you to the Alchemy Hall for an inspection to see how well they are performing. Considering the time, it is likely that the talented disciple, Lin Bai, has already transmitted the news of our subjugation back to the sacred land of Yudon. Soon, a plethora of alchemists will be serving the sect. Feng Qingyang slowly descended from the main seat, once again sensing the power within him. Yes, this feeling of possessing formidable cultivation is quite pleasant. I now have even more strength to indulge in idleness. Elder Mo, upon hearing this, stowed away the Grand Tao Cauldron and followed closely behind the sect master as they exited the hall. Along the way, they encountered neither outer disciples nor miscellaneous workers, for this was the core of the sect, accessible only to its higher echelons. Others, without the sect master's permission, would be dealt with according to sect rules, treated equally. On the way to the alchemy hall, they chanced upon the 4 great sacred beasts, transformed into human form, diligently sweeping the floor. As the sect leader approached, an enigmatic elder trailed closely behind him. Startled, I hurriedly began to clean, employing both hands and feet to ensure a thorough sweep. I breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing the leader was merely passing by, reminding myself to remain inconspicuous, lest I draw attention. The sect has been developing with increasing formality. The Alchemy Hall now boasts disciples and elders, while the Law Enforcement Hall has also welcomed its own elders and disciples. Recently, several disciples were recruited from the outer sect into the Law Enforcement Hall, which exists to instill a sense of discipline among the disciples and uphold the sect's laws. The time for the outer disciples and miscellaneous workers to rise is approaching swiftly, with just 20 days remaining until the rankings for both groups are established. At that time, 10 outer disciples will ascend to the inner sect. However, these matters are of little concern to Feng Qingyang. He might only pay slight attention to the core disciples of the sect. His own direct disciples are currently out gaining experience, and perhaps in the future, the sect will see the emergence of ranked disciples and imperial heirs, but that is a discussion for another time. Within the Alchemy Hall, the atmosphere is vibrant and industrious. Various factions from the 4 continents have supplied a wealth of resources, including elixirs and diverse medicinal herbs, ensuring that there is no shortage of materials for alchemy. At this moment, Dan Qing stands before a cauldron, his left hand wielding the ethereal blue flame, while his right hand continuously adds herbs to the cauldron. This cyclical process yields an unceasing stream of elixirs, their fragrant aroma and intricate patterns indicating their supreme quality. Lin Bai, observing nearby, was left utterly astonished by the master's prowess. How could he be so formidable? She felt utterly outmatched. In the time it took her to produce 1 batch, he had already crafted several. Was he not fatigued? Did his soul energy never deplete? How could he sustain such a relentless pace without feeling hollow? Moreover, she sensed that the flame in the master's hand was extraordinarily rare. The blue hue emanated an aura of dread, akin to ghostly fire. Yet, she could not identify its nature. Could it be? The mere thought left her astounded. Is not something just anyone can possess. It requires immense fortune and the fire's recognition. Otherwise, one might suffer severe repercussions, even to the point of being reduced to ashes. To her knowledge, even among the alchemists of the Central Domain's alchemy sect, those who wield were extremely few. Elder, is this master an elder of the Alchemy Hall? Lin Bai inquired of Long Xie, puzzled. If he were indeed an elder, she would need to double her efforts, not wanting to appear inferior in his eyes. She perceived that this master, crafting 6th-tier elixirs at such speed and with such excellence, must surely be of an elder's caliber. The atmosphere was truly invigorating, with the elder exuding such vitality. He is akin to you, a disciple as well. However, he currently exists only as a remnant of his former self. In life, he was a transcendent alchemy saint, having reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm. It is of little consequence. Oh, observing closely, his Dan fire is still a formidable otherworldly flame. Cough. It matters not. Do your utmost and strive to surpass him. Dragon Stia remarked nonchalantly. Yet, his tone starkly contrasted with the expression on his face. Are you truly cold-hearted, or merely jesting? Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang and Imo arrived at the alchemy hall, which was equally impressive and rivaled the Hall of Techniques. They entered in succession. At that moment, Li Yinji turned her head and beheld a young man, strikingly handsome, entering the hall. The youth was ethereal in his beauty, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. His deep gaze shimmering with alluring violet light, exuding an aura of someone accustomed to high status, radiating a strong sense of pressure. For those unable to envision, just activate the front camera. Following him was an inscrutable elder, likely a high-ranking figure within the sect, or perhaps an exceptionally esteemed prodigy. Li Yinji mused. Sect Master, what brings you here personally? Upon recognizing the newcomer as the Sect Master, Dragon Xie hurriedly approached to greet him. I came to see how matters are progressing in the alchemy hall, Feng Qingyang replied after surveying the hall, then clasped his hands behind his back. Rest assured, Sect Master. I have accomplished all that you entrusted to me. This is the daughter of the Holy Lord of the Yudan Sacred Land. She has already relayed a message to the Sacred Land, and soon they will submit to our Qingyun Sect. At that time, the alchemists from the Sacred Land will also arrive. Dragon Xie gestured towards Li Yinji. What? This enigmatic youth is the Sect Master. If the sect is this powerful, how formidable must the Sect Master be? She found herself in the presence of someone she had only dared to dream of meeting. A figure she could only revere from afar, now standing just a short distance away. Seeing the elder point in her direction, she quickly composed herself and stepped forward. I pay my respects to the esteemed Sect Master. What Dragon Xie said is indeed correct. Our Yudan Sacred Land is willing to submit to the Qingyun Sect. She had gained much insight during this visit. The Yudan Sacred Land cannot be compared to the Qingyun Sect, and it must yield to it. Perhaps even drawing closer to its greatness. Well done, Feng Qingyang replied, not engaging with her statement, but continuing his conversation with Dragon Xie. Thank you for your praise. Sect Master, was there any coercion involved? Our Qingyun Sect values peace above all. We detest violence and the oppression of the weak. Rest assured, Sect Master. There was absolutely none. I approached them with reason and emotional appeal, which led to their agreement, Dragon Xie assured, patting his chest. That is good to hear. Feng Qingyang nodded. The realm is not merely about violence. It is about human relationships and social intricacies. Yet, this is a different world. Here, strength reigns supreme. Li Yinji thought to herself. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it. Chapter 70. The Sacred Land Submits. Renowned across Xi'an Prefecture at this moment, Dragon Xie noticed the elder behind the Sect Master. Unfathomable, utterly inscrutable. A supreme powerhouse within the sect. At Feng Qingyang's indication, Imo stepped forward. The Sect Master has recognized me and appointed me as the Elder of the Alchemy Hall. For now, I will oversee the Alchemy Hall. Elder. An Elder of the Alchemy Hall. No wonder he was so difficult to read. Long Xie and Li Yinji felt a wave of relief. It turned out to be the Elder. Greetings, Elder. I am Long Xie, a devotee of the Elder. May I inquire your esteemed name? Long Xie approached and asked. Understanding the importance of fostering good relations within the same sect. Mo1, the Elder replied, revealing his name. Mo1, and one is not allowed to inquire further. This left Long Xie quite bewildered. Inside, Dan Qing was engrossed in his work, but he overheard the commotion about an Elder and even mentioned the Sect Leader. What about the Sect Leader? After finishing the current batch of pills, Dan Qing rushed outside. I, Dan Qing, have come to pay my respects to the Sect Leader. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, he realized that it truly was the Sect Leader in attendance. He hurriedly stepped forward, saying, I have heard that you have been performing admirably of late. Keep up the good work, and the sect shall bestow upon you a new body. Feng Qingyang had given him an encouraging verbal promise. After all, it was simply a means to motivate the disciples. Thank you, Sect Leader, Dan Qing exclaimed, filled with joy. What was he striving for? Was it for spirit stones? Treasures? A companion? None of those. It was for the restoration of his body, with the Sect Leader's verbal assurance. He felt much more secure and invigorated. Well then, I shall leave the matter in Elder Mo1's capable hands, Feng Qingyang stated before turning to depart. After completing his inspection, it was time to indulge in a day of leisure. Li Yinji was taken aback by the Sect Leader's indifference towards her. After all, as a mere junior, Why would such a prominent figure acknowledge her? Despite the sect leader's youth, he commanded a powerful sect, undoubtedly possessing profound cultivation, a long lifespan, and a youthful appearance. He likely surpassed the age of her ancestors combined. I must work hard and strive to ascend. I must capture the sect leader's attention. Li Yinji thought to herself, biting her lip in determination. Farewell, sect leader. Feng Qingyang departed the alchemy hall under the respectful gaze of the four. Elder Mo? So the elder's surname is Mo, and his name is One. Long Xie finally comprehended. He realized that it was not a prohibition against asking questions, but rather a misunderstanding on his part. Then, Elder Mo, I shall take my leave now, Long Xie said, bidding farewell before striding out of the alchemy hall. If the two of you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me, the elder offered. Thank you, elder. Dan Qing had nothing to ask. As a transcendent alchemist of the sect, there was little he did not understand, save for the constraints of his soul and body. Otherwise, he would have already begun refining divine pills. Li Yinji, however, had several questions to pose. Learning is like rowing upstream. One must keep advancing or risk falling behind. Her journey in the art of alchemy required further study and inquiry. After a while, Elder Imowen took out the Grandao Cauldron, intending to refine several pills to test the efficacy of this celestial artifact. He instructed Disciple Li Yinji to fetch some sacred herbs from the apothecary. Is the elder preparing to refine divine pills? Meanwhile, at the Yudon Sacred Land, within the Yudon Great Hall, the Holy Master Li Qingxian and the ancestor summoned all the elders to convene in the hall. Such a grand assembly was prompted by news concerning the Holy Master's daughter, Yinji. The prevailing trend is undeniable. One must align with it and ascend to great heights. I am Li Yinji, a disciple of the alchemy hall of the Qingyun Sect. These two brief statements left everyone astounded. Indeed, the claims made by the elder of the Qingyun Sect were true. Countless powerhouses exist. They stand upon the pedestal of the alchemy sect, where only those who have transcended to the rank of Dan Sage are deemed worthy to be disciples. The Holy Master, Li Qingxian, sat in silence at the head of the table, observing the elders below him, who were equally reticent. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Finally, he broke the silence. Elders, please share your thoughts freely. Elder, you may begin. He gestured toward the elders seated at the front. Holy Master, I am not one for eloquence, the elder replied, uncertain of what to say. Should he bluntly suggest that the Holy Master resign and that they all pledge allegiance to the Qingyun Sect? Holy Master, the news from Yinji clearly indicates that we should indeed follow the prevailing current. This is the might of a grand sect. Those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose shall perish. The second elder spoke up, quickly garnering the agreement of the other elders. We await your decision, Holy Master, Ancestor, they implored, directing their voices toward the two figures at the head. It seemed fruitless to deliberate further. Perhaps it was better to acquiesce to the circumstances. That day, the Qingyun Sect had dispatched merely one elder, yet they overshadowed the entirety of their holy land. What could they possibly hope to achieve in opposition? Moreover, since your daughter has already consented, it is clear that Yinji must have witnessed their strength firsthand, prompting her to convey those two remarkable statements. Very well. I have made my decision. I, the Holy Master of the Yudon Holy Land, shall submit to the Qingyun Sect and become its subordinate force. All alchemists of the fourth rank and above, follow me to the main sect. The Holy Master, Li Qingxian, declared resolutely. The news from Yinji cannot be erroneous. Submission is their only viable option. To follow the trend and ascend to greatness, Li Qingxian murmured. Perhaps this is a monumental opportunity for the Yudon Holy Land. Looking back tens of thousands of years hence, he would come to regard this as the wisest decision of his life, though that is a matter for another time. However, the information conveyed by Yinji revealed that the main sect, the Qingyun Sect, was actually located in Lingzhou, a hidden, formidable sect. Is the hidden sect about to reveal itself? 2.5 days later, news of a beast tide reached Xianzhou, causing an uproar. An obscure sect managed to subdue 4 sacred beasts with just one formidable warrior, overshadowing the 3 great holy lands and earning fame across 4 continents. Wait, was he the powerful individual who dared to infiltrate the Yudon Holy Land just 2 days prior from the Qingyun Sect? In the end, it was unclear what agreement had been reached with the Holy Land, but that Qingyun Sect warrior had even taken their dream goddess away. But when did such a powerful sect emerge in the eastern region? With a single display of strength, it pressures the 4 great holy lands? It seems a transformation is imminent in the eastern region. Soon after, a more astounding announcement reverberated through Xianzhou. The Holy Master of the Yudon Holy Land proclaimed that the entire Holy Land would submit to the Qingyun Sect of Lingzhou, becoming its affiliated force. To challenge the Qingyun Sect is tantamount to provoking the dignity of the Holy Land. They must first contend with the Yudon Holy Land. This truly is a shocking revelation. The four states lay too far from them, leaving them to merely express their sentiments. Yet this situation is different. The sacred land of Yudon, a venerable sanctuary that has dominated the Xian continent for countless millennia, and now you tell me it has aligned with the Qingyun Sect? In Xianzhou, the sacred land of Yudon is akin to the heavens themselves. Has the sky truly changed? In a tavern within Xianzhou, brother, are you serious? Is this news reliable? Nonsense. My uncle's youngest son is sweeping the floors at the sacred land of Yudon. He spoke it with his own lips. How could it possibly be false? Gradually, the news fermented and spread throughout the entire Xianzhou. Now, everyone was aware of this astonishing revelation. The Qingyun Sect was on the precipice of ascension. Chapter 71. The alchemist arrives, shocking the sacred land 2.5 days later, within the Qingyun Sect's main hall. Feng Qingyang was just about to commence a day of cultivation. After all, having reached the sacred realm, he could not afford to languish. As the leader of a grand sect, he ought to set an example, or at the very least, take action. Those prodigies from the central domain must be at the void realm by this age, and those exceptionally gifted ones might even have reached the transformation realm. Unlike him, who was merely at the initial stage of the sacred realm. As he prepared to close his eyes for meditation, a notification sounded. Ding. The host has new updates pending. Master, Feng Qingyang, Realm, Initial stage of the sacred realm, Disciples, Lin Bai, Shi Hao, Hua Qingyu, Physique, Heavenly Divine Body. Affiliation, Qingyun Sect, Level, 999, 510, 000. Is this a joke? System, goodness. Next time, it better not be 9999. Are you playing games with me? Feng Qingyang cast a glance and discovered that the sect value had increased from 9500 to 9995. At this rate, upgrading to a level 2 sect might take an eternity. He opened the prestige value tab. The prestige value had risen by a staggering 500,000. Indeed, the Qingyun Sect's renown had spread across the continents. More than half of the 13 realms in the eastern domain were awed by the Qingyun Sect, with 3 of the 5 sacred lands intimidated and 1 having submitted. As for the final one, should they be displeased, they would show no courtesy. With a little more accumulation of prestige, he could exchange it for a powerful being of the Emperor realm. Feng Qingyang contemplated this privately. The more Emperor realm experts, the better. Those formidable imperial clans, ancient families, and archaic lineages in the central domain likely had their own emperors in residence. They simply chose not to reveal themselves. Of course, this was merely his conjecture. Having been here for just a month and a half, he was not yet well acquainted with the continent beyond the eastern domain. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Qingyun Sect, Li Yinji awaited a certain individual, occasionally glancing into the distance. They have arrived. A colossal flying ship approached from afar, halting at the base of the Qingyun Sect. Li Yinji had already communicated with them, informing that flying was prohibited in this area. Had they not been forewarned, their sacred ship would have been shattered by the sect's powerful guardians, leading to chaos akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. These individuals were essential talents for refining alchemy for the sect. The alchemists of the sacred land descended from their spaceship, led by the esteemed Holy Master, Li Qinxian. He, a 9th-tier alchemy saint, was drawn to the main sect, confident that the presence of their ancestral guardians was sufficient back at the sacred land. He was equally eager to witness the grandeur of the main sect, to ascertain whether it was indeed as formidable as Yin'er had described. Upon their arrival, a refreshing aura enveloped them. The spiritual energy here is remarkably abundant, exclaimed one alchemist, a 5th-tier practitioner, astonished by the richness of the atmosphere. Who would have thought that Lingzhou harbored such a treasure? It is no wonder this is the seed of the main sect. The spiritual energy here surpasses that of our sacred land by several folds. If I could refine pills in this place, I would be confident in enhancing my success rate by 30%. The gathering of alchemists from the sacred land was substantial, with all those of 4th tier and above present. There were 50 4th tier alchemists, 30 5th tier, 15 6th tier, 10 7th tier, 5 8th tier, and the 9th tier alchemy saints comprised of the Holy Master and the Grand Elder. This assembly showcased the profound depth of their sacred land. The path of alchemy is no trifling matter. It intricately intertwines with one's cultivation level. Each tier of pill refinement necessitates an equivalent strength of spiritual consciousness or soul power. The stronger the consciousness, the more potent the soul power. Moreover, One's innate talent for alchemy plays a crucial role. Without it, one might never ascend beyond a second-tier alchemist, forever lingering between the first tier and mediocrity. Yet, it is said that dual cultivation of the alchemical path and the Tao is essential. Currently, the remaining members of the Sacred Land consisted of various elders and disciples, alongside many formidable figures. As they beheld the alchemists from the Imperial Sacred Land emerging from the spaceship, Li Yinji called out from a distance, "Father!" Li Qingxian, upon spotting his daughter nearby, hurried towards her. The alchemists of the Imperial Sacred Land followed the Holy Master in a grand procession. Li Yinji promptly turned to her accompanying guard and stated, "Esteemed Senior, these are the alchemists from our Imperial Sacred Land, who have come to Qingyun by the decree of the Sect Leader." The guard nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, instructions have been relayed from above. You may proceed directly to the mountain. The elders have already briefed me that the alchemists from the Imperial Sacred Land would arrive today, so you are free to pass." Before long, at Qingyun Sect, Holy Master Li Qingxian and the alchemists from the Sacred Land, under Li Yinji's guidance, entered the sect's premises. Upon entering, it felt as though they had stepped into another realm, an ethereal paradise. The dense and rich spiritual energy surged towards them. They were momentarily awestruck by the celestial staircase that reached towards the heavens. To their astonishment, the interior of the sect revealed even more wonders. The spiritual energy intensified exponentially, enveloping them like a mist. The picturesque palatial structures, adorned with calligraphy imbued with the essence of the Tao, left them profoundly moved. The scenes unfolding within the Qingyun Sect reshaped their understanding of grandeur. Although they hailed from the Sacred Land and were not unacquainted with marvels, they felt as if they were like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, utterly astonished by the unexpected magnificence of the main sect. No wonder such formidable individuals exist. One cannot help but feel a sense of awe. The Holy Lord has indeed made a sagacious decision, allowing them to refine elixirs in such a place. They would willingly embrace the opportunity 1,000 times over. Li Yinji observed the once spirited alchemist from the Holy Land, who now seemed overwhelmed to the point of questioning his own existence. She could hardly suppress a smile. When she first arrived, she too had her eyes opened wide in this main sect. Yin was indeed correct. This is the essence of power. To act in accordance with the prevailing circumstances leads to soaring success. Li Qingxian mused inwardly. "Let us proceed. Father, I shall take you to the Alchemy Hall, where the elders await." Chapter 72. The Sacred Qian Secret Realm, the Emperor of Darkness on the other side, in the Eastern Domain's Sacred State. The Sacred State is a grand region, distanced from the other 12 states of the Eastern Domain, yet historically it has always belonged to this realm. It is in close proximity to the heavenly continent of the Central Domain, which contributes to its superior cultivation atmosphere and abundant spiritual energy, resulting in the emergence of numerous powerful beings and prodigies. It can be said that its overall strength ranks as the foremost in the Eastern Domain, further bolstered by the presence of the most powerful of the 5 sacred sites, the Heavenly Sacred Site. Today marks the 3rd day since the opening of the Sacred Qian Secret Realm. Within the Secret Realm, 4 figures emerged from a cave entrance. Among them was a strikingly handsome young man with long black hair, cradling a small black dog in his arms. "Brother, there is nothing of value here. Just a sleeping black dog. What a disappointment," spoke Lin Bai, the second disciple of Feng Qingyang. He examined the large black dog, finding nothing remarkable about it. The creature remained in slumber. Moments ago, a beam of light and a faint aura had erupted from that stone cave, leading them to believe they had stumbled upon something precious. After scouring the area for quite some time, they had only discovered this utterly unremarkable dog. How peculiar. What is an ordinary dog doing in the Sacred Qian Secret Realm? There must be something amiss, Lin Bai exclaimed. "No worries, junior brother. The Sacred Qian Secret Realm will remain open for another 2 days. We have ample time to explore further," replied the tall man, whose commanding presence was palpable. With a chiseled face marked by determination, he was none other than Shi Hao, the eldest disciple of Feng Qingyang. The 4 of them, brothers and sister, including their junior sister Hua Qingyu, had been out on their trials for over a month. They had journeyed through several great continents, braving the elements, in pursuit of the opportunities indicated by their master's words, just in time for the opening of the Sacred Qian Secret Realm. Thanks to their innate talents, they had gained entry into its depths. Beside them were their junior sister Hua Qingyu and Su Yaoyao, a companion they met during their exploits. The 4 formed a small team, embarking on their adventures together. Currently, Sure How had advanced from the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm to the initial stage of the void realm, while Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu had progressed from the mid-stage of the golden core realm to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. It is evident that prodigies are indeed prodigies, their realms ascending at an astonishing rate. Indeed, Brother Lin Bai, let us explore elsewhere, chimed the young girl, Su Yao Yao, who had befriended them during their trials. Clad in a green dress, with chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders, she exuded an ethereal charm reminiscent of a fairy sprung forth from a tale. Very well then, it seems our efforts were in vain, Lin Bai conceded. After an extensive search, he finally stumbled upon this peculiar creature. What use could a little black dog possibly serve him? Lin Bai turned to head back to the cave, intending to return it to its original place. To his surprise, the sleeping dog in his arms suddenly opened its eyes. You are the little black dog. And your whole family is a bunch of little black dogs, it exclaimed, speaking human language. Instinctively, Lin Bai hurled it away and unsheathed his sword, the Qingyun sword. Sure How and the others quickly approached. A creature capable of speech must be a mystical beast. Indeed, nothing in this secret realm is ever straightforward. Ouch. Why did you throw this emperor out? The black dog complained, having landed on the ground. However, it quickly regained its footing and bared its teeth at Lin Bai. This emperor? Lin Bai and his companions observed the little black dog with considerable interest. Well, you come out claiming to be the emperor, and then you whine after a mere tumble. Was your imperial status conjured from dreams? Indeed, what of it? Replied the dog. This emperor neither changes name nor alters surname. I am the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor. Never heard of such a title. But whether it's an emperor or not, you are undeniably black. Lin Bai examined the little black dog closely, but found nothing particularly unusual about it, just its dark fur. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that this emperor's cultivation has yet to recover, I would surely crush you all, mused the Black Emperor, having just lifted its seal. It was devoid of any power, and its injuries were not fully healed. Thus, it wisely refrained from acting recklessly, fearing a loss of face. Yet, there was an undeniable familiarity about the four humans. The dog began to sniff around meticulously. Wait a minute, I am the Black Emperor. It then unleashed its consciousness within a meter radius. Alas, its spiritual awareness had not yet returned. This was a dire predicament. The four watched the little black dog as it sniffed around, then froze in place. Lin Bai sheathed his Qingyun sword, deeming it unnecessary to draw against such a bumbling mystical beast. What are you staring at? This emperor is aware of my striking appearance. But there is no need for all of you to gawk at me, it retorted, somewhat narcissistically. Brother, sister, let us depart, Lin Bai suggested. If we linger any longer, this secret realm will close. He motioned for Sure How and the others to follow, realizing that there was nothing of value left at the periphery of the secret realm. They needed to venture deeper. Hey, wait for this emperor. The Black Emperor, now stripped of its powers and unable to even muster its consciousness, understood that its survival depended on these four human cultivators. Thus, it called out while sprinting after them. Chapter 73. Exploring the Secret Realm, the blood-colored underworld flower under the stars and moonlight. The journey into the holy state continued. With meager provisions and dewdrops for sustenance, they heard whispers of sacred relics within the secret realm. Ultimately, the only reward was a black dog. Lin Bai looked at the tenacious little creature following him and felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, prompting him to express his thoughts. Haha. Brother Lin Bai's literary talent is blossoming. Su Yao laughed from the side. In the brief month of their acquaintance, this humorous young man had composed no fewer than 100 poems. Truly captivating. Indeed, one can always find intriguing individuals, no matter where one goes. This journey to the Eastern Domain has proven worthwhile for him. Upon hearing those words, Sure How awkwardly chuckled. His junior brother, though merely a touch more handsome than he, and possessing a bit of humor, had held a girl's hand before. His sole flaw lay in his woefully poor poetry. Humph. Having me as your emperor is indeed a blessing for you all. The young ones are still so naive. Rest assured, as long as you assist me with this small task, I shall take care of any matters for you. The Black Emperor scoffed dismissively. This secret realm is fraught with peril. Given his current cultivation level, it would be prudent to hitch a ride. Lin Bai and the others paid him no mind. If he wishes to accompany them, so be it. As for his claim of resolving their troubles, just look at this frail little black dog. It was almost laughable. Let us ignore him and continue our search. It has been over a month since they embarked on this journey. They must not return to the sect only to find that their own cultivation lags behind that of the inner and outer disciples, bringing shame upon their master. Though their skills had indeed improved dramatically over the past month, they were acutely aware of the sect's formidable resources. The treasures and celestial techniques available were abundant. And if the disciples within the sect applied themselves diligently, they would not fall far behind. When Sure Hao mentioned serious matters, Lin Bai and the others grew solemn. Eldest brother is right. I noticed several exceptionally talented disciples when they first entered the sect. Among them were 2 prodigies with 8 chimes of the bell. However, those with even greater potential, boasting 9 chimes, are unparalleled among all the disciples of Qingyun. They merely started late. Yet, with their extraordinary talent, they had surpassed the decade-long efforts of many within just over a month of cultivation. Sure Hao, having his supreme saint body stripped and cultivation level diminished, merely needed to restore his former prowess after regaining his supreme body, making him the most advanced among the 3. Nevertheless, he might still find himself surpassed by the sect's prodigies. Surely not. You 3 possess such high talent and commendable cultivation, yet you worry about being surpassed? Su Yaoyao inquired. Perplexed. As the legitimate daughter of the Su family in the southern domain, her own cultivation had only reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Just 2 minor realms above Lin Bai and watching you. Even so, she was considered the foremost genius of her age in the Su family. Sure Hao and she, being of similar age, had already reached the void realm. It was simply astonishing. If they were concerned about being overtaken, how formidable must the prodigies of Qingyun Sect be? She had long heard of the grand reputation of the Qingyun Sect, known for their countless strong practitioners and a sect master with transcendent cultivation. Even when viewed across the 5 domains, they feared no one or any force. Throughout their month of travel, they had frequently heard tales of Qingyun's might, having swept through the 4 sacred beasts and instilled fear in the 3 great holy lands. Indeed, within Qingyun, there are also numerous prodigies. Should one become complacent, they may be overtaken at any moment. Upon hearing Sure Hao's words, her desire to visit Qingyun intensified. Such a sect is surely worthy of admiration. So, when will you return to the sect, Sure Hao? I, too, wish to join you at Qingyun. It appears my talents do not suffice to become a core disciple. Perhaps an inner disciple will suffice. Having grown accustomed to the southern region, joining a formidable sect in the eastern region for cultivation would indeed be a welcome opportunity. Alas, without achieving enlightenment, how can one return home? Sure Hao lamented. As for Su Yaoyao's mention of joining a sect, it ultimately depends on the sect's disposition. Currently, the sect is only beginning to recruit disciples on a large scale, and it is likely there will not be another recruitment in the near future. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the entrance of another natural cave within the secret realm. Billowing crimson mist emanated from the cave, which was quite expansive, leading into an abyss that seemed endless. The desolation outside was evident, as withered grass and decaying leaves had accumulated, all having perished due to prolonged exposure to the crimson mist. This mist seems unusual. Could there be some secrets within? Lin Bai furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. Hey, kid. I advise you not to enter if you value your life. This place is far from pleasant, the Black Emperor remarked disdainfully. Though its spiritual awareness could only extend a meter, it could discern the ominous nature of the red mist upon contact. For the sake of ensuring a safe exit from the secret realm, it felt compelled to warn these inexperienced youths. You just enjoy talking big and trying to scare us. If it's such a terrible place, why is everyone rushing in? Lin Bai retorted, gesturing towards a group of individuals approaching nearby. A considerable number had already entered moments prior. How would I know? It's certainly not a good place. As for whether there are treasures inside, how am I supposed to know? The Black Emperor, seeing that the youngsters were unyielding and heeding its warnings, decided to let them be. After all, it could simply seek out others to mislead instead. Junior brother, let's inquire with someone, Sure Hao suggested, moving toward 2 men not far off, patting one on the shoulder. Excuse me, brothers, may I ask what this place is? It is our first time in the secret realm, and we are quite unfamiliar. The 2 men were engaged in discussion when one suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder, startling him. He turned around, ready to curse. Who do you think you are? Why did you tap me? Get lost and stop bothering me. However, upon seeing the imposing young man before him, he quickly altered his demeanor, realizing the potential ramifications of offending someone of such stature. Oh, it is you. My apologies for the earlier rudeness. As for this place, it is known as the Forbidden Area of the Secret Realm. The Forbidden Area? Sure Hao murmured, narrowing his eyes, still somewhat puzzled. If it is indeed a forbidden area, as the little black dog suggested, why are so many eager to enter? Yes, there lies a massive blood pool within, perpetually boiling, which is why the mist appears crimson. The cave is quite deep and teeming with demon bats. However, the more perilous the place, the greater the opportunity every 10,000 years. That blood pool births a blood-colored nether flower, an extremely rare and sacred herb. The timing of this secret realm's opening coincides with the maturation of the sacred herb, prompting many to venture forth despite the inherent dangers. He too yearned to enter, yet his insufficient strength would only lead to his demise. One might wonder, whence cometh the blood in that crimson pool? Nevertheless, numerous self-proclaimed prodigies embarked on this perilous journey, unaware that they would merely serve as sustenance for each cycle of the blood-red dark flower. Chapter 74. The blood pool nurtures the underworld, blooming once every 10,000 years. Upon concluding his remarks, the man fell silent. Sure Hao pondered briefly. Such a rare sacred herb, what an opportunity. What purpose did this expedition serve? Firstly, to enhance one's strength, to bolster one's power, and once more, to augment one's prowess. Secondly, to acquire resources, to gather wealth, and indeed to amass treasures. This rare sacred herb could be claimed, and any additional treasures obtained from the outside could be offered to the sect, thus enriching the sect's treasury. Thank you, my friend. Sure Hao expressed his gratitude with a clasped fist before turning to retrace his steps. How did it go, senior brother? What is the situation inside? Lin Bai and the others, who had been waiting nearby, approached him with eager inquiries. That individual mentioned that this place is a forbidden zone of the secret realm, where a sacred herb is nurtured within the blood pool, specifically the blood-red dark flower, which blooms only once every 10,000 years. Sure Hao succinctly relayed the information he had gathered to his three companions. The blood-red dark flower? I recall seeing it in a tome from my family's library. Su Yaoyao exclaimed, her memory ignited. The blood pool nurtures the underworld. It blooms once every 10,000 years. This is a high-tier sacred herb, capable of nourishing the soul. Moreover, it can be combined with blood-weeping grass, demon spider tears, and heavenly soul pearls to concoct the great soul restoration pill, a high-grade medicinal elixir renowned for its ability to heal the soul. Su Yaoyao, inspired by her thoughts, rambled on passionately. She noted how familiar this location appeared, as it had been vividly described in the book she had perused. However, the subsequent entries detailing the other ingredients required to concoct the great soul restoration pill were lacking. Thus, it was evident that only this dark flower held the precise location of the other ingredients. High-tier sacred herb? What are we waiting for? Let us hasten inside. It would be unfortunate if someone else plucks our sacred herb first, Lin Bai urged with urgency, his tone suggesting that the sacred herb was as good as theirs. Danger? Fear? While others tremble, I am driven by greed. While others wield golden elixirs, I stand as supreme. As cultivators, what is there to fear in a battle? After a brief discussion, Sure Hao and the others unanimously agreed and resolutely advanced into the cave, leaving behind the little black dog, Hey D, who was left in disarray by the wind. These younglings dared disregard my counsel. The outside world is likely perilous as well. It is best to follow them. Hey D sensed the exceptional prowess of these youths, particularly two of the young men and the woman clad in fiery red. Their talents were extraordinary. Wait, did they just mention a sacred herb that nourishes the soul? Hey, wait for me. I shall protect you. Hey D hastily took off, chasing after them. Upon entering the forbidden cave, the first sensation was one of chilling dampness, with a seething crimson mist continuously billowing forth from within. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Deep within the cave, the incessant chirping echoed. Sure Hao surmised that it must be the demon bats spoken of by the man. However, he was uncertain of their strength, which necessitated early preparations. Cautiously, they ventured further inside, with the formidable Hey D closely trailing behind. What a peculiar place this is. If it were at its full power, it would obliterate this wretched location with a mere strike. The dampness and chill were overwhelming, even for its fur coat. Suddenly, Sure Hao halted the group, sensing with his profound consciousness that a swarm of unknown creatures was advancing towards them. Lin Bai and the others promptly ceased their movements, their gazes fixated ahead. The atmosphere grew tense. They collectively held their breath, wary of making even the slightest sound. In an instant, the dim cave brightened. Countless demon bats clung to the cave walls, while many others surged towards them. Demon bats. The four swiftly entered a state of combat. As per their usual practice, they aimed for a swift resolution. Sure Hao declared, leading the charge. The supreme reincarnation technique activated with full force, gathering a torrent of spiritual energy. His overwhelming presence akin to that of a war deity. With sheer strength overcoming myriad techniques, he swept through the ranks of foes. with fists alone, devoid of any artifacts. He unleashed his full potential. Bang, bang, hiss, chirp. His fist struck out, instantly annihilating numerous demon bats. Their shrieks reverberated through the cave. The might of his profound consciousness toppled many of the demon bats. At that moment, he was no longer comparable to his former self, having reached the realm of Dongxiu. He released an aura of terror. Transitioning from the nascent soul to the Dongxiu realm was a significant milestone, drastically enhancing one's power and granting access to personal spiritual caverns. The more spiritual caverns one opened, the greater the reservoir of spiritual energy. The abundance of spiritual energy allowed for prolonged combat. Thus, spiritual caverns serve as a measure of one's innate talent. The more caverns one possesses, the stronger their potential. 9 is the utmost number of spiritual caverns. Sure how it just unlocked exactly 9. Were it not for the array reinforcing this cave, he would have shattered it effortlessly. The journey of refining Qi leads to foundational establishment, nurturing the golden core, forging the soul of the nascent soul, opening the spirit in Dongxiu. Unifying spiritual caverns to reach the divine transformation, refining the spirit into truth, shattering the void, transitioning to semi-saint, absorbing the sacred source, and attaining sainthood. Reflecting on how merely a month prior, he was pursued by family guards, who were not much stronger than the Dongxiu realm. My dear brother, I owe you and uncle for your treachery. Without you two, I would never have had the opportunity to join the Qingyun Sect. Thus, it is said that surviving great calamities brings forth blessings. Wait, sure how directed his fury entirely at the obstructing demon bats. Each strike of the supreme reincarnation fist was executed with unrelenting force, having already crushed a substantial number of demon bats. Meanwhile, Lin Bai and the others were immersed in their own battles, enjoying the fray. Let me test my Qingyun sword technique on you scraps of demon beasts. Lin Bai bellowed, unleashing the first form of the Qingyun sword technique. Qingyun asks for directions. A razor-sharp stream of sword energy sliced forth from the Qingyun sword. The sword energy surged forth, unstoppable. Countless azure lotuses emerged from the ground, advancing towards the demon bats with lethal intent. Chapter 75. The Battle Against the Demon Bats. The Black Emperor strikes. The azure lotuses, infused with sword intent, obliterated hundreds of demon bats in an instant. The bats plummeted from the sky like dumplings falling into water. Die. Lin Bai wielded the Azure Lotus Sword with relentless fervor. The blood mist that erupted from the severed demon bats mingled with the incessant flow of crimson essence in the cave, enhancing the air of malevolence. Despite Lin Bai's rapid progress in cultivation over the past month, his sword intent had not advanced significantly. He was still steadfastly consolidating his mastery of the initial stage of sword intent. One must understand that the path of the sword is far more arduous than mere cultivation, requiring extraordinary talent and an unwavering will. To put it plainly, even with your gifted nature, reaching the transformation stage is merely the starting point of the sword path. Most practitioners at this stage have only just begun to comprehend sword intent. Those who grasp sword intent before achieving the transformation stage are exceedingly rare, truly exceptional beings. A millennium spent honing a single sword results in only the initial mastery of its deployment. Otherwise, how could the legendary Azure Lotus Sword deity from the medieval era have been so formidable, the slayer of saints and the emperor of swords? Upon entering the great saint realm, he single-handedly wielded an Azure Lotus Sword to confront the 10 greatest saints, sealing his divine status in a single battle. In those years, a single Azure Lotus Sword severed 4 great saints and grievously wounded 6, earning him renown across the central domain. At that time, the sword deity had already reached a state of profound clarity and sword heart, where the presence of a sword in one's heart allowed even a blade of grass to cleave through the void. On the other side, Hua Qingyu activated the Phoenix Transcendence technique, fully awakening her Phoenix sacred body. A colossal Phoenix apparition materialized above her, continuously exhaling fiery flames that scorched the demon bats ahead. The clanging sound resonated as the Phoenix's every cry unleashed flames capable of incinerating swathes of demon bats. The unfortunate creatures were reduced to a dish of braised demon bats, their aroma mingling with the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Su Yaoyao, wielding a soft sword, joined the fray, unleashing strikes with her peak nascent soul prowess, channeling powerful spiritual energy into each swing. Once again, the terrifying might of these 3 left a profound impression. Sure how, like a god of war, could obliterate countless demon bats with a single punch, while Lin Bai's Azure Lotus Sword intent was equally formidable, its energy sweeping forth to extinguish numerous foes with one stroke. Sister Qingyu's phoenix apparition caused widespread devastation, with each burst of flames annihilating large groups of demon bats. While she too practiced swordsmanship, after a decade of training, she had barely brushed the surface of the sword path. One might say she had not even approached its threshold. If only she possessed Lin Bai's extraordinary talent. Despite being only a few years older, he had already achieved the initial mastery of sword intent. Even though her cultivation was two small realms beneath his, she would likely find herself at a disadvantage. The Black Emperor, observing the ferocity of his companions, opted not to intervene, settling into a comfortable spot to rest. With the scorching flames of the phoenix, the temperature within the cave rose significantly. Its divine consciousness can currently extend only within a meter, rendering it invincible within that range. However, it remains exceedingly weak. Continuously expending divine energy could harm its essence. Therefore, it is prudent to refrain from engaging unless absolutely necessary. Junior brother, junior sister, and Yao Yao, you all should leave first. I will hold them off, Sure Hao declared, delivering a powerful punch as he turned to speak. His eyes blazed with fury, and the spiritual energy within him surged like an impending volcano. The 9 spirit caves continuously provided him with an inexhaustible flow of energy, and he had yet to unleash his ultimate trump card, the Supreme Body. Although the demon bats lacked strength, their numbers were overwhelming, incessantly flocking towards him. Moreover, in his perception, he sensed the presence of several more formidable demon beasts approaching from afar. No, we must leave together. These lesser demon beasts pose no threat to us, Lin Bai remarked, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes, his gaze sharp as he regarded the oncoming demon bats. It appeared that today would be a protracted battle. Then let it come. My Qinglian sword thirsts for blood. They had yet to wield their full strength, as the impending competition for the sacred medicine would likely demand a fierce struggle. With continued sword strikes, he annihilated the demon bats in front of him. He glanced around, observing his senior brother delivering powerful punches from a distance, while his junior sister and Yao Yao executed their techniques to slay the demon bats. Only the small black dog lay lazily behind them. Damn it, you're supposed to help us. If you want us to take you out of this secret realm, then show some initiative, Lin Bai exclaimed, stepping forward to look down at the creature. Hey, Black Emperor, I admit I may have spoken too loudly before. I take it back. Indeed, to acknowledge one's mistakes and amend them is the greatest virtue. At first glance, I knew you all were destined for greatness. The Black Emperor shook itself and slowly stood up. Well then, Black Emperor, this is your responsibility. My companions and I will go contend for the sacred medicine. It is time for you to act. After Lin Bai spoke, he crouched down and lifted the Black Emperor. Hey, you little brat, what are you doing? Put this emperor down. Lin Bai carried the Black Emperor to the front. Senior brother, junior sister, you all go ahead. The Black Emperor will cover our retreat. It claimed its power was too great and could harm them. Lin Bai tossed the Black Emperor to the forefront. How dare you? This emperor is not someone you can command. Sure Hao and the others, though skeptical, began to retreat while continuing to fight. So it's settled then. This emperor will cover your retreat, and you shall take me with you. You little ones should manage to acquire the sacred medicine given your strength. Once I regain some power and employ a few tricks, that sacred medicine will be mine. Consuming it will also nurture my damaged soul. You young ones may proceed. I can easily crush these demon bats single-handedly. Chapter 76. The Emperor's might destroys the bats. The sacred Sun's Longsong junior brother. Is this really feasible? Sure Hao asked, speechless as he gazed at the grinning Black Emperor ahead. How could that petite figure face thousands of demon bats alone? We must leave at once. Senior brother. Otherwise, the sacred medicine will be taken by others. Hua Qingyu and Su Yao Yao have also retreated. What is happening, senior brother? She asked in confusion. No more fighting? The previous skirmish was merely a warm-up. Their true prowess remains unexhibited. You all should go ahead and seize the sacred medicine. Do not allow others to claim it first. I will join you shortly. Upon hearing his junior sister's words, Lin Bai pondered for a moment and replied. This little black dog merely boasts. It cannot be abandoned here. Its most potent form of the Qinglian sword technique has yet to be unleashed, sufficient to evade these demon bats. Lin Bai's intention in saying this was solely to encourage his seniors to depart while he held the rear. Junior brother, be cautious. If anything occurs, use the token to summon us. The sacred medicine can be sacrificed if necessary. Sure Hao understood that Lin Bai possessed a life-saving token bestowed by Elder Shui Xian, thus there was no imminent danger to his life. As they departed, their master had specifically instructed them to visit the elder, who provided each of them with a life-preserving talisman. However, these would only be utilized in the direst of circumstances. One must strive, even in the face of despair, to cultivate oneself. He then led his junior sister and Su Yaoyao in a different direction to continue their advance. The Black Emperor valiantly confronted numerous demon bats ahead. Lin Bai shook his arm, grasped the Qingyun sword, and proceeded forward. This little black dog likely could not withstand for long. If its abilities matched even half of its boasts, he would not need to intervene. It appeared that today would require some forceful methods. For the sake of obtaining the sacred medicine and escaping the secret realm, it was time to fight. The Black Emperor thought, its gaze icy as it surveyed the multitude of demon bats. With the full force of its imperial consciousness, the very fabric of space was crushed, collapsing into an endless black void. In a fit of rage, an emperor could leave millions of corpses in its wake. A majestic imperial might surge forth. Were it not for the recent lifting of its seal, leaving its consciousness and cultivation in a state of disrepair, this entire secret realm would have been crushed on the spot. Under imperial might, all beings are equal. With a thunderous roar, the fragmented imperial consciousness surged forth. Once a renowned figure 100,000 years ago, the Black Emperor would not allow a swarm of winged rodents to bully it now. It had feasted upon dragon gall and phoenix marrow, having fought fiercely against the Dragon Emperor for sustenance. The imperial consciousness instantly expanded to 100 meters. The demon bats within that range were vaporized on the spot. This was already its current limit. Exceeding it would deplete its essence, rendering the effort futile. A swarm of insignificant flies. Even with only a fraction of its former glory, the Black Emperor's consciousness is beyond what these lowly demon bats can endure. A swift resolution is imperative, otherwise, its current state cannot be sustained for long. Lin Bai, watching from behind, was left astounded. Goodness, this little black dog is truly formidable. It wasn't he mere boasting? Why didn't you mention your prowess earlier? Such overwhelming presence. Could it be? Meanwhile, after a short while, Sure Hao and the others reached the innermost part of the cave's forbidden zone. It was remarkably spacious, capable of accommodating thousands without issue. As I gaze around, a multitude of people has gathered. At the center lies a colossal pool of blood, bubbling and exuding steam. This cavern, along with the crimson aura outside, emanates from this very source. The sacred herb is on the verge of maturing and blossoming. However, do not act impulsively. The Holy Sun, Guchanga, is present. Contesting with him is tantamount to courting death. Surrounding the blood pool, many individuals are engaged in hushed conversations. Wait, the Holy Sun has entered this forbidden area? Why didn't you mention it sooner? This trip has been for naught, one man exclaimed, suddenly recalling the pain from a recent bite on his backside inflicted by a demonic bat. Damn it, that hurt like hell. As he spoke, he gingerly touched the wound, letting out a pained yelp. What a waste to be bitten. With so many treasures in the sacred land, why does this so-called Holy Sun need to compete with us for them? Hush, keep your voice down. Do you want to die? If the Holy Sun hears you, you're done for. His companion quickly stepped forward to cover his mouth, a pallor of fear washing over his face. You dare to speak so recklessly? If you seek death, do not drag me into it. But it was too late. Oh, you dare to call me a so-called Holy Sun? Guchanga.
The Holy Sun of the Tiansheng Holy Land approached from the eastern side of the crowd, clad in pristine white and wielding a folding fan.
A smile gracing his face as he regarded the man who had insulted him. Surrounded by a throng of sycophants, he exuded an air of authority. These acolytes were also renowned talents within the Holy State, willing to serve Guchanga to further their own ambitions and gain greater rewards. What a figure the Holy Sun is. The Holy State, the mightiest among the 5 great sacred lands in the eastern region, boasts Guchanga, whose innate talents surpass all others in the 13 states of the East, ranking first among its prodigies. He stands as a paragon, a figure of prominence atop the eastern region's hierarchy. Impudent wretch, how dare you show disrespect to the Holy Sun? You seek death, one of Guchanga's followers declared, preparing to charge at the man who had insulted their master. Come now, let us not resort to violence. We are all from the eastern region. Guchanga interjected with a smile like the gentle breeze. Let us simply toss him into the blood pool for some reflection. However, his words plunged the man into a state of icy dread. Into the blood pool. In an instant, he would be reduced to mere blood. I am sorry, Holy Sun. I was wrong. Your Excellency, please spare my life. The man hastily knelt, slapping his own face in desperation. His momentary lapse in restraint had summoned a deadly fate upon him. Yet, His pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears as Gu Changa's followers dragged him toward the blood pool. Remember to watch your tongue in your next life. With a resounding splash, the man was cast into the blood pool, disappearing without a ripple, instantaneously transformed into blood. The gathered cultivators were struck with terror. The Holy Sun was truly formidable. He must not be provoked. He was nothing short of a smiling Grim Reaper. It seemed that the sacred herb would be utterly out of their reach today. Haha, forgive me for the spectacle, esteemed guests. Once the sacred herb matures, you need not concern yourselves with my status. Let us compete fairly. I shall not threaten your lives, families, spouses, friends, or sects for the sake of this competition. With a smile, Gu Changa gently flicked the folding fan in his hand, surveying the crowd from his elevated position with an air of superiority. Goodness, this fellow is quite the pretender. Sure how mused internally. While fair competition was acceptable, with treasures belonging to the capable. Did this young man not comprehend the truth that there are always greater talents beyond one's own? Others might fear him, but we do not. One must act in accordance with one's true intentions, never forsaking the ambition to soar. Look, the sacred herb has blossomed. Chapter 77, The Blooming of the Sacred Herb. Grant me a reflection. Everyone turned their gaze towards the blood pool. Even if the sacred herb was beyond their reach, witnessing its splendor firsthand was a rare opportunity. This was a flower that blossomed once in 10,000 years, and one would only have the chance to see it in this lifetime. As entry into the sacred mysterious realm was restricted to those aged 25 and under, and only those of the golden core late stage and above could enter. The water in the blood pool began to bubble vigorously, mist rising in a haze. A substantial amount of crimson energy gathered from the depths, and soon the entire pool was drained of its sanguine liquid. As the mist dissipated, a peculiar flower emerged from the bottom of the pool, exuding an enchanting fragrance. The flower was a deep crimson, truly extraordinary. Quick, channel your divine thoughts. The crowd hastily reacted. Having been forewarned, they knew that this sacred herb could conjure illusions, driving people to madness, ultimately leading them to turn on one another. In previous instances, the last person standing was the one who claimed the sacred herb, as they were the sole survivor. These were hard-won lessons from the bloody experiences of their predecessors. Bring it to me. Upon seeing the sacred herb, Gu Changa issued his command. Several figures surged forth behind him, their Yuaning realm prowess erupting, causing the bystanders to scatter in alarm. The sacred items of the Son of Heaven were not for them to claim. Alas, they could only observe, not partake. This sacred herb was not intended for their grasp. Sure Hao and his companions took the lead, landing steadily at the pool's bottom. Junior sister, quickly retrieve it. After urging her, Sure Hao ascended into the air. Who dares to compete with the Son of Heaven for this treasure? The lackeys of Gu Changa rushed forward, initially believing that with the sun's deterrent presence, claiming the sacred herb would be a trivial task. They did not anticipate the emergence of several fearless contenders. How intriguing. Gu Changa maintained his smile, though his eyes were filled with a chilling intensity. He had not expected anyone to dare challenge him. Was this not a provocation against his authority? How could he continue to navigate the Eastern Domain under such circumstances? Who are these people? How audacious to contest with the Son of Heaven? I do not know. Let us watch. These individuals are in for misfortune. It was common knowledge that Gu Changa possessed terrifying talent at merely 23 years of age. He had already reached the 5th stage, the late stage of Dongxiu, rivaling the heads of some ordinary first-rate factions with boundless potential ahead. These individuals likely hailed from other continents. Having offended the Son of Heaven, their backing forces would also suffer. With such meager strength, did they truly believe they could seize the sacred herb for themselves? Sure Hao scoffed disdainfully, his fist charged with spiritual energy surging forth. One by one, the lackeys were struck away, crashing heavily to the ground. Impressive. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the young man suspended in the air. Those who dare to take the lead are indeed remarkable. It is known that the subordinates of the Holy Sun are at the very least in the nascent soul realm. Yet, this youth is no match for them. He cannot even withstand a single blow. They begin to think that they too can join the fray. A Void Realm expert? Is there such a young individual in the Eastern Domain? Who might this person be? Gu Changa furrowed his brow in contemplation, but no matter how he pondered, he could not recall this individual's name on the genius leaderboard. Who are you? Which faction do you belong to? Gu Changa inquired. Such a young prodigy is likely not from the Eastern Domain. The power behind him may rival their heavenly sacred land. Do you think you are worthy of knowing my sect? Sure Hao replied coldly. At that moment, Lin Bai and the Black Emperor entered from the entrance. What a lively scene. Hey, senior brother, how did it go? Did you obtain the sacred medicine? Sacred medicine. The Black Emperor spotted the item in the girl's hand in the blood pool, still steaming from its recent extraction. He dashed over in a flash. Previously, he wouldn't have even glanced at sacred medicine. It was merely an ordinary meal, let alone contend for it. Even a dog would shake its head at it. But times have changed. Given his current circumstances, the sacred medicine could indeed replenish his strength. Another ally? Upon seeing the duo of a man and a dog emerge, Guchanga's brows furrowed once more. However, upon closer inspection, he felt at ease. A mere mid-nascent soul, likely incapable of even besting his subordinates. There is no need for concern. Am I not worthy of knowing your sect? Such arrogance. With such a dismissive attitude, it seems they shall remain here forever. Slay them all, and eliminate everyone present. Then, no one will know who is responsible. What does it matter if there are powerful sects from other domains? Would he truly wage war against my heavenly sacred land for a fallen genius? Black Emperor, what are you waiting for? Having witnessed the Black Emperor's might firsthand, Lin Bai was thoroughly convinced. In such circumstances, they needed the support of such a formidable figure. That young man likely would suffice. That young man. Grant this emperor a favor. The sacred medicine belongs to me. The Black Emperor leaped to the center, standing tall and proud as he addressed Guchanga. It is known that even the patriarchs of the imperial clans in the central domain would not dare to disregard the Black Emperor's stature. Seeing the little black dog barking at him, Guchanga was immediately incensed. How dare you? It seems my previous caution in conversing with him has emboldened this mutt to challenge me. Where did the stray come from? Begone! Guchanga roared, exuding an overwhelming aura. His cultivation in the late void realm erupted forth. 7 spiritual orifices manifested behind him, an immense flow of spiritual energy continuously pouring into his being. 7 spiritual orifices. Truly formidable. No wonder he is the Holy Sun. The crowd gasped in awe once again. In the void realm, typically, one who breaks through and opens 5 spiritual orifices is deemed a genius. They had seldom witnessed the Holy Sun in action, yet here he was, having opened 7. A great sage is within reach. A talent worthy of a saint. Do you dare to disregard my authority? The countenance of the Black Emperor darkened. Yet due to the inherent darkness of his visage, the change was scarcely discernible. He once more unleashed the might of the imperial realm, intending to crush the insolent youth beneath his heel. Annihilate. With this command, the scene froze for a full 3 seconds, devoid of any movement, eliciting laughter from the gathered onlookers. Lin Bai stared in bewilderment at the Black Emperor. Good sir, what has become of your previously overwhelming aura? Surely you are not a fleeting shadow of power, initially fierce yet quickly rendered feeble? Ha ha, you wild dog dare to intimidate this holy sun? I shall eliminate you all. Guchanga's spirit surged, advancing boldly towards them, his formidable presence bearing down. By heavens! It seems he has overexerted himself and entered a state of weakness. The Black Emperor realized the anomaly. Curse it, had I known, I would not have postured before that brat. Now, I find myself on the verge of being beaten by a fledgling of the Void Realm. If I were to regain my strength, I would be the first to obliterate this ridiculous holy ground. Chapter 78, Defeating the Holy Sun with Overwhelming Force. By heavens, that brat is yours to handle. Perceiving the dire situation, the Black Emperor retreated behind the crowd. Guchanga advanced in fury, a terrifying aura sweeping through the cavern. The onlookers, intimidated by this overwhelming force, retreated to a safe distance, wary of self-inflicted harm. Come forth. Shurhao also unleashed his cultivation, 9 spiritual orbs manifesting behind him. An unmatched aura erupted forth. The 9 orbs voraciously inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. He relished the challenge posed by such high-caliber talent. What merit is there in defeating with a single blow, without pressure? How can one rise from despair? The two clashed violently, tremendous shock waves causing the cavern to tremble. Spiritual energy intertwined, fists collided. Bang! Each impact resonated through the surroundings. By heavens, this is truly astonishing. Especially that youth. Are you serious about the 9 spiritual orbs? A prodigy indeed. Could he be a paragon from a prominent force in the central domain? Is this truly a battle of the Void Realm? I would believe it if you told me it was a clash of celestial beings. The crowd gazed, wide-eyed, at the two combatants. Their prowess was undeniable. Truly, they were extraordinary individuals, inherently positioned at the pinnacle, surveying their domain from above. The heights they have reached are beyond the aspirations of the onlookers. Senior brother, we shall assist you. Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu unsheathed their swords. Their cultivation lagged significantly behind that of the Holy Sun, yet what did that matter? United in purpose, they could break through any foe. As the great era dawns, Lin Bai, wield but a single sword to slay demons and protect the sect. With a sword, I shall cleave the heavens. Blue Lotus questions the immortal. The phoenixes cry. The two, aware of their insufficient cultivation, unleash their most formidable techniques from the outset. Countless enormous blue lotuses, infused with sword intent, surge forth. The grand specter of the phoenix reappeared, exhaling scorching flames. In that moment, the sounds of music and clangor filled the air. The radiant chill illuminated the cavern. How could this battle be devoid of my presence? Su Yaoyao also arrived, sword in hand, invoking the divine might of the heavens with a powerful strike. Guchanga sensed two formidable attacks approaching from his left and swiftly retreated. Seizing this opportunity, Shi Hao launched a powerful punch aimed at his chest. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Bang. Boom. After two resounding clashes, Guchanga crashed heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood spewing forth, his hair disheveled. The once resplendent image was now utterly diminished. No, this is impossible. Who are you? Guchanga exclaimed. A mixture of astonishment and fury in his voice. 9 spirit caverns. The leading youth possessed a talent that far surpassed his own. The other 3, although of a lower realm, were all prodigies capable of battling beyond their ranks. There is no need for the dead to know too much, Shi Hao remarked coldly. Too weak. This is uninteresting. He hadn't even utilized the supreme sacred body, casually standing with his hands in his pockets, unable to find a worthy opponent. Though his junior brothers and sisters had ambushed him, he had failed to evade their strikes. Humph. You must understand, this is the holy continent, the territory of my sacred land. If you kill this holy son, you will not escape unscathed. His mind was now clouded, moments ago. He pondered whether they hailed from a powerful faction, contemplating that they would not wage war against his sacred land for the sake of a fallen genius. But the situation had changed. He had become the prey. Do not assume that everyone fears your heavenly sacred land. This young lady is Su Yaoyao, the legitimate daughter of the Su family from the southern region. Have you heard of the Su family? My friends here are even more formidable. Their backing stronger than my own family. Can you afford to provoke us? The ancestral figure of the Su family declared, to bolster others' ambitions while diminishing one's own prestige. Is that it? Feng Qingyang interjected. Indeed, those who absorb the essence of matter are remarkable. The Qingyun Sect welcomes you. The Su family. The Su family from the southern region. Those who recognized the name were astounded. One of the top families in the southern region, brimming with powerful figures. They were certainly no match for the sacred land. Yet, no one had anticipated that the legitimate daughter of the Su family would venture to the eastern region for training. Wait, that is not the crux of the matter. If they are even stronger than the Su family, could they be backed by a major force from the central region? It is this holy son who has been defeated. I surrender, spare my life. Guchanga said, his face falling into despair. Shi Hao and his companions continued to regard him with cold indifference. To leave roots uncut invites endless troubles. If we begin, we must see it through to the end. How infuriating. They refused to be deceived. Why? Why? Guchanga erupted in a frenzy, as if driven mad. Damn the sacred land's dishonor, the holy son's disgrace. It is all an illusion, all a fade. Having so humbly pleaded for mercy, these individuals remained unmoved. He had planned to wait until they were convinced. Then deliver a fatal blow with his trump card. Now it seemed, that would be laid bare. The fire of madness burned fiercely in Guchanga's eyes. Should this battle be publicized, even if he survived, his reputation would plummet. The renowned figure, Guchanga, defeated by a group of lower realm warriors. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Then let it be mutual destruction. Die. Guchanga unleashed a scroll. A silhouette emerged from within, a powerful aura sweeping over everyone. The heavens trembled. The cave dwelling was directly overturned. A colossal figure materialized above the open cavern, a manifestation of a powerful being from the sacred realm. This was Guchanga's final resort. He sought to annihilate all who stood before him, ensuring that no one would carry word of this battle beyond these confines. Those who dared to show disrespect towards the Holy Sun would meet their demise. The overwhelming majesty of the sacred realm descended upon them, crushing all arrogance beneath its weight. Yet, the group below, including Shi Hao, remained unperturbed. They were all individuals of notable lineage. Did he think he was the only one with hidden cards? Shi Hao produced a scroll of his own, casting it forth. From within emerged a graceful figure, the avatar of Mu Shuixian. After a month of recuperation, although she could only summon the peak strength of the Holy Realm, her imperial might and divine consciousness remained largely intact, with minimal damage. The lotus form was continuously restoring her vitality. Who dares to target my Qingyun Sect? Exterminate. The avatar of Mu Shuixian surged upward, a single person wielding a sword, piercing the heavens. The formidable sword intent, intermingled with supreme imperial might, swept forth, shattering the manifestation of the sacred realm's powerful being. No, this is impossible. Guchanga fell to the ground, rendered speechless. His final card, his reliance, was effortlessly cleaved in twain by a mere stroke of a sword. The avatar of Mu Shuixian cast a cold glance in his direction. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming pressure capable of annihilating worlds bear down upon him. Before he could even scream, he was reduced to a mist of blood, dissipating into the ether. She then vanished as well. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. How terrifying. The hidden avatar was obliterated by a single sword strike, and the holy sun was crushed by a mere gaze. Who were these individuals? A storm was brewing in the eastern domain. Chapter 79, The Sword Saint Blows the Snow. A tempest approaches the Empress of Water. The Black Emperor was astonished. The Empress of Water was still alive. Witnessing this spectacle, the Black Emperor was no longer composed. What was happening? Had the Empress of Water survived and joined the sects of the Eastern Domain? A myriad of questions flooded his mind. He had been a close friend of the Empress. 100,000 years prior, he had witnessed her ambush and demise at the hands of the unblemished Emperor. He had rushed to engage in battle with the unblemished, but had ultimately been overpowered, escaping only with great difficulty. Severely wounded, he had traversed to the sacred state of the Eastern Domain, where the battle had raged in chaos, obscuring the sun and moon. He had fled in disarray, nearly losing his very soul. To recover, he had sealed himself within this sacred mysterious realm. Yet, 100,000 years had passed, and today, he could behold his former friend once more. A plethora of questions swirled in his heart. It was imperative that he followed these juniors. The Empress of Water was likely among the higher echelons of their sect. Only by accompanying them could he hope to reunite with his long-lost companion. With this thought, the Black Emperor's gaze hardened. Despite his usual rebellious nature, he harbored a tender side. For the sake of his friend, he would risk everything. Even the annihilation of his soul. In the Qingyun Sect, within the Elder Hall, Mu Shuixian, in a meditative state, since the emergence of her avatar. Anyone who dares to disturb my Qingyun Sect seeks their own demise, she murmured, her expression as frigid as ice. At that moment, the life-saving trump card entrusted to Hua Qingyu and her companions was the Doppelganger Scroll. Meanwhile, at the heavenly sacred land, chaos erupted. Oh no, the saint's life token has shattered. The exclamations reverberated throughout the sacred grounds. Impossible. Did the saint ascend? What? Who dares to lay hands on the saint? Who possesses such audacity? They could hardly believe that someone had the temerity to slay their saint within the confines of the holy province. This was an affront. A blatant provocation. If they did not eradicate this foe, how could their sacred land maintain its standing in the Eastern Domain? What face would they have to uphold the title of the foremost sacred land? Countless formidable figures emerged, as several powerful members of the sacred land inquired into the matter. One after another, imposing figures emerged from their secluded meditations. In the grand hall of the sacred land, indignation filled the air. You actually dared to kill our saint. How audacious. Several elders of the sacred land vehemently condemned the act. The sacred lord, Yang Zizai, sat in the main seat. His countenance darkened. His fury was on the verge of boiling over. After thousands of years of stability, someone had once again dared to challenge their sacred land. Very well. It seems the world has forgotten the fate of the last individual who provoked our sacred land. Once, in the Eastern Domain, there had not merely been 5 sacred lands, but 6, the mist blue sacred land of Boizhou. Thousands of years ago, emboldened by the presence of 3 saints, they had the audacity to confront the heavenly sacred land. Their ultimate fate was a massacre, resulting in the utter destruction of the mist blue sacred land and the fragmentation of Boizhou, which thereafter languished as the lowest tier of the Eastern Domain. It was because of that battle that the heavenly sacred land firmly established its dominance as the supreme sacred land of the Eastern Domain. Now, after a span of millennia, someone dared to challenge the heavenly sacred land once more. It appeared it was time for the current generation to be reminded of the sacred land's majesty. Whoever dares to assassinate our saint shall not escape. With a command from the sacred lord, the powerful members of the sacred land sprang into action. They positioned themselves at the entrance of the secret realm, lying in wait for their quarry. Yang Zizai leaned back in his chair, eyes closed in contemplation. With the saint's prowess, could there truly be anyone within the secret realm capable of ending his life? even if there were insurmountable dangers. The saint possessed a doppelganger at the manifestation realm. Was it possible that prodigies from other domains were involved? A day later, Shi Hao and his companions, along with a dog, emerged from the sacred Qian secret realm. Brother, this trip was certainly not in vain. We have gathered such splendid treasures, Lin Bai exclaimed, joyfully holding a spatial ring. After dispatching the saint, they had traversed various locations within the secret realm over the past 2 days, acquiring numerous valuable items, including spirit stones and various resources. Among the most precious was the blood-red nether flower, a sacred herb. Additionally, there were those who had supported the saint during the battle. Under their reasoning and threats, they had politely surrendered all their valuable possessions and spatial rings to them for safekeeping. At that time, Lin Bai had even patted a few of them on the shoulder, assuring them, "Rest assured, we shall safeguard your belongings well." She was unable to produce anything. And in the end, she uttered, "Master, how am I?" At that moment, Shi Hao suddenly sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow, glancing around. The situation was dire. Junior brother. The 4 of them paused, recalling the slaying of that saintly offspring. It seemed that the forces of the heavenly sacred land had arrived. If they could not contend with the younger generation, they would have to resort to the older ones. Meanwhile, the strong members of the heavenly sacred land learned that it was the disciples of the Qingyun Sect and the legitimate daughter of the Su family from the southern region who had slain the saintly offspring. That figure was utterly terrifying. With a single strike, he shattered the saint's trump card and declared that anyone who dared to harm the disciples of the Qingyun Sect would face annihilation. Such overwhelming dominance. If they could join such a sect in their lifetime, it would not be in vain. They were aware that the Qingyun Sect and the Su family were ancient families from the southern region, comparable in strength to their sacred land. But they had to await the decision of their lord. However, from where did this Qingyun Sect emerge? "Master, I believe I have heard of it," one remarked. The Qingyun Sect in Lingzhou, a sect that instilled fear across the 3 sacred lands of Huangzhou, Tianzhou, and Qingzhou, had sent powerful figures to slay the 4 sacred beasts. The news had already reached this side, but the tidings of the Yudon sacred land's submission had yet to arrive. A sect that suppresses the 4 sacred lands. Those who were aware were awed by the might of the Qingyun Sect. As they conversed, they spotted Shi Hao and his companions. "Halt. Are you the ones who killed our sacred land's saintly offspring?" Shi Hao looked up. Dozens of formidable figures descended from the sky, gazing down upon them with authority. "And what if we are?" Shi Hao understood the futility of escape and prepared to fight with all his might. They still possessed several trump cards given by the Water Immortal Elders, which would be sufficient for their escape. "Brother Shi Hao, allow me." Su Yaoyao stepped forward. "Elder Yi, I must trouble you to take action." She addressed the sky. Just as her words fell, an even more powerful aura surged forth. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage appeared above them. "Who dares to harm the young lady of the Su family? First, ask if this old man's treasured blade consents." The elder's imposing presence surged forth as a gleaming blade materialized in his grasp, spreading a terrifying aura around him. Some members of the heavenly sacred land were sent flying. This elder was Su Yaoyao's guardian, Yichui Shui, the head of the Su family. Concerned for her safety during her trials in the eastern region, had assigned her a powerful protector who had been secretly safeguarding her all along. A manifest sage. "Sir, your young lady may depart, and we shall converse with your Su family regarding the matter that follows. However, the other 3 must remain. In the struggles of great powers, human emotions often play a crucial role. They were reluctant to engage in war with the Su family over a deceased saintly offspring, as it would only lead to mutual destruction. Instead, they preferred to negotiate for greater benefits. Chapter 80. The Battle of Manifest Sages. The Black Emperor takes action as for the Qingyun Sect's intimidation of the 3 sacred lands and its dispatch of strong figures to slay the 4 sacred beasts. They regarded it with indifference. At most, they were surprised that such a powerful sect had emerged quietly from Lingzhou. However, that was the extent of their concern. The other 3 sacred lands were not worthy of carrying the shoes of the heavenly sacred land. The notion that one's own sacred ground is equated with theirs is truly an affront. Only the Yudan's sacred ground in Xianzhou would warrant any semblance of respect from them. After all, no matter how formidable one may be, they remain reliant on the assistance of medicinal elixirs. The Yudan's sacred ground possesses profound heritage, likely bolstered by the support of a formidable force from the central domain's Pill sect. Yet, he remains oblivious to the implications of the Yudan's sacred ground aligning itself with the Qingyun sect. What a farce. My lady's friend is indeed a friend of the Su family. What if I were to insist on taking them all away? Yuchue Shui let out a cold laugh, unleashing the aura of a mid-stage manifestation realm expert. The great blade in his hand had been yearning for action, with hair fluttering in the wind. Combined with his overwhelming presence, he resembled a living blade saint. For over a month, he had covertly safeguarded his lady, while the other 3 young companions repeatedly assisted her. Together, the 4 of them ventured forth, mutually aiding one another, and reaped substantial rewards, all of which he had observed keenly. He was also astonished by the talent of those 3 companions, whose cultivation and prowess had soared in just over a month. Akin to soaring through the skies in a spaceship, truly remarkable. What kind of sect could cultivate such monstrous prodigies? Just how powerful must that sect be? Furthermore, the Su family harbors no fear of this so-called sacred ground. Are you suggesting that today cannot end peacefully? The leading expert from the Tiansheng sacred ground wore a grim expression. Do you not recognize whose territory this is? The multitude of cultivators from the outside is watching. Do you not care for your own reputation? Humph, the Su family of the southern domain, though I may not dare to act against you. However, this Qingyun Sect is a matter of my eastern domain. What makes you think you can meddle in our affairs? When the time comes, it would be a mere matter of a word from my sacred ground to obliterate the Qingyun Sect. Who in the eastern domain would dare defy us? Upon hearing this, Shi Hao and his companions stepped forward together. It is permissible to insult them, but to insult Qingyun is unacceptable. Hey, old man, do not shout at us here. If you have the capability, venture to Qingyun and confront them. A bunch of frogs in a well. Do they truly believe the eastern domain is dictated by your Tiansheng sacred ground? Although they were uncertain about the exact number of powerful individuals within their sect, their master had mentioned that many were either traveling or in slumber. At the master's command, the powerful would gather in droves, their presence traversing the vast eastern domain, instilling fear in the 3 sacred grounds. Without delving further, one could surmise that even their ancestor alone would suffice to leave the Tiansheng sacred ground trembling. With such a grand sect backing them, they feared no one, no force in the eastern domain. Ha ha ha, what is your Qingyun Sect? 3 insignificant ants dare to shout at me? I could slay you right now and compel your sect leader to kneel before my sacred ground, seeking atonement for the transgressions against the Holy Sun. Upon concluding his words, the elder of the sacred ground unleashed a formidable aura of the manifestation realm. His cultivation level matched that of Yichue Shui, both being mid-stage manifestation realm experts. The Holy Master had sent him to eliminate the murderer of the Holy Sun. Dare to insult my master? Old fool, no one can save you. Shi Hao gritted his teeth, his fingers cracking with tension, veins bulging on his forehead. His master was his savior and had imparted to him unparalleled techniques. He would not permit anyone to humiliate his master. Shi Hao and the others exchanged glances, each revealing the hidden cards bestowed upon them by the Elder Water Fairy. Today would either spell death for the fish or destruction for the net. Enough with the idle chatter. My hands are itching for a fight. Let me sharpen my skills on you, he declared. Ladies, do be cautious. He was aware that the young lady possessed a trump card from the clan head, so he felt free to unleash his fury. Yichue Shui soared into the fray, engaging in battle with the formidable leader of the sacred land. The 2 ascended into the heavens, their clash creating waves of immense power that threatened to engulf everyone present. Above, in the celestial realm, a colossal sacred might clashed repeatedly, akin to the onset of a catastrophic storm. Such fierce battles among the eminent beings of the manifestation realm were a rarity in the eastern domain. The last confrontation of such magnitude occurred millennia ago during the annihilation of the misty blue sacred land, a battle that left the heavens weeping, forever commemorated as the Day of Divine Descent. Today, as the eminent beings clashed anew, dark clouds loomed ominously. The sound of shattering space resonated, the overwhelming sacred might echoing for thousands of miles. By heavens, witnessing the duel of these 2 titans today will be a tale I can regale for a lifetime, exclaimed a spectator. The Su clan's powerful figure is actually fighting to protect the members of the Qingyun Sect. Could there be a connection between these 2 factions? Perhaps. Did you not see the Su clan's heiress in close company with those from the Qingyun Sect? Could she be a Dao partner with one of them? Broaden your perspective. Is it possible she is the Dao partner of the Qingyun Sect's leader? The cultivators from the outside speculated fervently. Regardless, it was clear that none among them could contend with these formidable forces. Eliminate them, commanded the strong warriors of the heavenly sacred land as they approached the remaining juniors, their formidable presence unmistakable and overwhelming. In response, Shi Hao and his companions revealed their hidden cards, 2 delicate swords, and a scroll. With a swift motion, the 2 small swords transformed into massive blades, soaring upwards. The avatar of the water fairy emerged from the scroll, mounting the giant swords as she charged forward. Those who dare to harm my Qingyun kin shall find themselves eternally trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. The elder water fairy had instructed them well. These swords were manifestations of her sword domain, unstoppable and capable of cleaving heaven and earth. As for her avatar, Sure Hao and the others had already witnessed its prowess in the secret realm, where it had effortlessly obliterated foes. This was the source of their confidence. With these 3 hidden cards, they could surely depart unscathed today. Water Fairy Empress. The Black Emperor, upon seeing the avatar of his old acquaintance, was filled with exhilaration. In an instant, his imperial aura erupted, overwhelming Sure Hao and his companions, sending them hurtling away. He soared upwards, following the avatar of Mu Shuexian. Old friend. After 100,000 years, how have you fared? Today, I shall join you in battle once more. Sure Hao and his companions scrambled to their feet, somewhat disheveled. Cough. Cough. What is going on with the Black Emperor? Has he lost his mind, attacking even his own? Lin Bai remarked first. Why does the Black Emperor fluctuate in strength? Does he grow weak against the weak and strong against the strong? Do not worry, my brothers. I have yet to reveal my hidden card, and with Elder Yi present, we shall return safely today, reassured Sure Hao. Su Yaoyao also stood up and spoke. She was well aware of Elder Yi's strength, which ranked among the top in their Su family. His mastery of the blade was formidable. He once wielded the Dragon Slayer to vanquish a dragon of the same realm. Otherwise, her father would not have dispatched him to protect her. Chapter 81. Annihilating the powerhouses of the Sacred Land. A storm rising in the eastern domain on the other side. The avatar of Mu Shuxian advanced with sword in hand. 2 colossal swords surged forth, casting a terrifying sword domain over dozens of formidable beings from the heavenly Sacred Land. What is this? Don't come any closer. They seemed to witness the most horrifying spectacle of their lives. The sky, once merely shadowed by clouds, darkened instantaneously. The atmosphere grew ominously oppressive, resembling a hellish realm. The 2 gigantic swords descended upon them, unleashing a cacophony of wails. Spare me. How vile. The Sacred Land will avenge us. The great swords rampaged through the ranks, cleaving through the heavenly Sacred Land as warriors as if they were mere paper, crumbling at the slightest touch. This emperor is poised to unleash a massacre once again. The Black Emperor charged forward, instantly reverting to its original form. With twin horns atop its head and eyes like lightning, its ebony skin bristling with spines, its size multiplied manifold, towering above the ground. It resembled an ancient beast of terror. Little Black? The avatar of Mu Shuxian glanced over. In an instant, her thoughts were transported back 100,000 years to that moment of adventure shared with a dog. Why is Little Black here? Why is it with the disciple of the sect master? A tremor coursed through her heart, a friend from 100 millennia past, now reunited in the eastern domain. Without further contemplation, she soared into the sword domain, shattering several figures with a single strike. The Black Emperor opened its maw wide, devouring dozens in a single gulp. An overwhelming imperial might shook the very core of existence. In mere moments, the warriors of the heavenly Sacred Land lay dead or wounded in droves. This duo, 1 man and 1 dog, were nothing short of demons. Cursed be it, how did the sacred sun provoke such formidable beings? It was utterly catastrophic, truly catastrophic. This was far beyond a mere skirmish. As the last foe was slaughtered, Mu Shuxian finally paused. Is that you, Little Black? It's been so long. The Black Emperor nodded. Indeed, it has been 100,000 years. I never expected to see you again. Weren't you ambushed by Wuchen? How? The Black Emperor inquired, voicing its lingering curiosity. It surmised that the Empress of Water had escaped with her residual soul and encountered some fortuitous event that led her here. Time was of the essence and explanations were futile. I am currently at the Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect? Mu Shuxian declared, and her figure dissipated into the ether. The Black Emperor reverted to its small black dog form and descended. A sensation of fatigue washed over it, as though its essence had been drained. It had forcibly unleashed a surge of power and would require ample time to recover. What manner of sect is the Qingyun Sect? Why had this emperor never heard of it before? A sect capable of enlisting the Empress of Water surely possesses remarkable attributes. Finally, it was confirmed. An old friend was within the Qingyun Sect, the Black Emperor mused. Was that truly your original form just now? As the Black Emperor descended, Lin Bai was taken aback and inquired, his mind racing back to the earlier shadow that loomed over them like an ancient divine beast. It was utterly astonishing. Yet, it seemed that the Black Emperor had an acquaintance in Elder Shui Xian. How peculiar. Could it be that Elder Shui Xian had also ventured into this sacred mysterious realm? I have long asserted that assisting you in resolving matters is merely a trivial task, the Black Emperor feigned nonchalance. Were it not for his own state of depletion, a mere glance could obliterate these insignificant ants. Once again, the cultivators from the outside world were astounded, their scalps tingling in shock. Were numerous powerful figures from the sacred grounds truly vanished? It was terrifying. They had initially deemed themselves fortunate to witness a confrontation between two eminent beings of the sacred realm, yet little did they anticipate being spectators to such an extraordinary battle. The members of the Qingyun Sect were indeed formidable. It was imperative not to provoke them. With such a powerful figure emerging and such a sect manifesting, could it be that the cultivation era in the Eastern Domain was on the verge of revival? Ever since the Demon Clan ravaged the Eastern Domain and the Mid-Age fracture ensued, the entire region had languished. The cultivation world had grown woefully weak. Apart from the Heavenly Saint sacred ground, no other forces could muster a worthy challenge against the other four domains. Was it now, under the banner of the Qingyun Sect, that the Eastern Domain was destined to rise anew? In the heavens above, the elder leading the sacred ground found himself at a slight disadvantage. However, he remained unperturbed. On their home turf, what could this Su family member possibly do to him? Calculating the time, his own people should have already eliminated those few younglings. Ha ha ha. Yi Chue Shui observed that, amidst their conflict, the opponent had begun to chuckle. What was going on? You're at a disadvantage, yet you can still laugh? The advantage lies with me. Huh, old man. You surely wouldn't wish for any misfortune to befall your young lady, would you? Let us call it a day. I suspect that those Qingyun Sect members have already been crushed. But rest assured, we will not harm your Su family's young lady. However, if you desire her safety, then I recommend your family head engage in dialogue with our sacred lord. Not only will this fulfill the sacred lord's orders, but it will also yield benefits for him. He will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, Yi Chue Shui sheathed his weapon. Although the young lady possessed her own trump cards, he feared potential hidden agendas from the sacred ground. Though he currently held the upper hand, if the opponent wished to escape, he wouldn't be able to stop them. It would be prudent to first withdraw the young lady and a few companions before strategizing further. At their level of cultivation, unless one possessed overwhelming power, it was exceedingly difficult to eliminate an opponent. With this in mind, he chose not to linger in the confrontation. I shall remember today's events. Should anything happen to my young lady, the entirety of your sacred ground shall pay the price. You're in no position to make threats. The young lady of the Su family has already been captured. However, the commotion just now seemed rather excessive. Even from their lofty heights, they must have felt the tremors. The powerful figure from the sacred ground thought to himself. Yi Chue Shui descended, landing amidst the chaos. The scene before him was one of utter devastation, with nothing left but an eerie emptiness. What is the cause of the pervasive scent of blood in the air? Where is the young lady? Could something have happened to her? A wave of dread washed over him. If anything were to befall her, the entire eastern region would be thrown into chaos by the clan leader. At that moment, a message arrived through the communication talisman. Su Yaoyao assured him that they were safe and had distanced themselves from the area, providing him with their current location. Sure, Hao and his companions were not foolish. They understood they were on the territory of the Holy Land, where danger could strike at any moment. The best strategy was to retreat, and as for settling scores, that could wait. Yi Chue Shui hastily pursued after hearing this. Meanwhile, the elder leading the Holy Land descended slowly. Where are they? He immediately seized a foreign cultivator and inquired, I demand to know, what happened to the people below just now? A foreboding sensation gripped him. The trembling cultivator recounted the earlier events. The Holy Land's strong were decimated, and the people of Qingyun Sect had already retreated. What? The Holy Land's powerful figure erupted in fury, crushing the person in his grip into a mist of blood. Simultaneously, within the grand hall of the Heavenly Saint Holy Land, the Holy Master Yang Zizai wore a dark and fearsome expression. His wrath surged even more than before, a formidable aura obliterating all the furnishings in the hall into dust. Qingyun Sect. The Holy Master Yang Zizai uttered each syllable with gritted teeth, his anger palpable. The overwhelming holy might enveloped the entire Holy Land, causing all the elders in the Grand Hall to prostrate themselves in terror. The atmosphere was thick with the Holy Master's fury. The heavens themselves seemed to tremble. especially the elder who had led the previous expedition, who had anticipated a reward for his supposed success. Little did he know that these young ones possessed such formidable trump cards. After all, could the daughter of the Su family lack a means of self-preservation? Qingyun Sect's ability to intimidate the three great holy lands was no simple feat, yet they still paled in comparison to the might of the Holy Land. This time, he had underestimated the situation. Now, he found himself in a predicament, losing both his resources and his warriors. How audacious of Qingyun Sect to slay hundreds of their powerful cultivators. The involvement of the Su family only deepened his ire. Did they truly believe the Holy Land could be trampled upon without consequence? Initially, he had aimed to eliminate those responsible for the death of the Holy Sun and impose significant repercussions upon Qingyun Sect. Though Qingyun Sect may not rival them, it certainly harbored secrets that warranted caution. Their sudden rise could very well be supported by a powerful backing. After all, as the Holy Sun Guchanga had said, would one go to war over a fallen genius? Yet, he never anticipated that such a scenario would unfold within his own domain. Seated upon the throne, Yang Zizai displayed neither sorrow nor joy. However, the sheer weight of the holy might emanating from him spoke volumes about his current state of mind. As the holy master of a region, he had many considerations, but the circumstances had changed. The people of Qingyun Sect had not only killed the Holy Sun, but also slaughtered hundreds of their powerful cultivators. If they failed to eradicate this sect, where would the face of their esteemed Holy Land be placed? Subsequently, he uttered a few words lightly, scoffed, and turned to depart. Within 10 days, he would shatter the Azure Clouds. As for the Su family of the Southern Domain, they would slowly settle their accounts with them. This time, numerous powerful figures from various sacred grounds emerged from their seclusion. Terrifying silhouettes returned from the outside world, and the slumbering ancestors arose from their coffins. After a day of fermenting news, the Eastern Domain erupted in fervor. The foremost sacred ground of the Eastern Domain, the Heavenly Sacred Ground, announced its intention to crush the recently ascendant Azure Cloud Sect. According to informed sources, individuals from the Azure Cloud Sect and the eldest daughter of the Su family had slain the sacred sun within the sacred mysterious realm. Upon exiting the realm, they utilized their trump cards to annihilate hundreds of powerful sacred beings. The scene was one that left listeners trembling and witnesses weak at the knees. It was utterly terrifying. A figure, ethereal as a celestial being, wielded dual colossal swords that cleaved through the heavens, effortlessly vanquishing countless foes before departing with grace. Another, reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast, swallowed numerous strong opponents, trampling dozens of sacred beings underfoot. When this news broke, it sent shockwaves through the cultivators of the Eastern Domain. It was awe-inspiring. Who would have thought that such a formidable sect existed in Lingzhou? They had already intimidated the three major sacred grounds. And now the Azure Cloud Sect dared to confront the Heavenly Sacred Ground head-on. Your information is woefully outdated. Have you heard of the Yudan Sacred Ground? The Yudan Sacred Ground? The alchemical sacred ground in Xianzhou, backed by the Pil Sect? Indeed. The Yudan Sacred Ground recently declared its allegiance to the Azure Cloud Sect. Upon the full dissemination of this news, the entire Eastern Domain was left in astonishment. Incredible! Could the Azure Cloud Sect truly dominate the 5 sacred grounds with its singular strength? Where did this sect emerge from, rising with such unprecedented speed? It is either an ancient hidden sect or an emerging powerhouse. Others proclaimed that after tens of millions of years, a brilliant era had once again dawned upon the Eastern Domain. Great sects were ascending, propelling the Eastern Domain to unprecedented heights, shocking the other 4 domains. Some even suggested that the Azure Cloud Sect was overreaching. To challenge the foremost sacred ground head-on was simply inviting humiliation. Within a certain sect, there were exclamations of joy. The day of our Eastern Domain's resurgence has arrived. All members, heed my command. From this day forth, we shall reverently acknowledge the Azure Cloud Sect as the Celestial Sect of the Eastern Domain. And the Master of Azure Cloud Sect shall be regarded as the Emperor of the Eastern Domain. However, numerous factions supporting the Heavenly Sacred Ground expressed their concerns. In their view, the Azure Cloud Sect had risen too rapidly, lacking any substantial foundation, and everything was but an ephemeral illusion, insufficient to rival the foremost sacred ground of the Eastern Domain. It was prudent to express loyalty early on, as it could yield future advantages. Meanwhile, at the boundary of the sacred continent, a voice spoke. Young friend Sure Hao, now that your Azure Cloud Sect has offended the sacred grounds, you must prepare early. Though our Su family fears them not, your Azure Cloud Sect resides within the Eastern Domain, making it difficult to reach you from afar. As the sacred being stated, the Su family is far in the southern domain. Are we to wage war across domains against the sacred grounds? Yi Chue Shui stroked his grizzled beard and remarked. The battle from 2.5 days prior had passed, and they had since distanced themselves from the heavenly sacred ground, arriving at the boundary of the sacred continent, which, after all, was sacred ground territory. Even a fierce dragon cannot cross a river alone, with only one person and a dog, along with 4 young friends. They were ill-equipped to contend with the sacred grounds. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your righteous assistance. Sure Hao and the others expressed their gratitude with a wave of their hands. Originally, the affairs of the Su family in the southern domain were of no concern to them. The leader of the sacred ground had already stated that they could leave. Yet this elder still acted out of righteousness. Indeed, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. No matter, it is a trifling matter. However, the situation regarding the sacred ground must be approached with caution. As a senior member of the Su family, he naturally understands that these powerful factions are not to be underestimated. Each harbors secrets of profound significance. Prudence is paramount. Senior brother, we must conclude our training and return to the sect, Lin Bai said anxiously. I feel ashamed. I told our master that our training would extend. Yet it has barely been over a month. Although my strength and cultivation have surged considerably, we have also attracted formidable enemies. They must confront these challenges alongside the sect. Back to Qingyun. I shall refine my divine sword and shed my blood for it. We will storm the sacred ground and fight for Qingyun. Very well. Let us return to the sect first. They should already be aware of this matter, Sure Hao mused. This is our transgression, and we must bear the consequences. It was that so-called sacred son who initially wielded power to oppress, and now the sacred ground has insulted our master and disrespected Qingyun. This is intolerable. They must comprehend the strength of Qingyun Sect. Sure Hao, my young friend, may we visit your esteemed sect? When the sacred ground strikes, I could lend my support. Yi Chue Shui interjected, eager to witness the grandeur of Qingyun Sect, which had captivated even the eldest young lady. Although the strong of the Su family could not arrive immediately, with his mid-stage manifestation of the sacred realm, he could still be of significant assistance. Yet, he wondered what level of strength his cultivation would represent within Qingyun Sect. Su Yaoao added, Indeed, Sure Hao, since you are returning early, it is the perfect opportunity for me to see Qingyun as well. The most excited among them was the Black Emperor, for an old friend awaited him at Qingyun Sect. He had questions that needed answers. Wuchen, you wait for me. Chapter 83. Those who insult Qingyun shall be punished. Meanwhile, news reached Lingzhou. What? The sacred ground dares to proclaim they will crush our sect. They truly have the audacity of the Supreme Heart Emperor. I dare them. I, the Ikunzong, shall be the first to object. Calm down, brother. This is merely a power struggle among major factions. What place does a small third-rate sect have in this? Do not underestimate my Ikunzong. We shall send forces to attack you. In Xianzhou, the Yudon Sacred Ground also sent out a proclamation, severing all medicinal resources to the Heavenly Saint Sacred Ground. They called upon alchemists in the Eastern Domain, threatening to strip any who dared to assist the Heavenly Saint of their status. They even consumed the medicinal pills being prepared for the Heavenly Saint Sacred Ground. In Qingyun Sect, within Qingzhen Hall, Feng Qingyang sat in the principal position. The divine purple light swirled around him, his hair cascading like a waterfall. His sword-like brows and starry eyes bore an expressionless visage, although no aura was overtly displayed. An overwhelming sense of authority emanated from him, making it difficult for others to meet his gaze. He had reached the late stage of the sacred realm. Ah, truly. As the foremost divine body of the myriad heavens, I would call this cultivation speed second to none. Who would dare to claim the first? In a mere few days, through his diligent cultivation, his realm has ascended rapidly. His cultivation level has progressed from the initial stage of the sacred realm to its later stage. It is noteworthy that the process of absorbing the sacred source is typically excruciatingly slow for most formidable beings in the sacred realm. A minor elevation in realm usually demands arduous effort. Yet, for him, even in a state of indulgence, progress is swift, and with a little seriousness, it accelerates dramatically. Ding! The heavenly sacred land has insulted the Qingyun Sect and the host. Can this be tolerated? Where shall the future foremost divine sect of the heavens place its dignity? The host is advised to dispatch a powerful individual to annihilate them promptly. A gentle reminder, upon their destruction, the task of gaining renown in the eastern domain will be accomplished, and the host will receive substantial rewards. Ah, finally. This is the very statement I've been awaiting. just a day prior. Elder Mu Shuaxian reported that the trump card left for Sure Hao and the others had been activated. The Heavenly Sacred Land has issued a provocation. This simplifies matters greatly. I have been waiting for the system. What are you waiting for? For death? I opened my personal panel. Master, Feng Qingyang, Realm, late stage of the Sacred Realm. Disciples, Lin Bai, Sure Hao, Hua Qingyu, Physique, Heavenly Divine Body. Sect Elders, Ancestor Li Qingyun, Pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. Guard Elder Wang Xian, Pinnacle of the Sacred Realm. Outer Sect Elders Yi Bai, Mu Tian, Mu Feng, Pinnacle of the Sacred Realm, 5 guards. Inner Sect Elder Mu Shuaxian, Pinnacle of the Manifested Sacred Realm, Luo Chun, Initial Stage of the Manifested Sacred Realm. Law Enforcement Elder Luo Wudao, Initial Stage of the Manifested Sacred Realm, Scripture Hall Elder Nya Hailong, Initial Stage of the Manifested Sacred Realm. Alchemy Hall Elder Mo1, Pinnacle of the Great Sacred Realm. Honorary Elder Long Xia, Pinnacle of the Manifested Sacred Realm, Miscellaneous 4 Sacred Beasts, 9th Order Sacred Beasts. Outer Sect Disciples, 600, Miscellaneous Disciples, 1400. Sect, Qingyun Sect, Level 11500, 010-0000. Eligible for upgrade. Excellent. The second level sect can finally be upgraded. If this time the sect value is still insufficient, Feng Qingyang would surely dismantle the system piece by piece. His recent proactive cultivation was also subtly encouraged by the system, which informed him that as the host grows stronger, so too will the summoned figures. Of course, this is contingent upon the specific realm of the powerful beings. Why was this not mentioned earlier? He glanced at the prestige points shop. His prestige points had risen from 500,000 to 700,000. Quite commendable. He had made further progress towards his modest goal. To soon possess a formidable being of the Emperor realm as a servant, he needed to exert even greater effort. Now, all preparations are in place. Only the annihilation of the sacred land remains. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun Sect, the disciples were all stirred with fervor. Who dares to provoke our Qingyun Sect? The disciples of our explosive faction will not stand idly by. What wretched sacred land! In my previous life, I could have effortlessly obliterated it with a breath, and even in this life, given me a few decades, I would still crush it. Qin Han mused quietly. Feeling a profound sense of belonging to the Qingyun Sect, being part of such a sect is indeed a tremendous honor. On another front, Master, have you heard of the sect? I seem to recall it, but such sacred lands are hardly worthy of fear. In my lifetime, I never regarded them with any seriousness. As an elder of the Pill Sect, the sacred lands of the Eastern Domain do not merit my attention. Not to mention, with just a word in the Central Domain, there are plenty willing to act on my behalf. The speakers are Dan Qing and his disciple Ningyan. Ever since he pledged allegiance to the sect at the sacred land of Dan, his workload has considerably lightened. Primarily, it is because he lacks the opportunity to engage in competition. Those individuals are exceedingly fervent in their alchemical pursuits. However, when it comes to the speed of concocting elixirs, his solitary practice over the millennia has not been in vain. A resounding chorus of condemnation fills the air. The foremost rule among the 8 tenets of the sect stipulates, those who offend our Qingyun shall be punished, no matter how distant. Meanwhile, within the great hall of Qingyun, elders have gathered. The grandeur of their collective presence saturates the hall. Each individual, remarkable in their own right, would command respect in the Eastern Domain, capable of shaking the very earth with their presence. For peak elders of the Saint Realm occupy the outermost seats. They represent the outer gate and the guardians of the sect. Deeper within the assembly sit 5 formidable beings of the manifest Saint Realm. Among them are the inner gate elders Mu Shuaxian and Luochen, along with the elders from the Law Enforcement Hall, the Cultivation Hall, and the Venerable Dragon Xie. The elder Mo1 from the Alchemy Hall, alongside the honorary elderly Qin Xin, share the space with these esteemed figures. 11 powerful elders constitute the backbone of the Qingyun Sect. Although each exudes an extraordinary presence, they regard the sect leader in the central seat with utmost reverence. In their hearts, the sect leader is the most enigmatic and formidable of all, wielding control over the sect's lifeblood, possessing celestial artifacts, and surveying the continent from on high. Their current achievements are solely attributable to the leader's guidance. Feng Qingyang occupies the central position, surveying the elders below with a burgeoning sense of accomplishment. After over a month of arduous effort, the progress of the Qingyun Sect is evident to all. The saints assume the role of elders, and prodigies are chosen as direct disciples. Supported by the ancient emperor ancestor, and with his own remarkable presence, Who dares to underestimate them across the 5 domains? Now is the moment to truly enter the fray, to demonstrate to those jesters the consequences of challenging the might of Qingyun. Feng Qingyang's authoritative voice resonated. To offend Qingyun must be punished. Exterminate! Exterminate! All the elders rose in unison, echoing his call. Their powerful voices reverberated throughout the Qingyun mountain range, startling the cultivators laboring below. Heavens! As they construct Qingyun City, what spectacle is about to unfold? The disciples of Qingyun are invigorated, their spirits soaring. The esteemed leader has decided to wage war against the sacred land. Thank you to all the esteemed figures for your gifts. I am at a loss for how to repay you. I plan to toil night and day until I can no longer continue. Thank you. Chapter 84. The Ancestor Appears. A grand entrance meanwhile, within the Qingyun Hall, as Feng Qingyang's words settled, he surveyed the assembled elders below. A thought crossed his mind. It is time to summon the Emperor Realm Ancestor into action. If we are to play, let us play for high stakes. If it is a dragon, let it coil. If it is a tiger, let it lie low. No, it should be, if it is a supreme being, they must make way. Directly calling upon the ancestor to crush the sacred land represents the final step in establishing the Qingyun Sect's dominance in the eastern domain. The world must witness the fate of those who offend the Qingyun Sect. His formidable consciousness swept forth, and in an instant, a colossal rift tore open in the sky above the hall. A grand and overwhelming aura erupted in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the venerable ancestor Li Qingyun tore through the fabric of space itself. To the outside world, the void above was shattered, and boundless gales surged forth. A figure emerged, propelling the sun, moon, and stars, seemingly stepping forth from the river of time itself. Within the ancestral hall, news reached Li Qingyun, who instantly unleashed his full might. Arriving in a heartbeat, the formidable imperial presence swept across the entire eastern domain, making an explosive entrance. What in the world is happening? Exclaimed the cultivators of the eastern domain, gazing up in awe at the terrifying silhouette. Is there truly such a powerful being in the eastern domain? I can no longer feign ignorance. I am a transcendent being. How terrifying! They speculated amongst themselves, pondering whether this was the resurrection of an ancestral figure from some formidable faction. The eastern domain had recently been rife with unrest, on the brink of a cataclysmic conflict over resources. The significance of this battle was monumental, destined to shatter and reshape the order of the eastern domain. With this mysterious powerhouse's emergence, the outcome of the impending clash became shrouded in uncertainty. Meanwhile, after a long journey, Shi Hao and his companions finally arrived within the Lingzhou realm, with Elder Yi, a formidable figure of the manifestation realm, guiding them through the skies. Their speed had indeed increased considerably. At that moment, they too were captivated by the fearsome figure in the air. What a formidable being! Yichui Shui's expression changed dramatically as he stared in shock at the silhouette. His own cultivation in the manifestation realm paled in comparison to such overwhelming might. Indeed, the entire Su family would scarcely be a match for this individual. Even their ancestor would likely be slain with a mere gesture. The figure was too terrifying, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Heidi was equally astounded. Could it be that I am mistaken? This is imperial might. Why does such an emperor exist in the eastern domain? It is perplexing. After the disruption of the Middle Ages, was the eastern domain not left in ruins? How can such a powerful being still exist? Could it be that an ancient emperor has reemerged? The eastern domain is far from simple. No wonder the water fairy empress found her way here. Ancestor. That is indeed the ancestor of my Qingyun sect. Shi Hao exclaimed as he looked up in excitement. Our ancestor truly lives up to his name, making such a spectacular entrance. Just over a month ago, when there were so few people in the sect, I had the honor of playing a game of chess with him. Yichui Shui felt a jolt in his heart, although he had long suspected it. He now had confirmation. In the entirety of Lingzhou, only the enigmatic Qingyun sect could boast such a powerful figure. The words of these few young friends were indeed true. The Qingyun sect was filled with prodigious talents. No wonder the sanctuaries held them in contempt. Our ancestor is indeed remarkable, he mused, marveling at the sheer spectacle of the entrance. He pondered when he, Lin Bai, might attain such strength. Holding a blade of grass between his teeth and bearing the Qingyun sword on his back, he slowly mused. He envisioned a day when his swordsmanship would flourish, cutting through the stars with a mere blade of grass. With that thought, he forcefully tossed the grass away, watching it soar 2.5 meters before it fell to the ground. Indeed, Elder Yi, that is our ancestor of the Qingyun sect. Let us proceed, junior brother. Let us diligently cultivate our skills. We shall strive to become formidable beings like our esteemed ancestor, Sure Hao proclaimed, gently patting his junior brother Lin Bai on the back. Given their innate talents, with perseverance in their training, the future holds immense promise. The young junior sister, watching you, gradually emerged from her astonishment. Taken aback by the overwhelming strength of the sect's ancestor, which utterly challenged her previous notions. Furthermore, she sensed an eerily familiar aura, one she had previously experienced in the presence of a venerable elder. Her master referred to this elder as the Water Fairy Empress. Could it be that the ancestor was also a being of imperial caliber? This was the might of an emperor. Having joined the sect later than Sure Hao and Lin Bai, she was only aware of the existence of a powerful ancestor within the sect, but had never encountered them, remaining oblivious to the ancestor's true strength until today, when she finally witnessed it. Meanwhile, Su Yao stood wide-eyed, taken aback by the aura that even her own ancestor had not exuded. Becoming an inner disciple of Qingyun Sect might prove to be a tad more challenging than she had anticipated. Initially brimming with confidence, she now found herself thoroughly astounded. The group continued onward. With the ancestor's presence now revealed, it seemed the sect was poised to take decisive action. They needed to hurry. Simultaneously, within the grand hall of Qingyun Sect, the ancestor entered after displaying his formidable aura. Mu Shuyan's pupils contracted as she was the first to react. The voice she had heard upon her entry into the sect, along with the powerful divine consciousness that had interrupted her, was likely the work of the ancestor. During the last elder meeting, she had failed to perceive it. It appeared that the ancestor was even more powerful than she had been in her previous life. Once known as the Water Fairy Empress, she had commanded respect across the continent, instilling fear in her adversaries. She was a mid-stage sovereign, a pinnacle figure among the imperial realm. It is worth noting that the lifespan of an emperor is extensive. A single retreat could span thousands of years, witnessing the ebb and flow of the world and the transformation of landscapes. Ascending to a higher realm is an arduous endeavor, often yielding no progress even after tens of thousands of years. What formidable heights might the ancestor have reached in the imperial realm? Ancestor Li Qingyun then stepped forward. Sect Master, I am at your service. Pray tell, what matters require my attention? It was finally his turn to take action. Since the last incident where he had obliterated a half-saint, he had been in a state of stagnation, unable to showcase his prowess. Oh, the illustrious reputation of the Qingyun Emperor must be restored across the 5 domains. Esteemed ancestor, we require your intervention once more. A mere holy land dares to provoke us. Crush them without mercy, Feng Qingyang remarked nonchalantly, his demeanor unchanged, as if annihilating a holy land were an inconsequential matter. Should the people of the Eastern Domain hear his sentiments, they might very well seek a means to end their own lives in disbelief. Brother, that is a holy land. The foremost holy land of the Eastern Domain, which has dominated for millennia. You ought to show at least a modicum of concern. Have you not seen how the entire Eastern Domain has been thrown into turmoil by your 2 great powers? Indeed, the world of the mighty is beyond our comprehension. Invincibility can be a profound solitude. Rest assured, Sect Master, that insignificant holy land is of no consequence. Once my imperial decree is issued, I shall reduce them to dust. Below, the esteemed elder Li Qingxian trembled slightly. In the eyes of the ancestor, the holy land is merely a den of reptiles? I suddenly feel a sense of implication. Fortunately, they allied with the Yudon Holy Land early on. Otherwise, they would inevitably follow in the footsteps of the Tiansheng Holy Land. I express my gratitude to all the esteemed individuals for their support. As a newcomer, my writing may not be particularly refined. If anyone has suggestions or questions, please feel free to express them. Thank you. There will be more later. I plan to continue burning the midnight oil tonight. Chapter 85, Returning to the Sect. The fearsome beast Black Emperor, meanwhile, Sure Hao and his companions arrived at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. Over the past month, the Qingyun Mountain range, nourished by abundant spiritual energy, had transformed from its previous state of withered branches and leaves into a vibrant spring scene, adorned with lush greenery, the melodious chirping of birds, and the fragrance of flowers, all contributing to a picturesque landscape. The majestic mountains stood tall and distinct. Once an unremarkable and dilapidated range, it had gained renown throughout the world with the establishment of Qingyun Sect. Upon arriving in the Eastern Domain's spirit state, who does not know of Qingyun Mountain? Who is unaware of Qingyun Sect? At the foot of the mountain, they beheld a stone tablet inscribed in graceful script with the 3 characters, Qingyun Sect. They knew they had reached their destination. The spiritual energy here is astonishingly rich, Yi Chue Shui remarked, taking a deep breath. feeling the dormant sacred essence within him stir with anticipation. Qingyun Sect, we have returned. At this moment, Shihao Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu had donned the sect's distinctive garments, with sect tokens hanging from their waists. Although their time outside was brief, they had reaped substantial rewards in terms of cultivation, strength, and treasures. They then proceeded toward the mountain summit, soon encountering the sect's guards. Who could it be? Ah, it is the sect master's direct disciples returning, Guard Wang Ji remarked as he approached. Shihao Lin Bai and Hua Qingyu had been personally escorted down the mountain by the sect master over a month ago for their training. Senior Wang, these two and this dog are our friends, here to visit Qingyun Sect. I have already reported to master using the token, Shihao stated first, understanding the sect's strict rules that forbade outsiders from entering without permission. Of course, please follow me, Guard Wang Ji replied, taken aback by the respectful address. The group then followed him to the mountain summit, entering the Qingyun Sect. Inside the grand hall, an interesting development unfolded. Feng Qingyang observed the system interface with keen interest, noting the presence of individuals from the Su family of the southern domain alongside a beast possessing the bloodline of an ancient ferocious creature. Upon receiving a message from Shihao, the system had automatically scanned the newcomers. The Su family, being one of the prominent ancient families in the southern domain, presented a potential opportunity for strategic maneuvering. What? Targeting the Su family? Please, don't come near. Oh, do not misunderstand. I do not intend to annihilate the Su family. What truly piqued his interest was the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor, possessing the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast, was once a formidable mid-stage emperor-level figure from 100,000 years ago. Characterized by his insatiable greed and vengeful nature, he remains fiercely loyal to those he considers friends, even willing to sacrifice himself for them. A century ago, he sought vengeance for the Water Fairy Empress, but was injured by the Wuchen Emperor and subsequently sealed himself within the sacred Xian secret realm. Having just been released, he was brought out by Shihao and others. With a connection to the Water Fairy, his strength is not to be underestimated. In a short period, once he fully recovers his cultivation and divine sense, he will emerge as a powerful emperor-level entity. This would be an excellent asset for my Qingyun Sect, especially as I recall that such a formidable guardian beast is available in the Prestige Mall for a staggering 1 million prestige points. This development significantly alleviates my burdens. Wen Qingyang then rose, declaring with authority, "All right, you may all withdraw to prepare. My Qingyun Sect is about to dominate the eastern region, and I anticipate that many tasks lie ahead, so make your arrangements early. Elder Shui Xian, please stay. The rest of you may leave." With respectful bows, the elders exited in an orderly fashion. With the ancestor taking action, it seemed their involvement in shattering the sacred land was no longer necessary. As for the ancestor, he had long since torn through space and likely caused the sacred land to sink by now. Within the hall, only Mu Shui Xian remained, feeling somewhat isolated. "Master, why do you wish for me to stay? Have you already learned of the Black Emperor's whereabouts?" Truly impressive, Mu Shui Xian pondered, though uncertain. She stood respectfully in the center of the hall, awaiting the master's instructions. At this moment, her initial intentions had undergone a profound transformation. The notion of serving under a grand contract for 100,000 years seemed trivial now. Wasn't she already a part of the Qingyun Sect? Not to mention 100,000 years, she would demand an extension. Wen Qingyang closed his eyes in meditation, choosing not to speak further. Mu Shui Xian could only stand in respectful silence, awaiting the master's profound intentions. Within the Qingyun Sect, Shihao and his companions had arrived at the sect's central area. "Brother Shihao, your sect is truly magnificent." The sight before them revealed a veil of spiritual mist, where the entire architectural layout of the sect radiated an air of authority, imbued with ethereal essence, powerful energy surging forth in waves. Su Yaoyao could scarcely fathom the number of powerful beings that must reside here. Surely the imperial clans and forbidden divine dynasties of the central region could not compare. Her limited experience led her to measure this sect against the known supreme forces. The Black Emperor, however, was a different matter altogether. A figure of emperor-level strength traversing the central region. Having encountered numerous grand spectacles, he sensed not less than several formidable auras that made him tremble within the Qingyun Sect. The Sword Tomb exuding unparalleled sword intent, the Down 9 tripod bell suppressing fortune, the Immortal King's cauldron radiating celestial charm, and the towering Trial Tower, all emanated an overwhelming presence that shook him to his core. This was undoubtedly the Qingyun Emperor sect from the Middle Ages. Yet, astonishingly, after lying dormant for tens of millions of years, It had become so powerful. Within the sect, some disciples recognized Shi Hao and his companions. They recalled that during their entrance examination, it was this young man who first welcomed and encouraged them from the mountain peak. He was the sect master's direct disciple, a celestial figure they had not encountered again since joining over a month ago. Today, I am fortunate enough to encounter Brother Shi once more. At last, I can see Brother Shi again. Brother, I hold you in the highest regard. Every disciple I meet warmly greets Shi Hao. Haha, brother. You are truly cherished within the sect. Fortunately, I did not show my face during the mountain opening ceremony. Otherwise, I would have been in quite a predicament. Several disciples have expressed their admiration for you, brother. Haha. Lin Bai, with a playful grin, remarked from the side. He is, after all, a practitioner of the emotionless sword path, you see. Observing the flustered Shi Hao, Hua Qingyun and the others could hardly suppress their amusement. Who would have thought that the usually composed Brother Shi would find himself in such an awkward situation? However, the disciples soon noticed that Lin Bai and Hua Qingyun wore the same sect attire as Brother Shi, adorned with the words directly inherited on their tokens. Just as they were about to extend their greetings, they saw Brother Shi hurriedly escorting the two seniors away. Before long, they arrived at the Qingyun Great Hall. After reporting their arrival, Shi Hao and the others entered the hall. Their eyes were immediately drawn to Mu Shuixian, standing in the center of the hall, followed by the sect leader seated in the main position. The Black Emperor first cast a glance towards the main seat. The profound gaze of a great emperor can pierce through millennia in an instant. Before them stood a formidable figure, traversing the river of time and space. Palms propelling the celestial bodies. The very essence of the Tao trembled in response. The entire realm seemed incapable of containing his true form, with countless fissures in the void appearing, leading to chaotic destruction. What is this? Then, a single glance from Feng Qingyang in the main seat commanded respect without a hint of anger. The Black Emperor was startled, retreating 2 steps in haste. How terrifying! Who on earth is this person? He recalled the images that flickered in his mind, a figure grasping the sun and moon, shattering the heavens with a single hand. A presence so immense that the universe trembled before it. The heavens mourned, and the Tao quaked. His heart raced perilously close to its limit. Detection of an intrusion into the Master's domain. Automatic shielding activated. Ah, how audacious to spy on our sect. Initially, I felt somewhat reluctant to treat you as mere gatekeepers, wishing to convey my message more delicately. It appears I must resort to a more straightforward approach. Master, I fear we have disappointed you. Shi Hao, as the eldest disciple, stepped forward first. After just over a month of training, our cultivation has barely improved, and we have provoked the enmity of the Holy Land. Not to worry, the master replied, his demeanor unfazed. I am already aware of everything. How dare that insignificant Holy Land insult us at Qingyun? They deserve to be crushed. Feng Qingyang spoke with an air of calm authority. Internally, he mused that Shi Hao and the others had indeed grown stronger after their adventures in the sacred mysterious realm. As for those who barked like dogs, he merely needed to send someone to eliminate them. He recalled his own humble beginnings, with nothing but tattered clothes and a bowl, wandering until he found Qingyun Mountain. From the initial dilapidation to the current formidable stature of the Qingyun Sect, it had all been achieved step by step. Truly, the leader of Qingyun exuded an aura of unyielding dominance, effortlessly commanding respect with his words alone. Yi Chue Shui and Su Yao Yao silently acknowledged this fact. Feeling no sense of discomfort, such a powerful sect indeed had no need to regard the Holy Land with any concern. At this moment, the Black Emperor, frightened and retreating a few steps, dared not lift his gaze and instead focused on the enchanting figure of the water fairy beside the Grand Hall. She was indeed the Empress of Water Lilies. Yet, under the oppressive presence of the formidable figure seated in the main throne, she refrained from speaking. You 3 may depart now. In 10 days, it will be time for the external disciples' ranking to be finalized. At that time, I trust you 3 will assist the elders in overseeing the proceedings, Wen Qingyang instructed after a moment of contemplation. With just 10 days remaining until the promotion of external disciples, the inner disciples would soon emerge as well. Naturally, the ranking of the servant disciples would also be determined concurrently. This time, 10 inner disciples would be born, representing the 10 most gifted and powerful disciples in the sect. Aside from his own direct discipleship, by having the 3 assist in the hosting, it was intended to inspire the disciples below. Look, even the sect leader's direct disciples have come personally to motivate them. Oh, how moving. I am willing to fight for the sect. Even to take a blade for the leader, the others exclaimed, feeling a swell of loyalty. Of course, with so many talented external disciples. Who else would they value if not you? Yes, Master, they replied in unison before exiting the Grand Hall. As for Su Yaoyao, Yi Lao's, and the Black Emperor, the sect leader must have had his own plans, matters beyond their concern. After their departure, when Qingyang turned his attention to the two from the Su family, there was little to say. They had indeed aided Sure Hao and journeyed countless miles to assist Qingyun Sect in contending against the Holy Land, even though it was unnecessary. Ah, from the southern domain, are you? When Qingyang's otherworldly gaze fixed upon them, under the scrutiny of the enigmatic sect leader, Su Yaoyao and Yi Chue Shui felt an icy chill envelop them, a palpable sense of pressure bearing down. Qingyang's formidable presence radiated an aura of authority, his transcendent physique and unparalleled constitution exuding an overwhelming force that intensified with his cultivation. Indeed, my lord, Yi Chue Shui replied, bearing the weight of the moment. I am the Grand Elder of the Su family, and this is my esteemed daughter, Su Yaoyao. He found it amusing now to reflect on his earlier thoughts. As a powerful figure of the manifestation realm, he felt insignificant before such a grand sect, realizing his assistance was unnecessary. Not to mention the tremors induced by the silent woman in the distance, let alone the oppressive aura of the sect leader seated above. I am aware of your deeds, and I have sensed the goodwill of your Su family. You two may stay as guests in my Qingyun Sect for a few days. There is no need for your family to intervene in the matters of the Holy Land, when Qingyang stated, rising and clasping his hands behind his back. Then I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, esteemed leader. Yi Chue Shui replied respectfully. To be guests at Qingyun Sect for a few days was indeed a significant honor. Without further ado, the spiritual energy within this sacred land of the celestial beings surpasses the outside world by several folds. Here, even without active cultivation, one can benefit from the very act of breathing. Just as when he first arrived, he could feel the sacred essence within him subtly pulsating with every breath. Esteemed Sect Master, I have a modest request. Su Yaoyao bravely stepped forward, determined to join the Qingyun Sect. Intriguing. You dare to make a request to our sect? Do you possess sufficient merit? Oh, pray tell, Feng Qingyang scrutinized her with a smile. Esteemed Sect Master, I wish to join the Qingyun Sect and would like to know the conditions for admission. Joining our Qingyun Sect is not overly arduous, Feng Qingyang replied, arms crossed, stroking his chin thoughtfully. You have heard our words. The outer sect rankings will be determined in 10 days. If you can defeat any one of the top 10, you shall be granted direct entry into the outer sect. He contemplated for a moment. This Su Yaoyao had been observed previously through the system, and her temperament and willpower posed no issue. Talented disciples are always welcome. Really? Thank you, Sect Master. Su Yaoyao exclaimed with excitement. With her abilities, defeating an outer sect disciple should not pose much difficulty, right? By the way, your Su family is considered a formidable force in the southern region, is it not? Thank you for your kind words, Sect Master. Although our Su family possesses some strength, we are still far inferior to your esteemed sect. Yi Chue Shui stepped forward once more, harboring her own doubts. Could the Sect Master truly be interested in our Su family? Feng Qingyang seemed to see through the old man's thoughts and chuckled. Do not overthink it. Our sect holds no interest in your Su family. However, we are indeed quite intrigued by the southern region. The southern region. How audacious. Just as we are poised to dominate the eastern region, we must also make a move against them. Terrifying. Do not approach. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Sect. Chapter 87. The Emperor's Decree descends. Annihilating the sacred land after a brief respite, Ancestor Li Qingyun emerged from the palace and took immediate action. He tore through the fabric of space, sending forth a beam of golden light directly towards the sacred land. In an instant, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The vast Qingyun mountain range, shrouded in mist, resembled an ancient beast stirring from slumber following the ancestor's casual strike. A deep rumbling echoed from the heights of the mountains, accompanied by an overwhelming imperial might. Amidst the dense clouds, the abundant spiritual energy surged forth, astonishing all who beheld it. Simultaneously, at the holy state, within the heavenly Holy Land. Today marked the day the sacred land planned to extinguish the Qingyun Sect. Numerous powerful beings, disciples, and formidable warriors congregated in a vast square within the sacred land. The Holy Master, Yang Zizai, cast a commanding gaze over the assembly below. Behind him stood several formidable beings of the manifest saint realm, their presence exuding an air of dominance that soared to the heavens. The terrifying aura stirred the clouds, casting the heavens into disarray. This was the foundation of the heavenly Holy Land's supremacy over the eastern region, 5 great beings of the manifest saint realm, numerous powerful saints, and a considerable number of beings at the fragmentation and half-saint levels, alongside countless others from various realms. For thousands of years, this sacred land, with its deep-rooted heritage, has reigned supreme over the eastern region. The power of the Holy Land of Tiansheng should never be underestimated. Such profound depth undeniably instills trepidation among the cultivators of the eastern domain, for prior to the Qingyun Sect, none dared to challenge its might. Esteemed companions, the disciples of Qingyun Sect and Lingzhou have slain our holy son and butchered our formidable warriors. Today, I, the Holy Sovereign, have resolved to shatter Qingyun and avenge this humiliation. Let them tread the path of the misty blue Holy Land, leaving no trace of the Qingyun Sect behind. The resonant voice of Sovereign Yang Zizai echoed throughout the Holy Land, reverberating with an authority akin to divine will. The very air trembled in submission, and none dared defy his command. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura surged upwards, momentarily engulfing the heavens and the earth. The outside world quaked in fear. Is it about to commence? The war of annihilation against the sect is upon us. Cultivators from the 13 states were keenly focused on this decisive battle that would reshape the order of the eastern domain. Would the foremost Holy Land among the 5 maintain its dominion over the east, or would the formidable Qingyun Sect rise to prominence? At that moment, a piercing clang resonated, echoing throughout the holy state. Countless gazes were drawn forth. Something was amiss. Could it be? Above the Holy Land of Tiansheng, after a cacophony of tearing sounds, the very fabric of space was rent asunder, revealing a gaping abyss that unleashed boundless void. From within the void, a decree infused with imperial majesty descended. An overwhelming imperial power swept across the entire eastern domain, felt even in the distant Qingyun Sect of Lingzhou. In the Grand Hall, Feng Qingyang stood with hands clasped behind his back, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The spectacle was about to unfold. Following the decree's arrival, a terrifying pressure descended. In that instant, even cultivators from the 13 states, separated by tens of millions of miles, were stunned into silence, their eyes fixed upon the decree. First came the boundless imperial might that dominated the eastern domain, followed by the decree's arrival in the Holy Land. Whose handiwork is this? It is simply astonishing. At this moment, cultivators from various states suddenly recalled the fearsome figure that had appeared not long ago, striding through chaos from the endless void. This pressure, this monumental aura, could undoubtedly belong to the same individual. Could he harbor a grudge against the Holy Land? No, this was undoubtedly a powerful envoy dispatched by the Qingyun Sect. Back in the Holy Land, with a resounding boom, the golden decree descended from above, casting radiant light across the land of the Holy State. However, to those within the Holy Land, this blinding brilliance appeared as a harbinger of death. Under the weight of this pressure, the once mighty inhabitants of the Holy Land were reduced to prostration upon the ground. What is happening? Quickly, summon the ancestors. Even the holy sovereign Yang Zizai found himself subdued, bowing low to the ground, desperately striving to lift his head to behold the decree above. As the sovereign of a land that once reigned supreme, he had never endured such humiliation. To be pressed to the ground, it was a torment more profound than death itself. The remaining slumbering ancestors within the Holy Land sensed the disturbance, yearning to rise from their coffins. Yet, they found the coffin lid immovable, and to make matters worse, the terrifying pressure from the outside world bore down upon them. Their own safety was at stake. Holy Sovereign, save me. I do not wish to perish. I surrender. I surrender. Spare my life. The anguished cries of the people of the Holy Land echoed for miles, the sheer terror of the oppressive force beyond their capacity to endure. Suppressed, they could only wail and beg for mercy, with escape being a distant dream. The rest shouted in impotent fury. Yang Zizai's face twisted in rage as he desperately channeled all his cultivation, the immense holy source surging outward time and again. Yet, it was all in vain, failing to budge the overwhelming pressure that bore down upon him. Damn it, who was the fool that provoked such a powerful being? If this holy master discovers their identity, I shall annihilate their entire clan. He remained perplexed as to why such a formidable entity would take action against their holy land. As for the cries for help directed at him, he turned a deaf ear. Did they not see that their holy master was already subdued and prostrate? In the midst of these cries, a decree slowly unfurled. A voice that resonated with overwhelming authority emerged. I am the ancestor of the Qingyun Sect. Today, who dares to insult my Qingyun? Such insignificant ants, utterly deluded, seeking their own humiliation. Thus, I issue this decree to obliterate the Holy Land, lest my Qingyun's reputation be tarnished. Annihilate. The voice, akin to divine thunder, reverberated through the heavens, reaching every ear. The ancestor of Qingyun, the Qingyun Sect. Indeed, it was the handiwork of a powerful figure from the Qingyun Sect, just as the outside cultivators speculated. That towering figure was indeed one of their own. The Holy Land was doomed. You Qingyun Sect are truly relentless. Hearing the proclamation from above, Holy Master Yang Zizai ground his teeth in fury. Yet, under the overwhelming celestial might, he appeared feeble and powerless. After the command to annihilate was uttered, a tremendous explosion followed. The decree radiated with golden brilliance, transforming into a colossal hand that blotted out the sun. Terrifying lightning descended in a cacophony, striking downwards. The massive hand followed suit, an oppressive force cascading down. No. Upon witnessing this, the cries from the Holy Land intensified, panic-stricken gazes fixed upon the descending hand. With a resounding crash, everything in the Holy Land was reduced to dust. The once mighty and prosperous Holy Land was obliterated in a single blow, ceasing to exist. Even the cultivators from the 13 states felt the ground tremble, as if the apocalypse itself had descended. As the smoke cleared, a desolate sight lay before them, a vast chasm that resembled the abyss. It was utterly terrifying. Where was the Holy Land? Where were its powerful beings? All had ascended. The gasps of disbelief filled the air as the scene was too shocking to comprehend. The foremost Holy Land of the Eastern Domain had been effortlessly destroyed with a mere hand. The Qingyun Sect must not be trifled with. Chapter 88. Renowned in the Eastern Domain, the fierce guardian beast. Could it be that I did not see wrongly? The Holy Land? One strike, and it was gone. Shock rippled through the cultivators of the 13 states. The factions supporting the Qingyun Sect were equally bewildered. While they anticipated a victory for Qingyun, they had not expected such ferocity. The tumultuous days of battle that had stirred our blood were abruptly concluded in an instant. Is this for real? News spread like wildfire across continents and factions. The Eastern Domain faced a seismic shift. The tumultuous prelude to battle subsided as the revered Holy Land, which had endured for hundreds of thousands of years, was reduced to mere dust. Quick, broadcast the message. Our Hahuan Sect pledges allegiance to the Qingyun Sect. Prepare my spiritual steed. I shall personally journey to Qingyun Sect to present our resources. The leaders of the Eastern Domain's major factions swiftly disseminated the news, proclaiming Qingyun Sect as the heavenly sect of the Eastern Domain, bending the knee before its authority. With such a formidable sect in existence, subservience became the only path forward. For only by yielding could one hope to ascend further. To dominate a continent is to be a supreme sect. To reign over a domain is to be a heavenly sect. Gazing down upon the entire continent is a feat no power has achieved since time immemorial. Various domains, particularly the central domain, are fiercely competitive among great forces. Many are already murmuring that the golden age of the Eastern Domain has commenced. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun Sect, disciples erupted in jubilant cheers. We have triumphed. The resonating voice of victory echoed throughout. Those who insult Qingyun shall face annihilation. We shall not falter in our ambitions. The ancestors are truly invincible. At that moment, within the Grand Hall, a notification resonated. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest fame in the Eastern Domain. Rewards have been distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 3 golden summoning cards. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Tower of Time and Space. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Cultivation Enhancement card. Golden Summoning Card, capable of summoning beings from the Great Sage to the Emperor Realm. Tower of Time and Space, an innate treasure of the Great Tao. Born from the primordial chaos, containing the laws of time. Current time flow rate, 100 upgradable. 1 day outside equals 100 days within the tower. Cultivation Enhancement Card, no restrictions on realm. Guarantees an elevation of 1 major realm. This card is exclusively for the host. A new main quest has been issued. Dread the 5 domains. Completion will yield substantial rewards. As the system's voice echoed, Feng Qingyang understood that everything had come to a close. This Holy Land was rather fleeting. The ancestors' strike concluded in mere moments. Upon inspection, the rewards appeared quite bountiful. 3 golden cards, 1 cultivation enhancement card, and an extraordinary time manipulation tool. With this tool in hand, the pace of Qingyun Sect's ascent would undoubtedly accelerate, allowing even the less gifted disciples to catch up. Furthermore, the prestige value would surely increase significantly. At that moment, the individuals below began to process the earlier momentous declarations. The atmosphere fell silent. Could it be that sect master? Is it true? Spoke Mu Shuiyan, who had remained silent until now, her bright eyes flickering as if she had anticipated this outcome. Indeed, the Holy Land has been obliterated by our ancestor, gasped. Yichue Yue and Su Yaoyao were left in stunned disbelief. In the midst of conversation, the Holy Land has been reduced to ashes? Feng Qingyang descended from his seat, casually stating, "You two have no further business here. You may leave. All matters will be arranged by our sect 10 days hence." Naturally, the stewards below would provide them with suitable accommodations. Then, esteemed sect master, we shall take our leave. After Yichue Shui spoke, she departed with her mistress Su Yaoyao, her thoughts still enveloped by the shocking news just received. Feng Qingyang strode towards the base of the Grand Hall, making his way to stand before the Black Emperor. With no idle souls around, he could finally address the issue of the sect's guardian beast. Standing before the Black Emperor, he looked down upon it, bending slightly to stroke the head of the small black dog. The Black Emperor displayed an unusually docile demeanor, not daring to resist in the slightest. It was truly afraid. Genuinely frightened. This esteemed being admitted to feeling somewhat inferior, primarily because this individual was simply too formidable. Was this truly a beast of imperial lineage with blood from ancient ferocious creatures? It appeared to be nothing more than a gentle little black dog. A smile crept across Feng Qingyang's face. However, the matter was not grave, as long as it could swiftly regain its imperial strength. Guarding the sect would not pose much of an issue. He occasionally pondered that he should acquire a few mounts and guardian beasts for himself. As the leader of a grand power, one ought not to traverse the world without 9 true dragons pulling the chariot or ancient sacred beasts as mounts. How magnificent that would be! Upon witnessing the smile from the sect leader, the Black Emperor nearly retreated once more. What did this mean? The sect leader was excited. And this was the end for it. Could it be that the sect leader desired a feast of dog meat and beast delicacies? The Black Emperor, a creature of ancient bloodline, had once been a peak mid-stage imperial being 100,000 years ago, to avenge the fairy empress. It had been grievously wounded by Emperor Wu Chun and had since sealed itself within the sacred mysterious realm. The sect's assertions were indeed accurate. Feng Qingyang released the dog's head, standing upright with hands clasped behind his back, stating, "What?" Both Mu Shui Xian and the Black Emperor felt a jolt within. Little Black, to seek revenge on behalf of this esteemed being, had dared to clash with Wu Qin. It was no wonder they encountered Little Black in the Eastern Domain. She had previously been astonished by the similarity in aura between Little Black and the figure she had seen in the Saint State. It turned out it had been wounded by Wu Qin and sealed itself in the Eastern Domain's secret realm. The sect leader's words clarified all her doubts. As for how the sect leader came to know this, do not inquire. Simply accept that his methods were boundless. How could he possibly know? The Black Emperor's emotions were now a tumultuous tide. Unbidden, thoughts of that figure resurfaced in its mind, treading through the river of time, palms pushing against the heavens. Indeed, it was none other than the Black Emperor itself, feeling a mix of trepidation. The Black Emperor realized that its fate lay firmly in the hands of this mysterious sect leader. "Ah, it is well that you are here. I shall bestow upon you a great opportunity shortly," Feng Qingyang remarked with another smile. A great opportunity? While the Black Emperor pondered this, Mu Shui Xian approached from afar. "Little Black, why are you so foolish? You are aware that neither of us can contend with Wu Chun," she said. Her voice choked with emotion. Her eyes were reddened, resembling a tranquil pool of clear water. As an imperial being of the utmost strength, she had not felt such emotions for over 10,000 years. A kindred spirit is hard to find, and among old friends, this esteemed being was her sole confidant. Thus, she must avenge you. How detestable, that despicable little man Wu Chun. All he knows is to play dirty, sighed the Black Emperor. Once so rebellious and unyielding, it could never forget the humiliation of being soundly defeated by Wu Qin on that fateful day. Well, dear old friends, let us converse another time. Wu Qin, which insignificant insect are you? I shall grant you an opportunity for vengeance. What say you? Wu Qin, insect. Destiny, revenge. The Black Emperor instantly grasped the key words. Please, esteemed sect leader, enlighten us. Feng Qingyang stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance beyond the great hall, and gestured outward. My Qingyun Sect is in need of a guardian beast, and I find you possess a modicum of strength sufficient for the task. A guardian beast? Allow me to serve in that role. That doesn't sound too bad. Recently, I have felt somewhat detached while crafting my words. Could my loyal ministers assist me by clicking the yellow button to lend me their strength? Chapter 89, The Three Holy Kings and the Tower of Time and Space. A guardian? That sounds splendid. The Black Emperor contemplated this for a moment. A sect with a legacy spanning millions of years undoubtedly harbors countless formidable beings and profound foundations. For instance, the several powerful auras that caused him to tremble. If the sect leader deems witching an insect, then vengeance must be just around the corner. What are your thoughts? In truth, considering your capabilities, you hardly qualify to guard the Qingyun Sect. It is only due to Elder Mu's regard that I reluctantly acquiesce to this arrangement. Feng Qingyang continued to gaze into the distance, hands clasped behind his back, a powerful aura radiating from him. How moving. I did not expect the sect leader to hold me in such high esteem. Shui Xian has indeed aided me greatly. Esteemed leader, I accept. I shall take charge of the gates of Qingyun. I assure you, without your permission, not even a fly shall pass through. The Black Emperor declared with pride, determination gleaming in his small eyes. Feng Qingyang looked upon this eager young one with satisfaction. This little fellow has indeed been swayed by my words. A clever one. Such talent is precisely what my Qingyun sect requires. However, it is worth noting that in the future, Qingyun is destined to dominate the heavens. In that case, guarding the gates of the Imperial realm would hardly suffice. Yet, that is a matter for another time. As long as one performs diligently, my sect shall not neglect any individual. You may withdraw, Feng Qingyang concluded, waving his sleeve to indicate their departure. We take our leave, they replied in unison, exiting the grand hall. As the Black Emperor left, he reflected on the sect leader's words, perform well, and no one will be neglected. I am, after all, a beast. Alas, it matters not. A figure of such greatness as the sect leader would not deceive me. Mu Shui Xian observed her old friend with a multitude of thoughts. 100,000 years have passed, and she wonders how her Mu family fares now. Will they face retribution from witching? Yet, there is nothing to be done now. Her strength is insufficient to contend with the Emperor witching. She was no match 100,000 years ago, and she is even less so now. For now, she must heed the sect leader's advice and work diligently. Should she excel, she may later request assistance from the sect, and then witching shall surely be no match. Now, she does not possess such weight. Emperor Shui Xian, I shall proceed to guard the sect. We shall toast together when the opportunity arises. The Black Emperor bid farewell to Mu Shui Xian and strode toward the gate. Within the grand hall, Feng Qingyang opened the system interface. It is time to take action. The last summoning of the golden card brought forth a formidable being of the great sage realm. One wonders what this time shall unveil. 3 golden cards. If fortune favors me, it could result in 3 pinnacle emperors. The system utilized all rewards. Ding, the Tower of Time and Space has materialized. Ding. The golden summoning card has been successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a peak St. King Realm powerhouse, solitary pursuit of defeat. During summoning. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a peak St. King Realm powerhouse, Feng. During summoning, congratulations to the host for acquiring a peak St. King Realm powerhouse, Bewitching. All character depictions have been successfully rendered, materialization complete. 3 peak St. Kings? It's somewhat mediocre. They can initially serve as core elders. Yet without any core disciples at present, they may as well act as guardians for our sect. The position of a guardian beside the sect master is not insignificant. One must recognize that a peak Saint King, in the entirety of the 5 domains, is among the most formidable beings. In the central domain, even the most transcendent sects and powerful families have their strongest members at best as Saint Kings. The term Saint King implies a sovereign of the Holy Realm. Achieving the Saint Realm allows one to comprehend the laws and draw upon the holy source for cultivation, culminating in mastery of the Saint King Realm laws. Progressing further involves gradually grasping the Tao, breaking through to the Supreme, and overseeing the epics. The completion of the Tao grants the ability to transcend to the Emperor Realm, standing atop the continent and ruling over it. This is the pathway to imperial ascendance following the Saint Realm. However, throughout history, how many extraordinary talents have spent their lives seeking the Tao without ever brushing against its edges, perishing in the process? To attain the Tao, one might resort to any madness, reversing laws and forcibly breaking through. Have you not heard? To hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening is acceptable. The Cultivation Enhancement card has been successfully utilized. The cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated once more. An endless stream of holy essence emerged from the void, surging into Feng Qingyang's body. The powerful force of the laws enveloped him, filling his entire being. An overwhelming aura erupted forth, causing his cultivation to surge instantly. From the peak of the Saint Realm to the early, mid, and later stages of the Manifestation Realm, The enhancement card directly elevated him by an entire major realm. Simultaneously, at the Qingyun Sect, celestial phenomena reappeared. Countless primordial purple chi surged from the east, coalescing into a vortex of abundant spiritual energy, which transformed into spiritual rain as it fell. The essence of the time Tao manifested, resonating with jubilant sounds. A colossal divine tower descended steadily from the boundless void onto the ground of Qingyun Sect. This tower soared to the heavens, its imposing presence overshadowing even the sect's iconic structure, the Trial Tower. Before the disciples could fully grasp the marvel, 3 spatial rifts appeared. 3 figures emerged, exuding the aura of peak Saint Kings. Several elders of the sect immediately turned their attention toward them, and upon recognizing the sect robes adorning the 3, resumed their previous activities. It turned out to be powerful beings from the sect, evidently, after Qingyun Sect's dominance in the eastern domain. The elders who had roamed outside were returning in succession, and the slumbering powers were gradually awakening. However, they seemed particularly intrigued by the suddenly materialized colossal tower. As the celestial phenomena spoke to its extraordinary nature, the sect master has once again unveiled the sect's profound heritage. Who dares to intrude upon my Qingyun Sect? Outside the gates of the Qingyun Sect, the Black Emperor suddenly sensed the approach of someone. The recent celestial phenomena had once again left it profoundly astonished. As a being of imperial stature, it could discern that the very essence of time was rejoicing and paying homage. That tower was indeed extraordinary. However, the 3 presences that had re-emerged dared to intrude upon Qingyun. The moment for this emperor to achieve glory had arrived. Wait. My Lord Black Emperor. Those are our Qingyun's formidable warriors, not outsiders. Elder Guard Wang Ji urgently called out to the Black Emperor. The little black dog had previously claimed to have been appointed by the sect master to guard the mountain gate, a statement Wang Ji had initially dismissed. Yet, upon witnessing the overwhelming aura exuded by the little black dog, he promptly altered his address to my Lord Black Emperor. It was evident that those personally appointed by the sect master were not to be underestimated. Upon hearing this, the Black Emperor halted, perplexed. Oh, are you saying that those 3 are strong members of our Qingyun Sect? Indeed, my Lord Black Emperor. Just moments ago, our Elder Guard used the token to notify me. Wang Ji replied, producing the sect's token. The sect token? Alas, I have yet to receive one. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of Qingyun, 3 figures entered, respectfully gazing towards the main seat. Lonely seek defeat. Mo Feng, an enchantress, we pay our respects to the sect master. The 3 spoke in unison from below the hall. Feng Qingyang surveyed the trio. Lonely Seek Defeat and Mo Feng were both middle-aged men, while the enchantress was a youthful woman. Her appearance reflecting her name perfectly, she was indeed enchanting. Her beauty was such that it could make the moon shy and the flowers blush, a visage that was breathtaking. Something felt amiss. It was quite peculiar. Upon viewing the system interface moments ago, it seemed odd that anyone would choose the name Enchantress. Yet here she was, truly captivating. Nevertheless, she could not compare to the fragrance of an imperial maid. Then, Feng Qingyang's authoritative voice resonated. You 3 shall remain by my side and heed my commands. Understood. The 3 responded respectfully, without the slightest hesitation. To be at the sect master's side? How delightful. 3 powerful beings at the sacred king level. This arrangement is quite sufficient. The days of having an imperial presence by my side are not far off. Feng Qingyang mused to himself. Then, he recalled something and waved his sleeve, soaring forth. He exited the Qingyun Hall and flew directly to the Time and Space Tower. This tower stood at the core of the sect, distanced from the Disciple Trial Tower, which was designed for the convenience of disciples' cultivation within the outer sect area. The towering edifice soared into the heavens, its body pulsating with the rhythms of the Tao, and a vast primordial purple aura emanated from it, enveloping the tower and accentuating its sanctity. Feng Qingyang had come to test the effects of the Time and Space Tower. Without further contemplation, he entered with a swift motion. After a moment of cosmic transformation, the scenery before him underwent a remarkable change. Inside the Time and Space Tower lay an expansive and boundless void. With the primordial purple aura thickening, countless stars shimmered within this void, teeming with the inexhaustible laws of time. Upon entering, Feng Qingyang immediately sensed the alteration in flow rates between this realm and the outside world. The power of the sacred realm pulsated vibrantly before being unleashed. Time flowed at a rate 100 times faster. This meant that while several hundred days passed within, only a few days elapsed in the outside world. A single day of cultivation here equated to 100 days of training for others. Truly an extraordinary opportunity. Yet, one might wonder, did this not imply a reduction in lifespan? System prompt. Although the flow rate here surpasses that of the external world by a factor of 100, the bone age of those who enter remains unchanged. Only their cultivation and experience will increase. How delightful. This indicates that even if one cultivates here for 10,000 years, only a corresponding change would occur in the outside world, equivalent to 100 years. Essentially, one would experience a millennium while merely enduring the passage of a century. Indeed, this place should be immediately open to the sect members. He then turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, the elders of the sect disseminated the news. The time-space tower was now accessible to the public, with a time flow rate of 1 to 100. Disciples of lower rank could enter for 10 days of cultivation each month, while outer disciples could engage for 15 days. Elders faced no restrictions, and an additional day could be accrued with 500 contribution points. Upon the announcement, the sect erupted in excitement. From the elders to the disciples, everyone was astounded by this monumental news. This time-space tower was undeniably extraordinary. With its existence, how could our cultivation not soar? Alas, due to the inclusion of Junior Brother, everyone was qualified to enter the tower. Thus, it was relatively fair. Those wishing to rise must exert themselves. An outer disciple patted Junior Brother Ji-in on the shoulder, urging him, "Senior Brother, what are we waiting for? Let us hasten there. Let us get to work. I have realized. From now on, please refer to me as Ji-in, the god of effort." The disciples, upon receiving the news, surged into the time-space tower in a frenzy to commence their cultivation. With the ranking day approaching, no one wished to lag behind. This method was meticulously crafted by Feng Qingyang after deep contemplation. Firstly, the time-space tower required resources to maintain its operation. Secondly, mindless arduous training would yield little enhancement. Thus, a balance was necessary. Disciples could not overly depend on the tower, hence the imposition of restrictions. This way, their desire to utilize the time-space tower would spur them into fierce competition, enhancing their strength. After all, the higher the sect status, the greater the number of days available for use. After notifying the elders through his divine sense, Feng Qingyang eagerly reopened the system interface. The sect's value had finally reached sufficient levels, even exceeding expectations. He could hardly wait to discover the true nature of a second-tier sect. However, to his dismay, the next upgrade required a staggering 100,000. System, let us commence. Ding, sect upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. Current sect level, second-tier sect. As the system's voice echoed, a tempest arose, and torrents of spiritual energy cascaded down like a deluge. The entire Qingyun Sect, nestled atop the Qingyun mountain, began to tremble precariously. What on earth is happening? I don't understand. What is going on? The entire populace of the Qingyun Sect was stirred into alarm. Everyone, do not panic. This is merely a small technique from our sect. The voice of Sect Master Feng Qingyang resonated like celestial authority throughout the Qingyun Sect. It is merely our esteemed Sect Master, then all is well. The upgrade continued unabated. After the tremors subsided, 8 majestic peaks rose abruptly from the earth, their towering forms resembling a series of sharp swords thrusting toward the heavens. The scene was one of extraordinary peril and beauty, enveloped in a dense, ethereal mist that rendered it akin to a celestial realm. The entire sect underwent a profound transformation. The erstwhile palatial structures were replaced by edifices of divine majesty, exuding an aura of solemnity and grandeur. The Alchemy Hall, Training Rooms, Artifact Refining Hall, Elders Hall, Sect Masters Hall, and the Grand Hall of Qingyun, all primary constructions were elevated to a secondary status, expanding their scale by several dozen times. The spectacle left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly their Qingyun sect? The previous iteration had already dazzled them, resembling a fairyland. Now it was beyond their wildest imaginings, surpassing any conceivable reality. Could it be that all this was merely a trivial act of the sect master? The incredulity was palpable. What manner of being was their sect master? Ding, level 2 sect upgrade successful. Please continue your efforts, master. To forge the foremost divine sect in the realm, the journey is long and arduous. Aside from the main quest, the system will also issue additional side quests to assist the master in accelerating progress. Standing at a distance, Feng Qingyang beheld this astounding transformation with a sense of profound satisfaction, tempered only by a fear of hubris. With the addition of 8 floating peaks, he realized he must hasten his pace lest he fall behind the sect's evolution. He pondered the significance of these 8 peaks. Each presided over by a peak master and comprising numerous disciples, these would undoubtedly become an integral part of the Qingyun Sect. Ding, please name the 8 peaks. The system chimed again. Must the master personally intervene? After a brief contemplation, Feng Qingyang declared, let the main peak be named Qingyun Peak, followed by Qingshan Peak, Qingtian Peak, Qingwan Peak, Qingjin Peak, Qingya Peak, Qingshan Peak, and Qingshan Peak. The highest peak would be designated as Qingyun Peak. Apologies, dear readers, for only 2 updates today. I must devote time to refining the subsequent plot. I promise to make it up on another day. Chapter 91. Ranking and Inner Sect Disciples. Ding. Naming successful. The system's voice resonated. A majestic decree echoed from the heavens. I am the Lord of Qingyun, bestowing celestial powers to exalt our sect. Establish the 8 celestial peaks of Qingyun to strengthen our sect. The disciples of the celestial peaks shall commence their selection in 2 months. With a satisfied nod, Feng Qingyang reflected on the significance of these peak names, embodying his aspirations for the sect. May all within the Qingyun Sect, especially the 8 great peaks, soar like dragons. Embracing inclusivity as myriad immortals pay homage. With 2 months remaining, there was ample time. Should they fail to recruit formidable leaders for the peaks, they would have to seek strong talents from outside. Of course, their beloved little candy beans would be included. Heavenly powers. 8 celestial peaks. What extraordinary gifts must one possess to enter these hallowed heights? The outer sect and miscellaneous disciples buzzed with excitement upon receiving the news, eagerly discussing their ambitions to join these celestial peaks. The tides of change within the sect were swift and unpredictable. One must strive diligently to avoid being left behind. Subsequently, after a thorough explanation provided by the elders and deacons, all disciples came to comprehend the regulations of the Immortal Peaks. The 8 Immortal Peaks, presided over by 8 formidable peak masters, offer disciples specialized instruction from elders and abundant resources. Should one be fortunate enough to become a direct disciple of a peak master, it would be akin to soaring to the heavens in a single bound. However, the path to joining the Immortal Peaks is not so straightforward. One must await the outcome in 2 months' time. Even the elders expressed their astonishment at the presence of such powerful peak masters. It appears that the formidable members of the Qingyun Sect are gradually returning. As time flows, 10 days swiftly passed. During this period, all disciples engaged tirelessly, neglecting sleep and food, immersed in their cultivation within the time-space tower. 10 days of practice within the tower equated to nearly 1,000 days, resulting in nearly 3 years of cultivation. Consequently, their strengths experienced significant elevation to varying degrees. This particular day was abuzz with excitement. The outer sect area of the Qingyun Sect was alive with fervor. Today marked the day of the rankings for both the outer sect and the miscellaneous disciples. 2 months after the initiation of the competition, 10 disciples from both the inner and outer sects would be selected. In the outer plaza, 600 disciples stood in perfect alignment. Following 2 months of fierce competition, the first phase of the rankings was nearing its conclusion. On the martial arts stage stood the 10 talented disciples who had secured the top spots in the outer sect, each one extraordinary in their own right. Next, the elder announced the selections for the inner sect disciples. From the high platform, Elder Yi Bai proclaimed loudly. Beside him stood inner sect elders Luo Chen and Mu Shuixian, while Shi Hao, Lin Bai, and Hua Qingyu stood in the background. Accompanied by the 2 members of the Su family, Su Yao Yao and Yi Chui Shui, the first place in the outer sect rankings went to Qin Han. At the pinnacle of the Dongxiu realm, Senior Brother, Senior Brother, the disciples cheered, celebrating their esteemed senior's remarkable prowess. Qin Han's talent was evident, possessing the rare 8 resonances that captivated all disciples. Elder Yi Bai continued, the second place in the outer sect rankings is Ningyan. At the later stage of the Dongxiu realm, Ningyan, I adore you. The disciples shouted once more. Ningyan's exceptional talent was equally impressive. Aside from the senior brother, he was unrivaled in the outer sect. From a distance, Dan Qing stroked his beard in satisfaction. Indeed, the achievements of his disciple today were entirely anticipated. With the yin-yang sacred body in the 8 resonances, his success was no surprise. Yet, he found himself puzzled by the exceptional strength of the first place, Qin Han, unexpectedly formidable and likely harboring undisclosed secrets of his own. The third place in the outer sect rankings was awarded to Qing Yin at the peak of the Yuanying realm. The fourth place went along Ao Tian, also at the peak of the Yuanying realm. The fifth place was claimed by Luo Wu, Likewise at the peak of the Yuanying realm. The rankings continued, showcasing 10 talented disciples on the martial arts stage, all brimming with vigor. The arduous 2 months of training were for this very moment. Considering the 1,000 days spent in the time-space tower, they had endured nearly 3 years of rigorous cultivation, finally reaping some small rewards. Is this a mistake? Are the Outer Sect disciples truly this powerful? Su Yao gasped in astonishment. The sect master had promised her that if she could defeat any one of the top 10 in the Outer Sect rankings, she would be granted entry into the Outer Sect. Upon her glance, she was astounded to discover that the top 2 contenders were prodigies of the Void Realm, while the subsequent 8 were all at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. As for her, a direct descendant of the Su family, she was merely at the peak of the nascent soul herself. Could she truly contend with them? During her stay with Elder Yi at the Qingyun Sect, she witnessed remarkable transformations within the sect that left her utterly astonished. The prowess of the top 2 was indeed formidable, truly deserving of the title of 8 resounding talents. Lin Bai remarked from the side, and upon hearing this, senior brother Shi Hao nodded in agreement, acknowledging their strength. His own supreme holy body, despite its prowess, was merely of 9 resounding capabilities. After nearly 6 months of recultivation, supplemented by a millennium within the time-space tower, he had only just managed to reach the initial stage of the transformation realm. On another front, Elder Yi Bai concluded his remarks by erasing the names of the top 10 from the massive banner in the square, subsequently pushing the rankings forward. You 10 are now inner disciples, Yi Bai proclaimed. He then instructed the deacon to present the sect tokens and garments to the 10 individuals on stage. I am now an inner disciple. Lin Yao, our time apart has diminished significantly. Await my return. Qin Han mused as he accepted his attire and token. The Qingyun Sect was extraordinarily powerful. It was the most formidable sect he had ever encountered, possessing time-space treasures that operated at 100-fold speed, simply astonishing. Ning Yin joyfully received his garments and token from the deacon. Shinner, wait for me. It's merely the Shao family from Central Domain. What is so impressive about that? Just wait until I, Ning Yin, refine my skills further, and I shall ascend the colorful auspicious clouds to claim you. Brother Qingyan, we shall miss you. Do visit often. The disciples of the exploding heaven sect await your return, exclaimed another disciple before being playfully struck on the back of the head by his companion. How dare you speak as if Brother Qingyan has been expelled from the sect when he has merely entered the inner sanctum? Apologies, I was overly excited, came the sheepish reply. Meanwhile, the rankings for the servant disciples concluded. The top 10 disciples transitioned into the Outer Sect, though the prestige of their rankings paled in comparison to those of the Outer Sect. These servant disciples, while lacking in innate talent, exhibited remarkable perseverance. And with 2 months of sect training, the highest ranked among them was at the initial stage of the nascent soul. The first-ranked servant disciple, Zhang Xiaofan, stood at the nascent soul's initial stage, while the 10th was the notably gifted genie Titanium, who, having narrowly missed earlier, had finally managed to secure a position in the Outer Sect through sheer effort. Shi Hao and his companions moved to the forefront. Junior brothers, the Qingyun Sect shall not neglect any diligent disciple. I hereby declare the conclusion of the first Outer Sect ranking, and the second ranking shall commence in 2 months. May you remain steadfast in your aspirations and not falter in your quest for greatness. Chapter 92. Su Yao's defeat, Qingyun Immortal City. Senior brother Shi Hao. The 3 esteemed direct disciples of the sect master have come to inspire us. The crowd erupted in emotion, with many feeling compelled to strive vigorously for the next 2.5 months before taking a break. As Shi Hao's words echoed, the disciples below became increasingly agitated, and the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Qin Han also looked up. The initial stage of the transformation god. Indeed, the personal disciples of the sect master are exceptional, surpassing even the innate talent of this emperor. On the day of his entry into the sect, he had already sensed the extraordinary nature of the leader among them. This emperor possesses a talent of 8 rings. Could it be that he is 9? Yao, are you not planning to challenge the top 10 junior brothers and sisters? Feel free to choose any one of them. Watching you reminded Su Yao, who stood beside her. They were already aware of their master's words. Permitting Yu to challenge any of the top 10 junior disciples, success would grant her direct entry into the Outer Sect. Oh, then I shall choose the 10th-ranked junior brother, Su Yao responded, realizing she ought to select the one at the bottom of the rankings. However, even against the lowest ranked, her confidence was not particularly high. Soon, the 9 talented disciples descended from the arena, leaving only the 10th genius behind. The other disciples were momentarily perplexed. What is happening here? Then, A strikingly petite young woman ascended to the stage. Who is this? The 10th-ranked young man was equally bewildered. Moments ago, an elder had informed him that he was to accept a challenge from an external genius. External? Genius? Does anyone dare to challenge us at Qingyun? He immediately pounded his chest in assurance. Elder, rest assured, if I don't defeat him, I will have my own strength. Greetings, senior brother. I am Su Yao Yao, the eldest daughter of the Su family from Nanyu. I humbly seek your guidance, Su Yao Yao said politely, clasping her hands in a salute. Dressed in a flowing green gown, her 3,000 strands of hair danced in the wind as she wielded a nimble soft sword. The Nanyu Su family? How curious that the eldest daughter of the Su family would come to Qingyun to challenge us. Regardless, it matters not, anyone daring to challenge us at Qingyun, no matter who they are. Thus, a majority of the disciples cheered from the sidelines, rallying for their senior brother. Go, senior brother. Give it your all. Let her truly understand the prowess of Qingyun Sect. The 10th-ranked disciple also clasped his hands in salute. Qingyun Sect, Yangli. Not defeating her would mean losing half his strength. This was a difficult choice. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered disciples, both of them unleashed their respective auras. Two formidable presences at the peak of the nascent soul stage clashed. Impressive. This girl is actually at the same level as my senior brother? Yet, my senior brother has the upper hand. The advantage lies with Qingyun. If she wishes to challenge us, perhaps in her next life. In an instant, the two engaged in combat on the arena. Spirit sword technique. Su Yao Yao executed her sword play, a chilling sword energy sweeping forth. Amidst the flashes of blades, she lunged forward with a thrust. The enhancement of her cultivation unleashed a violent surge of spiritual energy. Yangli merely smiled disdainfully at this. Though we are of the same level, all my techniques are of the celestial grade. What can you use to contend with me? Qingyun Thunder Palm. Yangli struck forward, his aura surging. With a grasp of thunder and lightning, a torrent of overwhelming battle intent surged through the arena. Break. With a single palm strike, the heavens echoed with thunder and lightning, breaking through with unstoppable force. Boom. A tremendous roar ensued, accompanied by a muffled groan from Su Yao Yao. She was forcefully struck down from the martial arena, her soft sword flying away into the distance. Impressive. Truly worthy of a senior brother about to enter the inner sect. Defeating an opponent with a single strike within the same realm. Yi Chue Shui rushed over in haste, anxiously inquiring, Miss, are you all right? I am fine, Yi Lao. Su Yao Yao, somewhat disheveled, stood up and adjusted her tousled hair. Sure Hao and the other two descended from the platform, approaching Su Yao Yao. Are you unhurt? Yao Yao? After speaking, Hua Qingyu stepped forward to brush the dust off her. I apologize. I may have exerted a tad too much force. At this moment, Yang Li also came down from the stage. Just a moment ago, his senior brother informed him that this young lady was not here to challenge, but rather as arranged by the sect master. Ahem. It seems he must silently bear the burden of his half-hearted vow. Subsequently, the disciples gradually dispersed. The 10 prodigies followed the inner sect elders, departing the outer sect to embark on their new journey within the inner sanctum. Meanwhile, in the Qingyun Hall, Feng Qingyang was monitoring the disciples' data in real time through the system interface. So far, there were 3 direct disciples, 10 inner sect disciples, 600 outer sect disciples, and 1,390 miscellaneous disciples. Excluding his direct disciples, the strongest among them was Qin Han, reborn as a great emperor, followed closely by Ning Yan, the elder with the golden finger. Ding. As the future foremost divine sect of all realms, it is imperative to continuously recruit talented disciples. A task has been issued to recruit 2 talented disciples. Completion will yield rewards. At this moment, the system notification chimed. Another task? Recruit 2 talented disciples at once. Just as Feng Qingyang pondered this, Lin Zhan, the head of the Lin family, entered, reporting, Sect Master, Qingyun City has been completed today. Lin Zhan entered, brimming with excitement. At last, we have lived up to expectations. After more than 2 months, expending vast resources and manpower, this magnificent city has finally been constructed. As an auxiliary city of Qingyun Sect, it will undoubtedly gain renown alongside the sect. As participants in its construction, the Lin family takes great pride. Oh, Qingyun City is completed? The auxiliary city of their Qingyun Sect had finally come to fruition, a decision made in a moment of inspiration by Feng Qingyang. After all, great sects possess their own auxiliary cities, allowing him to realize some of his ideas. Lin Zhan, I appoint you as the president of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. developed Qingyun City diligently to gather resources from all quarters and to gather intelligence. Feng Qingyang commanded, gazing downwards. Thank you for your recognition, Sect Master. I am profoundly grateful. Rest assured, my Lin family will dedicate ourselves to establishing the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and will not disappoint your high expectations. Lin Zhan respectfully assured him, grateful for the Sect Master's generosity, vowing to exert their utmost effort. Simultaneously, outside the Qingyun mountain range, a magnificent city rose majestically. Towering walls stretching endlessly, with no visible end in sight. Standing upon the broad city ramparts, one gazed far into the distance. Beneath the vast expanse of the sky, the towering city walls stretch and undulate in harmony with the majestic mountains, nestled before the Qingyun mountain range, asserting dominion over the land. This colossal city, spanning tens of thousands of miles in length and width, has been completed today, standing as the most magnificent metropolis in the Eastern Domain. The atmosphere here is suffused with ethereal energy, with the 9-tripod avenue continuously exuding a profound resonance that governs the fortunes of the realm. Enhanced by the celestial artifacts of the Qingyun Sect, Qingyun City appears dreamlike, infused with an abundance of celestial aura. At the city gate, a grand plaque is inscribed with the powerful characters Qingyun City, leaving an indelible impression on all who behold it. Today, there will still be 2 updates, and I will certainly make up for them during the holiday tomorrow. Although the sect will not ascend to the upper realm swiftly, I shall hasten the pace of our endeavors. Chapter 93, Qingyun Auction, Blood Fiend Organization. The news of Qingyun City's completion has stirred a tempest of excitement throughout the Eastern Domain. As the sole affiliated city of the Qingyun Sect, the long-anticipated Grand City has finally come to fruition. To forge closer ties with the esteemed Qingyun Sect, residing in Qingyun City is undoubtedly the preferred choice. Under the aegis of the Heavenly Sect, it is the safest place in the entire Eastern Domain. Beneath Qingyun City, over 100 million people have gathered, with many more arriving in a steady stream. The city gate is vigilantly guarded by the Lin family sentinels. The safety of Qingyun City is beyond question, as it is the territory of the Qingyun Sect, enveloped by the sect's protective formation. It is worth noting that the Qingyun Purgatory Array has also been upgraded following the sect's elevation to a second-tier status. Previously capable of withstanding attacks below the level of an emperor, it now proves effective even against the pinnacle of emperor-level threats. In this gathering of extraordinary fortunes, arriving in Qingyun City means that if you are a dragon, you may coil. If you are a tiger, you may lie in repose. The spiritual energy here is astonishingly rich. Indeed, one need only consider the location. Qingyun's affiliated city, the foremost metropolis of the Eastern Domain. Before even entering the city, the visitors are awestruck by their surroundings. Qingyun City lives up to its celestial name. Those wishing to reside in Qingyun City must first present their spirit stones. The Lin family's guards efficiently guide them into the city. To secure accommodation in Qingyun City, one must submit a sum of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon payment, a token of Qingyun City will be bestowed upon you, granting permission to conduct affairs within its walls. Of course, merely entering the city requires only 10 high-grade spirit stones. However, without the token, one will be expelled after 3 days and face considerable inconvenience in conducting business. After all, do you think the Qingyun Sect operates as a charitable organization? With such abundant spiritual energy and robust security, do you expect to benefit without compensation? I request 10 tokens. As a corpulent man steps forward, he exclaims loudly, producing a spatial ring. Upon inspection by the guards, it is found to be filled with spirit stones. After a mental probe confirms the quantity, 10 tokens are handed over to the man. My goodness, 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Enough for several lifetimes. A man behind him gasps in astonishment, realizing that the 10 high-grade spirit stones he held moments ago now seem insignificant. What do you know? The Heavenly Sect provides us with such a magnificent place. We must express our gratitude. 1 million spirit stones are merely a token of my appreciation. Wang Fuguei lacks nothing but spirit stones. With an air of confidence, he sauntered into the city, leaving the onlookers in a state of disarray. The guards' faces twitched, recognizing the talent he embodied. Such individuals are precisely what Qingyun City requires. 10 days later, various prominent merchant guilds from the eastern region established their presence in Qingyun City, alongside branches from the central region drawn by its burgeoning reputation. Qingyun City has now undoubtedly become the heart of the eastern region, bustling with an organized chaos of noise and activity. Come and take a look. Extraordinary cultivation techniques at a bargain, only 10 spirit stones. An elderly man with a gray beard shouted enthusiastically. Spotting a young man, he eagerly exclaimed, "Young lad, I can see a connection between you and this technique. It shall be yours for just 10 spirit stones." The genius of Qingyun Sect has descended. A sudden shout echoed down the street, captivating everyone's attention. 3 young disciples clad in Qingyun Sect attire approached. The disciple in the center, astonished, remarked how prosperous Qingyun City is. "Brother, this place is several times larger than my hometown, Qingyun City." Following the initial ranking of disciples, Qingyun Sect permitted its members to venture out for experience. It was rumored that the Qingyun Merchant Guild under our sect would hold an auction today. "Let us go and see," one proposed, and the others readily agreed. Having been weighed down by the rigors of sect life, they sought a moment of leisure, though their upright characters would never lead them to indulge in debauchery. Thus, the 3 departed amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. The talents of Qingyun Sect hold limitless potential. After Lin Zhan established the Qingyun Merchant Guild, it became the largest commercial entity in Qingyun City, backed by the sect itself. Following a gesture from the sect leader, Feng Qingyang, a grand auction was set for today, aimed at devouring vast resources to benefit the sect. Feng Qingyang waved his hand, bringing forth surplus resources from the sect, including several treasures to be featured prominently in the auction. With an abundance of resources at their disposal, presented monthly by various powers in the eastern region, the sect was in no shortage. However, it was regrettable that the day their ancestor struck down the Holy Land, otherwise, as the former premier holy site of the eastern region, it would have surely yielded a wealth of resources. On a majestic building adorned with the bold characters of Qingyun Merchant Guild, news of the auction had spread 5 days prior. Cultivators from all 13 states of the eastern region flocked to attend. Drawn by the prospect of acquiring esteemed items from the sect's auction, anything one could serve as a treasure for the sect. The auction was set to commence in half a day, with many private rooms already reserved by powerful factions. Meanwhile, in the central region, on the D continent, a land ranked in the lower tiers among the 13 states of the central region, yet not to be underestimated, as it had birthed several formidable emperors. The imperial families and taboo clans jointly governed the D continent. Within an inconspicuous inn, a pale-faced elder entered. The elder, clad in tattered garments, evidently weary from a long journey, approached the counter and inquired, "Good sir, do you have any fish to eat?" The innkeeper scrutinized the newcomer, noting his unfamiliarity but recognizing that his cultivation level was somewhat impressive. Thus, he replied, "Indeed, we have fish. What type would you like? We have blood fish, piranhas, and golden dragon fish. Which do you desire?" Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled with interest. "I wish for the piranha." The innkeeper's expression remained unchanged as he gestured for the elder to follow him. "Ah, the Qingyun Sect. I never anticipated that there were still fish slipping through the net of my holy land." He was an elder from the Tianshan Holy Land, who had missed the decisive battle due to unforeseen circumstances and had not returned to the Holy Land. To his shock, he learned that the Holy Land had been annihilated by the Qingyun Sect. He had gathered all remaining resources from the Holy Land and journeyed to the central domain. Through bribery and inquiries, he sought out the notorious assassination organization known as Blood Slaughter. It was said that Blood Slaughter was immensely powerful, with influence spanning the 5 great domains. As long as one had the coin, there was no target they could not eliminate. Before long, in a dimly lit chamber at the back of the inn, the elder trembled as he entered, unnerved by the eerie atmosphere. Upon entering, he beheld a masked figure seated at the head of the table, exuding an inscrutable aura, akin to a stagnant pool of water. The masked individual then rasped, "Who do you wish to kill?" "My lord, I wish to eliminate the sect master of the Qingyun Sect from the eastern domain," the elder replied hastily, placing a spatial ring upon the table. "The Qingyun Sect?" The masked figure mused. "That name is unfamiliar. However, I recently received word from the eastern domain branch that a sect has risen to dominance there, known as the Qingyun Sect. Indeed, my lord, that is the very sect I seek. I demand the head of their sect master," the Holy Land elder urged, adding, "But, my lord, the Qingyun Sect is currently quite powerful in the eastern domain. I wonder if you humph." The masked figure interrupted with a disdainful snort, unleashing a formidable pressure that forced the Holy Land elder to prostrate himself. "A mere small sect from a remote eastern domain dares to question my authority? As long as you can pay the price, I can procure not just the head of the Qingyun Sect, but even that of a holy king." The masked figure's contempt was palpable, for he was confident in his organization's might. There had been a time when a major power expended considerable resources to procure the head of a certain holy king, and Bloodslaughter had dispatched a top-tier assassin, successfully delivering the severed head the very next day. This incident had caused quite a stir in the central domain, leaving weaker factions in dread. After the masked figure's proclamation, he examined the spatial ring, his expression darkening. This matter is not easily resolved. Reports from the branch state that the Qingyun Sect has obliterated the former leading Holy Land in the Eastern Domain. The Holy Land elder's countenance soured upon hearing this. The Holy Land that had been destroyed was indeed their Tianxing Holy Land. Trembling, he stammered. Then, my lord, alas, though it is challenging, it is not insurmountable. We simply require a higher fee, the masked figure interjected, cutting him off, to claim the head of the Qingyun Sect's leader. It is likely that a killer from the Earth tier must be dispatched. This meager amount of spirit stones is utterly insufficient. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Holy Land, with great reluctance, retrieved the last 3 spatial rings from his pocket. This was his final reserve. He had imagined a life of leisure and joy after avenging himself, aspiring to marry several prodigies, surrounded by a harem, all thanks to that accursed Qingyun Sect. The masked figure at the main seat received the spatial rings, nodding in satisfaction. Within 3 days, you shall come to inspect the goods. After speaking, a secret order was dispatched through his divine consciousness. In a forbidden region of the central domain, a formidable man surged forth. Meanwhile, in Qingyun City, a striking couple strolled along the bustling streets, followed closely by a venerable elder with a youthful appearance. The young man exuded an extraordinary aura, his features handsome, while the woman possessed skin as pure as snow, hair dense and woven, eyes alluring, and lips red as cinnabar. It was not merely their appearances that drew attention, but the noble aura radiating from their very beings, unmistakably members of a distinguished clan. Of course, their looks were also noteworthy. After all, admiring beauty is a pleasure. Sister, this Qingyun city truly lives up to its reputation. The density of spiritual energy is simply astounding. Perhaps the central domain is not so different. He declared, I have made up my mind. We shall train in the Eastern Domain for 2 years before returning to our family. The two were prodigies from an ancient clan of the Southern Domain. Having come to the Eastern Domain to gain experience, drawn by the fame of the Qingyun Sect, which dominated the region, they fortuitously arrived during an auction held by the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, intending to see if there was anything to their liking. Gu Jianfan, lower your voice. Can't you see everyone is watching you? Gu Linglong chided with a gentle smile. She then glanced towards the direction of the Qingyun Mountains and continued. I am quite intrigued by the Qingyun Sect. I wonder what kind of sect deserves to be called a Celestial Sect. Could it be as formidable as my Gu family? With that, Gu Jianfan spoke. The elder behind them interjected, Young master, you jest. Who does not know that among the 5 domains, the Eastern Domain is the weakest? After the ancient fracture, the Eastern Domain was devastated and has yet to recover its strength to rival the other 4 domains. Even though the Qingyun Sect claims dominance over the Eastern Domain, it pales in comparison to our ancient clan. The Gu family is the sole ancient clan in the Southern Domain, one of the 5 supreme powers, reigning over the region without rivals. Boasting a heritage of over 1,000,000 years, truly profound. Even looking down upon the former number 1 holy land of the Eastern Domain, the Tianxing Holy Land. Moreover, the young lady and young master of the Gu family are renowned prodigies throughout the Southern Domain. Enough of this discussion. The auction is likely to commence shortly. We must hurry, Gu Linglong stated. She had previously sent guards to reserve a private room for the auction. Considering the time, it was almost upon them. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Sect, atop Qingyun Peak, shrouded in swirling mists, resembling a celestial scene, the foremost peak of Qingyun, Feng Qingyang, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them, his enchanting purple irises gazing ahead. Have they arrived? Just moments ago, the system had notified him that 2 prodigious talents had reached Qingyun City. Gu Jianfan, the son of the head of the Gu family, stands at the initial stage of the realm, possessing the exceptional physique known as the ancient Sword Saint Body. His disposition is kind, and his perseverance is unwavering. Gu Linglong, the legitimate daughter of the Gu family head, is at the mid-stage of the realm, endowed with the remarkable 7 apertures Linglong heart. Her character is benevolent, and her determination is steadfast. After a prolonged absence from the sect, he decided it was the perfect opportunity to attend his family's auction at the Commerce Guild. Upon issuing the command to open the mountain, a significant portion of the disciples descended, exhausted from the competitive atmosphere within the sect, he sought a change of scenery. Naturally, most disciples opted to return home for a visit. After all, wealth unreturned to one's hometown is akin to wearing splendid attire in the dark. Feng Qingyang rose. His aura contained yet powerful. Atop the peak, draped in white garments, he gazed down, surveying the smaller mountains below. Behind him, 3 formidable beings of the Saint King realm stood respectfully. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun Commerce Guild, the auction was about to commence. Various factions had already taken their seats in the elegantly appointed private chambers. The grand hall was brimming with eager attendees, all curious about what treasures the guild, under the auspices of Qingyun Sect, would unveil at its inaugural auction. No matter, soon, he would bid fervently. As all proceeds would ultimately benefit the Qingyun Sect, contributing a little extra would merely reflect his goodwill. Wang Fugue, with his ample belly, had settled himself at the front of the hall. Such events would be incomplete without his presence. On the other side, within the Tianzi private chamber, Feng Qingyang took his seat, observing the surroundings with keen interest. Behind him, the enchanting figure gently massaged his shoulders, while the solitary and undefeated Mo Feng stood respectfully at his side. Master, we are taken aback by your personal attendance. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Lin Zhan remarked, astonished that the elusive sect leader had graced them with his presence. Today is exceptionally busy, as this is our first auction, and the number of attendees is overwhelming. Not only have the private chambers been filled, but even the hall seating is sold out. It matters not. Let us proceed. Feng Qingyang replied slowly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. Those 2 recent disciples have arrived as well. Before long, a melodious voice, tinged with charm, echoed through the air. Everyone, please bear with me. There will be 2 more chapters released shortly. The author is somewhat slow, and I beg your understanding. I promise I shall not make empty promises again. Chapter 95, The Grand Finale Treasure. Ultimate Sacred Pill, I hereby declare the commencement of the first auction of the Qingyun Commerce Guild, under the Qingyun Sect. A striking figure gracefully emerged from the back of the hall, adorned in a flowing green celestial gown, with flowing black hair cascading over her shoulders, bright eyes, and a charming visage that captivated all present. Wow, how stunning. Has a celestial being descended to the mortal realm? The audience gasped in awe, captivated and entranced. Even before the climax of the event, what was initially expected to be the beginning had turned out to be the pinnacle. Regardless, this auction was assuredly worthwhile. In the Tianzi private chamber, Gu Linglong and her companions frowned collectively. What is happening? Su Yaoyao, the eldest daughter of the Su family from the southern region? Why is she here, and why is she serving as the auctioneer for the Qingyun Commerce Guild? Although the strength of the Su family may be slightly inferior to that of the Gu family, they are nonetheless one of the 5 paramount powers in the southern region. The Su family in the southern region holds the status of a dominant force. No, sister, I must be mistaken, right? Is that the legitimate daughter of the Su family? Gu Jianfan inquired with astonishment. Indeed, it is her. I had heard she came to the eastern region for training, but how did she end up as an auctioneer? Gu Linglong interjected, her brows furrowed. As one of the major powers in the southern region, they were acquainted with each other, though not particularly familiar. What a surprise. You informed your family that you were training in the eastern region, and now you've taken on the role of an auctioneer. Is the allure of the Qingyun Sect truly that compelling? Even the legitimate daughter of the Su family is eager to become an auctioneer? My interest in the Qingyun Sect grows stronger, Gu Linglong murmured. The elderly man behind them was also perplexed. How much benefit had the Qingyun Sect conferred upon her? The esteemed daughter of the Su family has come here, exposing herself to the public eye. In the adjacent room, at the Tianzi No. 1 table, Feng Qingyang picked up a jade spirit fruit from the table, took a bite, and found it quite delectable. Looking down, he cast a glance at the stage before averting his gaze. This legitimate daughter of the Su family had intended to leave in disgrace after her failure to challenge the talented disciples. However, considering the Su family's continued significance, he granted her another chance. Just as the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce lacked a chief auctioneer, he allowed her to take the position. If she performed admirably, she could still enter the outer sect. In truth, her innate talent and character were sufficient for admission to the outer sect. She could have progressed seamlessly, had she only seized the opportunity. On stage, Su Yaoyao cleared her throat and proclaimed with clarity, "Next, we shall auction the first item, the Tianyang Sacred Pill. This has been personally refined by our Qingyun Sect's 9th grade pill saint. The pill's patterns are flawless, representing the pinnacle of 9th grade sacred pills. It serves to nourish the source of yang and solidify one's foundation. The starting bid is 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The highest bidder shall prevail. As Su Yaoyao's words echoed, the audience erupted in excitement. A 9th-grade pinnacle sacred pill. Truly, the great sect lives up to its reputation, beginning with a sacred pill. Perhaps the sacred pill is merely an appetizer. Today is destined for continuous peaks of excitement. I bid 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. A man in the center of the hall stood and declared, I bid 100,100, shouted a flushed youth from the back of the hall. Observing his complexion, one could only wonder what he had been through. Was he too overwhelmed with excitement? Yet, what did it mean to increase the bid by 100? Hey, I called out a bid of 100,000, and you raise it by 100. What is the significance of that? You are making things quite difficult for me. The first bidder replied with a sullen expression. What? There are no rules against raising by 100. Difficult? I say, just don't bother, retorted the flushed man, clearly ready to escalate the situation. He, the notorious Wuji brother from the northern region, had never yielded to anyone. Creating a disturbance here? Throw him out, commanded Su Yaoyao, her brows knitting in displeasure. How dare he cause trouble here without recognizing the significance of this place? Two powerful presences surged forth, lifting the raucous youth as if he were a mere chick, and began to escort him away. The flushed youth cried out, no. He never anticipated that those from the eastern domain would show him such disregard. After a brief interlude, the auction continued. The Heavenly Yang sacred pill was sold for a staggering 800,000 high-grade spirit stones. Following this, each item presented ignited gasps of astonishment among the crowd. High-tier sacred pills and sacred herbs were being offered as if they were of no value. A plethora of extraordinary treasures were displayed, each commanding a hefty price. Some were scavenged by Shi Hao and his companions from the secret realms, while others were tributes from the prominent factions of the eastern domain. Today, they truly experienced the sensation of spirit stones flowing like water. However, Wang Fugui, seated in the front row, remained utterly unfazed, even finding amusement in the situation. Did they really think their meager offerings could challenge his pocketful of spirit stones? Before long, they arrived at the climactic final segment of the auction. On stage, Su Yaoyao adjusted her dress, ensuring the grand finale would conclude with perfection. She then spoke earnestly, Esteemed guests, I sincerely thank you for your support. We now enter the highlight of today's event. The first item of our grand finale is the 11th tier ultimate sacred pill, the Yushuan sacred pill. This pill has been meticulously crafted by our esteemed elder from the Qingyun Alchemy Hall, a grandmaster of the 11th tier. It aids in comprehending the nuances of cultivation and carries a 1 in 10,000 chance of enhancing the success rate of breakthrough. As Su Yaoyao concluded her statement, a profound silence enveloped the audience, followed by an audible intake of breath. What had they just heard? The 11th tier ultimate sacred pill, capable of aiding in cultivation comprehension. A 1 in 10,000 chance of breakthrough success. What? The 11th tier ultimate sacred pill. The three members of the Gu family were once again taken aback. They had bid on several treasures during the auction, but nothing compared to this crowning jewel. What did it mean to possess an 11th tier ultimate sacred pill? Even their most formidable ancestor had only reached the pinnacle of the Great Sage realm, while they had several ancestors in the early and mid stages of the Great Sage realm. If they could acquire this pill, it would significantly enhance their ancestors' chances of breaking through. Should their ancestor succeed in advancing to the Sacred King realm, the Gu family would secure a foothold in the competitive central domain, standing tall among the powerful. One must not underestimate the seemingly minuscule 1 in 10,000 probability. Even a minuscule increase to 1 in 100,000 or even a million would compel them to fight tooth and nail for it. The starting bid for the ultimate sacred pill was set at 10 million high-grade spirit stones. As Su Yaoyao's words fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. Everyone understood the immense value of this pill. Even a fool could discern it from the reactions of those around. I bid 10 million high-grade spirit stones. I am the supervisor of the eastern factory of the Yuheng dynasty in the northern domain. I hope you will grant me some consideration. An elderly man stood up, shouting, revealing his identity. Is the eastern factory truly significant? I, Wang Ting, the son of the eastern Xian sacred land, bid 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Wang Ting also rose, shouting fervently. He had initially intended to reconnect with Shi Hao, but upon entering Qingyun City, he was captivated by the auction. He had already contacted the sacred lord to arrange for the transportation of spirit stones. This pill was a must-have for their eastern Xian sacred land. As Wang Ting finished speaking, numerous other bids followed, and the price rapidly soared to 50 million high-grade spirit stones. What is the significance of 50 million high-grade spirit stones? It is merely a fraction of the resources possessed by certain ordinary sacred lands. Yet, the bidding continues unabated. Soon, a voice emerged from room 2 of the heavenly pavilion, stunning the crowd into silence. A melodious and refined female voice declared, 100 million high-grade spirit stones. This proclamation left everyone astounded. 100 million. Such an ambitious target. Indeed, the individual from room 2 is not to be underestimated. Their wealth is truly formidable. Speculation abounds regarding the identity of the great power from which they hail. Possessing such profound resources, Feng Qingyang, situated in room 1 of the heavenly pavilion, merely smiled faintly. An elder could effortlessly refine and sell items for such exorbitant prices. The power of capital is undeniably terrifying. Fortunately, he is the one who wields such capital. Subsequently, Feng Qingyang pondered a whimsical thought and beckoned to the enchanting figure nearby, whispering something in her ear. She then gracefully exited from the rear of the pavilion. Below the stage, Wang Fugui appeared utterly dejected. How infuriating. I, Wang Fugui, have sworn never to permit anyone to flaunt their wealth before me. Yet, the astronomical sum of 100 million spirit stones is beyond my means. 100 million spirit stones. Once, twice. Sold. Su Yaoyao proclaimed. However, the voice from room 2 sounded oddly familiar. Previously, an elderly man had spoken, and she had not discerned anything peculiar. Now, it struck her as particularly recognizable. Alas, it matters not. The auction is of utmost importance. Next up is the second and final highlight of the auction, the Sacred King Technique, the solitary great method. At the mention of this, the audience erupted in excitement, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The Sacred King Technique. Not only had they never seen it, but they had also never even heard of it. It is a transcendent art capable of elevating one to the realm of sacred kings. In room 1 of the heavenly pavilion, the invincible solitary smiled to himself. This was a technique he had previously mastered. However, within the sect, the focus was often on celestial arts and techniques of the celestial kings. The Sacred King Technique was deemed unworthy. Thus, he decided to offer it up for sale, merely to acquire a few spirit stones. At this moment, outside the Qingyun Sect, the gatekeeper, the Black Emperor, sneezed mightily. Who dares to utter my name? Back at the auction, the Sacred King Technique had no set starting price. It was simply a matter of the highest bidder. Rooms 2 through 10 of the heavenly pavilion began to call out their bids. As for those gathered in the main hall below, they remained silent, eyes closed in contemplation. Such a technique as the Sacred King Technique is beyond their reach. Setting aside the ability to bid, they also lack the strength to safeguard it. They are well aware of the adage, an innocent man is guilty when possessing a jade pendant. The individuals from the heavenly pavilion, with eyes ablaze, continued to bid fervently. The Sacred King Technique must be theirs. 500 million high-grade spirit stones. I am the president of the Xianwang Chamber of